Chapter 1. The Arms Engineer System. On the continent of Pulin, in the Duchy of Sushi, lies the capital city of Lorraine. A mournful procession carries a massive coffin, slowly making its way along the street towards the city gates. The residents on either side curiously peek out, witnessing the rare occurrence that has transpired twice this week, 7 days prior. The old king passed away, and it was expected that the eldest prince, Jefferson, would inherit the throne. However, before the ceremony could be completed, the prince found himself lying in this very coffin. "My head aches terribly." Jian Shangqing awoke from his stupor, opening his eyes only to find himself enveloped in darkness. The wooden planks beneath him jolted rhythmically with a sigh. Jian Shangqing realized he had been sealed within the coffin a month ago. He had succumbed to exhaustion, dying at his computer after a night of revelry with the phantom beast Palu. Yet his soul had traversed into the body of Prince Jefferson. Jian Shangqing prided himself on having no grand ambitions, preferring to live a languid life as a prince, free from worries about sustenance. But who could have predicted that the old king, in the prime of his life, would abruptly depart from this world? Clenching his fists, he pounded them against the wooden planks. Damn it! The hereditary crown now rested upon his head. Yet with the power and wealth came imminent danger. His usually docile and clever younger sister, Princess Martina, revealed her true nature, a ravenous wolf coveting the throne. Through promises of power and wealth, she had even resorted to sacrificing her beauty to gain the absolute support of the ministers and the formidable Silver Knight Addison. Martina had first poisoned him during their morning tea, causing Jian Shangqing's magical vortex to dissipate permanently, rendering him powerless from second-tier mage to a mere shell. Then, that night, Addison and Martina invaded his chamber, binding the slumbering Jian Shangqing tightly. "Martina!" The roar escaped Jian Shangqing's throat, and several magical formations appeared on the inner side of the coffin. It was a soundproof formation. He pounded furiously on the coffin, but to no avail. Each time he closed his eyes, he recalled the scene from that morning. Martina, clad in a white dress, presenting him with an innocent smile. The young maiden's delicate fingers lightly touched his forehead, akin to the cold tongue of a venomous serpent. "Farewell, my useless brother. You shall be sent to the domain of the dog-headed creatures in the misty shadow forest." A mocking smirk graced Martina's lips. "No one will hear your cries, and no one will find your remains." "How pitiful," she continued, "for you will be devoured by these vile, filthy monsters until not a single bone remains." Martina stifled a laugh, and then Addison's fist crashed down heavily upon Jian Shangqing's head. Within the coffin, Jian Shangqing's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury as he bellowed, "Martina, if I survive, I shall repay you in kind for what you have done." Alas, no one could hear him, save for a mechanical voice resonated. "Life-threatening crisis detected for the host system activation initiated. Arms Engineer System installation complete. Gifted 1 Lee-Enfield rifle, 10 303 cartridges." A torrent of data flooded into Jian Shangqing's mind: flintlock guns, bolt-action rifles, assault rifles, steam engines, internal combustion engines, generators, armored vehicles, warships, aircraft. The entirety of human technological wisdom, from manufacturing methods to operational principles, was intricately imprinted in Jian Shangqing's consciousness. With a clang, a rifle materialized from thin air, landing within the relatively spacious confines of the coffin. 2 magazines containing 5 brass bullets each fell beside him. Jian Shangqing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, hands clasped to his face. His laughter was bittersweet, yet liberating, ignited by a flicker of vengeful fury. The heavens had not completely forsaken him. He had finally activated his golden finger. Boom! A tremor echoed from behind, and the coffin steadied. Jian Shangqing realized he had arrived at the misty shadow forest. He gripped the rifle tightly. It was now his lifeline, and the spark for vengeance against Martina. Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts of distractions. If his dear sister had not lied, then the immediate priority was to survive in the territory of the dog-headed creatures. Surviving would allow him to utilize the Arms Engineer System, and only then might he have a chance for revenge. Jian Shangqing shifted his position, propping the Lee-Enfield rifle against his chest, and retrieved a magazine provided by the system. Click! With unparalleled proficiency granted by the Arms Engineer System, Jian Shangqing deftly pulled back the bolt in the darkness, the sound of metal scraping together ringing like music to his ears. In the shadows, the metal magazine slid into the rifle's chamber. Jian Shangqing applied pressure with his thumb, pushing 10 bullets into the chamber in 2 smooth motions. He slid his hand back, expertly removing the magazine, then pushed forward, cycling the bolt in one fluid motion, akin to a seasoned veteran. Jian Shangqing recalled the information regarding the dog-headed creatures. Dog-headed creatures were on par with goblins. In terms of menace on this continent, they lacked magical prowess, yet were robust, irritable, cunning, and aggressive. Perhaps that was why they were referred to as dog-headed creatures, despite their lizard-like heads. Being distant relatives of dragons, if an isolated dog-headed creature was encountered, a few healthy farmers wielding hoes could easily drive it away. However, should they face a horde of dog-headed creatures, the fate awaiting those farmers would be nothing short of a tragic demise. The dog-headed creatures were well aware of this. They typically operated in groups, ranging from 5 or 6 to dozens. Faced with an unpredictable number of dog-headed creatures, Jian Shangqing had to brace for the worst. He caressed the smooth surface of the Lee-Enfield rifle, its lacquered wooden texture providing him with a momentary sense of ease. 10 bullets to fend off dozens of dog-headed creatures. If I cannot subdue them, I will meet my end once the bullets run dry. Jian Shangqing lowered his head slightly. I must act swiftly and decisively to intimidate these feeble yet cunning monsters. With his resolve set, Jian Shangqing gripped the rifle firmly, holding his breath in anticipation of the dog-headed creature's arrival. Caw! The call of the dog-headed creatures rang out, a sound heralding their discovery of food. These lowly beasts had caught the scent of humanity. Jian Shangqing's heart raced. The coffin was lifted, jostled for a while, and then set down again. Nails on the coffin lid began to splinter. Jian Shangqing could vividly imagine the dog-headed creatures outside, drooling in anticipation. Sunlight streamed onto Jian Shangqing's face. He held his breath, squinting against the brightness, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Human. It has been ages since we dined on human flesh. A red dog-headed creature excitedly flung open the coffin. A taller, green dog-headed creature shoved it aside, summoned the chieftain and the shaman. The red dog-headed creature bared its teeth, its expression one of discontent, yet it scampered toward the entrance of the den. Fresh meat. The green dog-headed creature, eyes closed, leaned in closer, greedily sniffing the air around Jian Shangqing. The foul odor emanating from the dog-headed creature nearly made Jian Shangqing retch. Yet, this also signified that they were now within striking distance. The green dog-headed creature felt a cold, cylindrical object pressed against its chest. Opening its eyes, it was startled to find that the corpse in the coffin had inexplicably revived, now brandishing a wooden stick threateningly. Enraged, the green dog-headed creature could hardly believe that a powerless human dared to mock it. Yet, just as it was about to erupt in fury, it caught sight of the man before it smiling. At that moment, Jian Shangqing pulled the trigger. Chapter 2. A mid to high-level mage. The firing pin was released. The spring within the bolt was set free. The firing pin struck the primer. Bang! The culmination of countless years of wisdom from Blue Star humanity ignited in less than a second. In this world of swords and sorcery, a sound that had never before been heard resonated for the first time. The 303 dum-dum bullet penetrated the dog-headed creature's relatively resilient scales, entering its body and exiting through its back. The deformed bullet within the creature's lung left behind horrifying, gaping wounds. In the silent, misty shadow forest, birds and beasts scattered in terror. The dog-headed creature, startled by the thunderous gunshot, froze momentarily. As it lowered its gaze, it discovered a bloody hole had appeared in its chest. Blood gushed forth, soaking its feet. The green dog-headed creature pressed its claws against its chest, futilely attempting to stanch the flow of blood. With its lungs perforated, the dog-headed creature began to suffocate. It collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline-induced numbness gradually fading. The excruciating pain from its damaged organs sent it rolling in agony. Instinctively, it howled, yet the diminishing oxygen could not vibrate its vocal cords. In the end, only a few strangled gasps escaped its throat. The dog-headed creature kicked its legs a few times before ceasing to breathe. Within the camp, 5 or 6 other dog-headed creatures were busy at work. These creatures were paralyzed with shock at the sudden explosion and the agonizing death of their companion. They could not comprehend the principles of the firearm. All they knew was that after a thunderous roar and a flash of light, one of their own lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and lifeless within seconds. Exchanging glances, a common thought emerged in their minds. Magic. Jian Shangqing found himself unable to manage the multitude of circumstances as per the plan. He must not escape otherwise. The significance of the 10 bullets would be entirely lost. He intended to utilize those 10 bullets to compel the entire goblin clan to submit to him, transforming them into the cornerstone of his grand vengeance. The bolt was drawn back, and the scalding brass shell ejected for the chamber with a clang, clattering to the ground. The crisp sound of metal striking metal roused the goblins from their stupor. Enemy attack. A wizard. A grin spread across Jian Shangqing's face. His objective had been achieved. He aimed to showcase the formidable power of firearms to the entire goblin clan. The remaining goblins encircled Jian Shangqing, yet none dared to advance after all. The wizard was the mightiest profession in this realm, and no goblin wished to meet their demise in vain. Woo-woo! The horn blared, and a throng of goblins surged forth from the depths. Tall and short, red and green, there was a diverse assortment, numbering over 40 at a cursory glance. At the rear, 2 particularly notable goblins emerged. One was a towering figure, robust in stature, adorned with a glimmering golden crown. The other was draped in dull scales, hunched over, exuding an aura of frailty and age. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. Surely these 2 must be the chieftain and the shaman. He planted the rifle, but into the earth, standing resolutely against the entirety of the goblin clan. The goblins encircled Jian Shangqing, brandishing their wooden clubs and pitchforks. Menacingly, the chieftain spoke slowly. "Noble wizard, why have you slain my innocent kin? This is the territory of the Kato clan, and I implore you to depart swiftly, ensuring our mutual safety." The Kato chieftain's words were measured, providing Jian Shangqing a means to retreat while maintaining his authority within the clan. Yet Jian Shangqing was not inclined to accept such leniency. He deliberately adjusted the switch on the right side of his firearm, transforming the Lee-Enfield rifle from single shot to automatic mode. "Your innocent kin nearly devoured me. Perhaps you could offer me a piece of flesh as compensation?" The irascible and proud goblin chieftain could scarcely endure such an affront, erupting in a fury. Clan members, seize this wizard. Whether they could overpower him was one matter, preserving face was another. Moreover, with so many goblins present, how fast could this wizard possibly cast his spells? In the realm of Pran, the ranks of wizards were classified. Levels 1 to 3 denoted low-level wizards, 4 to 6 indicated intermediate, and 7 to 9 signified high-level. Years ago, a second-tier wizard had unwittingly wandered into a goblin den and, despite slaying dozens, was nonetheless torn apart by the clan before he could cast another spell. The Kato chieftain scrutinized Jian Shangqing, a lavishly dressed youth appearing barely over 20. How formidable could he be? Surely no more than a mid-level wizard. The goblins raised their weapons and advanced, yet none were willing to take the first step. The cunning nature of goblins, be it towards foes or brethren, remained consistent. Unable to contain his impatience, the chieftain bellowed from the back. Expressing his dissatisfaction, the ranks shifted, and the smallest goblin was thrust to the forefront. In the world of monsters, the weak are often sacrificed as bait. With no avenue of retreat, the goblin let out a furious roar and charged at Jian Shangqing with his wooden club raised. Jian Shangqing swiftly aimed his rifle. In his sights, the V-shaped aperture, the inverted shaped front sight, and the head of the charging goblin aligned in a perfect line. Bang! The muzzle flared brilliantly, and the earlier deafening gunfire resonated once more. The goblin's forehead was pierced, a gory hole erupting as the dum-dum bullet expanded, spraying white brain matter, crimson blood, and translucent spinal fluid in a gruesome shower from the back of its skull. The warm, viscous liquid splattered across the faces of the goblins behind. As the shot rang out, the goblins cried out in unison. Spell cooldown, charge. In keeping with traditional thought, the goblins prepared to seize the opportunity during the wizard's casting cooldown, rushing towards Jian Shangqing with fervor. However, crack, bang, crack, bang, crack, bang. Anticipating such a scenario, Jian Shangqing had just switched the shooting mode to continuous fire. The exceptional design of the Lee-Enfield rifle allowed Jian Shangqing to deftly operate the bolt with his thumb and index finger while pulling the trigger with his middle finger, significantly accelerating the rate of fire. With a maximum capacity of 11 rounds, he could unleash a torrent of firepower in a brief span. Jian Shangqing fired 6 rounds in rapid succession, enhanced by the Armaments Engineering System. The bullets either pierced through the chest or exited through the skull. The 6 dog-headed creatures charging at the forefront collapsed in response, a crimson and ivory pool forming beneath them. The remaining dog-headed beings abruptly halted their charge. With a few trembling and feared, in just 10 seconds, 6 comrades lay lifeless. What astonishing speed! What incredible power! Was this sorcerer casting spells without cooldown? Instinctively, as creatures of the lower realm, they were filled with awe at such overwhelming might. The heated muzzle of the rifle slowly emitted wisps of white smoke, and Jian Shangqing gently blew, dispersing the haze. The beast terror of gunpowder was indelibly etched into the minds of the dog-headed creatures at that moment. Chief Kato, who believed he had traveled extensively in his youth, widened his eyes in disbelief. There were no fluctuations of magical energy, instantaneous spells, accompanied by thunder and fire. This was far beyond what a second-tier sorcerer could compare to. His gaze fell upon the rifle in Jian Shangqing's hands. Him. The Lee-Enfield rifle was an extraordinary sight, unlike anything he had ever seen. There could only be one explanation. This sorcerer possessed a unique wand. Could it be that this young man before him was indeed a mid-level sorcerer? Or perhaps a formidable sorcerer wielding the most potent thunder and fire magic? Chief Kato turned to glance at the old shaman. The old shaman's eyelids drooped as if lost in thought. Seeing the dog-headed creatures cowering, Jian Shangqing felt a sense of urgency. He sought to subdue these dog-headed beings, not to scatter them into a frenzied escape. Therefore, he could not afford to eliminate Chief Kato, the one in charge. After a brief contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. In the memories he had inherited, each dog-headed clan had a captain's personal guard. The clan's foremost warrior, by vanquishing the clan's champion, he could fully demonstrate the might of his firearm, compelling these cunning dog-headed creatures to submit. With this thought, Jian Shangqing devised a plan. Chapter 3. A New Magic. Just as Chief Kato pondered whether to surrender and apologize, he noticed that the sorcerer before him seemed to be in distress. The wand was planted firmly in the ground, and the sorcerer appeared utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Chief Kato's eyes lit up, disregarding the deep-in-thought old shaman, but he understood. This sorcerer was undoubtedly a novice, relying on sheer luck to acquire a master's discarded unique wand. With the wand's magic, he brazenly flaunted his might. But now, having overexerted himself with the wand's skills, his magical energy was completely depleted. Chief Kato elegantly adjusted the crown that had been skewed by the gunfire and grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "You're done for, novice sorcerer. Watch as the Kato clan tears you to shreds." Jian Shangqing, feigning the symptoms of magical exhaustion he recalled, swayed as if on the verge of collapse. Chief Kato was further convinced of his theory. "That unique wand of yours now belongs to the great Sarlion Kato." Chief Kato's eyes darted. What if this sorcerer had a hidden trick? He clapped his hands. "Elite guards, come to my side." From within the burrow, an enormous brown dog-headed creature bent low as it emerged. The diminutive tunnel could hardly accommodate its towering form. Jian Shangqing's eyes sparkled. The clan's foremost warrior had finally arrived. The warrior straightened and bellowed. From Jian Shangqing's rough estimate, this warrior stood about 2 meters tall, with a broad chest and distinctly draconic features. Its thick arms brandished a rusted iron blade. The warrior growled softly. "Consider yourself fortunate." Boy, you shall be the first sorcerer to perish at the hands of Dickens. The surrounding dog-headed beings, witnessing the warrior's entrance, erupted into exuberant cheers. Warrior! 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 Dickens squinted his eyes. Appearing quite pleased, he raised his massive blade and began to perform an intricate display of swordplay. The single blade danced with ferocious vigor, and the dog-headed onlookers clapped and cheered. Jian Shangqing, leaning on his rifle, observed the absurd spectacle with an expressionless visage. Enough of this charade. Raise the rifle, take aim, and fire. Bang! The sound of the gunshot shattered the harmonious performance. The .303 bullet effortlessly pierced through the great blade, burrowing into the skull of the clan's foremost warrior. At this point, 2 rounds remained in the chamber. .1 was reserved for unforeseen circumstances, while the other was saved for his beloved sister. This shot, Jian Shangqing deliberately aimed high. The top half of the warrior's skull was blown off, landing at Chief Cato's feet. An uproar ensued. The smiles on the dog-headed creatures' faces froze before gradually dissipating. According to the first law of smile transition, their expressions naturally shifted to Jian Shangqing's face. Gasp! Chief Cato leaped with 1 foot, horrified by the bloodied remains of the warrior's skull. He could hardly believe that the mightiest dog-headed creature of the clan had been dispatched with the same single maneuver. Trembling, Chief Cato extended a clawed finger, pointing at Jian Shangqing. Didn't you claim to be devoid of magical power? Jian Shangqing leisurely pulled the bolt of his rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge. First, who told you I lacked magical power? Second, who claimed I was a sorcerer? Chief Cato's mouth fell agape. You're merely a commoner? Jian Shangqing nodded affirmatively. This revelation struck Chief Cato like a hammer, rendering him dizzy. His subordinate hastily steadied him. What has happened to this world? Has he grown old, or has the human realm advanced to the point where ordinary individuals can wield mid-level thunder and fire magic without magical prowess? Such bizarre and powerful magic, cast at such speed, would this wretched world grant no respite from magical creatures? Chief Cato inhaled deeply, confronting the reality. No, my lord. What shall we do? The Cato clan awaits your command. Observing their leader's capitulation, the surrounding dog-headed creatures whimpered and prostrated themselves. Only the old shaman remained standing, seemingly lost in contemplation due to his hearing impairment. Chief Cato wished to urge the old shaman to kneel as well. Yet, he feared that any erratic movement might provoke this reaper before him. Thus, he chose to disregard his ally. If the old shaman were to perish, he could simply select a new one. Jian Shangqing was equally curious. He approached the old shaman, rifle in hand. Why do you not kneel? Jian Shangqing's finger hovered over the trigger. He was prepared for the old shaman to meet his end if he showed no fear. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The old shaman held considerable sway within the clan, and many dog-headed creatures were concerned for his fate. I remember now. The old shaman awoke, as if from a dream. You are that great one. The old shaman dropped his staff and clutched Jian Shangqing's leg. The dog-headed creatures were stunned. Chief Cato was stunned. Jian Shangqing was stunned as well. Great one, lead our Cato clan. Chief Cato gritted his teeth in rage, furious that the old shaman was attempting to hand over the clan's control to another. What do you mean, old fool? The old shaman blinked. According to the records of our ancestors who followed the great dragon, in the era of the magical creature's decline, a mysterious great one wielding thunder and fire will lead the magical beings to revival. Chief Cato's body shuddered. The era of decline for magical creatures began 200 years ago. Under the leadership of the ultimate sorcerer Litorial, a cataclysmic war erupted between humans and magical creatures. During the conflict, legendary beings, such as the progenitor of the Blood Moon and the ancient Lich, fell, while high-tier magical creatures like dragons and titans suffered grievous losses. Meanwhile, legendary magical beings, such as the Seraph and the Spirit King, prided themselves on their righteousness, siding with humanity. Ultimately, the magical creature coalition was soundly defeated, and the source of magic that sustained them was shattered by the mighty Litorial. Since then, magical creatures have languished, losing their ability to wield magic and barely managing to utilize fighting spirit. In the end, they were forced to hide in deep mountains and forests or beneath the seas, struggling to survive. Chief Cato raised his head, gazing resolutely at Jian Shangqing. "My lord, is what the old shaman says true?" Jian Shangqing laughed heartily. Though the unfolding events were unexpected, they ultimately converged towards the same end. "Indeed, submit to me. I, Jian Shangqing, shall bestow upon you newfound strength." Jian Shangqing fired a shot into the air. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the Kobold clan's encampment. "I shall bestow upon you new magic." The kobolds recalled the slaughter of their kin at the hands of human patrols and reflected on their impotence against the might of formidable beasts. They yearned for this newfound power. All eyes filled with hope were fixed upon Chief Cato. Saryan Cato was equally stirred by fervor. He gazed intently at the Lee-Enfield rifle in Jian Shangqing's hands. With this extraordinary new strength, they could rise in rebellion. Armed with new magic, they could ascend. Chief Cato rose to his feet, retrieving a piece of parchment from his robes, calling forth the swiftest kobold to fetch a quill and ink. He then began to write fervently on the parchment. Minutes later, Chief Cato knelt on one knee, presenting the parchment and quill with both hands. "The Cato clan shall forever remain loyally devoted to you." My lord, Chapter 4, Saltpeter, Sulfur, and Charcoal. Jian Shangqing accepted the parchment that a contract of absolute allegiance required a deity as a witness. Jian Shangqing scrutinized the contents of the contract with great care. The entire Kobold clan remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to stir. Jian Shangqing's gaze swept to the bottom of the parchment, where two lines of text caught his eye. Contractor 1, Saryan Cato. Contractor 2, Witnessing Deity, Ashadalin. Jian Shangqing searched his memory. Ashadalin was the king of the Red Dragons, and also a deity of the Dragon K. It was fitting for the kobolds, distant relatives of the great dragons, to have her as a witness. Confirming its accuracy, Jian Shangqing wielded the quill. 3 square Chinese characters appeared in the space for Contractor 2, Jian Shangqing. He chose to use his blue star name, for since Martina had severed the ties between them, there was no need to continue using the name Jefferson. Thus, the contract became effective. Should either party breach it, they would face divine retribution. Jian Shangqing rolled up the parchment and tucked it into the inner folds of his clothing. Cato clan. "I accept your fealty. I, Jian Shangqing, keep my word. I shall impart all that I know to you." The kobolds rose, their voices lifted in jubilant cheer, their eyes alight with dreams of the future. With the contract concluded, Jian Shangqing sat upon a wooden stump, contemplating how to usher this world into the age of firearms. Constrained by the limitations of materials and craftsmanship, Jian Shangqing decided to begin from the era of flintlock guns and smoothbore cannons, utilizing the knowledge provided by the firearms engineering system. After all, the kobolds were too weak. To develop productive capabilities without the means to protect themselves would lead to an end akin to the decaying late Qing dynasty, splintered and devoured by others. The method for preparing black powder is quite straightforward, almost universally known on the Blue Star. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. Charcoal was simple enough. Jian Shangqing summoned a few kobolds to construct a kiln, then filled it with wood and set it ablaze, waiting for the smoke to cease before retrieving the charcoal. However, obtaining saltpeter and sulfur posed a challenge. Perhaps they could be purchased in the towns of the Duchy of Suzy, but no car driver would dare venture into the territory of these monsters. With this thought, Jian Shangqing began to walk through the kobold burrows, hoping to discover some useful materials. As the kobolds flitted in and out, Jian Shangqing noticed that only one entrance to the burrow had activity, while the other 2 were completely neglected. He called upon Chief Cato for clarification. "My lord, those 2 are decoy burrows to mislead enemies." Chief Cato replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "Our Cato clan boasts a long history. These 2 burrows have existed since the time of my great-great-grandfather. However, my lord, you must not enter. They are currently filled with—" Chief Cato's languid eyes widened as he realized Jian Shangqing had already disappeared from sight. Turning around, he saw that the lord's foot was nearly crossing the threshold. Chief Cato gasped in horror. "No." As Jian Shangqing's left foot stepped into the false burrow, a cacophony of squeaks erupted. Countless rats and bats surged from within. Jian Shangqing appeared unfazed, having seemingly prepared himself for this moment. Once the entrance ceased to belch forth rodents and bats, Jian Shangqing ventured deeper into the burrow. Indeed, to his great delight, he had stumbled upon a treasure. The abandoned tunnel was coated in a thick layer of white substance on the walls and floor. It was the aged excrement of bats and rats, transformed into saltpeter. Jian Shangqing reached out, rubbing his fingers against it. The substance was dry and hard, indicating that the nitrifying bacteria had long since feasted here. Truly, it was as if the heavens had bestowed upon him this bounty. A smile crept across Jian Shangqing's lips like a tea that moment. Chief Cato arrived behind Jian Shangqing. He stared in astonishment as the Lord picked up a handful of bat droppings. Examining it closely with a gleeful expression, did the Lord harbor such peculiar tastes? Chief Cato felt his worldview shatter. He tugged at Jian Shangqing's sleeve. "My lord," Jian Shangqing turned, raising an eyebrow to signal him to speak freely. Chief Cato inhaled deeply, gesturing toward the kobold latrine outside. "There, you will find something fresh." Jian Shangqing burst into laughter, slapping Chief Cato on the forehead. "Speak again, and I shall bury you in there. Summon a few kobolds to collect this waste from the walls and ground. Waste even a morsel, and I shall make you consume it." Chief Cato was thoroughly startled by the slap, responding with a hasty yes. Before scurrying away to gather help, Jian Shangqing proceeded into the true entrance of the burrow, where a red kobold guided him. Jian Shangqing journeyed to the heart of the burrow. "My lord, this is our treasure chamber. Feel free to take whatever you desire." Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. Pushing open the wooden door, various scattered supplies from the human world lay strewn across the floor, while the opposite side was piled high with various minerals. Kobolds, by nature, loved to dig, so it was not surprising that some minerals were stored, though they lacked the knowledge of metallurgy to utilize them effectively. Jian Shangqing began to identify the materials. Copper and iron made up the majority, with a fair amount of gold mixed in. Jian Shangqing inhaled deeply. Catching a faint, unpleasant odor, he stepped over the heap of copper and iron. Approaching the corner, a few small chunks of yellow crystals lay neglected in the shadows. Jian Shangqing's eyes lit up. The scent, the color, could it be sulfur? He picked up a piece, and as he drew nearer, the odor intensified. Breaking off a corner with a crisp snap, Jian Shangqing held this mineral. Now fairly certain, it was indeed sulfur. Though the quantity was limited to just a few pieces, it was sufficient for experimentation. At that moment, the kobolds summoned by Chief Cato arrived, each carrying a large basin of droppings. Under Jian Shangqing's direction, the kobolds submerged the waste in water to soak overnight. The next day, they skimmed off the impurities from the water surface, and then boiled the remaining liquid until it evaporated. Layer upon layer of milky white crystals formed in the basin. The kobolds gazed in wonder at this spectacle. Unfamiliar with the science behind it, they were witnessing this miraculous scene for the first time. Observing this, Jian Shangqing clapped his hands in delight. He scraped off the top layer of saltpeter. The lower portion might be impure and unsuitable for gunpowder. Jian Shangqing dipped his finger into the lower layer of saltpeter and extended his hand toward a nearby kobold. "Lick this." The kobold, horrified, shook his head. "My lord, I do not eat excrement. This is not excrement." Jian Shangqing forcibly inserted his finger into the kobold's mouth. "What does it taste like?" The kobold smacked his lips. "A bit salty. A bit bitter." Jian Shangqing nodded. "Then it's likely that some waste remains in it." He commanded the kobolds to repeatedly boil the bat droppings until the saltpeter no longer bore any salty or bitter taste. In the room, Chief Cato and the old shaman watched Jian Shangqing anxiously. Many other kobolds craned their necks, peering in from outside, eager to witness this wondrous moment. This esteemed lord was in the process of crafting the new magic he had spoken of. Chapter 5. The Birth of Black Powder and the Principles of Firearms. Jian Shangqing sat anxiously at the wooden table, despite the advantage of having a firearms engineering system at his disposal. He still reached for the damp towel placed beside him after each operation, a precaution against static electricity igniting the black powder and causing injury. He meticulously ground the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal into fine particles, then measured and poured them onto the parchment on the table in the optimal proportions dictated by the system. 75.8 parts saltpeter, 10.6 parts sulfur, and 13.6 parts charcoal. Jian Shangqing mixed the powders thoroughly. Chief Cato watched intently, entranced by Jian Shangqing's precise movements, crushing, stirring, and consolidating. Save for the absence of any magical circles or arcane fluctuations at that moment, he felt as though Jian Shangqing were indeed a meticulous sorcerer. Chief Cato swallowed hard. Bring the fire striker. Jian Shangqing's second command jolted the daydreaming chief back to reality. Quickly, Cato retrieved the fire striker from behind and handed it to Jian Shangqing, while everyone else held their breath. Their focus sharpened in anticipation of the birth of a new magic. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. The friction between the iron and flint sparked, a symbol of humanity's leap from primitive existence, landing amidst the pile of black powder on the table. In an instant, a hissing sound erupted. The dim room was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light. The perfectly proportioned black powder underwent a fierce combustion. Just as swiftly, the entire mass of black powder erupted violently. Bang! A small fireball rose from the table. The hearts of all the goblins echoed with a single word. Beautiful, so exquisite. This was the romance exclusive to technological civilization. The stunning flames vanished in an instant. Leaving the room shrouded in darkness, once more a cloud of white smoke wafted through the air. The goblins flared their nostrils, absorbing a scent they had never experienced before. Jian Shangqing smiled with delight. He had succeeded, drawing one step closer to vengeance. Observing the goblins' reactions, he found them somewhat endearing. Let them savor it. Soon this scent would permeate the capital of the duchy. Chief Cato sneezed, snapping the goblins back to reality. My lord, is this the new magic? Although he possessed the answer within, disbelief clouded his mind. The fireball resembled the fireball spell of a fire mage, yet it roared like thunder. It was akin to the lightning strike spell of a thunder mage. But devoid of any lightning, regardless, he was profoundly moved. After 200 years, the monsters could finally wield magic once more, and his Cato clan would be the first, all thanks to the esteemed figure before him. Jian Shangqing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this magic is called black powder. The goblins erupted into excited chattering, their voices a cacophony of exhilaration. Goblins at the entrance scurried about the cavern, animatedly relaying to their companions what they had just witnessed. Before long, the name of black powder was known to all goblins. They sang praises of black powder with fervor. An elderly shaman hesitantly voiced a concern. My lord, is the power of this black powder not too feeble? Jian Shangqing regarded the old shaman with admiration. Only he had the courage to question him. Jian Shangqing held up 2 fingers. First, the magnitude of power primarily depends on the quantity of the charge. The old shaman nodded thoughtfully. Second, black powder does not rely on flames to inflict harm. This statement stirred another wave of discussion among the goblins. Black powder was already astonishing. Could its means of destruction be even more extraordinary? Jian Shangqing casually seized the Lee-Enfield rifle standing nearby, pulled back the bolt, and opened the chamber. The brass bullets glimmered with a cold sheen. Chief Cato experienced a flashback, recalling the tragic demise of the first warrior. He instinctively recoiled. Jian Shangqing tugged at the chief's tail, pulling him back. They would need to rely on these weapons for battle. He could not afford to let them fear firearms. Fear stemmed from the unknown. Only by clarifying the principles of the weaponry could he dispel their trepidation and pique their curiosity. Jian Shangqing tilted the chamber toward Chief Cato and the old shaman for inspection. Posing a guiding question, consider this as a hollow metal tube. This metallic object is akin to a stone that if I were to pour a sufficient amount of black powder behind this stone and ignite it, what would happen? Chief Cato was the first to raise his hand. I know. The black powder will heat the stone, and we can use a catapult to hurl the searing stone. He stood with his hands on his hips, beaming with pride. Jian Shangqing, amused, playfully slapped Chief Cato's face. Get out of here. Chief Cato shrank into the corner, trembling and silent. The old shaman then spoke up. In my view, the black powder will explode as before, and the force of the explosion will propel the stone far away. Hitting a person would surely create a bloody wound. Jian Shangqing expressed great satisfaction. The old shaman had accurately deduced the working principle of the firearm. What if I were to replace the stone with metal? The old shaman pondered briefly, then gasped. Then, Wouldn't metal armor also be penetrable? Chief Kato's eyes gradually lost focus. Metal armor could be pierced. What about the formidable humans? Wouldn't the armor of mid and low-level warriors, along with their protective aura, and even the magical barriers of low-level mages, be easily breached? He had never imagined that black powder could be so formidable. Chief Kato approached the table, caressing the scorched marks left by the black powder, feeling a sense of unease dissipate. Jian Shangqing stretched, signaling the conclusion of the day's experiment. He still needed to train the goblins and forge weapons according to plan. The entranced Chief Kato was pulled aside to discuss the source of the sulfur to the east. We have the Grey Dwarf Iron Furnace clan. We acquired this substance from them in trade. At the time, we deemed it of little value and tossed it into our treasure chamber. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dwarves were creatures in this world one tier above goblins. Proud, greedy, prone to drunkenness, and obstinate. The Grey Dwarves, with their dark gray skin and stout stature, were often oppressed and ostracized by other dwarves. Even their tallest chieftain stood no taller than other ordinary dwarves. Yet, without a doubt, their forging skills, like all dwarves, were exceptional. They were among the few monsters that maintained ties with humans after the monster-human war. The Kato clan frequently engaged in trade with the Iron Furnace clan. Having Grey Dwarves on board was indeed a double boon. Jian Shangqing felt a surge of delight within. He exited the room and waved farewell to Chief Kato. Lowering his head, Chief Kato now held a sincere trust and admiration for Jian Shangqing. "My lord, what commands do you have?" Jian Shangqing laughed heartily. "Bring the gold and ore. We shall seek out the Iron Furnace clan to forge our wands." Cannons, Chapter 6. Goblins, Grey Dwarves, and Wolfmen the following morning. Chief Kato personally led a team that he summoned 10 sturdy goblins, hauling a cart laden with, or as they departed from the cavern, heading towards the Iron Furnace clan. Naturally cunning, the goblins discreetly concealed the gold within their clothing, ensuring that even in the face of danger, their precious gold would not be seized. Chief Kato chuckled, awarding himself full marks for his prudence. "Young lads, let us embark." The wooden cart wheels slowly turned, gradually receding from Jian Shangqing's view. Chief Kato waved goodbye, reminiscing about the scene from the previous night. Awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself, he ventured outside the cavern, only to be captivated by a flicker of dim light. It emanated from Jian Shangqing's room, that he cautiously cracked the wooden door open, discovering Jian Shangqing seated at the table, a candle lit before him, scribbling on a piece of parchment. Jian Shangqing occasionally nodded in satisfaction, only to then tug at his hair in frustration. Crumpled paper balls littered the floor. Chief Kato quietly slipped outside. Upon his return, he found Jian Shangqing had buried his head on the table, fast asleep with a manuscript spread open beside him. Picking it up, Chief Kato beheld a peculiar drawing, an elongated metal strip supported by 2 wheels. Beside the opening of the metal strip, a large sphere was illustrated. Adjacent to it, the forging process was meticulously detailed to the very top of the paper. The words "Redcoat Cannon" were boldly inscribed. The candlelight flickered, and Chieftain Kato felt a twinge of emotion in his nose. Regardless of the motives, Lord Jian Shangqing had indeed gone to great lengths for them, the humble goblins at the very bottom of this world, though he sensed that Jian Shangqing still harbored secrets from them. This noble figure was genuinely striving to create new magic for their benefit. That alone was enough. Years of hardship and the current wave of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Chieftain Kato tilted his head back and blinked his moist eyes. Then he extinguished the candle and gently draped a piece of animal hide over Jian Shangqing's shoulders. "My lord." "Thank you." The door closed. Watching the caravan gradually vanish, Jian Shangqing wrapped his arms around himself, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Quite capable indeed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a few lagging behind. "What's with them? Why have they stopped?" The goblins, who were running in wide circles around the campfire, trembled at the inquiry and hurriedly dragged their weary bodies back into formation. The entire goblin clan, apart from those engaged in essential tasks and those unable to fight, had been summoned by Jian Shangqing to run laps. As magical creatures, the goblins were inherently robust, even stronger than soldiers trained for years on Blue Star. However, Their natural tendency towards idleness caused Jian Shangqing considerable frustration. Any act of insubordination was intolerable within an army. He aimed to instill in these goblins a sense of discipline and obedience. Jian Shangqing shouted the cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2. The goblins clumsily staggered in step, exerting all their effort to maintain formation while following the call. Perhaps yesterday, they would have voice complaints, but after Chieftain Kato shared the events of the night, they spontaneously submitted completely to Jian Shangqing's commands. All was in gratitude for this noble man's efforts. All was also for their own empowerment. As they moved forward by around 3 in the afternoon, the goblin caravan had reached the territory of the Iron Furnace clan. These dexterous gray dwarves had constructed a small fortress from stone. In the past, even with Sallow and Kato as the clan leader, one would have to humble themselves before the stronger gray dwarves. But today was different. Chieftain Kato stood tall and shouted to the gray dwarves atop the fortress. The Kato clan has come to trade. Delightful. Refreshing. A smile beamed on Chieftain Kato's face that it had been a long time since he could speak so freely, and today he dared to do so entirely due to the presence of Lord Jian Shangqing behind him. The gray dwarves atop the walls were startled. Why were these typically timid goblins so bold? Yet, strange as it would be foolish to forego wealth. The gates of the fortress slowly creaked open. The gray dwarves on either side brandished their crossed spears. Come in. Then, to everyone's astonishment, 11 goblins, proud and erect, marched in with a laden cart of minerals into the Iron Furnace clan. The clan's leader emerged to greet them. Upon seeing the goblins hauling such a heavy cart of minerals, he was initially taken aback. Then his brow furrowed, facing goblins of a lower tier, even though he was among the least esteemed gray dwarves. A hint of arrogance was inevitable. Sallow and Kato, has your brain gone dull after a month apart? We gray dwarves are not in need of minerals. You should hurry back. Chieftain Kato remained unperturbed, revealing his signature broad yellow teeth. Voss Iron Furnace, there's no need to rush. We are here to place forging orders and purchase materials. Upon hearing this, the gray dwarves exchanged glances, frowning, with some even reaching for their weapons. The Iron Furnace leader narrowed his eyes. Ever since the war between humans and demons, relations had soured and forging orders had dwindled. Although the dwarves still interacted with humans, relying solely on orders was insufficient to cover expenses. Moreover, the despised gray dwarves were truly the ones starving. The surrounding gray dwarves closed in, and the Iron Furnace leader spoke slowly. You had best be telling the truth. If you are merely jesting with us, then there will be no place for the Kato clan. Chieftain Kato scoffed at the threat. Humph! He tossed a heavy bag of gold on the ground. Clang! The weighty gold struck the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The gray dwarves widened their eyes. Gold. It had been ages since they had seen gold. A gray dwarf picked up the gold and bit down hard, leaving teeth marks. Genuine. The Iron Furnace leader's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly ushered Chieftain Kato into the forge, shooing away the other dwarves. Apologies for the crowd earlier. My dear brother Kato. Now, where are the blueprints? Quickly, show them to me. Chieftain Kato snorted. That's more like it. He retrieved the cannon's forging blueprint from his robes and handed it to the Iron Furnace leader. The leader unrolled the parchment and fell silent, utterly incredulous. Such detailed steps, such stringent requirements, such innovative designs. He grasped Chieftain Kato's hand. While I do not know what festival the Kato clan is preparing for with such an intricate pot and iron ball, I vow in the name of gold to craft it flawlessly. Chieftain Kato was taken aback at a pot. What pot? He snatched the blueprint back, only to find the words red cannon had been blacked out. Replaced by a wheeled pot, Chieftain Kato's eyes flicked, realizing that Jian Shangqing wished to keep the knowledge of black powder and cannons hidden from the dwarves. So, he feigned a satisfied smile. Indeed, it is a pot. When the time comes, I shall invite you to dine with our clan. Subsequently, Chieftain Kato requested a large quantity of sulfur. The Iron Furnace leader's response was that it was for seasoning. The Iron Furnace leader stroked his beard, pondering if the goblins had a taste for the foul. It mattered not. The gray dwarves had no use for that stinky mineral. They might as well trade it for shiny gold. After a bit of small talk, Chieftain Kato left the minerals and the requisite gold with the Iron Furnace clan, preparing to depart. The Iron Furnace leader rushed out from the forge and patted Chieftain Kato's shoulder. Be careful, my brother. Those Wolfman thugs have been prowling around here again. Just days ago, the Goblin clan to the north was completely ransacked. Chieftain Kato nodded, committing this warning to memory. As the gates swung open, the caravan began its return journey, laden with remaining gold and a cart full of sulfur. Chapter 7. Home and the aftermath of the robbery. Within the cavern, Jian Shangqing summoned the old shaman and handed him a piece of parchment. Just as the old shaman was about to inquire, Jian Shangqing provided the answer. The formula for black powder need not be precise. A general ratio would suffice. The old shaman was taken aback, quickly opening the paper in hand. The method for producing black powder was laid out clearly. What materials to use, how to grind them, and how to mix them evenly. Jian Shangqing had even specified the tools to be employed. The old shaman hunched over, pressing the parchment tightly to his chest. He had anticipated that Jian Shangqing would teach them how to use black powder, but had never imagined he would completely entrust them with the detailed ratios for its production. This indicated that the nobleman fully trusted them, not merely viewing these frail goblins as tools for enslavement. The old shaman felt a surge of emotion, his aging heart thumping vigorously once more. My lord, the old shaman bowed deeply, his already stooped frame now almost touching the ground. On behalf of the Kato clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Jian Shangqing turned away, waving his hand. There was no time to waste. It was better to teach the goblins within the clan how to produce black powder sooner rather than later. Jian Shangqing calculated the time in his mind, with the raw materials now in place. He aimed to witness mass production of black powder within 2 days. The old shaman summoned all his resolve, responding loudly. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. As the old shaman took his leave, Jian Shangqing instructed him to begin crafting some solid stone balls, specifying that they should be smooth on the surface and approximately 100 millimeters in diameter. The old shaman had already begun to piece together the answer in his mind, hesitating slightly as he glanced at Jian Shangqing. Indeed, this is the means of destruction for the cannon. The old shaman felt a wave of dizziness. He could scarcely fathom it. The bullet from Jian Shangqing's Lee-Enfield rifle was so small, yet it could wreak such havoc. He mused, what kind of scene would unfold when a 100-millimeter cannonball was fired? The old shaman shivered. Gazing at Jian Shangqing's back, he felt a swell of relief. Thank goodness he remembered the records of his ancestors. Thank goodness the Kato clan had not pushed this noble man to the brink. Thank goodness that the noble man truly regarded the Kato clan as his own. Jian Shangqing exhibited a hint of impatience, his hands clasped behind him, gesturing slightly. The old shaman regained his composure, bowed once more, and exited the room. Upon witnessing the departure of the old shaman, Jian Shangqing turned to lean against the table, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Even within the depths of the cave, he could still hear the sounds of the pups training fervently above. He could discern the noises of the old shaman crushing materials. He could hear the craftsmen honing stones. Jian Shangqing was perplexed. Despite having stayed up late working the previous night and feeling physically exhausted, there was an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloping his spirit. Such a feeling had been absent for a long time. Whether within the confines of a corporation on Blue Star or amidst the grandeur of the principality's palace, he had only experienced mental numbness and oppression. Grasping the fur pelt draped over the back of a chair, he felt its soft texture against his palm. This pelt was likely something that the chieftain of the Kato tribe would hesitate to utilize himself. A smile involuntarily crept to his lips. In this dimly lit cavern, Jian Shangqing felt the warmth of home and friendship. Contemplating this, he approached the cave entrance, gazing at the darkening sky. The caravan should be returning soon. With a wave of his hand, Chieftain Kato brought the entire procession to a halt. 5, where 6 dog-headed individuals cautiously circled around the transport cart, brandishing their weapons. The cart had already been covered with the gray cloth obtained from the Iron Furnace tribe. The dog-headed beings flared their nostrils. Chieftain, one of the dog-headed figures whispered, inching closer to Chieftain Kato. He nodded slightly. It is the scent of those short-haired beasts. Proceed as planned. The smaller dog-headed beings dispersed, positioning themselves around the wooden cart. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering the misty shadow forest eerily silent. A chilling wolf howl echoed from nearby. 3 burly wargs emerged from behind the trees, wielding spears, hammers, and other weapons. Clearly, these items had been pilfered from ordinary humans. Chieftain Cato, gazing at the warg towering over him, tightened his grip on the iron blade, one of the few iron weapons in the clan. Wargs were among the elite of the second-tier monsters on the Pran continent. Some even underwent special mutations, enabling them to wield combat energy. Strong and brutal, they cherished wealth above all else. They were a nomadic tribe of monsters, without a permanent dwelling. However, it was certain that wherever they roamed, weaker creatures, be they villages or clans, would be mercilessly plundered. With a low growl, the lead warg bared its fangs, causing the dog-headed beings to shudder in fright at the sight of its blood-red gums. The warg swung its arms, the bristles on its back glinting like sharp steel needles. Scaled hybrid. In the name of Oliver Hogg, surrender or leave the goods behind. Chieftain Cato inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. We choose. He stepped closer to Hogg. Go to hell. Suddenly, Chieftain Cato launched an attack, raising his iron blade high and bringing it down upon Hogg's right shoulder. The other dog-headed beings sprang into action. Hogg was caught off guard, allowing the strike to land squarely on him. Blood flowed forth. Chieftain Cato staggered back 2 paces. The iron blade remained lodged in Hogg's shoulder, unable to penetrate further. A minor cut only oozed a few droplets of blood. This was the physical might of a peak second-tier monster. Hogg wiped the blood from his shoulder and licked it with his tongue. You little pups, you have successfully enraged me. Hogg seized Chieftain Cato with one hand and slammed him down onto the ground. Once, twice, thrice, dust billowed. The scales on Cato's back burst open, oozing streams of blood. Lying on the ground, he felt as though his bones were shattered, an excruciating pain rendering him immobile. Despair washed over him as he coughed, blood frothing from his mouth. Was this the disparity between high and low-tier monsters? The other dog-headed beings fared no better, all collapsing to the ground. Hogg grasped one dog-headed creature by the neck. 3 seconds. Produce more goods. Otherwise, you shall perish. Ignoring the excruciating pain, Chieftain Cato hurriedly rose. I have. As he spoke, he pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom and tossed it at Hogg's feet with a clatter. Gold. This is gold. Hogg's ears perked up at the sound of the bag hitting the ground. He had merely intended to intimidate these weak dog-headed beings, never expecting to unearth genuine treasure. I am in a good mood today. You lot may depart. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed beings hurriedly retreated, hastily pushing the cart to leave. Leave the cart. Hogg roared, causing the dog-headed beings to drop the cart and scatter in fear. The warg's narrowed eyes gleamed with satisfaction at its own intimidating prowess. After the skirmish, the moon had risen high in the sky. Yet, today had proven to be quite fruitful. However, when he lifted the gray cloth, Hogg and his 2 lackeys were left dumbfounded. Chapter 8. Cato's ingenious plan and the scarlet cannon. The cart was filled to the brim with branches, pebbles, and leaves. When the wooden cart was covered with gray cloth, nothing could be discerned. A sense of foreboding surged within Hogg. He hastily approached the cloth bag and opened it. Metal oars tumbled out. Hogg picked one up and examined it closely under the moonlight. The oar shimmered with a yellow-brown hue. Doubting his luck, he scrutinized each piece of oar one by one. In the end, he discovered that all the oars were merely copper. Roar. Hogg's furious roar reverberated through the forest. The dog-headed beings, who had long since fled, burst into laughter upon hearing the roar. The chieftain is wise. The dog-headed beings wagged their tails, praising Chieftain Cato. Cato scratched his head. Ever since Lord Jian Shangqing arrived, he felt increasingly astute. Could it be that the 2 slaps from the Lord had made him smarter? Perhaps this was a manifestation of the Lord's magic? Nodding, Chieftain Cato concluded. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Lord Jian Shangqing upon returning. He clapped his hands, commanding the dog-headed beings to silence and hasten their journey to bring back the sulfur and gold. Upon reaching the designated location, 2 dog-headed beings emerged from a cave, bringing with them a cloth bag and a wooden cart. Seeing their battered comrades, they realized that Chieftain Cato was indeed correct. After hearing the news of the warg's attack, Chieftain Cato had requested another wooden cart and 2 gray cloth from the gray dwarves to be on the safe side. he decided to split the forces. He led a main contingent of 8 along the main road, purposely appearing on the paths where wargs might roam. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 dog-headed beings concealed the genuine goods within the cave. Chieftain Cato had issued them a stern command. Unless he himself arrived, they were not to venture out. The outcome proved that Chieftain Cato's foresight was indeed accurate. Though their wounds throbbed painfully, they were determined to repay Lord Jian Shangqing's magic. They bore no grievances. Jian Shangqing paced anxiously within the camp, growing increasingly impatient. The moon had long since risen, and logically, Chieftain Cato should have returned by now. Had something gone awry, unable to contain his impatience, Jian Shangqing prepared to send someone to lead a search party. The old shaman grasped his arm. "My lord, if even Chieftain Cato cannot handle the trouble, our efforts would be in vain." The old shaman shook his head. "If they truly encounter misfortune, let the cannon avenge them." In the night, the other dog-headed beings lay prostrate on the ground, using body language to implore Jian Shangqing not to act impulsively. They were solely concerned for his well-being. Just as Jian Shangqing wavered, the sounds of wooden wheels grinding against the earth echoed from outside the camp. Everyone instinctively rushed toward the entrance. Jian Shangqing's heart finally settled as he beheld the silhouette of the dog-headed caravan. Chieftain Cato, along with his injured kin, entered the camp, pulling the cart before Jian Shangqing. "My lord, we have successfully brought back the sulfur." Jian Shangqing scarcely glanced at the sulfur. He merely repeated, "It is good to be back. It is good to be back." Tears streamed down the faces of the 11 dog-headed beings upon hearing these words. Their usually stern lord had not even looked at the sulfur, instead expressing concern for them. As low-tier monsters, when had they ever felt such warmth? All the injuries they had endured for Jian Shangqing were worth it. They had chosen the right master. The chieftain of the Cato tribe wished to wipe away his tears, only to realize that he lacked strength in his left hand. Jian Shangqing also noted this observation. He welcomed the goblins into the cavern and personally tended to their wounds. Ash from grass and wood was applied to disinfect the injuries. Niter was administered with water to counteract poison and reduce swelling. When it came time for the Cato chieftain, this large goblin animatedly described his clever plan to Jian Shangqing like a child. Jian Shangqing simply pressed down on the chieftain's left hand, fashioning a rudimentary splint from 2 wooden boards to stabilize the chieftain's arm. During the bandaging process, Jian Shangqing occasionally nodded, indicating he was listening. Once all were bandaged, Jian Shangqing instructed the goblins to return and rest well. The robust bodies of the magical creatures would recover after a few days of sleep. Upon returning indoors, Jian Shangqing felt a sense of unreality. He sensed that he had discovered a second life here, a distinctly different life. Lying on his bed, he spread his fingers wide and clenched his fist against the ceiling. The war Jin, they had already entered his cannon fodder list. 7 days later, the goblins were lively and sprightly once again. The Cato chieftain had removed the splint, and his arm moved freely. This indeed provided Jian Shangqing with a slight shock regarding the magical creatures. Meanwhile, the production of gunpowder and projectiles, along with the training of the goblins, had not ceased. Amidst the frenzied shifts of the goblins, the stockpile of gunpowder had reached an astonishing level. The stone projectiles were sufficient for several rounds of the red cannons. Training had begun to yield results, and now the goblins could march in perfect unison. They had even created their own slogans. Jian Shangqing observed the training goblins at the cave entrance and greeted them. "Hello, everyone." The running goblins responded in unison. "Greetings, sir." Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. "You all have worked hard." The goblins chanted as they ran. "Serving the sir." Jian Shangqing smiled. "Good. Very spirited, with such a united and disciplined force. How could one worry about losing a battle?" Just then, a convoy of gnomes entered the camp. Jian Shangqing quickly concealed himself in the cavern. He could not afford to be exposed yet. After a brief exchange, the Cato clan acquired 4 red cannons, 36 iron projectiles, and 8 large-horned sheep gifted by the gnomes. The large-horned sheep were plentiful among the gnomes, so gifting a few was not remarkable. Once the gnomes departed, Jian Shangqing approached the cannons to inspect their quality. Truly, the craftsmanship of the gnomes was impeccable. The 4 cannons were flawless. Without hesitation, Jian Shangqing initiated the artillery firing tutorial. A large horn sheep pulled one of the red cannons to the outskirts of the camp. Jian Shangqing adjusted the cannon's muzzle, aiming at a small hillside. Load. Following instructions, two goblins began to load gunpowder and stone projectiles. Training did not use iron projectiles. They were too costly, as Jian Shangqing calibrated the target. He patiently explained the principles of aiming to the goblins. The cannon's muzzle was elevated slightly, aimed at the mid-slope. Fire, Jian Shangqing commanded. The Kato chieftain hurried forward, igniting the fuse with the torch in his hand. A hissing sound erupted as the spark traveled down the fuse. All the goblins held their breath, fearful of disturbing this miraculous and grand moment. They were eager to witness the power of the cannon designed by Jian Shangqing. This heavy, immense magical rod. As the spark entered the cannon's chamber, the compressed gunpowder exploded in the confined space. The tremendous kinetic and thermal energy propelled the stone projectile, with a diameter of 100 millimeters, out of the cannon at high speed. According to the data provided by the Arms Engineering System, the projectile from the red cannon could achieve an astonishing speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The terrifying kinetic energy was sufficient to pierce through a formation of 19 infantry. The goblins were left reeling from the deafening cannon blast that made their ears buzz. Then, in a flash, a round object zipped past before their eyes. Moments later, the hillside erupted with a resounding boom. Debris flew skyward, and soil splattered high into the air. The cannon's muzzle slowly emitted white smoke. The entire test firing range was enveloped in silence. All goblins staring in awe. Even the Iron Furnace chieftain, who was still drinking to the north, was startled. Was the Kato clan celebrating a festival with such a commotion? Chapter 9. Save. We must save. The goblins at the test firing range remained in a daze for a long time. Even the goblins inside the cavern paused their work to rush out and see what had transpired. Powerful. So powerful. If black powder was a matchstick, then the red cannon was the torch ignited by that match. It illuminated the darkest corners for the lowliest goblins. The Kato chieftain opened his mouth, managing only to stammer. Quick, perhaps not very accurate, but fierce. He recalled the sorcerer he had encountered in his youth. The power of the red cannon surpassed even the most skilled low-level sorcerers. The speed of the projectile rivaled the prowess of those sorcerers' rock spells. Perhaps 4 red cannons firing in unison would not compensate for their slow loading and slightly lower accuracy. But what about 10, 50, 100? The Kato chieftain envisioned the sight of 100 red cannons firing together. Excitement made his teeth chatter. In the absence of mid to high-level sorcerer support, could any army withstand such a barrage? He glanced at Jian Shangqing, who was deep in thought beside him. All of this had been brought forth by this gentleman. The Kato chieftain felt a swell of pride at this realization. The wisdom and magic of Lord Jian Shangqing were akin to... The chieftain slapped his forehead, like the spring water that flowed from the mountains behind the clan. With Jian Shangqing around, new magic would continuously emerge. The other goblins, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into cheers. Some even jumped and embraced one another. Each goblin was awestruck by the power of the red cannon. They gazed at Jian Shangqing with fervor, shouting sincerely, "Sir, sir, magic is not rare. What is rare is that Jian Shangqing enables every magical creature to wield magic. With a red cannon, every goblin is the first warrior of the clan." Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. Indeed, when it comes to low-level power, firearms hold a comparative advantage over magic. The original owner of the body Jian Shangqing inhabited, Prince Jefferson, was himself a second-tier sorcerer in the small nation of Suzy. He was considered a talented young man, quite distinguished. Before being poisoned, Jian Shangqing had experienced the power of magic. 100mm stone or iron projectiles could be shaped by magic. But 400 kilometers per hour? A second-tier sorcerer could never achieve that. Not to mention the red cannon's maximum range of 5,000 meters and effective range of 1,000 meters. Jian Shangqing calculated that even binding 3 Jeffersons together would not yield enough magical energy to propel a rock spell 5 kilometers while maintaining precision within 1 kilometer. Satisfied, quite satisfied, Jian Shangqing smiled at the goblins surrounding him in admiration. Let them be astonished. There would be plenty of new wonders to come. Jian Shangqing called the Kato chieftain over. The matters of gunpowder and the red cannon must remain strictly confidential. If outsiders learn of this, I shall stuff you into the cannon and fire you out. The Kato chieftain patted his chest, assuring Jian Shangqing not to worry. He pledged that if anyone in the clan let slip a word, he, Saliang Kato, would climb into the red cannon himself. In the following days, the sounds of cannon fire echoed throughout the Kato clan's camp. Jian Shangqing tirelessly trained the goblins in operating the cannons with the strictest standards of the test firing range. It must be said, these magical creatures were quite clever. They learned quickly and adeptly. The goblin artillerymen had become proficient in loading projectiles and cleaning the cannon. Jian Shangqing even believed that the goblins had grasped the use of a measuring stick, which they would likely never need. The current goblin artillerymen could reliably achieve 3 hits out of 5 within effective range. Given the inherent instability of smoothbore cannons, achieving such results was already commendable. The goblins attributed all their success to Jian Shangqing's patient and meticulous guidance. Without his instruction, they felt they would never learn how to operate the cannon. They might have mistaken the cannon for a large pot for cooking soup. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, Jian Shangqing chewed on a blade of dogtail grass. He felt a sense of accomplishment akin to civilizing savages. It was as if Robinson Crusoe had taught the native Friday how to use a musket and build a house. Apart from the artillery, the line infantry is equally significant. In recent days, Jian Shangqing has meticulously trained the infantry, arranging them into 3 distinct formations. Armed with wooden sticks, they sequentially mimic the scene of firing flintlock guns. A gentle breeze caresses their cheeks, and Jian Shangqing squints slightly. With artillery now at their disposal, the next step involves the flintlock musket. However, given the smithing skills of the dog-headed folk, Jian Shangqing finds it difficult not to harbor doubts. If they were to forge flintlock guns, would the projectile launch first, or would the barrel explode? Thus, subduing the iron furnace tribe, known for their exceptional craftsmanship, becomes paramount. Yet considering the obstinate temperament of the dwarves, it would be unwise to achieve this through sheer force. While cannons could indeed crush them, what value would a fractured iron furnace tribe hold? Jian Shangqing contemplates this matter with clarity. In an era dominated by firearms and the Industrial Revolution, he already possesses scientific knowledge. Therefore, labor and productivity are of utmost importance. Capturing the grade dwarves must be timed perfectly. Just as Jian Shangqing wrestles with these thoughts, a flurry of hoofbeats echoes from the outskirts of the camp, followed by a loud shout. Sairu of the Iron Furnace tribe requests an audience. The dog-headed folk within the camp glance curiously toward the periphery. Jian Shangqing nods, and after obtaining his permission, Chief K2 responds. "Come in." A large ram bursts into the camp, carrying a bloodied gray dwarf. The dog-headed folk are taken aback. How could such a typically arrogant gray dwarf be reduced to this? Sairu nearly tumbles off the ram. Gasping for breath, the old shaman brings him a bowl of spring water. After several deep gulps, Sairu's breathing gradually steadies. The wolfmen are attacking the Iron Furnace tribe. Our 2 tribes have engaged in trade for a long time. If not for friendship, then at least for mutual benefit. I implore you, save the Iron Furnace tribe. With that, he bows deeply. The dog-headed folk exchange glances, uncertain that to rescue the Iron Furnace tribe would require revealing the red-coated cannons. However, exposing the black powder and the cannons demands Jian Shangqing's consent. Seeing the dog-headed folks' reaction, Sairu assumes they are intimidated. He reflects on how they, as the second-tier creatures, cannot withstand the wolfmen. How could the first-tier dog-headed folk possibly save them? Would they merely be offering the wolfmen a feast? Realizing this, he feels that asking the dog-headed folk for help is somewhat ridiculous and slaps himself. I have overstepped. You all should leave. I will seek help elsewhere. With that, he attempts to mount his ram. Laughter erupts from within the cave. Sairu furrows his brow. How can the Iron Furnace tribe be on the brink of destruction while the dog-headed folk find amusement? Yet, when he sees the creature emerging from the cave, his mind reels. How can humans live in the dog-headed folk's cave? Clad in a black robe, with a hood obscuring his face, Jian Shangqing is unrecognizable to Sairu. He blows the horn of the dog-headed folk. The well-trained dog-headed folk swiftly assemble, their faces brimming with excitement. They know that Master Jian Shangqing is about to take action. Jian Shangqing lowers the horn. We are as close as brothers to the Iron Furnace tribe. We must save them. Chapter 10. I stand here, Sairu is filled with a multitude of questions. How can the dog-headed folk heed the words of a human? What are they doing with the ram, pulling those 4 large cauldrons and dozens of iron balls? And most importantly, how would the dog-headed folk confront the wolfmen? Surely, they wouldn't even suffice as a snack. Chief K2 perceives Sairu's confusion. He pats Sairu's shoulder and mimics Jian Shangqing's speech. My brother, today is not like any other day. With the support of the red-coated cannons, we have nothing to fear. Just watch how we deal with these wretched wolfmen. Sairu is astonished. The dog-headed folk are cultured now. Thus, the befuddled Sairu is coaxed and tricked by the K2 tribe onto a wooden cart. Even his ram is led away to haul artillery shells. The artillery unit of the K2 tribe marches swiftly toward the Iron Furnace tribe. Hold on. Sairu has broken through to seek reinforcements. Voss Iron Furnace stands atop the wall, gripping a hammer in his right hand, and with a single strike, he shatters a wolfman's skull, though the Grey Dwarves are diminutive. Their strength is not to be underestimated. The wolfmen's assault begins to wane. Beneath the wall lie several corpses, scattered haphazardly. The wolfmen are few, while the Grey Dwarves are many. The Iron Furnace chieftain is in a state of utter panic. The situation is dire. In previous years, the wolfmen were scattered individuals, but this year they have formed a small group. 20 wolfmen represent a devastating force against any first or second-tier creatures. Now, he can only place his hopes on Sairu, who has broken through. He hopes Sairu can find centaurs or some other magical creatures for assistance. In the midst of his thoughts, the wolfmen launch another attack. A ladder is propped against the wall. In mere minutes, a Grey Dwarf is yanked down from the ladder by a wolfman, plummeting to the ground and subsequently slain by a flurry of blades. The Grey Dwarf's stubbornness ignites. The Iron Furnace chieftain strikes his hammer against his palm. His eyes ablaze with fury. If you wish to take the Iron Furnace tribe's possessions, you must step over my corpse to do so. The wolfmen howl in mocking laughter, taunting the Grey Dwarves who are fighting desperately. The fortress teeters on the brink of collapse. The tribe's existence hangs by a thread. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoes from afar. The Iron Furnace chieftain's heart leaps with joy. Reinforcements have arrived. He strains his eyes, eager to discern which magical beings are approaching. In a state of rapid march, the journey that typically takes 3 hours is completed by the K2 tribe in just 1 hour. Sairu, consumed by anxiety, wishes the ram pulling the cart could transform into a unicorn and soar into the sky. Finally, they have arrived at the Iron Furnace tribe. The dog-headed folk halt their cart from a distance, unhooking the ram from the red-coated cannons. They then busily secure the cannon, preparing it for loading and calibration. Sairu is suddenly agitated. What are you doing? We are still so far from the tribe. Jian Shangqing steps forward and gently pats Sairu on the shoulder. Rest assured, if I cannot save the Iron Furnace tribe, I will willingly offer my own head. Upon hearing this, Sairu musters the patience to wait. The Iron Furnace chieftain also recognizes the identity of the newcomers. Dizziness washes over him, nearly causing him to tumble from a wall. Dog-headed folk. What use is it for this fool Sairu to summon dog-headed folk? Is he asking them to squander the opportunity for escape that cost so many of their kin? The Iron Furnace chieftain is engulfed in grief. Perhaps the demise of the Iron Furnace tribe is simply fate. Perhaps he is indeed an incompetent chieftain. The Grey Dwarves resemble candles with their wicks snuffed out. They have been clinging to a glimmer of hope for reinforcements, but now that hope has extinguished. The vigor of the fortress's defenses wanes significantly. The wolfmen notice the change in morale. However, upon realizing it is the dog-headed folk, they burst into uproarious laughter. Hogg nearly weeps from laughter. The wolfmen's high-pitched cackles pierce the heart of the Iron Furnace chieftain like a dagger. To be subjected to such humiliation before death. Hogg's ears perk up. Though their opponents are weak creatures, he does not wish to be caught between two fronts. With the Grey Dwarves' morale plummeting, it would be more prudent to first annihilate the easily dispatched dog-headed folk, then return to breach the fortress. This would also settle old scores for the grievances of that fateful night. With a whistle, all the wolfmen turn to the left, gathering in a cluster and slowly advancing towards the dog-headed folk. Hogg is unperturbed by any tricks the K2 tribe might have. He simply wishes to savor the taste of fear slowly creeping into the dog-headed folk. Do these little pups possess any magic? You bring the large cauldrons to provide us with utensils? The wolfmen's laughter echoes once more. Chief K2 feels a surge of anxiety. Despite extensive training, he is still somewhat fearful in the face of top-tier wolfmen. As for the other young pups, they tremble in fear. Chief K2 looks to Jian Shangqing, seeking his command. Jian Shangqing remains unfazed. He calmly states, "I stand here, and if we lose this battle, we shall all perish together." A competent army cannot continually rely on its leader. Jian Shangqing aims to cultivate their ability to fight independently. The dog-headed folk shudder that if they lose, their master will also die. How can such a fate be allowed to occur? Their master provides them with magic and heals their wounds. He truly cares for each and every dog-headed folk. Even if they are the lowest and weakest of creatures, how could they permit their master to fall to the wolfmen? This thought becomes a solid foundation, bolstering the timid dog-headed folk's resolve. In the eyes of every dog-headed creature, a glimmer of determination sparkled. Each one stood tall, chest puffed out with pride. Chief Kato took a deep breath. His claws steadying, no longer trembling, he pointed his wooden staff forward. "Cannons, prepare!" The artillerymen swiftly assumed their positions. 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. The Wurgens had now entered the optimal firing range. Chief Kato swung his staff. Fire! The fuse was ignited with a crackle. In less than 3 seconds, for crimson cannons unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom! Solid iron balls shot forth from the cannon mouths, accurately crashing into the throng of Wurgens. Despite their robust physiques and resilient fur, they were nothing against the searing, solid projectiles. The tremendous kinetic energy unleashed devastating carnage. Through the dense ranks of Wurgens, 2 gaping breaches were plowed. The Wurgens at the front were fortunate, departing this world without suffering. But those in the rear truly bore the brunt of the assault. The 100mm solid shells pierced through chests and abdomens, leaving behind horrifying, gaping wounds. The flesh and entrails around these gaping holes were utterly obliterated. A rolling bomb struck a Wurgen's lower leg, tearing it clean off. The jagged stump was a gruesome sight, shredded flesh and shattered bones still attached. These Wurgens, first startled by the thunderous cannon fire, then stared in bewilderment at their own ghastly wounds. One by one, they collapsed, howling in agony. Within a minute, they were all lifeless. The battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the dog-headed artillerymen diligently cleaning the cannon barrels, loading ammunition, preparing for the next volley. The Wurgens were left in shock. Some even began to whimper. Magic! When did the dog-headed creatures acquire magic? Chapter 11. The contest of shells and combat skills. A vast pool of blood stained the ground beneath the Wurgens' feet. Wet, slippery, and cold, the inherently savage Wurgens were now cowed by something even more brutal. The earth-shattering roar, the whistling cannonballs, the acrid smoke swirling around, and the scattered remains of their comrades strewn across the ground. Not a single Wurgen, who typically looked down upon lesser magical beasts, could remain unshaken. The proud Lord Hog trembled at the sight of a horde of diminutive dog-headed creatures. Was it rock magic? It must be rock magic. Surely those peculiar, enormous wands had unleashed it. Hog's eyes darted around in terror. He noticed a human standing among the dog-headed crowd. The lowly dog-headed creatures were willingly obeying the commands of a human for the sake of magic. If he could just eliminate that sorcerer, wouldn't these dog-headed beings scatter like birds and beasts? At that moment, slaying them would be as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. This clear target dispelled Hog's fear of magic. Capture the leader first. Hog bared his fangs, a thin layer of pale, red energy enveloping his entire body. One must admit, Hog's intellect was somewhat sharp that a moment of conjecture had led him to a reasonable deduction. Chief Kato gritted his teeth, desperately pushing the loading rod back and forth, for he recognized that layer of pale, red energy, fighting chi, the fundamental source from which warriors draw their combat techniques. Hog could actually wield fighting chi. Chief Kato pondered, and oh wonder the previously scattered Wurgens had gathered. It turned out they had found a leader capable of harnessing fighting chi, although fighting chi is far less powerful than magic. It does not hinder a warrior's path to strength. Fighting chi refines the body, enabling warriors to unleash combat skills thus achieving various feats that transcend the limits of ordinary flesh. Flowing acceleration. Hog let out a low growl. Executing a combat technique. Flowing acceleration is a fundamental lesson for every low-level warrior. Concentrating fighting chi in his legs and eyes, his movements accelerated dramatically, and his vision sharpened, due to its versatility and practicality. Flowing acceleration remains popular among mid-level warriors. Hog roared, charging forward. The other versions lagged far behind. Bang! The Crimson Cannon roared once more. One shell, due to the instability of the smoothbore cannon, veered straight towards Hog. One shell was deftly dodged by Hog using flowing acceleration. Another rolling bomb was evaded as Hog leaped gracefully. All 3 shots missed. At this point, only the central cannon had yet to fire. The dog-headed creatures felt a flicker of despair. Why? Why did a cannonball misfire at this moment? Their demise was inconsequential. The Kato clan could endure, for new flames would always arise. But the chief? What about the chief? The artillerymen clenched their fists, their expressions twisted in distress. They loathed themselves for their impotence, resenting their aimlessness. Hog laughed heartily. This rock magic was no great feat, and he easily evaded it. Moreover, from his observations, the cooldown for rock magic due to the wand's limitations was exceedingly high. The distance closed rapidly, and Hog's yellow eyes could clearly see the regret etched on the faces of the dog-headed creatures. "Sorcerer, I'm coming to slay you." Chief Kato's heart raced, akin to a pump reaching full capacity. Adrenaline surged in this critical moment. His breath quickened, and his throat felt constricted. The saliva in his mouth seemed impossible to swallow. Only the Crimson Cannon under his command remained to fire. It had to hit. It had to hit. The measuring markers in his vision wavered, and the sudden onset of tinnitus rang out in his ears. Chief Kato felt tears welling up. Could he do it? Could he not? The long-standing oppression had laid bare its consequences that a tide of self-doubt and inferiority surged within him, crashing against the fragile psychological defenses of the dog-headed creatures. Chief Kato even tightly shut his eyes. A warmth enveloped his hand. Chief Kato opened his eyes to see a human hand resting on the back of his OWNMY. "My lord," Jian Shangqing's hand applied gentle pressure. "Take a deep breath. Remember how I taught you." The cannon's muzzle was gently pressed down, aimed at the ground before Hog. "There's another method of shooting, the ricochet." Jian Shangqing's voice was calm and powerful. Chief Kato felt as though he had returned to the test firing range. Jian Shangqing was attentively instructing them. As the name suggests, the shell strikes the ground before the enemy, then bounces up in a parabolic arc, causing damage. The figure of Jian Shangqing in the test firing range gradually merged with the one beside him. This method not only disrupts the enemy's judgment, but also increases the lethality. Chief Kato sniffled, quickly regaining his composure. His heartbeat steadied, his breathing returned to calm, and the ringing in his ears faded, overshadowed by Jian Shangqing's resolute voice. Now he was filled with strength, a strength stemming from his sincere admiration for Lord Jian Shangqing. At this moment, Hog was merely 100 meters away from the dog-headed creatures. With Jian Shangqing's assistance, Chief Kato swiftly aimed, ignited the fuse, and fired. Boom! The Crimson Cannon jolted back, creating a small crater in the ground. The shell screamed forth, crashing heavily before Hog. Hog, running and laughing, was nearly breathless. To him, it seemed the sorcerer had been utterly terrified, and the final rock magic needed no evasion. Hog's grin stretched from ear to ear, for powerful wands within easy reach. The expression of Voss Ironforge shifted dramatically from joy to despair. He had initially believed that the dog-headed creatures could indeed reverse the situation with that massive pot, yet he did not anticipate that the pot would be so easily toppled by flowing acceleration. The solid shell struck the ground, splattering mud, then bounced high into the air. Hog, in the midst of his high-speed charge, had no time to react to the sudden projectile. The shell loomed larger in his vision. No! Hog withdrew his fighting chi, halted flowing acceleration, desperately attempting to stop himself. The pads of his feet were bloodied. Unyielding fortress. Fighting chi surged forth, enveloping Hog in a swirling red mist, thick as if it had turned to liquid. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes at this unforeseen countermeasure. Hog could actually execute Unyielding Fortress. Unyielding Fortress, as the name implies, is a defensive skill passed down among warriors. IT requires a massive expenditure of fighting chi to condense into a tangible form. Repelling external attacks. Roughly speaking, when both warriors and sorcerers are at low levels, the defensive power of Unyielding Fortress is comparable to that of a sorcerer's magical shield. Jian Shangqing fixed his gaze on Hog. If the Crimson Cannon could breach Unyielding Fortress, it would surely shatter the sorcerer's magical shield. In a certain sense, this was also a contest between cannonballs and magic. The fighting chi obscured Hog's vision, and fear seeped into his heart. Even with Unyielding Fortress activated, he still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This was his final thought on the continent of Pran. The cannonball traced a graceful arc in the air, directly blasting a gaping hole in Unyielding Fortress's fighting chi. Then it shattered Hog's wolfish head into a pulp. How could a mere low-level warrior's Unyielding Fortress withstand the immense kinetic energy of a shell traveling at 400 kilometers per hour? In an instant, the scene erupted into a chaotic spray of red and white, reminiscent of a rotting watermelon, scattering everywhere. The headless corpse of the wolf collapsed backward onto the ground, and a faint red aura slowly dispersed from the body of Hog. The other wargs stood frozen in shock. The pack's charge came to an abrupt halt. Their mightiest leader, Lord Hog, had fallen just like that. The Grey Dwarves were equally dumbfounded. Voss Ironforge dropped the hammer from his grasp. Had the wargs, who had slain so many of their kin, been defeated in mere minutes? And with a cauldron forged by the Ironforge clan no less? The world felt utterly surreal, and Voss Ironforge rubbed his forehead in disbelief. He even questioned the significance of the Ironforge clan's desperate resistance in that bloody battle. Clearly, under the onslaught of that cauldron's 2 rounds of fire, the warg's power had been utterly shattered. What are you waiting for? Reload. Jian Shangqing had somehow made his way to the front of the artillery line. Artillerymen, stand back. The rest, follow me in a countercharge. Chapter 12. Sign it. The morale of the kobolds surged. Training in the firing range was one thing, but facing the wargs in the misty shadow forest was true combat. With Jian Shangqing assisting in firing the shells, he became a stabilizing force for the kobolds, akin to a divine needle anchoring their spirits. It was as if he wielded a steel blade, shattering the shackles in their hearts. They cheered, and even the old shaman leaned on his staff and laughed heartily. It turned out that with the new magic bestowed by their master, they could indeed defeat the wargs. It became evident that the kobolds could truly resist oppression. This resounding victory planted a seed of hope in every kobold's heart. With their master, they would grow stronger and become invincible. The kobolds stood tall, their spines straightened. The artillery continued to load powder and shells. All other kobolds drew their weapons and joined Jian Shangqing in the countercharge. Kill! The battle cries thundered, a roar that shattered the chains of inferiority. A defiance against oppression. If other creatures were present, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. A group of lowly first-tier creatures charging against the elite second-tier wargs. Jian Shangqing led the charge, his black hood slipping off as he ran, revealing slightly long golden hair that glimmered in the sunlight, much like his sparkling green eyes. Hearing the thunderous battle cries and witnessing the first human in the fray, the wargs glanced back at the artillery that had been fully loaded behind them. Terrified, they tucked their tails and fled. Jian Shangqing had anticipated such a scenario. In his plan, he intended to bring the wargs under his command. Tall and sturdy, with tough skin and flesh, they were the perfect candidates for dragon cavalry. How could he allow them to escape? Indeed, the fortress gates crashed open. Brother Cato, the Ironforge clan has come to assist. The Ironforge chief brandished his hammer, and a throng of ram riders charged from the fortress, attacking the wargs with their horns. The wargs were paralyzed with fear. After enduring 2 rounds of cannon fire, they had lost all will to fight, even against 2 groups of creatures weaker than themselves. All that filled their minds was one thought: escape. Ultimately, the ram riders encircled the wargs. Sharp spears aimed at the surrounded beasts. The kobolds soon arrived, joining the encirclement point one by one. The wargs dropped their weapons, clasped their heads with their hands, and whimpered. The Iron Forge clan's rescue mission ended in a resounding victory. Seru squeezed through the crowd and embraced the Iron Forge chief. "Chief, the reinforcements I brought are quite impressive." "Aren't they?" The Iron Forge chief stroked his beard. "Impressive? This is simply extraordinary, my friend. Even a centaur wouldn't achieve such a smooth victory." He turned around, placing a hand on his chest, and bowed to Chief Cato. "Brother Cato, the entire Iron Forge clan extends our most sincere gratitude to you." Chief Cato, grinning, stepped back and pointed at Jian Shangqing. Voss Ironforge found himself at a loss. Could it be that this human was the greatest contributor to the battle? He scratched his head, realizing it might indeed be true, for those rock spells could not have been launched by creatures. Magic Jian Shangqing interrupted the Ironforge chief that "I am but an ordinary human." Upon hearing this, the Ironforge chief felt a buzzing in his head, doubting his very existence. Much like Chief Cato had in the past, Jian Shangqing smiled. "There is no traditional magic here. That cauldron over there was forged by your own hands. I believe you understand it is not a magic wand." The Ironforge chief discerned the implication. "Was it your design?" Jian Shangqing nodded. "Indeed it is. I apologize for deceiving you. That object is not a cauldron. Its true name is the Red Cannon." The Ironforge chief's eyes sparkled, and his breathing grew heavy. This revelation carried significant weight. Firstly, Jian Shangqing had revealed the name of the Red Cannon, and he had demonstrated its true power. The Ironforge chief patted his chest that it was indeed earth-shattering, far more effective than the wretched hammer in his hand, akin to magic. Moreover, he realized that even the most ordinary kobolds could wield the Red Cannon. With the Red Cannon, Wurgs, he wouldn't fear even two more groups of them. Secondly, he had seen the blueprints. This novel design and unique form were unlike anything he had ever encountered, although the source of magic had been shattered. As a devotee of the god of forging and flames, he was genuinely envious of Jian Shangqing's ingenious inventions. The clan's forge had gathered dust. Before the last forging session, a non-dwarven gray dwarf had felt utterly miserable. At this thought, the Ironforge chief shivered with excitement. Did that not mean that by pledging allegiance to this human, he could acquire the Red Cannon and daily tinker with these marvelous inventions? The Ironforge chief raised his head, his gaze locking with Jian Shangqing's smiling green eyes. Sunlight fell between them as Jian Shangqing gently extended his hand. "Join me, Voss Ironforge." Jian Shangqing's smile was as warm as a gentle spring breeze. The Ironforge chief turned to see that the gray dwarves behind him were already eager, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the Red Cannon. The old-timers in the forge had even pulled out hammers and tongs. The Ironforge chief laughed heartily. "Ha! The Ironforge clan owes a debt of gratitude to our master. What harm is there in following our master to achieve great things?" The Ironforge chief extended his right hand. Shaking Jian Shangqing's firmly, with a sense of camaraderie, they signed a contract. The Ironforge clan became subordinate to Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing stepped into the encirclement, observing the remaining Wurgs trembling in fear. The foremost one flinched upon seeing Jian Shangqing approach. Jian Shangqing was not so lenient with these Wurgs that he intended to teach these bullies a lesson. Otherwise, what would it mean to take them under his wing only for them to oppress the weak? Jian Shangqing patted the Wurg's face. "Why the silence? Why aren't you calling out?" The Wurg shrank back as far as possible, desperate to distance itself from this, and it was terrified. "Why, you ask?" The Red Cannon had long been positioned right in front of their faces. Jian Shangqing approached the cannon, bringing his torch closer to the fuse. The Wurg scrambled backward in panic. Jian Shangqing then pulled the torch away, and the Wurgs exhaled in relief. Jian Shangqing chuckled. This was quite amusing. The kobolds and gray dwarves nestled together, some even pulling out apples to munch on as they watched the spectacle unfold. As the torch was brought near and then withdrawn, the Wurgs experienced a cycle of anxiety and relief. Each time, they felt that dark cannon mouth could unleash a scorching iron ball at any moment. Boom! Jian Shangqing shouted, causing the Wurgs to leap in terror. They were utterly broken, completely collapsing. The Wurgs clung to Jian Shangqing's legs. Tears and snot streaming down their faces, they could no longer endure. This master could demand anything of them. Jian Shangqing grinned wickedly as Chief Cato handed over a contract he had prepared earlier. He tossed the contract in front of the Wurgs. "Sign it." Chapter 13. Jian Shangqing and Jefferson. Despite the aftermath of the Great Battle, all creatures began to learn the human language. However, the Wurgs, mostly brigands, were rather uneducated. At a group of Wurgs shoved and jostled one another until they finally found one who could read. The Wurg picked up the contract and looked at it in confusion. Prohibition against oppressing lower-tier creatures. Prohibition against indiscriminate plundering. Prohibition against the misuse of money and food. Submitting to Jian Shangqing's command. This can't be right. The werewolf felt certain that the issue lay in his own approach. He closed his eyes, discarded the contract, and then opened them abruptly. Naturally, the reversed contract was incomprehensible to last. He recognized the harsh truth. Everything written in the contract was indeed real. What did it say? Lee-Enfield, the other werewolves, growing increasingly impatient, began to inquire. V's, with a sorrowful expression, looked towards Jian Shangqing. Each prohibition felt akin to having their sharp fangs and claws forcibly removed. With so many restrictions, what was left for them to truly be werewolves? V's read aloud the stipulations to the pack. The werewolves' faces contorted in distaste, resembling those who had just consumed bitter melon. Suddenly, one of them knelt and lamented, "My lord, the ancestral laws must not be altered." The others quickly followed suit, and soon their wails filled Jian Shangqing's ears. With a sigh, Jian Shangqing switched to a longer fuse and lit it without hesitation. "Let us see whose ancestral laws are stronger, and whether my artillery is mightier." Realizing Jian Shangqing was dead serious, the werewolves began to bow their heads in submission. V's took the lead, raising his right hand towards the sky. "Old Deng, do not hinder me from assisting Lord Jian Shangqing." All the werewolves echoed V's sentiment, cursing their ancestors in the process. In this world, there existed necromantic magic. Jian Shangqing glanced skyward, pondering how pleased the spirits of these werewolves' ancestors must be. Ultimately, after persistent pleas from the werewolves, Jian Shangqing extinguished the fuse that he shrugged, remarking that it would have been better to have done so from the start. V's was elected as the new leader, and the werewolves of different surnames united to form a new clan, pledging their allegiance to Jian Shangqing. With this, they were only a step away from assembling a relatively complete modern army. Provided they secured mounts, Jian Shangqing's plan for vengeance had taken a significant leap forward. In the following days, after discussions with the clan leaders, it was decided they would relocate, with their new home being the fortress of the Iron Furnace clan. The sound of clanging echoed continuously. The dwarves, with their exceptional craftsmanship, expanded the fortress, while the goblins tirelessly excavated tunnels to supply stone. The werewolves, strong and robust, took on the task of transporting materials. During this time, the werewolves gradually integrated into the larger community. They discovered that Jian Shangqing was not as intimidating as they had imagined. Instead, he showed genuine concern and care for them. When they grew weary from labor, he would personally bring them a bucket of water to quench their thirst. Was this not far more stable than their previous nomadic existence? The werewolves, patting their satisfied bellies, transitioned from mere subjugation to a heartfelt recognition of Jian Shangqing. After all, their previous pillaging had been aimed at a better life. Following Jian Shangqing not only spared them the rigors of wandering, but also offered a life far superior to their former ways. Who else could they possibly follow but him? Jian Shangqing set down the bucket of water for the creatures and wandered aimlessly within the still unfinished fortress. He entered a room filled to the brim with minerals. Iron ore, copper ore, piled high to the ceiling. Most importantly, there were vast quantities of lead mixed in. A smile crept across Jian Shangqing's face, impossible to suppress. The Kato clan indeed had some mineral reserves, but they would soon be depleted in creating a few artillery pieces, and their variety was nowhere near as rich. Jian Shangqing caressed the mountain of minerals before him. The Iron Furnace clan's resources could not only provide for several more artillery pieces, but also for the materials needed for the flintlock rifles he had planned. In his strategy, the rifled cannon was merely the precursor to the more sophisticated flintlock gun. The line infantry equipped with flintlocks could significantly compensate for the artillery's lack of maneuverability and lengthy loading times. Moreover, the line infantry possessed melee capabilities, allowing them to adeptly respond to various situations. Jian Shangqing paced back and forth in the storage room. Considering this, his monstrous army lacked one crucial unit: cavalry. Cavalry played an essential role in the 17th and 18th centuries on Blue Star. It could launch decisive charges, supporting both line infantry and artillery to secure victories in battle, while ramgoats could fill the void of horses. Jian Shangqing felt there was still something lacking. With monsters, why would there be a need for horses? Clapping his hands together, he remembered the centaurs in the misty shadow forest. The mobility of artillery would certainly be insufficient to conquer the centaurs. Hence the necessity for flintlocks. Various objectives gradually converged into a singular focus, and Jian Shangqing grew increasingly exhilarated, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. What would it be like for humanoid monsters to battle atop centaurs? One unit could potentially double or even surpass its combat effectiveness. Jian Shangqing felt invigorated by his genius idea. He sensed the ladder of vengeance unfolding before him step by step. That goal was within his grasp. Thus, Jian Shangqing decisively began sketching through the night. The firearm he chose was none other than the renowned Brown Bess flintlock musket, the very sword with which the British Empire conquered the world. This illustrious flintlock had served in the British military for 150 years, being mass-produced and standard issue, aiding the Empire in seizing countless territories, with a muzzle velocity of approximately 550 meters per second. Trained soldiers achieved over a 50-hit rate at a distance of 100 meters. Given this, the versatility and reliability of the Brown Bess flintlock were beyond question. As for later flintlock models, such as the percussion cap flintlock, they were not part of Jian Shangqing's plans. Firstly, the resources at hand did not include mercury. Secondly, the arms engineering system had provided him with a comprehensive knowledge base, enabling him to produce superior firearms as the first industrial revolution commenced. Thirdly, what he needed now were flintlocks that could be rapidly and mass-produced. Collectively, the Brown Bess flintlock was undoubtedly the best choice. And all of this did not escape the notice of the clan leaders. As the fortress neared completion, the three sat under the moonlight, munching on apples. Why is the Lord working so tirelessly? V's shook his ears, noticing the light emanating from Jian Shangqing's room for 2 consecutive nights. Even during the day, aside from basic needs like eating and using the restroom, Jian Shangqing spent the rest of his time sketching in his chamber. Clan leader Kato shook his head. Perhaps he has some grand objective, but why should we concern ourselves with it? As long as we follow our Lord, that is sufficient. The Iron Furnace leader stroked his beard, his eyes gradually lighting up. Jian Shangqing's golden hair and green eyes seemed familiar. In his early years, as the newly appointed leader of the Iron Furnace clan, he had ventured to the nearby duchy of Suzy in search of business. On that day, Prince Jefferson had led his troops through the streets on horseback. The Iron Furnace leader had shrunk in fear, hiding behind a pillar. The gleaming silver armor and the menacing sabers of the duchy's magical cavalry left an indelible impression on him. The Grey Dwarves were not favored by humans. As the elders of the clan had warned him, he had feared that if Prince Jefferson were displeased, the fully armed cavalry would descend upon him and execute him in the street. However, a pair of emerald green eyes locked onto his gaze. A warm smile blossomed forth. Jefferson waved at him from his horse before leading his troops onward. That was the first time Wozy Iron Furnace had entered the human world and received an act of kindness from a human. That memory was one he could never forget. His mind meticulously searched through recollections, and the figure of the horseback-riding prince gradually merged with Jian Shangqing. The Iron Furnace leader incredulously slapped his forehead. This. The other two looked at him in confusion, awaiting further explanation. Isn't Lord Jian Shangqing Prince Jefferson of the Duchy of Suzy? Chapter 14. 2 blueprints at this revelation. Both were astonished. The Iron Furnace leader himself found it somewhat absurd. Why would Prince Jefferson forsake the lavish life of the palace to endure hardship with us lowly monsters? Furthermore, why would the prince adopt the name Jian Shangqing? Clearly, the news of the prince's demise had not reached the ears of the monsters. Numerous questions flooded the minds of the 3 clan leaders. Clan leader Kato discarded the apple core in his hand. When Lord Jian Shangqing arrived, he was enclosed in a nailed coffin. The Iron Furnace leader expressed his utter confusion at this. The werewolf leader sharpened his claws against the stone. Walif knows. Humans place the dead in coffins. The other two shot him an exasperated glance. Who didn't know that the dead were put into coffins? Walif continued in the distinctive tone of his kind. However, werewolves often encounter living beings wrapped in shrouds and coffins. Malicious humans would imprison their fellow beings whom they disdained and send them to the werewolves for consumption. The two clan leaders exchanged glances, horrified by such a vile practice. It was enough to disgust even the monsters within the clan of monsters. The worst outcome for a transgressor is to be expelled or executed. There is no circumstance that would allow them to be delivered alive to the human duchy. The clan leaders pondered this matter, and Chief Cato tentatively speculated. Could it be that Lord Jian Shangqing was betrayed by the royal family? Chief Tielu scoffed. Humph, as if that were ever in doubt. It seems that the lessons imparted to us by our lords. The three leaders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It is time to exact vengeance upon the Duchy of Suzy. Lord Jian Shangqing has treated us well, bestowing upon us magic and a life of comfort. Therefore, we must fulfill his wishes. A flicker of fiery determination ignited in the eyes of the three clan leaders. Clawed hands, gray-black appendages, and fur-covered paws intertwined. They resolved to spare no effort in aiding Jian Shangqing's revenge. The next morning, Jian Shangqing emerged from his chamber, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clutching several blueprints. Stifling a yawn, he observed that all the monsters, whether laboring or training, were brimming with an exuberance reminiscent of having been invigorated by some elixir as soon as they noticed Jian Shangqing's presence. The creatures greeted him in unison. "My lord, your hard work is appreciated." The intense gazes directed at Jian Shangqing made him feel somewhat uneasy. What was happening today? Was there some sort of stimulant in their breakfast? Perplexed, Jian Shangqing could only nod in acknowledgement. Very spirited indeed. He then made his way toward the forge with the blueprints in hand. Seeing this, Chief Tielu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed suit. Jian Shangqing placed a blueprint upon the table. "This we shall produce with utmost effort. I want each clan member, excluding non-combatants and artillery personnel, to have one." The artisans licked their lips in anticipation. Marvelous! They would soon witness their lord's new design. The lead blacksmith eagerly picked up the blueprint, treating it with more gentleness than he would his own wife. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Chief Tielu kicked the old blacksmith aside with a swift kick, firmly grasping the blueprint in his hands. Ever since the creation of the Crimson Cannon, he had been itching to craft something new. At last, their lord had unveiled a new design. The title at the top of the blueprint read, Brown Bay Flintlock Rifle. Chief Tielu scrutinized it closely. The novel contraption appeared, at first glance, to be a mere wooden stick. It featured several copper and iron components, along with lead balls. Having previously studied the Crimson Cannon, Chief Tielu immediately recognized its ingenuity. This was clearly a scaled-down version of the Crimson Cannon. A thrill coursed through him. He was intrigued. Indeed, the Crimson Cannon wielded tremendous power, but required hundreds, if not thousands of pounds to operate, making it a challenge even for the large-horned sheep in their clan. However, with Jian Shangqing's design, the reduction in power allowed for greater maneuverability, and how much could the Lord's magic diminish its efficacy? Chief Tielu found himself increasingly in awe of Jian Shangqing, marveling at his ability to create such designs. To call him a genius would be an understatement, as he continued to examine the components of the Brown Bay flintlock rifle. Chief Tielu was utterly captivated. The mainspring, firing mechanism, and trigger, the baseplate, trigger guard, and push lever, each exquisitely crafted component constituted this flintlock rifle. Chief Tielu was nearly moved to tears. Having lived for so long, he had also crafted weapons through his own ingenious ideas. Yet none could compare to the blueprint gifted by Jian Shangqing. The multitude of parts, even from the perspective of a master blacksmith, was unprecedented. Not to mention that these small components, when assembled, served distinct purposes without a single superfluous element. Chief Tielu felt as if his very soul had been elevated. His forging spirit was ablaze. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "My lord, rest assured, we of the Tielu clan shall take on the crafting of this Brown Bay flintlock rifle. We will ensure its swift and precise completion." Chief Tielu resolved to demonstrate their worth to their lord. He wished to show Jian Shangqing that the Grey Dwarves were no less capable than any other dwarves. Jian Shangqing chuckled at the sight of Chief Tielu's overwhelming excitement. It was a reaction he anticipated. After all, how could the mature techniques honed over a century in Blue Star not be exquisite and awe-inspiring? Very well. I trust you. It shall be entrusted to your capable hands. Jian Shangqing left the Grey Dwarves to deliberate on the crafting process while he exited the forge point 3 days later. The first sample rifle was completed. The dwarven craftsman had taken great care to adorn the wooden rifle with embellishments. Several golden threads intertwined across the gun's body, culminating in the head of a fire-breathing dragon, its golden visage harmonizing beautifully with the silver barrel above. Jian Shangqing shook this world's very first flintlock rifle, the streamlined body exuding a sense of forward momentum. The gold and silver glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. A perfect work of art. Excellently done. The dwarves scratched their heads in bashful pride. They had truly poured their hearts into this rifle to honor their lord's status. Having received their lord's praise, all their efforts felt worthwhile. Subsequently, the dwarves also provided 20 rounds of approximately 20mm round lead bullets along with a powder box for Jian Shangqing's use. Grasping the rifle, Jian Shangqing shouted, "Bring forth a large horned sheep." He held yet another blueprint, one that required commissioning in the city of the Duchy of Suzy. Chief Cato personally led a large horned sheep to him. "My lord, where are you headed?" Jian Shangqing mounted the sheep. "I am off to the Duchy of Suzy, that if I do not return, you shall be free from oppression in the misty shadow forest with the crimson cannon and the brown bay flintlock rifle." The clan leaders shook their heads resolutely, rejecting this proposal. What if their lord were recognized in the Duchy of Suzy? Having tasted the comforts of their current life, they could hardly fathom a life without their lord. Jian Shangqing patted the flintlock rifle in his hands. "Fear not. I have this." Ultimately, amidst their tug-of-war, both sides made concessions. The monster army escorted Jian Shangqing to the edge of the misty shadow forest before they were willing to part ways. Jian Shangqing waved at the reluctant clan leaders as he rode the large horned sheep. Turning to head toward the Duchy of Suzy, he caressed the brown bay flintlock rifle in his hands. This rifle was destined to shine brilliantly in the realm of humanity. Chapter 15. Money and Guns. Jian Shangqing sat atop the large horned sheep, moving at a leisurely pace. The sheep excelled not in speed, but in strength and endurance. It was not a mainstream mount in the human world, typically purchased merely for pulling carts or plowing fields. Jian Shangqing glanced at the sky. Having traveled midway, it was already noon, and he estimated he would reach the border town of Ganjurlo in the Duchy of Suzy by afternoon. He pulled out the blueprint from his pocket and conducted another inspection. The blueprint depicted a design for a uniform. The British Line Infantry military attire, crafted with the aid of his Armaments Engineer System. The Line Infantry was the absolute weapon that had propelled the British Empire to become the empire on which the sun never sets in the 17th century. The long red coat, a fusion of an overcoat and a jacket, was adorned with silver buttons and white patterns. The lower half consisted of light brown trousers and a pair of black leather shoes. Atop his head rested a black naval cap, accented by a white feather. Jian Shangqing gazed at the design he had created, feeling immensely satisfied. He had even delineated 3 sizes: large, medium, and small, corresponding to the physiques of the gnolls, kobolds, and grey dwarves. While the monsters in the clan typically donned cloth and leather armor, only the grey dwarves possessed a complete set of infantry armor. This realization prompted Jian Shangqing to shake his head. He resolved to leapfrog the era of armor for the monsters. Armor offered little benefit to gunmen and instead hindered formation, loading, and aiming. For gunmen, the essence lay in discipline, flexibility, and mobility. Thus, a uniform set of attire was paramount for the army. Soldiers clad in red coats would form ranks, marching uniformly toward the enemy. With a volley of gunfire, flames and smoke would erupt. Jian Shangqing could hardly conceive of anything more invigorating at the current technological level. Lost in thought, the large horned sheep arrived at the city gates. However, contrary to Jian Shangqing's expectations, there were not many people queuing at the entrance. He stroked his chin, although Ganjurlo was a small town. Its proximity to the misty shadow forest usually attracted bounty hunters and patrols hunting monsters for their pelts and flesh. Ganjurlo should have been thriving, so why was it so desolate now? As the line progressed, Jian Shangqing observed more closely a merchant, after pleading in vain, produced a large bag of coins and stuffed it into the guard's hand to gain passage. The old king had clearly abolished taxes for Ganjurlo to promote trade prosperity. Jian Shangqing found himself utterly perplexed. A rather sizable convoy gradually approached from behind him. The procession boasted dozens of guards, and the horses pulling the carts were all magnificent steeds, not the ordinary nags used by common folk. Turning around, Jian Shangqing discerned that the owner of this caravan was of no ordinary status. The convoy moved steadily forward until it was Jian Shangqing's turn to be scrutinized. The guard, without raising his gaze, inquired, "What business do you have in Ganjurlo City?" Jian Shangqing replied coolly, "Trade." Upon hearing the word trade, the guard's demeanor instantly brightened. The visor of his helmet snapped open with a flourish. The guard's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a wide grin revealed his 2 rows of large teeth. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "By decree of Queen Martina, all traders entering the city are subject to a toll of 30 silver coins." He then extended a hand, repeatedly gesturing in front of Jian Shangqing. The implication was unmistakable. Without payment, entry was impossible. Jian Shangqing furrowed his brow. 30 silver coins were nearly equivalent to the expenses of a family of 6 for half a year. Moreover, he realized another issue. After spending an extended period within the demonic clans, he had grown accustomed to gold and raw precious metals. He had not brought with him the official currency of the Duchy of Suzy. While there was gold in the pocket of his saddle, it was reserved for tailoring expenses, setting aside the concern of whether there would be enough left for his clothing after this guard was paid. He suspected that offering gold would likely yield no change in return. The guard, growing impatient, scraped his tongue across his exposed teeth. "Are you going to pay or not?" Seeing Jian Shangqing's lack of response, the guard erupted in anger. Having bribed numerous silver coins to secure this lucrative position, he felt compelled to recoup his investment. In the guard's mind, he stood there as the master of these commoners. "Boy, if you refuse to pay, then get lost." Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. Observing Jian Shangqing's demeanor, the guard became even more emboldened. "Riding a magnificent ram. Do you really think yourself something special? Trading? Just take a look at your pitiful appearance." The guard scrutinized Jian Shangqing's attire. A long, somber robe that revealed only his eyes. He was now convinced that Jian Shangqing was merely a pauper. He could see that moment. The guard's inner arrogance gushed forth like a dam bursting. He produced a bulging cloth bag from behind him and brandished it at Jian Shangqing, revealing it to be filled with gleaming silver coins. "See this? This is my income for a week. You could never earn this in your lifetime." The guard lied. A significant portion of that bag would ultimately be surrendered to his superior. Yet, this did not deter him from mocking the seemingly flustered youth before him. "Have you seen enough? If so, hurry up and get out of my way. Do not interrupt my inspection." At that moment, Jian Shangqing finally comprehended why Ganjurlo City felt so desolate. Martina had altered the old king's edicts, imposing heavy taxes on traders attempting to enter 30 silver coins. Most merchants would likely sell off their entire stock and still not recoup such a sum. Jian Shangqing let out a cold laugh. He had come to see through Martina's foolishness. Under her rule, the duchy, which the old king had painstakingly nurtured, had deteriorated within mere months. Seeing that Jian Shangqing remained unmoved, the guard reached out to shove him. Jian Shangqing untied the cloth bag from the ram and revealed a collection of glimmering gold ingots. The guard's expression transformed into one of delight. Had he known earlier there was gold, he would not have wasted breath shouting. Yet, money was still to be earned. Jian Shangqing ignored him, calmly retrieving a flintlock gun from behind his back. He then took out a powder box from his waist and gently ignited it over the fire pit. Jian Shangqing had already loaded the gun with powder and lead shot to prevent any mishaps. This implied that he merely needed to pull the trigger for the flintlock to fire. The guard reached for the largest gold ingot, but before he could stow it away in his bag, bang! The first gunshot echoed through the human kingdom. The lead shot zipped past the guard's scalp, sending his iron helmet tumbling through the air before it clanged to the ground. Chunks of stone erupted from the towering city walls, a small dent created by the bullet piercing through armor. The line of people erupted into screams, scattering in all directions, some abandoning their goods entirely. The guards of the convoy reacted swiftly, drawing their swords and surrounding the cart. The cart's window opened, revealing a man with a monocle and a handlebar mustache peering out. The guard stood frozen, stunned by the thunderous sound of gunfire. The gold ingot slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Trembling, he lowered his head to pick up his helmet, which now bore a gaping trumpet-shaped hole in its center. The guard quaked before Jian Shangqing, for had the bullet descended just a little further, it would not have been the helmet that bore the hole, but rather his very skull. The dissipating smoke was carried away by a gentle breeze. Jian Shangqing pressed the hot barrel of the gun against the guard's temple. How audacious! Do you comprehend the consequences of intentionally provoking a wizard? What punishment do you deserve? Chapter 16. The Church and the Wizard Guild. The guard clutched his helmet, his speech faltering. Mage, his lips quivered incessantly, his teeth chattering. GG, great one. The guard felt the world spin around him. How had he angered a wizard? It was almost beyond belief. Yet, upon gazing at the luxurious staff in Jian Shangqing's hand, he recalled the flames and deafening thunder that had erupted from moments ago. He could not deny the undeniable truth that Jian Shangqing was indeed a wizard. He was but a lowly guard, and worse yet, he had obtained this position through bribery, having only been appointed a week prior. He swallowed hard, pleading silently for the wizard to spare his life. Otherwise, had the Great One been displeased, he would have already perished from the spell cast earlier. Jian Shangqing regarded the terrified guard and softly intoned, Article 34 of the Duchy Law, those who willfully insult or harm a wizard, or who unlawfully seize a wizard's possessions, may be executed at the wizard's discretion. Armed with the memories of Prince Jefferson, Jian Shangqing was well versed in the duchy's laws that in the realm of Prolin. Power was the ultimate arbiter. As the mightiest profession, wizards were naturally afforded preferential treatment under the law. The guard stared blankly at Jian Shangqing, muttering the repeated legal stipulation. Executed. Executed. He gasped, feeling the still warm barrel pressed against his temple. Saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, the guard envisioned the scene of his own head bursting open. Fear gripped him. He had emptied his savings and was just beginning to experience a better life. He did not wish to die. Tears streamed down his face as he felt his knees before Jian Shangqing. A kneeling person was not even as tall as a ram. Great one, great one. I do not wish to die. He sobbed, breathless. Please, please. The guard clung desperately to Jian Shangqing's leg, having cast aside all prior arrogance. Those lining up behind him, both commoners and merchants, upon learning that Jian Shangqing was a wizard, crowded curiously closer. They witnessed the wizard punishing this guard, who had extorted the people. Excellent. What a relief. The crowd spontaneously formed a circle, each shaking their fists or farming tools, vociferously cheering for the wizard. The guards of the luxurious convoy relaxed their vigilance that it was evident that the wizard's ire was directed at that guard, not the convoy itself. The man inside the cart tugged at his handlebar mustache. Observing Jian Shangqing's figure, interesting, he summoned an elderly man with a white beard riding a horse. The elder donned a purple robe, with a badge emblazoned with the mark of the source of magic adorning his chest. Clearly, he was a member of the Wizard Guild. Lord Bertie, what is your command? Bertie pondered for a moment. Reista, what do you think is the level of this wizard ahead? Reista displayed a troubled expression. He could not ascertain the answer. Jian Shangqing had fired without chanting, without preparation, and without any detectable magical fluctuations. Even the style of magic was something Reista had never encountered before. How could he possibly discern it? Reista shook his head with a wry smile. I am at a loss. I cannot determine. I hope Lord Bertie will forgive my inadequacy. Bertie waved his hand, signaling Reista to withdraw. Reista was a second-tier top-tier mage whom he had hired at a high price. He was considered a pillar of strength in the duchy. If even he could not discern the level of this wizard, Bertie stroked his beard, intrigued. Jian Shangqing methodically poured gunpowder into the gun chamber. Followed by lead shot, he then extracted the ramrod from beneath the barrel. Compressing the powder and lead together, the dense crowd surrounded the guards, effectively blocking out the sunlight. The guard hung his head low. Fixating on the indistinct shadows on the ground, he felt a sense of doom. Was the end of his world truly upon him? Was the wizard about to unleash another spell? Alec, what is the meaning of this commotion while you're merely keeping watch? A thunderous voice resonated from within the city gate. An elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in a white robe, emerged. Adorning his chest was a medal, depicting a woman crowned with flowers, the emblem of the Holy Church. Jian Shangqing instantly recognized the insignia's bearer. Across the continent of Pralin, nearly all wizards pledged allegiance to two organizations, the Wizard Guild and the Church. Wizards from the Guild typically specialized in research and missions, resembling mercenaries and scholars adept in magic. Conversely, those hailing from the Church often held more prestigious positions, serving both the state and the ecclesiastical authority, earning titles such as royal or church mage. This distinction bred an unparalleled arrogance among church wizards, who often looked down upon others with disdain. While the two organizations appeared to coexist without conflict on the surface, they secretly vied for supremacy. In recent years, instances of the Church absorbing the Wizard Guild have begun to surface. The elderly man stepping forward was likely a church wizard dispatched to the city of Garolo, the guard Alec. Upon hearing the church wizard's voice, felt a surge of hope. Salvation had arrived. Summoning all his strength, he pushed through the crowd, scrambling towards the church wizard. Lord Ped, save me. This unknown wizard refuses to pay taxes and is attacking me with magic. Upon seeing the authoritative wizard emerge, the onlookers scattered, retreating to obediently queue once more. Ped, having heard the commotion, drew forth his wand and, with a flourish of his white robe, strode purposefully towards Jian Shangqing. However, midway, upon noticing the ornate flintlock gun in Jian's grasp and then glancing at the standard wand provided by the church, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. The old man discreetly concealed his wand behind his back. Ped scoffed, pondering the audacity of this rogue wizard who, adorned in fineries, eschewed the traditional robe that a thought crossed his mind. This young wizard's wand must be worth a considerable fortune, if he could seize it. He smirked, resolved to teach this young mage a lesson, demanding the wand in the name of the church. You, disregarding King Martina's new decree and assaulting a guard, what regard do you have for the Duchy of Sushi? However, considering this as your first offense, and you may be unaware of the new edict, Ped cleared his throat. If you willingly donate that wand to the Holy Church, I shall overlook these matters. Jian Shangqing let out a cold laugh. Regarding the Duchy of Sushi with contempt, I was once the Grand Prince of Sushi myself. This old man, feigning righteousness, was merely coveting his finely crafted gun. Truly, a church wizard could turn black into white. With a deft motion, Jian spun the gun, aiming it squarely at Ped. But what if I choose not to relinquish this wand? Ped's expression darkened immediately. Then do not blame me for taking it by force. Chapter 17. The clash of bullets and magic. The crowd, in an instant, erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions that in their minds, the magic wielded by a wizard was synonymous with cataclysmic devastation. Encountering it meant certain death. Even the most novice of wizards posed a threat the common folk could not afford to provoke, and the individual before them was a mage of the Holy Church. Alec stood at the city gate, indecisive. Should he sound the alarm and rally the guards? It seemed prudent. Yet, the laws of the duchy regarding wizard duels offered no guidance on such matters. If he were to gather the guards and inadvertently offend two wizards, he risked losing his position or, worse, his life. Alec anxiously paced, uncertain of what course to take. Meanwhile, Bertie, seated in a carriage, contemplated intervening, yet he could not bear the thought of such an intriguing wizard being captured, shackled with specially designed anti-magic chains, and dragged to the gallows. The carriage door opened slightly, but a figure blocked the exit, none other than Reista. My apologies, Lord Bertie, for my rudeness. While an ordinary first or second-tier wizard might pose little concern, I am well aware of Ped's reputation. Reista pushed the carriage door shut with force. He's the Holy Church's resident mage, and his power is on par with mine. Should you offend him, I cannot guarantee your safety. Bertie frowned, ultimately deciding to remain inside the carriage. Reista's words left him with a sense of resignation. It was a pity to lose such an interesting wizard, in the blink of an eye. The area before the city gate cleared, creating a space for Jian Shangqing and Ped to duel. Ped raised his wand, which resembled a wooden staff, and quickly began murmuring incantations. His white robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of authority. Although he had lost the magical vortex, Jian recognized that it was a manifestation of magical energy communicating with the natural elements. The bighorn sheep, agitated by the magic, stirred restlessly, tightening Jian's chest. Though he had previously packed the gun with gunpowder and lead, he had not ignited the powder in the chamber. With the bighorn sheep now in disarray, he found himself unable to ignite the powder. He tightened his grip on the sheep's lead, watching Ped's every move intently. Moments later, Ped ceased his chanting, and a blue ice shard coalesced above his head. An ice mage, Jian quickly maneuvered the bighorn sheep to the side. From his understanding, ice mages might not wield the most potent spells, yet they were often the most troublesome adversaries. Upon striking an opponent, the icy element could slow them down or even freeze them entirely. Ice arrow, Ped bellowed, swiftly waving his wand towards Jian Shangqing. The ice arrow flew forth, but Jian, being a second-tier mage himself, had anticipated Ped's movements and evaded early. The ice arrow embedded itself in the ground, sending a chill through the surrounding mud, which became coated in a thick layer of frost. Jian swallowed hard. This was his first time battling without relying on magic or a wizard, and he felt a pang of anxiety. Ped arched an eyebrow, surprised that Jian had successfully evaded his magic. This young man possessed some skill. Seizing the opportunity, Jian aimed his gun, intent on taking advantage of Ped's spell cooldown to fire a shot. Ped grinned. "Prepare yourself. Witness the prowess of a top-tier second-level mage. This is a spell you will never master." In an instant, another ice arrow materialized above Ped's head. This time, there was no incantation, and he bypassed the spell cooldown entirely. A dual-cast spell. Rista, observing from behind, widened his eyes in shock. Ped could actually perform a dual-cast spell. Though it was merely the basic ice arrow, it was a rare and highly sought-after skill. Typically, one could only learn such spells through the church's internal scrolls, which disintegrated into dust shortly after being opened. Rista stroked his white beard, realizing that the Holy Church held Ped in high esteem, willing to entrust him with the scroll for dual casting. He shook his head. It seems this young man is in grave danger. The onlookers shielded their eyes, unwilling to witness Jian Shangqing struck by the ice arrow. The ice arrow sped towards Jian unexpectedly. While he possessed the memories of a grand prince and knew of the existence of dual-cast spells, he was unaware that Ped had one. The ice arrow loomed larger and larger before him, and with no time to maneuver the bighorn sheep out of harm's way, he threw himself off the sheep, clutching the flintlock gun. The ice arrow pierced the bighorn sheep's rear, which let out a pained bleat. Rearing up on its hind legs before transforming into a statue of ice, Jian cursed under his breath. Had he not dodged, it would have been he turned into an ice pop. Ped had shown no mercy. As the black cloak billowed, Jian executed an agile roll off the sheep's back, swiftly reloading the gunpowder into the chamber and aiming once more. His finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! The black powder ignited, unleashing a violent force that propelled the lead shot from the barrel. Smoke billowed from the gun's muzzle. Ped only heard a tremendous roar, a flash of orange-yellow light dazzling before his eyes. A thunderous fire mage. Ped's heart sank in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the Twinborn spell would fail to subdue this young man before him. With the Twinborn spell now in its cooldown phase, his only recourse to block the impending spell was to rely on his life-saving skill. With a flourish of his wand, Ped invoked the ice barrier. With a sharp crack, a layer of ice approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick enveloped him entirely. This was the most effective solution he could conceive at that moment. The 20mm lead bullet struck with a resounding impact against the ice barrier. Crack! Smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring everyone's vision as they exchanged bewildered glances. Uncertain of what had transpired, even the wizard Rista believed that Jian Shangqing had failed to breach the ice barrier. Inside the barrier, Ped's eyes darted around in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. It was as he had surmised. This young man possessed no spell capable of penetrating his protective magic. Once the cooldown of the Twinborn spell elapsed, he would dismantle the ice barrier and deliver a fatal blow to Jian Shangqing. Before Ped could revel in his thoughts, a sudden excruciating pain radiated from his right shoulder, interrupting his contemplation. Blood! Someone in the crowd shouted, and all eyes squinted toward the source. To their astonishment, warm blood seeped from the icy barrier, accompanied by a thick, gaping hole the size of 2 fingers. Behind that hole, Ped's right shoulder was a gruesome sight, with blood flowing slowly from the horrific wound. Reista was utterly bewildered. Once again, it was the same spell, cast without incantation, instantaneously. Yet this bizarre magic had managed to pierce the ice barrier of Ped, who was slightly stronger. It was incomprehensible. Reista could only think of one word. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The city's seemingly omnipotent wizard had been grievously injured by a single spell. Such a notion was simply unfathomable. Jian Shangqing, hearing the commotion, set down his still-smoking flintlock and turned back with a slight smile. He understood what astonished the onlookers. Chapter 18. Tax Exemption. A 4 to 5 centimeter thick layer of solid ice would require considerable effort for soldiers wielding cold weapons to breach. Even for other mages of the same rank, it would pose a significant challenge. However, for the brown best flintlock, Jian Shangqing shrugged. But you know how knights clad in heavy plate armor were swept into the annals of history. The brown best flintlock could pierce through 3 millimeters of fine plate armor. Could this ice possibly be more resilient than steel? This further validated Jian Shangqing's previous conclusion that, at lower levels of combat, firearms possess a decisive advantage over magic. The flintlock alone was sufficient to breach the life-saving skills of a second-tier peak mage. Therefore, cannons could undoubtedly contend with all mages below the 3rd tier. With the ammunition loaded, Jian Shangqing approached Ped, slowly raising his weapon to press against the icy barrier at Ped's forehead. "Shall I assist you in removing the ice barrier, or will you do it yourself?" Ped stared at the ominous black muzzle, his eyes bulging in terror. The sharp pain in his right shoulder persisted, and the cooldown for the twin-born spell had not yet concluded. He fixated on the gun's barrel, trembling with fear. Ped could hardly fathom that, as one of the most elite second-tier mages, he had been bested by this brash young man who had pierced through his life-saving skill. Noticing Ped's lack of response, Jian Shangqing waved his hand. A bold onlooker understood the cue, quickly shedding his outer garments to cover his face, and rushed over wielding a large iron hoe. "My lord, I come to assist you." As a mere peasant, he believed he was unrecognizable on the street, especially with his face concealed. He had no fear of retribution from this so-called wizard Ped. He had labored hard to cultivate his vegetables for sale, only to be extorted for 30 silver coins. He had long harbored disdain for those guards and mages. The iron hoe came crashing down on the gaping hole created by the lead bullet. Ped's eyes widened in disbelief as he emitted muffled sounds of despair. Crack! The already compromised ice barrier was struck with tremendous force, causing fine cracks to spread from the hole all the way to the bottom. Crash! The ice barrier shattered. Well struck, that's satisfying. The crowd erupted in applause, finally witnessing someone stand up to these lawless individuals. Jian Shangqing found it hard to contain his amusement. It appeared that even in a world of swords and sorcery, classical mechanics remained applicable. The thawed Ped collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered. In his small eyes resided a vast ocean of confusion. Had he truly been struck down by a single blow? No way. He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Apart from the opulent convoy that had been present from the start, the group of peasant merchants had long since ridden off into the distance, leaving no trace behind. With the cold muzzle pressed against his forehead, Jian Shangqing nudged Ped's head. "I will give you 3 counts to hand over my wand." Ped's mouth agape, his right hand half raised, trembled uncontrollably. After years as a mage, he was accustomed to a life of luxury and ease. When had he ever felt such a life-and-death threat? 3, 2, 1. Jian Shangqing retracted the flintlock, grabbing Ped's head and shaking it insistently. "You squander your opportunity." I, Jian Shangqing, offer you a chance, and you squander it." These verbal blows shattered Ped's psychological defenses entirely. He became convinced that Jian Shangqing was merely a mid-tier mage seeking amusement at his expense. He wept profusely, disregarding whether the cooldown of his twin-born spell had ended, and began to kowtow. Facing a mage more powerful than himself, survival was his only option. As he bowed, he cried out, "My lord Jian Shangqing, I'm blind to your greatness and have offended you. You possess a magnanimous heart. Please do not hold me, a mere second-tier mage, accountable. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. Then what am I told? Ped's body trembled. Forget it, forget it. Jian Shangqing glanced back, noticing Bertie waving at him, that he stroked his chin. The owner of this convoy had an unmistakable noble bearing. Perhaps a favor now could yield benefits later. Jian Shangqing pointed to the convoy behind him. What about theirs? Ped's head buzzed. That convoy comprised 12 individuals, guards and employers alike, that a total of 360 silver coins could be collected, with Ped pocketing the lion's share, enough for several days of indulgence at the bathhouse. Moreover, one of them was a member of the Mage Guild. He could even make things difficult for him. Letting them go would be a colossal loss. Jian Shangqing had already anticipated Ped's thoughts. He pressed the muzzle against Ped's face once more. Only then did Ped realize that his life was still in Jian Shangqing's grasp, leaving no room for further thoughts. A wise man recognizes the times. Relinquishing the toll was his only option. He quickly lowered his head even further. Forget it. I want to take it. Upon hearing this, Rista and Bertie exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Jian Shangqing's words not only spared Bertie a hefty sum of silver, but also relieved Rista from potential embarrassment. Both were in perfect accord. We shall remember this favor, my lord, and repay it in the future. Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction, seizing paper and a quill from the dazed Oleg to hastily draft the contract, compelling the two to sign. He had no desire for the name and function of the Brown Bess flintlock to reach the higher echelons of the duchy and the Holy Church after he departed. After signing the contract, Jian Shangqing approached the ram, now an icy statue. Helplessly, his money remained inside. Rista rode over, brandishing his wand and reciting a few incantations, unleashing a torrent of scorching fire from the wand's tip. Jian Shangqing glanced at the still cowering Ped. Rista's magical prowess was far superior to Ped's. No wonder he was affiliated with the Mage Guild. As the ice melted, the ram's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Jian Shangqing picked up the pouch of coins, letting out a sigh. The money was returned, but the ram was forever lost to him. He stood before the ram for a moment of silence. Then, adhering to his principle of waste not, he took the small cart by the city gate. Much to the bewilderment of Ped and Oleg, he then pushed the ram's carcass, striding boldly through the city gate. Seeing Jian Shangqing enter the city, Rista leaned down beside the carriage. My lord, I suspect that Jian Shangqing is likely one of those mages. Bertie, still immersed in the joy of avoiding the toll, chuckled. Ha, Jian Shangqing is indeed amusing. He is taking the dead mount to sell for meat. Bertie shook his head in delight. Rista rapped on the carriage, prompting Bertie to regain his composure. Touching the emblem on his chest, Rista continued explaining to Bertie. First, Jian Shangqing is likely a mid-tier mage. Second, he is probably a specialist in a single spell. It is said that in the Eastern Grey Empire, there exists a mage who has devoted his entire life's work to a singular form of magic, the art of explosion. Rista lifted her head, acknowledging the unparalleled might of her explosive magic, capable of depleting all her magical energy with a single strike, enough to level even a mountain. Bertie pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Alas, it is unfortunate that Lord Jian Shangqing has already entered the city ahead of us. Let us hope we can encounter him once more. With that, Bertie commanded the caravan to proceed into the city. The wheels turned slowly as they entered through the gates. On the back of the carriage, bold reflective black letters proclaimed, Black Pearl Trading Company, Chapter 19. You have been dismissed by the Black Pearl Trading Company. Jian Shangqing pushed his way through with a ram in tow, seeking a butcher shop in the city of Garolo. The streets appeared rather desolate, the once bustling shops now occupied by only a scant few patrons. Jian Shangqing sighed softly. Such a city with immense trade potential had been utterly ruined by Martina. As the wheels rolled, Jian Shangqing arrived at a butcher shop, engaging the proprietor in a discussion regarding prices. With trade in decline, the offered price was meager, and ultimately, Jian Shangqing secured only 50 copper coins, equivalent to half a silver coin. He tucked the copper coins into his pouch, only to notice a piece of paper affixed to one of the shop's posts. Seeing Jian Shangqing's interest, the butcher spoke up. Young man, you appear to be a foreigner. Jian Shangqing nodded in acknowledgement. The butcher lowered his voice. I fear that since Princess Martina ascended to power, the Duchy of Suzy is nearing its demise. The former king has passed away, and the crown Prince Jefferson, in his profound grief, has followed suit. Alas, how fickle the world can be. The butcher shook his head. Falling silent, Jian Shangqing approached the post, examining the paper closely. The white sheet bore an image of Martina's face, with her portrait dominating 2/3 of the announcement. As he read further, a bold line proclaimed, "Congratulations to Princess Martina on her ascension to the throne as queen." At the bottom, in fine print, were words barely legible, "In profound mourning for the passing of Crown Prince Jefferson, who has now been interred in the royal cemetery." Jian Shangqing clenched his fists. His dear sister truly possesses a way with words, even orchestrating her own demise in a tragic manner. Interred in the royal cemetery. How benevolent of her, my dear sister, to select a fateful resting place for herself in the announcement. Jian Shangqing couldn't help but laugh in anger. Had he not been alive, he might have believed it himself. In a fit of rage, Jian Shangqing tore the announcement from the post and clutched it tightly in his hand. Startling the butcher sensed a potent aura emanating from Jian Shangqing. A relentless spirit. "Soon, Martina. Soon. Just wait for me to unify the misty shadow forest." Jian Shangqing tucked the announcement into his cloak and hastily exited the butcher shop. After some twists and turns, he finally located his target, a tailor shop that he had spotted a few smaller shops along the street, but Jian Shangqing deemed them too modest to handle such a substantial order. Thus, he inquired about the largest tailor shop in the entire city of Garolo. Pushing open the door, he found a spacious interior, with various fabrics neatly arranged on the shelves that a few employees sat idly in chairs. As soon as they heard a customer enter, they all sprang to their feet. Donning smiles at a rather attractive female employee hurried past the others to attend to Jian Shangqing that I would like to place a custom order for clothing. Jian Shangqing announced, slapping the design on the counter. The employee rubbed her hands together. "How many pieces would you like?" Jian Shangqing raised 3 fingers. The employee's eyes lit up. 3 pieces? She glanced at the design. Although the garment was unfamiliar, it was exquisitely crafted, and 3 pieces represented a considerable sum. After nearly half a month without business, if she could secure this order, she would treat herself to a meat dinner tonight. Jian Shangqing shook his head. The employee's smile widened. "You mean 30 pieces?" Jian Shangqing shook his head again. The employee braced her forehead, daunted by the prospect of a larger number. Her mouth gaped in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Clenching his teeth, Jian Shangqing tossed a pile of gold coins onto the counter. "No, I meant 300 pieces. The glimmering gold filled the employee's pupils with astonishment, and she could only respond with a dazed smile. The other employees were left lamenting, wishing they had hurried over sooner. Surely, this must be some wealthy young master ordering uniforms for his subordinates. Jian Shangqing rapped on the table, snapping the entranced employees back to reality. He contemplated the distribution of magical creatures and ultimately decided to order 100 uniforms for the dog-headed men, 75 each for the gray dwarves and the jackal dash people, as for the centaurs he had planned for. Jian Shangqing resolved to initially order 60 pieces, given the uncertainty of their numbers. The order was signed, and Jian Shangqing's purse was emptied, leaving him with only a few silver coins and the copper coins from the butcher. How exorbitant, Jian Shangqing lamented, yet he reflected on the invincible army, akin to a crimson tide. Everything was worth it. Just as Jian Shangqing prepared to make his payment, the door behind him swung open once more, and a hearty laughter filled the air. "Lord Jian Shangqing, how is it you come to our shop without a word?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Jian Shangqing turned to see Bertie and Rista approaching. Smiles adorning their faces. Upon seeing Bertie, the employees bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Chairman." Jian Shangqing found himself bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bertie stepped forward, casually lifting Jian Shangqing's purse, and under the begrudging gaze of the employees, swept all the gold coins from the counter into the purse. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mick Bertie, chairman of the Black Pearl Trading Company, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance at the city gates." "Lord Jian Shangqing, this tailor shop is one of our subsidiary enterprises, and it would be remiss to allow you to bear any expense." The employees stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that their customer was acquainted with Chairman Bertie. The female employee broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had inflated the quote by 30, a significant oversight given that they had not had any business in weeks. Birdie's hawk-like gaze swept over the employees, finally landing on the one who had attended to Jian Shangqing. "Your name is a faff, is it not?" Birdie stroked his mustache, his voice devoid of inflection. "What is the first tenet of the Black Pearl Trading Company?" A faff trembled at the mention of her name. "Chairman, it is integrity." Birdie nodded. "Ah, integrity, is it?" He swiftly scanned the order. Within the shop, aside from Jian Shangqing and Reista, no one dared to make a sound. Sweat dripped from a faff's temples onto the wooden floor. Bang! Birdie slammed the order onto the counter. "Then why did you quote 30 more for the gentleman? Do you realize you are mocking a mid-level mage?" The term mage resonated like thunder. A faff's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, her eyes vacant. "A mage. This young man is a mage. A mid-level one at that." In her limited understanding, mid-level mages were supposed to be old men with white beards or elderly women with gray hair. Moreover, this mage was acquainted with the chairman and had even assisted him. Timidly, she raised her head. Birdie stepped behind the counter, sweeping a faff's name off the list of employees with a single stroke. Tears streamed down a faff's face. Chairman, you can't do this. I still need to support myself. I need this job." Birdie, hands clasped behind his back, looked down upon a faff. "I shall say this only once. You are dismissed from the Black Pearl Trading Company." The essence of a businessman was fully encapsulated in Birdie's demeanor at that moment. Chapter 20. The invisible duel. Birdie waved his hand. A faff, who remained on the floor, was escorted out of the shop by Reista. She would never forget this day, having lost her means of livelihood, all because she had offended a young man named Jian Shangqing. Birdie let out a sigh of relief. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Jian Shangqing nodded. The money had been returned, which was good. A faff got what she deserved, which was even better. Jian Shangqing hesitated slightly, inquiring, "What is the price of the garments?" Birdie chuckled, then feigned calculation. "Neither more nor less. Exactly 360 silver coins. The payment has already been made at the city gate." Birdie winked. "So, it's free." Jian Shangqing touched his coin pouch. Birdie, as the president of the Black Pearl Trading Company, was indeed meticulous in his dealings. He skillfully avoided allowing Jian Shangqing to feel disadvantaged in his store while simultaneously repaying the favor owed at the city gate. He also subtly indicated that the payment had been made, ensuring that his status appeared no less than Birdie's in the eyes of others. The Black Pearl Trading Company was the largest commercial entity in the Duchy of Suzy, making Birdie arguably the shrewdest merchant in the entire nation. And a shrewd merchant would never allow himself to suffer losses, even if it meant sacrificing some immediate benefits. Birdie gestured for Jian Shangqing to enter the conference room within the store. Once the door was closed, Reista set up several soundproofing magic arrays. Birdie interlaced his fingers. "May I inquire where you wish to send these garments, my lord? To express our gratitude, the Black Pearl Trading Company will provide a carriage to deliver them to the destination." Jian Shangqing replied nonchalantly, "The Misty Shadow Forest." He was not concerned about the location being revealed. Firstly, the Misty Shadow Forest was teeming with magical beasts, and the Black Pearl Trading Company would certainly not spend a fortune to explore his stronghold. Secondly, both had witnessed each other's capabilities. Even Reista would think twice before acting against him. Ultimately, transporting these 300 garments himself would be cumbersome. It was far more efficient to have the Black Pearl Trading Company deliver them to the Misty Shadow Forest and summon magical beasts to bring them back to a stronghold after the merchant caravan returned. Upon hearing the words Misty Shadow Forest, Birdie inhaled deeply. He exchanged a glance with Reista, noting the astonishment and confusion reflected in Reista's eyes. Jian Shangqing tapped his fingers on the armrest. "Is it impossible to deliver?" "Mr. Birdie closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Rest assured, Birdie, will honor my word. Not only will we deliver, but I shall also provide you with 10 fine steeds." Just as Reista was about to interject, Birdie raised a hand to stop him. The most astute merchant in the duchy, he had mastered the art of reading people and interpreting intentions. He sensed he was beginning to grasp the underlying motives. Jian Shangqing, having lived in the royal palace, understood this as well. A calculating merchant willing to concede profit must have ulterior motives. With only 3 individuals in a room, What Bertie desired was undoubtedly in his possession. And Bertie, too, possessed something Jian Shangqing wanted. Thus, a discussion was warranted. Jian Shangqing leaned back slowly in his chair. An invisible duel had quietly commenced across the table. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Shangqing removed his flintlock pistol from his back and rested it against the armrest. He was signaling his preliminary trust in Bertie, indicating a willingness to engage in earnest conversation. However, should Bertie deceive him, the flintlock pistol was certainly not merely for show. Bertie narrowed his eyes, comprehending this nuance. I have examined the garments he ordered. They feature innovative designs, conforming to a unified standard, and come in 3 distinct sizes. Bertie's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. You are forming? Bertie hesitated. Private troops? Jian Shangqing remained silent. Yet internally he regarded Bertie with newfound respect. Conversing with an intelligent individual was indeed refreshing. Observing Jian Shangqing's tacit acknowledgement, Bertie realized he had guessed correctly. This explosive revelation sent ripples of shock through both Bertie and Riista. Ever since the ascension of the old king, to consolidate his rule and maintain domestic stability, no one was allowed to form private armies. Yet here was Jian Shangqing, a sorcerer, intending to establish a military force in the misty shadow forest. What could his intentions be? Bertie's interlaced fingers tightened, and he fell silent. Engaging with such a person posed significant risks. At that moment, Bertie regretted becoming entangled with Jian Shangqing. Riista, too, wore a solemn expression. Deep in thought, the initiative in the conversation had shifted to Jian Shangqing. Mr. Bertie, since Princess Martina's ascension, the fortunes of the trading company have been rather bleak, have they not? Bertie was taken aback. These words struck a chord with him. As Jian Shangqing had articulated, the Black Pearl Trading Company's profits had plummeted sharply since Princess Martina took the throne. This was due in part to exorbitant tariffs, and on the other hand, as the nation's largest trading company, the immense daily expenditures were also considerable. Bertie sighed inwardly. Recently, the company had shuttered several stores and laid off numerous employees. If this trend continued, the Black Pearl Trading Company would soon be drained dry by the ravenous royal family and subsequently cast aside. Bertie could not bear to watch the company he had painstakingly built be gradually consumed. Jian Shangqing smiled. What do you believe is hindering the company's profitability? As he spoke, he lightly gestured toward the direction of Lorne City. Bertie's breath quickened, and he leaned in closer. He had long harbored plans, but due to constraints of power and courage, those plans had remained unspoken. Yet Jian Shangqing's words illuminated his path, igniting a beacon of hope in the shadowy future. His hands, whether from excitement, tension, or fear, were tightly clasped together, the knuckles turning pale. Observing Bertie's demeanor, Jian Shangqing recognized that the moment was ripe. He stood up, drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood into Mr. Bertie. Let us speak frankly. Jian Shangqing pointed at himself, then at Bertie. You and I share mutual interests. Bertie sprang to his feet, the overwhelming excitement nearly causing him to stumble. Riista quickly stepped forward to support him, though they had yet to explicitly articulate their plans. Both were acutely aware of each other's intentions. Bertie's throat felt dry. What are your military capabilities? Jian Shangqing gazed out of the window. Over 100 sorcerers. Those 5 words struck Bertie like a hammer to the head. Just as he had regained his composure, he was once again taken aback by Jian Shangqing's revelation. Collapsing back into his chair, 100 sorcerers, even if they were of lower rank, would be more than sufficient to dominate any duchy. He had not anticipated that this mysterious young sorcerer was so powerful and ambitious. But without such strength, how could he rescue the Black Pearl Trading Company? Riista was equally stunned. 100 sorcerers. It should be noted that even the smaller sorcerer guilds in the kingdom had only around 30 members. 100 sorcerers equated to the combined might of 3 small guilds. What a terrifying force that would be. Bertie steadied himself. Then, what are your conditions, my lord? Jian Shangqing settled back into his chair. I require all resources, ores, timber, garments, provided to me free of charge. Bertie stroked his mustache, lost in contemplation. This was a high-stakes gamble for him. If he failed, the Black Pearl Trading Company would surely collapse. However, if he did not take the risk, the company would eventually perish anyway. In that case, it was better to stake everything in a mere moment. Bertie assessed the pros and cons, then extended his hand to firmly shake Jian Shangqing's, sealing their agreement. Bertie finally made a request. He wished to behold the visage of this esteemed individual. He longed to see what such an extraordinary person looked like. Jian Shangqing nodded gently, then removed his hood and scarf. His golden hair framed striking green eyes. Both Bertie and Riesta instinctively displayed expressions of shock. The former exclaiming in disbelief, "J. Jefferson, the Crown Prince?" Chapter 21. I must be under the influence of an illusion spell. Bertie slumped in his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had received an overwhelming amount of shocking news today. To be fair, as the president of the largest trading company, he had encountered numerous storms throughout his career. But to hear that Jefferson, the Crown Prince, who had supposedly been buried for months, was now alive and standing before him. Conversing for half an hour, it was akin to encountering a skeleton in broad daylight. Bertie removed his monocle and rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing Jian Shangqing once more. The smiling face before him was undeniably known throughout the entire duchy. It was indeed the Crown Prince, with his emerald green eyes blinking. Jian Shangqing waved his hand dismissively. I have discarded the name Jefferson. From now on, you may call me Jian Shangqing. Bertie exhaled deeply. From Jian Shangqing's demeanor, he had already surmised that there was something amiss regarding the death of the Crown Prince. However, this very realization only served to fortify the bond and plans shared between the two. The Crown Prince had been framed and usurped. Having miraculously survived, he now sought to rectify the situation with an army. The motives, rationality, and justice of his actions were indisputable. Any lingering doubts that Bertie had dissipated completely. Gazing at his future employer, Bertie steeled himself and knelt on one knee. Bertie, I pledge to assist Master Jian Shangqing in restoring order and returning to the rightful path. Jian Shangqing nodded, undoubtedly recognizing that Bertie had now become his most loyal ally in the realm of humanity. Whether in terms of mutual benefit or status, it was time to formalize the contract. Once this matter is concluded, I shall have other important tasks for you. Jian Shangqing picked up a pen and paper. Drafting the contract, one to establish their relationship and another to ensure confidentiality. Upon hearing this, Bertie understood that Jian Shangqing had truly accepted him as one of his own, and once Jian Shangqing ascended to the throne, he would undoubtedly reap the rewards that ate this thought. Bertie's face flushed with excitement as he quickly rose. Yes, the Black Pearl Trading Company will wholeheartedly support you. With the contract signed, Jian Shangqing donned his hood and scarf once more. Beneath the scarf, a smile crept across Jian Shangqing's lips. He had effortlessly acquired nearly boundless free resources and the backing of the largest trading company in the nation, and all it cost him was a sound thrashing of a city mage. One he could easily deal with again. What a bargain. Jian Shangqing stepped out of the shop, pulling out the notice from his pocket to give it another glance. Gaining Bertie's support so effortlessly was also thanks to his dear sister. Once he breached the royal palace, he would be sure to express his gratitude to Martina. Suddenly, a wand blocked Jian Shangqing's path. Looking up, he saw the bespectacled old man, Rueda, grinning at him. Your Highness, my task with Mr. Bertie has concluded, and now I wish to accompany you. What say you? Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow to the misty shadow forest. Rueda nodded. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by your, magic, that if you're truly concerned, I am willing to sign a contract. Rueda was indeed speaking truthfully on this matter. As the academic director of the Suzy Duchy Magic Association, he had immersed himself in magical knowledge for countless years. He had encountered innumerable magical prodigies and eccentric spells, yet had never before witnessed a wand or magic like Jian Shangqing's. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and curiosity, he desired to accompany Jian Shangqing to explore further. Jian Shangqing pondered for a moment that it was about time to have a mage at the base, that he needed the magical creatures to no longer fear magic. He wanted them to understand its principles. Moreover, having a human mage would facilitate the creature's practice in countering mages and could also serve to test the power of artillery. Weighing the pros and cons, Jian Shangqing consented to Rueda's request. The old man seemed to have anticipated this, as he promptly produced a pre-prepared contract from his robes and handed it to Jian Shangqing. After confirming its accuracy, Jian Shangqing affixed his name. He glanced at the old man beside him, curious about what expression Rueda would wear upon encountering the 100 magical creatures that a week and a half later, with the full efforts of the Black Pearl Trading Company. 300 uniforms were completed. Additionally, Birdie had clandestinely requisitioned several carts worth of saltpeter, metal, sulfur, and charcoal for Jian Shangqing. Following that, there were also several sets of bagpipes and military drums that Jian Shangqing had requested. To ensure everything was in order, Birdie had produced and dispatched these materials in batches from various cities across the duchy. Otherwise, the process could have been expedited further. The convoy carried Jian Shangqing and Rueda, departing in stages from the Suzi Duchy towards the misty shadow forest. The carriage swayed as they traveled on the way. Jian Shangqing instructed Rueda to remain calm, regardless of what they might encounter in the misty shadow forest. He reminded him to follow his lead. Rueda patted his chest in assurance. A.S. the academic director of the Magic Association. What grand spectacles have I not witnessed? Jian Shangqing nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. The convoy halted at the designated location, and the drivers, following Birdie's orders, left all but the necessary horses behind in the misty shadow forest. Rueda looked around, confused as he could not spot Jian Shangqing's base. Had he been duped? Just as Rueda pondered this, dozens of magical creatures suddenly emerged from the dim boundary of the misty shadow forest. Scanning the area, he saw a multitude of dog-headed men, wolfmen, and gray dwarves. Rueda's heart raced, and he quickly shielded Jian Shangqing behind him, brandishing his wand to prepare a spell. Your Highness, you must flee. Even I cannot contend with so many magical creatures. I can only buy us a moment. The creatures bared their teeth, claws glinting as they slowly advanced towards the pair. You must go now, or it will be too late, urged anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What was happening? Should these creatures be submissively residing within the misty shadow forest as usual? Rueda was baffled, but the priority was to ensure Jian Shangqing's safety. He extended his left hand to push Jian Shangqing away, urging him to flee. Yet, somehow, he pushed at nothing but air. Turning back, he found no sign of Jian Shangqing behind him. When he spun around again, his esteemed prince was nearly in the jaws of a dog-headed creature. Witnessing this, Rueda's soul nearly left his body in terror. Jian Shangqing embraced Chief Kato, having missed him dearly after their separation of several days. Chief Iron Furnace and Whites also approached, examining their beloved lord for injuries. Meanwhile, they bombarded Jian Shangqing with questions about his experiences in the city. Jian Shangqing mentally counted down. A startled cry erupted. Rueda's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he beheld the scene before him. When had humans and magical creatures begun to coexist peacefully? Were lower-tier and higher-tier magical creatures now able to live in harmony? Had he entered another world? Was this an illusion spell? Yes, he must have fallen under the effects of an illusion spell. Jian Shangqing sighed. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Rueda continued to bombard him with awakening spells. Jian Shangqing walked over and patted his shoulder. This is all quite real, that if you don't believe me. Pinch yourself. Chapter 22. Would you like to give it a try? Rueda, half convinced, ultimately reached out and gave his white beard a sharp tug. Ouch! Jian Shangqing chuckled. Does it hurt? If it does, then it's real. Don't just stand there like a fool. Follow me, and I shall provide you with answers. With that, Jian Shangqing mounted his horse, and, without looking back, rode into the misty shadow forest. The magical creatures gathered to prepare the horses and large-horned sheep for the carts, transporting the supplies back to the camp. Rueda stood dazed for a moment, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Your Highness, wait for me. Rueda hurriedly followed the magical creatures' convoy, wand in hand. Within the camp, various magical creatures curiously fiddled with the clothes Jian Shangqing had purchased. Jian Shangqing recounted the entire story to Rueda in detail. Upon hearing Jian Shangqing's explanation, Rueda's nostrils flared in astonishment. Are you saying that these magical creatures are the 100 sorcerers you mentioned? Jian Shangqing nodded. Rueda burst into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. Surely, anyone with a modicum of age knows that the magical essence of these creatures was shattered long ago. Rueda laughed heartily, shaking his head as if hearing the greatest joke. Jian Shangqing's expression soured. It was imperative to teach this old stubborn man a lesson. Have you all donned your uniforms? Jian Shangqing rose, surveying the magical creatures around him. Each one had dressed in the uniforms of the British Army. A vibrant sea of red filled the camp. "We are ready, my lord." Chief Cato approached to report the situation. "Excellent. Musketeers, form lines. Artillery, fall in, radar." Witnessing Jian Shangqing's theatrical display intended to prove that these creatures were all sorcerers. "Laughed even harder." Jian Shangqing shot him a glance. "Laugh now, but let us see if you can still find humor in this later." Upon hearing Jian Shangqing's command, the magical creatures perked up and swiftly sprang into action. 36 well-equipped, dog-headed men quickly formed the most iconic line infantry formation known on Blue Star. The line formation. In each row, there are 12 individuals, with a half-arm's distance separating each one. There are a total of 3 rows. With a distance of 1.5 guns separating each row. From a distance, it appears as if a vibrant red wall has been erected. Within half a minute, a compact battalion prime for combat has taken shape. The artillery is mobilized, and the well-drilled gunners swiftly set up the cannons and prepare the positions, commencing the loading process. Vista's laughter gradually subsides as he gazes at the beings before him, whose caliber surpasses that of the Principality's Infantry Legion. He squints his eyes. These beings are inherently free-spirited and unruly. For them to unite, there must either be external coercion or an unwavering loyalty to a particular belief. He casts a glance at Jian Shangqing. Could it be that Jian Shangqing is the object of devotion for these creatures? It is quite plausible. Moreover, even so, training such beings to this level is no easy feat. Ruista silently commends Jian Shangqing's methods. Yet he soon shakes his head slightly. It is impossible to overthrow Martina's reign with merely well-trained infantry. Not to mention those demonic sword knights and sorcerers. Even a standard cavalry unit would pose a significant challenge to these beings. To attempt to hold one's ground without sorcerers is ultimately a fool's errand. While he ponders, the ranks of creatures have fully assembled. Jian Shangqing approaches Ruista. "How about you give it a try?" Ruista arises, grasping his wand. "Very well. Let me demonstrate to you just how powerless mortal armies are against sorcerers. I shall refrain from attacking. Your efforts will not breach my defenses." Incantations are recited as the wand is waved. A wall of earth, a tall and sturdy earthen barrier rises before Ruista. Jian Shangqing knocks on it. Feeling the solidified soil and sensing the earth elements flowing within. To his surprise, this old man is a master of both fire and earth magic. Indeed, one who can ascend to the position of academic overseer must possess considerable prowess. "Ruista, I suggest you step away from the earthen wall." Ruista appears exceedingly confident. "This is my strongest defensive spell, far superior to that icy barrier of Ped." Jian Shangqing shrugs and steps back from the wall. The old man is merely inviting his own misfortune. Chief Cato nods at Jian Shangqing, signaling that they may proceed. "Target the earthen wall, fire." Jian Shangqing bellows. Chief Cato stands to the left of the artillery position, brandishing his saber, repeating Jian Shangqing's command. "Target the earthen wall, fire." The fuse is lit, and the creatures anxiously observe the earthen barrier. This is their first encounter with a sorcerer, so they have specially loaded iron cannonballs, fearing they might not penetrate. Bang! The crimson cannon belches forth flames and smoke, the iron projectile hurtling from the muzzle, striking heavily against Ruista's earthen wall. Before Ruista can react, a deafening roar erupts, akin to thunder crashing. The wall crumbles on the right side, disintegrating into dust that falls to the ground. But how can a mere earthen wall withstand a cannonball? The remaining kinetic energy propels the projectile onward. Ruista feels a gray-black object was past him so swiftly that he cannot even discern it. The wind generated by the projectile ruffles his white beard. The cannonball lands not far behind Ruista, sending clods of earth flying. Ruista stands frozen, unable to comprehend the events unfolding by the heavens. After a moment, an expletive, wholly unbefitting his status, escapes Ruista's lips. Did his earthen wall just get breached in an instant? He had infused it with even more magical energy to demonstrate to Jian Shangqing. And the speed of that object, he was utterly unprepared to react. Had it been even slightly more accurate? Ruista shudders. Would that not mean his head could have been blown off? A gaping hole in the earthen wall reveals light. As Ruista focuses his gaze, he sees a group of goblins grinning and waving at him from across the breach. Magic. Has Jian Shangqing truly taught these creatures magic? This absurd thought, once it ignites in Ruista's mind, cannot be extinguished. Crash. The wall collapses further. Suddenly, Ruista observes the neatly arranged goblins brandishing wands identical to Jian Shangqing's. The mere thought of Jian Shangqing confronting Ped sends a shiver down Ruista's spine. So many identical wands. Does this mean he must face 36 Jian Shangqing simultaneously? Third squad, fire. Chief Tilu brandishes his hammer. Third squad, fire. Ruista witnesses the peculiar wands all aimed directly at him, and he bolts in terror. This moment. Who cares about dignity? Surviving is the priority. Just as Ruista departs from the earthen wall, the first two rows of goblins uniformly crouch down. The last row of goblins steadies their flintlock rifles and simultaneously pulls the triggers. Bang! The sound of crisp explosions echoes. 20mm lead bullets soar through the air, striking the earthen wall, raising clouds of dust. Some projectiles become lodged within the wall, while others penetrate straight through, shattering the stones behind. Then to Ruista's astonished gaze, his pride, the reinforced earthen wall, collapses with a thunderous crash. Chapter 23. Pledge your allegiance to me. Ruista stands dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. The creatures can wield magic. This is truly an unbelievable and explosive revelation. A gentle breeze stirs the dust, and Ruista's eyes are filled with grit. Disband, Jian Shangqing shouts, then pats Ruista on the shoulder. So, do you believe now? Ruista rubs his eyes, nodding vigorously. How could he not believe? He had nearly been killed by a goblin just moments ago. How could he not trust? Initially, he had mocked Jian Shangqing for not being able to breach the city of Gangle. Now it seems that aside from the sorcerers from the church and the Silver Knight from the palace, as well as those armored magic cavalry, the prospect of sweeping through the principality is not an issue at all. As he gazes at Jian Shangqing before him, a sense of reverence wells up within him. Although the ranks still lack cavalry, I believe this army is already remarkably formidable. He strokes his beard thoughtfully. However, cultivating so many sorcerers must have required considerable time and resources. After all, Jian Shangqing has only been living in the misty shadow forest for a few months at most. I genuinely admire him. After speaking, Ruista feels an odd sense of incongruity. What exactly is amiss? No, it cannot be. Jian Shangqing has only been here for a few months. How could he have trained so many sorcerers? It is well known that most sorcerers possess mediocre talent, often remaining stuck at the novice level throughout their lives. Ruista has immersed himself in magic for nearly 20 years, and at over 50 years of age. He is still trapped at the pinnacle of second-tier sorcerer, unable to break through. Ruista swallows hard and slowly turns his gaze to Jian Shangqing, who is now cleaning his firearm in the background. His address unconsciously shifts to Master. Master, may I ask how long you took to cultivate these sorcerers, and how much did it cost? Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, roughly calculating the time. About 2 months. I suppose. Jian Shangqing reflects further, noting that the gold given to the dwarves is now returned to him. Time to buy some clothes, as Bertie has not asked him to spend any money. He shrugs. I spent not a single coin. Ruista clutches his chest, his heart racing wildly. He is once again astonished by Jian Shangqing's words. 2 months, without spending any money. What does this imply? Setting aside the monetary aspect. Just the 2 months signifies what? It is enough time to train a barely competent infantryman. One could not even train a longbowman capable of hitting a target, let alone a sorcerer. Ruista feels as if his entire worldview has been shaken. He even begins to question the purpose of his life. What has he been striving for all these years? To find himself inferior to creatures trained for merely 2 months. Jian Shangqing beams with delight. Sensing it is time to unveil the true nature of firearms to Ruista, perhaps he could even gain a permanent sorcerer in the process. In truth, the creatures within the clan now comprehend that cannons and flintlocks are not magic. After all, regardless of the circumstances, bullets and cannonballs do not emit magical fluctuations. Yet their ingrained thinking has led them to habitually refer to firearms as a new form of magic. What era is this? Still relying on traditional magic? It is time to embrace science. Ruista, having attained the position of academic overseer, demonstrates his intelligence. Hence, the word science, previously unheard of, resonate like thunder in his ears. You mean to say what I just witnessed was not magic? Jian Shangqing nods with a smile. Ruista puffs out his cheeks, exhaling forcefully. He cannot believe it. Master Jian Shangqing has actually developed a new system that can rival magic. Moreover, its development time is significantly shorter than that of sorcerers. The costs incurred are far less. Jian Shangqing seized the opportunity to bring the still-shocked Ruista to the forge. Within this realm, the dwarves, their necks adorned with towels and sweat glistening on their brows, toiled tirelessly to produce firearms and ammunition. Jian Shangqing presented a selection of parts before Ruista, allowing him a fleeting glance before hastily covering them with a cloth. The answer you seek lies beneath this fabric. However, acquiring knowledge demands a price. Ruista's aged hands hovered in midair, trembling slightly. Jian Shangqing's words echoed like an incantation in his mind. Approaching 60, he prided himself as a scholar of magic, having pursued the truth of the essence of magic for countless years with little progress. His magical prowess had stagnated for years, leading him to believe that his life would remain unremarkable. Yet, the emergence of Jian Shangqing and the realm of science rekindled a flicker of hope within him. The thirst for knowledge and the ambition to grow stronger became the driving ideals of Ruista's existence. And now, beneath that cloth lay the very thing he yearned for. Jian Shangqing smiled subtly. The moment had arrived that I know you have spent countless years studying the essence of magic, but why not change your path if your current one proves fruitless? Those simple words struck Ruista with the clarity of enlightenment. Indeed, why not pursue a different avenue? Since the essence of magic has turned its back on me, why should I not embrace science? The tenets of Ruista's heart wavered, creating a fissure of doubt. His excitement was palpable, causing his beard to quiver. Jian Shangqing retrieved paper and quill, drafting a contract. Pledge your loyalty to me, Ruista. I shall reveal to you the truths of science. Ruista snatched the contract, signing it without a second glance. His insatiable curiosity compelled this venerable sage to explore the truth. What did it matter if he served under Jian Shangqing? With the contract in effect, Ruista, like a reformed monk, eagerly unveiled the cloth covering the parts. He caressed them as one would a treasured gem. What exquisite and delightful components! These mundane metals, when assembled, could unleash power rivaling that of magic. Jian Shangqing observed the infatuated old man before him. Waving his hand, an elderly blacksmith in the forge wiped his brow and began to explain the workings of firearms to Ruista. Jian Shangqing stretched, feeling satisfied with his new acquisition. Science is essential. Magic is also crucial. Only then can one achieve true balance. To return to the matter at hand, Ruista's involvement held significant importance in Jian Shangqing's plans. After all, before the advent of armored units, firearms had little defense against magic. Magic would aptly fill that void. Now, all that remained was to secure a centaur. Jian Shangqing pondered. Suddenly, a resounding howl erupted from the depths of the misty shadow forest. Its penetrating resonance reached even the clans at the forest's edge. The creatures of magic hastily grabbed their weapons and emerged. Chief Cato bowed respectfully. "My lord, what has transpired?" Jian Shangqing gestured for Chief Cato to silence his inquiry. Delving into recollections of that howl, the sound was powerful and piercing, reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet. Closing his eyes, Jian Shangqing rapidly searched his memory for any match, yet none of the magical creature's voices aligned with it. The image of an elephant from Blue Star surfaced in his mind that a realization struck Jian Shangqing. Could it be a magical beast? Chapter 24. A surprise attack. Magical beasts differ from magical creatures. To be classified as a magical creature, one must possess a level of intelligence capable of tool usage and language comprehension, but a first-tier goblin exemplifies this, albeit small and ugly, with a simplistic mindset fixated on capturing human females for reproduction. Yet, due to their ability to use rudimentary tools and communicate at a basic level, they fall under the category of magical beings. In contrast, magical beasts are endowed with terrifying physical prowess. They are either robust and agile or tough-skinned and muscular. However, their intelligence is only marginally superior to that of wild animals. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, recalling the furious undertone in that earlier trumpet-like sound. This was concerning that an angry magical beast posed a threat to both magical creatures and humans. During his time in the royal palace, incidents of rampaging magical beasts causing harm had often occurred. Ordinary soldiers were virtually powerless against them. Only magical soldiers and mages could subdue or encircle them. As such, the formidable nature of magical beasts had been indelibly etched in Jian Shangqing's mind since those days. He gazed towards the heart of the forest, his eyes glimmering with ambition. If only he could tame one. It would greatly solidify his plans to invade the Duchy of Sushi. After all, strength in numbers is never unwelcome. Jian Shangqing snapped out of his thoughts. Men, stay alert. Begin the watch. The fury of a magical beast often resulted in neighboring magical creatures fleeing the area. It was possible that some ill-fated magical clan might stumble upon Jian Shangqing's stronghold. The magical beings within the stronghold responded to the command, seizing their weapons and commencing patrols. The following day at noon, a goblin mounted on a large ram raced towards the fortress. With a coarse voice, he shouted, "My lord, there are centaur clans in the vicinity." Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. As expected, a magical clan had arrived. But fortuitously, it was a centaur clan. Truly, it was as if someone had delivered a pillow to a sleepy head. In the forest, around 30 centaurs galloped, panting heavily. A male centaur returned from the front, reporting to the leading female centaur. "Chief, there is a goblin fortress ahead. Shall we circumvent it?" The female centaur glanced back at her weary kin, a frown forming on her face. "No, our kin are exhausted and desperately need a place to rest." She tightened her grip on her short bow. Damn that mage. It was one thing to encircle the rampaging mammoths, but now they seek to kill their own husbands. They would even drive their own clans away. If it weren't for the death of her husband, she, an inexperienced female centaur, would not be leading the clan. The clan had hurriedly departed, and after a night of travel, their provisions had long been depleted. "Eileen, give the command. We will follow your lead." Newman Eileen looked at her clan members, who placed their trust in her despite her recent ascension. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Let us go to the Goblin clan and rest. I will request supplies from them." The scout centaur was taken aback that a noble centaur begging for sustenance from lowly goblins. "We are third-tier magical beings." He gazed at Eileen, whose long brown hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, glistening with beads of sweat from the long run. She was breathtaking. If there were truly a goddess, she would surely resemble Eileen. "How can this be? How can I allow the chief I have admired for so long to stoop to begging?" An unnameable fury surged within him, a fire of jealousy. Eileen had never belittled herself before him. Why should those goblins receive such treatment? "Chief, they are but lowly goblins. We can simply crush their clan." Eileen resolutely waved her hand, signaling her determination. Their clan was already fatigued. They could not engage in another battle. "Mal's Jahan, follow my orders." Jahan's mouth hung open, momentarily speechless. Slowly, he lowered his head, his hooves restlessly pawing the ground before falling silent. Eileen breathed a sigh of relief and led her clan onward. Jian Shangqing scratched his head atop the fortress. Why was this centaur clan taking so long? Had they encountered danger along the way? Just then, a throng of magical creatures emerged from the woods. Jian Shangqing focused his gaze and was delighted to see that the leading figure was a rather attractive female centaur. He nudged Chief Kato with his elbow. Understanding the cue, Chief Kato raised his voice. "Which clan do you belong to, and what brings you here?" Eileen shifted her hooves. Shouldn't goblins reside in burrows? How did they end up in a stone fortress? It appeared to be a dwarven stronghold. Could it be that the dwarves had abandoned it? Eileen shook her head, realizing that the pressing matter at hand was to seek assistance from the gnolls. The other concerns seemed trivial in comparison. Her chest heaved as she valiantly struggled against her feelings of shame. After all, it was her first time humbling herself before such lowly creatures. She briefly recounted the fury of the beasts and the tragic demise of her husband. Finally, Eileen made her request. She wished to rest within the clan and procure some provisions. Jian Shangqing, upon hearing this, was nearly overcome with elation. Yes, it must be granted. If a mere meal could entice the Centaur clan to join their ranks, it would be an effortless windfall. The fortress gates swung open, revealing a gnoll laboriously carrying a large barrel of water. Have a drink and rest a moment. We will prepare some space for you to enter, he said. Eileen's face blossomed into a radiant smile, taken aback by how smoothly matters were unfolding. Perhaps this was heaven's compensation for her husband's untimely death. Thank you, S. She accepted the barrel. Her hand inadvertently brushed against the gnoll's claw. The creature, slightly embarrassed, scratched its head and mumbled, "No problem." Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. An arrow shot forth from the Centaur clan, striking the gnoll directly in the heart. The gnoll paused, disbelief washing over its face as it stared at the arrow protruding from its chest, before slowly collapsing to the ground. Eileen turned to see that the archer was none other than Yang. "Yang, what are you doing?" Yang slowly lowered his hand, which had been gripping the short bow, his eyes swirling with a toxic mix of jealousy and madness. His teeth ground together audibly as he gripped the bow so tightly that it nearly snapped. "Chief, that vile gnoll was secretly defiling you. Did you not notice?" Yahang's breath came in rapid bursts. How could his goddess, the woman he desired as his future wife, have any physical contact with such a despicable creature? Surely, it must be those repulsive gnolls. Coveting her beauty, it had to be. These gnolls were truly deserving of their fate. Eileen's anxiety surged. What nonsense was Yang spouting? Did he not realize whether it was accidental or intentional? Eileen waved her arms, attempting to explain to the gnolls. Yet her feeble voice was drowned out by the blaring horns signaling an enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All the creatures scattered, hastily grabbing their weapons and ammunition to assemble on the ground. Observing the scene, Jian Shangqing sighed that it seemed a great battle was unavoidable. He halted the closing gate, bellowing, "Out of the city, form ranks to engage." Chapter 25. The hollow square whites, who was closing the gates, paused in confusion. My lord, would it not be wiser to fortify the gates against cavalry? Jian Shangqing shook his head. Indeed, a defensive strategy within the fortress was ideal, but what if they encountered enemies in the open field? The elite magical cavalry of the principality were no trifling adversaries. He had to teach these creatures how to wield their flintlock rifles and engage the cavalry as infantry. After all, they were the main force attacking the principality. "I will instruct you on how to confront cavalry in open terrain. Hurry, werewolves, grab your shields, and let us exit the city." Upon receiving the command, the creatures rushed out of the gates. Eileen, incensed, ground her teeth. But the clan situation was paramount. She shot a fierce glare at Yang. "I will deal with you after this." Eileen raised her short bow. Guerrilla formation. The Centaur clan sprang into action, surrounding the creatures that had exited the city alongside Jian Shangqing. Observing the uniformed, well-trained troops before her, Eileen noted another puzzling detail. Why were there not only gnolls here? There were also gray dwarves and werewolves. How had the cunning gnolls, the ill-tempered gray dwarves, and the ferocious werewolves come to coexist? And there was even a human mixed among them. This hodgepodge of living arrangements completely shattered Eileen's understanding. The morale of the monstrous troops was high, while her own clan was weary from their night-long journey. Doubts crept into Eileen's mind. Could she truly defeat these creatures? Taking a deep breath, she reprimanded herself. The centaurs were third-tier magical beings. Even in poor condition, their cavalry tactics could wear down their opponents. Yang approached Eileen, patting her bare shoulder with an air of false bravado that struck her as exceedingly repulsive. "Fear not, my beautiful chieftain. I shall protect you, and I will prove my worth." Eileen quickly swatted his hand away. "Do not touch me." Just the sight of him made her stomach churn. Jian Shangqing, seizing the opportunity amidst the discord between Eileen and Yang, commanded the creatures, "Form the hollow square, as I taught you." The ranks of monsters swiftly transformed their formation. The hollow square was one of the most effective formations against cavalry devised in modern Blue Star history. The gunmen formed 3 ranks, encircling their commander in a hollow square. As the cavalry approached, they would fire in batches. When the cavalry drew near, they would present their bayonets to impale the horses. Charging cavalry would either be driven back by the stabs or would struggle into the hollow center of the square, where they would be dispatched by the gunmen from all sides. The monstrous troops completed their formation in the blink of an eye. Jian Shangqing had also made some adaptations suited to this world. The tall and powerful werewolf stood at the outermost edge of the square, wielding kite-shaped shields to protect the gray dwarves and gnolls within from arrows and crossbow bolts. The gaps beneath the kite-shaped shield were just right for the shorter gray dwarves to crouch down and expose their gun barrels to fire. The gnolls positioned at the rear would adapt as necessary, shooting when the time called for it, and engaging in melee when required. Jian Shangqing was thoroughly satisfied. This was truly the best method to counter the cavalry of this continent. Eileen, realizing that her quarrel with Yang had cost them the initiative, resolved to rally her troops. She raised her short bow high, her silky tail whipping upwards, declaring, "For the clan, run, my kin." The sound of hooves thundered as the centaurs began to move in a counterclockwise circle. Initiating their cavalry tactics, Jian Shangqing, positioned at the center of the square, quickly lowered his head while pressing down on the heads of the three clan leaders. "Werewolves, raise your shields. Arrows are coming." The outermost werewolves steeled themselves, baring their fangs, their muscles tensed as they lifted the heavy kite-shaped shields to chin level. A chorus of whistling filled the air. The centaurs' arrows were upon them. Over 30 arrows shot forth simultaneously, aimed at the hollow square from various angles. Clang, a dull thud resonated. The arrowheads embedded in wood, and the sturdy kite-shaped shields absorbed nearly all the projectiles. Only a few arrows managed to slip through, striking the werewolf's flesh, yet failing to penetrate deep enough to inflict serious harm. But pain was still pain that a few of the struck werewolves snarled in agony, letting out pained whines. "A whoa!" Whites let out a howl. "Piercing through the forest. Hold fast, my pups. What is a little bloodshed for our lord? Maintain formation." Upon hearing their leader's words, the werewolves' cries of pain transformed into low growls of fury. Indeed, their lord had sacrificed so much for them. What was a little bloodshed in return? They intended to push into the sushi principality. Eileen felt a jolt of alarm. Firstly, these creatures remained remarkably composed in the face of the skirmishing cavalry, executing their roles with precision and order. Secondly, the wounded werewolves did not drop their shields as she had imagined. Instead, they appeared even more ferocious, their morale heightened. Why? What drove these low-tier creatures to fight with such fervor? Eileen's mind raced, yet she could not discern an answer. In the midst of her thoughts, her hand found its way to the bowstring, and the second barrage of arrows was unleashed. Yang glared with excitement, his tongue lolling out. "Filthy mongrels, let's see how long you can withstand this, and that human within your ranks. I shall drag you out to pay tribute to our fallen chieftain." Predictably, the second volley of arrows was once again thwarted by the kite-shaped shields. The monstrous troops roared in anger at Yahang's insults directed at Jian Shangqing, stirring into a frenzy. Jian Shangqing counted in his mind. The centaurs required 4 seconds to load and aim their short bows, and 2 seconds to shoot. Thus, they had 4 seconds to act. That was sufficient. Jian Shangqing raised his gaze to observe Eileen's every move, and as the arrows were about to strike the shields, he bellowed, "Second rank, fire!" Eileen was momentarily taken aback. Did these low-tier creatures possess ranged weapons as well? Yet it seemed nearly impossible to hit while the centaurs were moving at such high speed. Eileen believed her analysis to be sound. Continuing to organize her kin for the cavalry tactics, as the centaurs prepared to load, rows of dark barrels emerged in perfect unison from the gaps between the kite-shaped shields. The chieftain of the Iron Furnace clan raised his flintlock and reiterated the command. Second rank. Fire! The dwarves had already reloaded their flintlocks behind their shields. All they needed to do now was crouch down and shoot. Bang! The entire hollow square erupted in a deafening cacophony of gunfire from all 4 sides. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the centaur's line of sight. Eileen failed to command her clan to retreat effectively. This meant that the distance between the 2 sides was a mere 50 meters. At such a range, with such a dense formation, even with smoothbore guns, the hit rate was astonishingly high. Furthermore, the Centaur clan had surrounded the hollow square using cavalry archery tactics. This meant that each side of the hollow square was an effective firing line. The Centaur clan was directly caught in the crossfire of this round of shooting. In an instant, the centaurs still galloping felt something small pierce through the thick smoke. Then it tore into their flesh. Blood gushed forth. Pain. Excruciating pain. 1,000 times worse than being struck by an arrow. In that moment, the centaurs standing at the innermost part cried out in agony, their bodies and steeds tumbling as they collapsed to the ground. Struggling incessantly. Chapter 26. The reluctant chieftain Eileen was left dumbfounded, her thoughts scattering like wisps of smoke. She could not comprehend what had transpired. Just a moment ago, the monstrous forces were enduring the onslaught of her clan's rain of arrows. Utterly defenseless. How could it be that in the next instant, nearly 10 of her kin lay dead in pools of blood after a deafening roar? Some were clearly on the brink of death. Their forelegs still mechanically galloping, Eileen's capacity for thought was completely overshadowed by the sound of gunfire. The Iron Furnace chieftain raised his weapon. "Well done, second rank, withdraw and reload." Jian Shangqing smiled faintly. It seemed the days of training had yielded significant results. Even without relying on him, the Iron Furnace chieftain could command effectively by following the procedures. The gray dwarf stepped back 3 paces, pulling out powder boxes to begin reloading. The voice of Chieftain Cato rang out. "Boys, we cannot let the Iron Furnace clan look down upon us. Second rank, prepare to fire." As the gray dwarves withdrew, the dog-headed men advanced, perfectly filling the gap left by the second rank, maintaining the continuity of firepower. Hearing Chieftain Cato's command, Eileen finally came to her senses. Magic. It had to be magic. After a moment of thought, she reached the same conclusion as Hogg. Monsters could not wield magic. This had been the result of countless trials by their ancestors over the past 200 years. Thus, there could only be one answer. These monsters were merely pretending. The true wielders of magic were the humans at the center of the formation. Capture the leader first. Eileen resolved firmly, waving her short bow. Withdraw and disperse. The heavily injured centaurs scattered like drops of water in the ocean. Vanishing into the woods, in eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The occasional chirp of insects sent shivers down the spines of the monsters. This was the advantage of cavalry mobility. Jian Shangqing felt an itch of excitement. Quickly act and bring back those centaurs who were still alive. They were his precious cavalry. They could not just die like that. The wolfmen handed their shields to the dog-headed men, then paired up, exerting all their strength to drag the still-breathing centaurs back into the camp. The children, elders, and women from the 3 clans sprang into action, tending to the wounded centaurs, staunching wounds and bandaging them. Just as the wolfmen regrouped, a dense and thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more. Jian Shangqing's heart leaped with joy that he knew that the boisterous yet brainless female chieftain would not swallow her pride. She would surely return with her kin to continue the assault, and Jian Shangqing was convinced that their chosen method would be a charge. As expected, Eileen's voice rang out from the woods. Charge with full force. As long as they moved quickly enough to prevent the mages from casting spells, all problems would be resolved, and speed was the centaurs' most treasured asset. With a swift draw, the centaurs unsheathed their sabers. Unlike human cavalry, they did not require lances, as they were not separated from their steeds. Carrying heavy lances over long distances was not a wise choice. The remaining centaurs dashed out of the woods. The thunder of hooves was captivating. Dust swirled, shaking the very soul. Though there were only 20 or so, Jian Shangqing felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. This was the awe-inspiring power of a cavalry charge. At a distance of 50 meters, if the soldiers were ordered to shoot, they would be unable to counter effectively. Hence, Jian Shangqing issued an unexpected command that took Eileen by surprise. All units, fix bayonets. There were no mages in Blue Star. Besides the difference in weapons and morale, what remained was a competition of tactics. Modern tactics, even the contemporary strategies Jian Shangqing employed, were sufficient to bewilder these monsters whose minds still lingered in the Middle Ages. The first, second, and third ranks quickly repositioned, lining up in the order of gray dwarves, dog-headed men, and wolfmen. Click! The gleaming bayonets were deftly fixed onto their sheaths. The 3 chieftains also drew their iron blades. Guarding Jian Shangqing's sides, Jian Shangqing gazed upon the blade of the bayonet, feeling a chill run through him. Indeed, The craftsmanship of the dwarves was exceptional. The 3 ranks of monsters were arranged by height, with the 3 rows of shining bayonets slanted upwards, aimed respectively at the legs, midsections, and necks of the centaurs. In the blink of an eye, the entire formation transformed into a deadly array of short firearms against cavalry. Eileen was once again at a loss. How did these monster-small wooden sticks transform into glimmering short guns with but a flourish? Was this also some form of magic? The centaurs did not understand what was happening, but they knew that if they did not halt, they would charge headlong into the wall of guns. Eileen and the other centaurs at the front could see clearly with a sudden break. They barely stopped in front of the formation, quickly turning to retreat. However, the centaurs behind, oblivious to the situation, were not so fortunate. Unable to overcome inertia, they surged forward. Some impaled themselves on 5 or 6 bayonets, becoming a veritable hive of death. Others, slightly wiser, shielded their vital areas with their arms and, relying on inertia, crashed painfully through 3 layers of bayonets, penetrating into the heart of the formation. Yet, how could flesh and blood serve as a shield? A centaur whose leg had been pierced deep enough to see bone collapsed unsteadily onto the open ground. 4 hooves kicked wildly. The surrounding wolfmen, brandishing their bayonets, closed in. Naturally, they did not kill the centaurs. They understood that these centaurs were the cavalry Jian Shangqing coveted for so long. They decided to have one of their number hold a bayonet to the centaur's neck, rendering it immobile. Jian Shangqing turned to a wolfman facing the formation towards the camp and whispered a few words into its ear. The wolfman's ears perked up, visibly excited. T gave a thumbs up. Master is brilliant. Jian Shangqing kicked the wolfman in the rear. Go quickly. The battlefield was ever-changing. Every second could bring a turn of fate. If those centaurs escaped, he would not let that wolfman off lightly. Seeing Jian Shangqing's displeasure, the wolfman quickly shouldered its flintlock and waved. The last 3 ranks, follow me. The last 3 ranks of monsters strode into the camp, disappearing from sight. Eileen felt a sense of despair wash over her. Her hands trembled, and the saber she held nearly slipped from her grasp. Why? Why was this happening? Why was everyone so utterly powerless against a group of low-tier monsters and a low-level mage? She even began to doubt the hierarchy of the centaurs. They were indeed Tier 3. Previously, these feeble creatures would have done anything to avoid her presence. Only the wolfmen dared to challenge her. Yet the wolfmen were often outnumbered and reluctant to confront the centaurs. She gazed blankly at her fallen kin. Had she made a mistake? Why did every approach she deemed utterly correct turn into a death sentence for her clan? Her vision blurred, and tears began to well in the eyes of the beleaguered female chieftain. Beside her, a clan member shook Eileen's shoulder vigorously. Chieftain Eileen, we must retreat. We cannot afford to lose any more lives. Eileen wiped her eyes. The clan member was right. No more lives could be lost. It was still possible to retreat now. Retreat. The centaurs turned around, preparing to flee into the woods. Suddenly, nearly 40 monstrous beings riding large-horned sheep and horses burst forth from the trees, launching a countercharge. The monsters brandished sharp blades, and the large-horned sheep thrust their horns forward. The overwhelming tide of their assault utterly shattered the morale of the centaur clan. How could this be, with pursuers in front and an ambush behind? Eileen was thrown into complete panic. She suddenly realized that from the very beginning, it was never they who surrounded the enemy. Rather, they themselves were the ones being encircled. The outcome was already determined. Jian Shangqing chuckled upon hearing Aaron's words. How could that be? What fortress does not leave a back door? Chapter 27. Aaron's will and Yahang's foolishness. This group of cavalry that descended from the heavens were the very monsters from the last 3 ranks of the infantry formation. Understanding that victory was assured, Jian Shangqing anticipated that the centaur clan, with their speed advantage, would surely resort to their old tactics and flee into the woods. Therefore, he had secretly instructed these monsters to mount their steeds and exit through the back door of the fortress. The monsters hastily encircled the soldiers on both sides, flanking the centaur clan from behind. The cavalry and infantry formation spread out, merging into a complete circle. The gleaming bayonets in hand forced the centaurs to retreat slowly. At last, Aaron's horse bumped against the thigh of another clan member. Aaron shuddered. They had nowhere left to flee. Jian Shangqing stepped through the encirclement, and the surrounding monsters parted for him. Why? Why? Aaron finally broke down in hysteria. Why are you all willing to bow down to a human? Aaron believed that Jian Shangqing was a sorcerer, and human sorcerers were nothing but the murderers of her husband, inherently wicked to the core. The monsters in the camp stirred restlessly, dissatisfied with this female centaur's indiscretion towards their superior. Jian Shangqing pressed his hands down, signaling for the monsters to calm down. They choose to submit to me for their own reasons. Aaron, count how many of your kin remain. Both sides had reached a point of no return. Jian Shangqing understood that, apart from brute force, there was no better way to subdue these excellent cavalry. Sign a pact with me, pledge your loyalty, and I will reveal to you why they obey my commands. Jian Shangqing's sharp gaze swept over each centaur. The centaurs pushed against each other in retreat. Fearing the peculiar magic of Jian Shangqing, Aaron counted her kin. Half were gone. Only half remained. The centaurs were formidable monsters in the misty shadow forest. When had they ever suffered such a devastating defeat? Aaron paused slightly. Why was one of her kin missing? It was Yang. Where had he gone? Aaron's eyelids drooped. Had he fled? If he had, it was for the best. Although she found the man repulsive, if someone from the clan escaped, there would be a continuation of their lineage. The clan established by her husband would not perish. How wonderful! For this poor widow, the clan founded by her husband was her greatest solace. I have not failed you. Ron, tears streamed down her cheeks. Aaron clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back, sincerely praying for Yang. Jian Shangqing waited patiently. He too had noticed Yahang's disappearance. However, it did not significantly affect him. Though somewhat regrettable, it was merely the loss of a single cavalryman. Have you made up your mind? Aaron opened her eyes, gazing at the repugnant face of the human before her. She nodded. I have made my decision. Jian Shangqing inclined his head slightly and turned to retrieve the pact. Just as he turned, Jian Shangqing noticed that his monsters and the centaurs had all become flustered. Both sides surged forward. In the center of the gathering was Aaron. Jian Shangqing quickly turned around. He discovered that Aaron had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to draw her saber and press it against her neck. Intent on taking her own life, blood had already begun to seep from her fair neck. Wee Eyes was so frightened that his tongue nearly rolled out. His eyes bulged wide as he clutched Aaron's right hand tightly. Don't do anything rash. Our Lord's cavalry is counting on you. On the other side, a female centaur planted her hooves firmly on the ground, straining to grip Aaron's left arm. Yes, Chief. There is always a way to live. This death would mean losing everything. The two opposing sides surprisingly reached an absurd consensus at that moment. Everyone but Aaron wished for her to live, but under the intense fervor of belief. The potential of animals is limitless. The seemingly fragile female leader could not even be moved by two individuals at this moment. Don't stop me. I have caused the deaths of so many kin. Let me atone. Let me go find my husband. Aaron's voice choked with emotion that Aaron's heart had already perished the moment her husband departed. What had sustained her until now was merely her husband's dying wish. Jian Shangqing sighed as third-tier monsters. When most people think of centaurs, they often recall their fearsome speed. Yet Jian Shangqing understood that centaurs possessed other admirable qualities, namely loyalty. The vast majority of centaurs were the epitome of chivalric spirit. Just as both sides were at an impasse, an unexpected shout rang out from the woods. Aaron, I have come to save you. Aaron's saber fell to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes, and her pupils trembled slightly. Yang had returned. That fool. Aaron clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. Yang had returned to rescue her, but what use was he alone? Aaron waved her arms. Hurry, get as far away as you can. Yang halted, and Aaron thought he had taken her words to heart, letting out a sigh of relief. However, a group of humans emerged from the woods behind Yang, a sorcerer from the church, accompanied by a battalion of magical infantry. My lord, as per our agreement, these monsters are all yours. You just need to release me and that female centaur. Yang rubbed his hands together, bowing and scraping before the sorcerer, displaying an exaggeratedly obsequious demeanor. The sorcerer stroked his beard. Rest assured, I always keep my word. Aaron could scarcely believe her ears. What had Yang agreed with the humans? What did it mean that those monsters belonged to him? The sorcerer gestured for him to proceed. Then please go retrieve your chieftain first. That Yahang's face beamed with joy, unable to conceal his smile. After much planning, Aaron was finally to become his possession. As he walked forward, he envisioned a splendid life with Aaron. He wanted to stroll with her by the stream. He wanted to hunt with her in the forest. He wanted to... Watch out! Aaron extended a hand forward. Yang felt his hooves suddenly seized. Looking down to find 4 small mounds of earth had inexplicably emerged to bind his hooves. Earth magic. Yang immediately comprehended. The humans behind him had betrayed him. Henry! Oh. Henry laughed heartily. You are such a fool, Yang. Why would I let you two go when I could capture all of you? So many monsters. It's a fortune beyond measure. And this female chieftain. She's quite a catch. Taking her back to sell to those nobles who fancy her would fetch an enormous price. The soldiers burst into uproarious laughter. Henry clicked his tongue. What a pity for your old chieftain. Because of your selfish desires, she has met an untimely demise. Henry surveyed the multitude of monsters before him, his gaze landing on Jian Shangqing. Why is there still a human here? Henry shrugged, planning to dispose of him later to avoid any controversies stemming from promises made to the centaurs. Rock technique. Henry waved his wand, and a massive boulder slowly began to take shape. Let me send you on your way first, foolish Yang. Chapter 28. Large magical shield. Bring out the newly forged weapons and distribute them to the wolfmen. Jian Shangqing quietly instructed the chieftain of the Iron Furnace clan beside him. Yes, my lord. The chieftain of the Iron Furnace hurriedly led several gray dwarves into the fortress. The rock technique had taken form. And Henry laughed maniacally as he waved his wand, aiming to send the boulder hurtling toward Yang. The centaurs turned their heads in unison. Regardless, Yang was a member of their clan. They could not bear to watch him perish at the hands of the sorcerer. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered as an irregular hole appeared in Henry's right shoulder. Ouch! The searing pain in his arm made Henry cry out, and the wand slipped from his grasp. The rock technique lost its guidance and plummeted, barely landing before Yahang's hooves. Yang, terrified, stumbled backward, clutching his chest tightly. The humans were thrown into chaos. The sorcerer is attacking. Protect the Lord. The magic infantry drew forth their enchanted swords, encircling Henry with fervent intent. Monsters devoid of magical prowess could not have inflicted harm upon Lord Henry. Thus, the identity of his assailant became evident. It was none other than Jian Shangqing, still grasping his firearm amidst the throng of beasts. Jian Shangqing slowly lowered his flintlock. Exhaling to disperse the smoke that lingered at the muzzle, he cast a glance at the bewildered Eileen beside him. Since the old Henry had already implicated himself, it was only prudent for him to make the most of this opportunity. Should this battle unfold favorably, he would gain a loyal following of centaurs. In a linear formation, the various subhuman creatures sprang into motion, swiftly assembling into a formidable wall of crimson. The soldiers looked on in confusion, their helmets barely concealing the bewilderment etched upon their faces. Jian Shangqing shrugged. Confused are we. Fear not, for you shall grow accustomed to such sights within the principality. The front 2 ranks of monsters quickly crouched. Wee Eyes aimed his weapon with precision. The soldiers, without needing further command, understood their singular purpose: to kill. The 3rd rank fired. Crack! The flintlock spat forth flames as the 3rd rank of wolfmen raised their guns and shot. Henry clutched his shoulder. That strange magic had returned. The magical soldiers before him would surely falter. Gritting his teeth, Henry produced a scroll from his cloak and cast it into the air. The scroll unfurled, transforming into shimmering blue lights that cascaded down upon the human ranks. In an instant, a colossal magical shield enveloped Henry and his soldiers. A large-scale magical shield. Jian Shangqing squinted. This form of magic was a favorite among intermediate and advanced mages. The reason was simple. The magical shield was composed of the purest magical energy. Compared to other defensive spells, it bore no advantages or disadvantages. Yet, in the midst of battle, the absence of disadvantage was, in fact, its greatest strength. Moreover, as long as the caster's magic remained intact, the shield could be continuously reinforced. 13 lead bullets struck with a resounding impact against the magical shield. Henry wiped the blood from his garments. Save your efforts. This is a third-tier magic scroll bestowed upon me by the church. You, a mere low-tier mage, will never breach it in your lifetime. This scroll was crafted by a third-tier archmage of the church, designed to safeguard him against unexpected ambushes by magical beasts. It contained an immense reservoir of magical energy. Henry believed that even if Jian Shangqing were given 20 minutes, he could not dismantle this magical shield. Henry picked up his wand with his left hand, resolved to cast his strongest spell, Sandstorm, safely behind the shield, determined to eliminate the peculiar human before him. This wild mage had wounded his right shoulder, and Henry was intent on making him pay dearly. Suppressing his pain, Henry began to chant the incantation for his most powerful magic. The air began to stir, rich with earthy elements coalescing into swirling sands and stones of varying sizes. This spell required extensive preparation, and under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to summon it. Yet with the magical shield in place, he felt liberated to chant for as long as he desired. The soldiers surrounding him gazed on with admiration, astonished to witness Lord Henry's signature technique, something they had never dared to dream of. Despair not, young one. This is the foundation of the church, a privilege forever denied to you wandering mages. Jian Shangqing merely scoffed, dismissing the mad old man's words. With a magical shield in place, breaking through was merely a matter of time. Artillery, bring it forth. The first and second ranks stopped standing idly and commenced firing. The sound of muskets echoed continuously as each rank of monsters fired, only to be followed by another ready to unleash their flintlocks. With synchronized volleys, Henry furrowed his brow, perplexed by the antics of Jian Shangqing and his motley creatures. However, as a mage attuned to magical energies, he sensed that the reservoir of power sustaining the magical shield had already diminished by a quarter. What sorcery is this? Henry's heart raced as he calculated the time. Sighing in relief, he concluded that the magical shield would endure until he completed his incantation. Just as he felt reassured, he noticed the monsters rolling out large iron cauldrons on wheels. What on earth is this? Why do they seem so peculiar? This hardly resembles magic. It feels like something entirely different. Observing the gathering intensity of the sandstorm, Jian Shangqing ordered the linear infantry to disperse. Artillery, prepare, fire at will. The scroll-type magical shield lacked a mage to continuously replenish its magical energy. Following the previous round of fire, Jian Shangqing was confident that these few cannon shots would suffice to shatter the magical shield. The short fuses ignited as the monsters calculated their distance, barely 50 or 60 meters apart. At such proximity, a direct shot would suffice. After Jian Shangqing's training, the artillery crews guaranteed a perfect hit. Boom, boom, boom. The three cannons roared in succession, launching solid projectiles that crashed into the magical shield. In an instant, ripples cascaded across the shield, which visibly brightened before abruptly dimming. The magical infantry closest to the shield felt a slight tremor as it quaked. Cold sweat streamed down Henry's brow as he sensed the magical energy remaining within the shield dwindling to a mere thread. He estimated that even a few rounds of stones hurled by the monsters could obliterate his shield. Meanwhile, his sandstorm spell had barely reached its midpoint. What to do? Canceling the incantation would result in backlash. The summoned elements would surge back into his body, potentially devastating his magical vortex. He could risk total annihilation if he ceased his chant. Unable to abandon his spell, Henry chose to gamble, wagering that Jian Shangqing's formidable magic required a longer cooldown period. The shockwaves from the cannons evidently distracted him from the presence of the flintlocks. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, it hasn't broken yet. Seems there's still plenty of magic left. He took the flintlock handed to him by Chief Cato and, with a flick of his finger, pulled the trigger before Henry's despairing gaze. Chapter 29. The Dragon Knights mobilize. No. Henry's heart raced as he beheld Jian Shangqing raise the flintlock, adrenaline surging through him as time appeared to slow. The dark muzzle of the flintlock erupted with dazzling light. The round lead bullet, accompanied by white smoke, was expelled from the gun. Have I mastered time magic? Henry rejoiced, believing he had intuitively grasped the legendary time magic in his moment of peril. However, this was merely an illusion. In moments of extreme danger, One's perception of time would stretch infinitely. Bang! The bullet collided with the magical shield, which, drained of power, succumbed like a fragile sheet of paper, easily torn. With a pop, a small hole appeared in the shield, dissipating into a cascade of blue light. Crack! The bullet sailed through Henry's skull, leaving a gruesome exit wound. The 20mm projectile obliterated his brain matter. Even if Archmage Latolio were to arrive now, he could do nothing to save him. Henry emitted a soundless wail, his body propelled backward by the bullet's inertia, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood began to seep, saturating the earth beneath. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. It was unclear who first cried out, "The mage Henry is dead." The voice belonged to a magic infantryman nearest to Henry. His helmet splattered with the blood that had erupted from Henry's head. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed to the ground, crawling backward in panic. The others, too, emerged from their stupor. Some clutched their throats and gagged, while others howled in terror as they retreated. The omnipotent mage Henry had perished, and at the hands of a wandering mage and a horde of lowly beasts. Impossible! This was utterly absurd. The soldiers, incredulous, slowly turned to face the scene, their necks straining that if the mighty Henry could be dispatched so easily, then surely Jian Shangqing could annihilate them. Mere magical flotsam, with even greater ease. A palpable aura of fear spread through the ranks. Clang! The sound of a magical longsword hitting the ground resonated like a death knell. Run! Flee! The magic infantryman bolted in terror. The artillery team, having finished reloading, unleashed another 4-round upon the crowd. The linear infantry followed suit, firing their weapons, resulting in nearly 20 casualties on the spot. "My lord, what shall we do?" As they watched the retreating remnants, Jian Shangqing waved his hand decisively. "Wolfmen, grab your handguns and pursue them. Although we lack centaurs for mounts, the Dragon Knights shall now fulfill their purpose." Jian Shangqing donned his crimson uniform, preparing to charge into the fray. The ram, with its imposing horns, was led forth, as Jian Shangqing tucked his pistol into his belt. Just as he was about to mount the creature, a soft hand grasped him firmly. "My lord, please sit upon me." The bewildered island finally realized the situation. She bent her 4 legs gracefully, kneeling upon the ground, awaiting Jian Shangqing's ascent. Having overheard the conversation between Yang and Henry, Island was now fully aware of the circumstances. The armor of the magical soldiers was imbued with arcane enhancements, impervious to the short bows and sabers of the centaurs. The very enemies who had slain her husband were but a stone's throw away, and yet she found herself unable to enact her vengeance. How profoundly tragic! After a moment's contemplation, Jian Shangqing chose to trust Island, swinging one leg over the ram's back and gently settling atop her. Island shivered, for it was the first time another man, aside from her husband, had touched her back. Yet, for the sake of revenge, she knew she must harness Jian Shangqing's strength. She had stood long enough to discern that neither Jian Shangqing nor these magical creatures emitted any trace of arcane energy. They were not sorcerers at all. Island surprised herself with her unexpected cleverness. Thus, she resolved to seek vengeance at any cost. Rising to her feet, Jian Shangqing was momentarily at a loss as to where to place his hands. Ultimately resting them upon Island's bare shoulders, he couldn't help but notice. The sensation was undeniably pleasant. Island felt a wave of goosebumps wash over her, seeing their leader descend from her proud stature. The other members of her kin knelt in reverence, signaling the wolfkin to mount. They too yearned for retribution on behalf of their fallen elder. Once all were prepared, Jian Shangqing urged the ram forward. "Charge! Crush these fleeing cowards!" The centaur clan, imbued with the spirit of battle, surged through the forest. Jian Shangqing found himself marveling at Island's smooth gallop. There was no jarring turbulence, and they moved with remarkable speed. Weaving deftly through the tangled woods, Island's pace surpassed that of every horse he had ever ridden. Truly, the centaur's reputation was well-deserved. Jian Shangqing tightened his grip on Island's shoulders. Island tilted her head slightly, a hint of pride gracing her features. "That my lord. Enemies ahead." Jian Shangqing drew his pistol, loading it with black powder. "Leave it to me." Island surged forward, her hooves striking the earth with a cacophony that echoed the determination of their charge. The magical soldier ahead sprinted desperately. But how could two legs outrun four? In mere seconds, Aileen closed the distance, positioning herself behind the soldier. Jian Shangqing steadied his grip on the pistol, ensuring the powder wouldn't spill. 3 body lengths, 2, 1. Now. As Aileen matched the soldier's pace, Jian Shangqing straightened his arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun's muzzle belched smoke, causing Aileen to flinch in surprise. Had he hit the mark? As a seasoned archer, Aileen understood the challenges of shooting from horseback, especially while both parties were in motion. She decided to pivot and return, believing it would take several attempts to strike true. However, what she witnessed was a scene starkly different from her expectations. The magical soldier clutched his chest, staggering a few steps before collapsing that a single fatal blow delivered at such speed. Aileen could scarcely believe it, her mouth agape in astonishment. She stepped closer, discovering the soldier lay still. A small hole puncturing the enchanted armor on his chest. By the gods, how could a mere wooden projectile possess such formidable power? Aileen inhaled deeply. The Centaur clan had not suffered in vain. Jian Shangqing spun the pistol in his hand before securing it back at his waist. "My lord, what about the other magical infantry?" Aileen inquired tentatively. Jian Shangqing smiled, placing a hand to his ear. "Listen." In the next instant, the nearby woods erupted with the sound of gunfire, crackling like popcorn. With each shot, another soldier of the Duchy of Suzy fell to the ground, claimed by the Reaper. Chapter 30. Aileen's loyalty. The anguished cries of the magical soldiers echoed throughout the mountains. As dragon riders, the Wolfkin achieved a momentous victory in their first collaboration with the Centaurs. 5 minutes later, Jian Shangqing, astride Aileen, returned to the camp, sounding the horn of the goblin. Unlike the usual brief and high-pitched call when encountering foes, this time, the horn's melody was harmonious and flowing. The Wolfkin, still foraging for prey in the woods, perked their ears. It was the triumphant retreat's signal. One of the Wolfkin patted the centaur beneath him. "Let us go." As the dragon riders assembled, Jian Shangqing gently dismounted from Aileen. Aileen opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. The image of Jian Shangqing's lethal shot lingered in her mind. Refusing to fade, a sense of disappointment washed over her, her gaze dropping, her tail swishing slowly. Jian Shangqing observed the dragon riders before him. The camaraderie between the Wolfkin and Centaurs was palpable, with some even recalling the recent battle and sharing hearty laughter, forming bonds akin to close comrades. After all, it was those humans who had slain the elder, Ron. It was those very humans who had cast the entire clan into turmoil. It was those humans who incited the slaughter among the magical creatures. Yet Jian Shangqing and these beings had avenged their kin. How could the Centaurs not cherish the presence of those before and behind them? The moment was ripe. All that remained was a final push. Jian Shangqing removed his hood, revealing his face as a gesture of sincerity. "Take this." A glimmering golden light caught Aileen's eye, prompting her to squint. "What is this?" After a moment of contemplation, Aileen recognized the object before her. It was Jian Shangqing's personal flintlock pistol. "There are matters that require your attention, Aileen." Jian Shangqing raised the flintlock, its strap swaying gently in the air. "Though you may still be an immature leader, I believe you will grow into a centaur capable of standing on your own." His brief words struck Aileen like a stone cast into the still waters of her heart, sending ripples of emotion coursing through her. Aileen looked up in disbelief, her gaze locking onto Jian Shangqing's vibrant green eyes, filled with warmth. The flintlock was placed into Aileen's embrace, and Jian Shangqing nudged the ram, compelling Aileen to turn around. "We must go. It is time for vengeance." The direction in which Jian Shangqing led Aileen was none other than towards Yang. Yang remained ensnared within Ron's spell, his forehooves thrashing in desperation. Aileen, realizing that Henry and the other magical soldiers had not returned, Yang understood the gravity of the situation. "Aileen, allow me to explain." Yang donned a sycophantic expression. "Those humans were lying. I was forced to lead them." Yang desperately defended himself, even invoking their shared past. "Aileen, we grew up together in the clan, right? Look, that one beside you is also a human. Would you rather trust a human than your own kin? Don't forget, it was humans who killed Ron." Yahang's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. Jian Shangqing furrowed his brow, Considering Yang to be even lower than the most rudimentary goblin, he felt a sense of relief that Yang had fled to seek Henry. Had he been taken under his wing, he would surely become a future calamity. Island, cradling the flintlock, slowly approached Yang. Shaking her head, she insisted, "Yang, stop talking." Yes, she drew closer. She leveled the flintlock towards him. "In the name of the clan leader, I declare you exiled from the clan. You are no longer worthy to bear the surname Ron." The sycophantic smile faded from Yahang's face, replaced by panic as he struggled to breathe. Exile from the clan meant that he no longer shared kinship with Island. This time, Island was resolute in her intent to kill him. No. Yang could not accept this reality. Why did his meticulously crafted schemes always crumble? Why did he go to such lengths to slay Ron, only to become a fool in a critical moment? Why did Island seem so close to that man, obeying him so readily? And why did Island regard him with such disdainful eyes? Yang was engulfed by confusion, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He clutched his head, lamenting that all he desired was Island's affection. What fault lay in that? He loved Island so deeply. What was wrong with that? Attempting to embrace Island, he was met with her evasion, grasping nothing but air. Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. "What? I'm utterly in love with you, Aaron." Aaron took out the gunpowder box and, under the guidance of Jian Shangqing, ignited the black powder in the powder pit. A hopeless wretch. Aaron lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Yang, her eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. This time, she would not retreat. For her fallen kin, for her deceased husband, and also for Jian Shangqing, who had granted her this chance. Yang seemed terrified of being scorched by the fiery intensity of her gaze. He flailed his arms wildly, his body leaning back in a desperate attempt to escape. "Don't come any closer. Stay away." Aaron steadied herself, raising her gun to take aim. Click! Suddenly, her hooves burst forth from the ground, and Yang had broken free from the bonds of magic. He drew his saber from his waist and lunged at Aaron. "Die, you filthy bitch! If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else." Yang howled in madness. Just moments ago, he had been fawning and begging for mercy, all to buy time. After the magician's demise, his magical creations would soon crumble to dust. Yang had awaited this moment. Even in death, he intended to drag Aaron along with him. The saber sliced through the air at lightning speed, catching Aaron off guard, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Bang! The sound of a piercing scream was abruptly silenced. Yang remained poised to strike, then clutched his chest where a bloody hole had formed, slowly collapsing to the ground. Jian Shangqing placed his hand over Aaron's, guiding her finger to pull the trigger. Thus, the architect of a series of events from Ron's death to the outbreak of war with humanity. Yang was utterly vanquished. Aaron's legs buckled, and she knelt upon the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She fell into Jian Shangqing's embrace, weeping freely. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Jian Shangqing gently stroked Aaron's long brown hair. "It's all right now." After a while, Aaron wiped her eyes and stood up, slightly embarrassed as she twisted her hands together. "Have you made up your mind now?" Aaron nodded, for Jian Shangqing had avenged her husband's death and allowed her to slay the mastermind. She had no reason not to submit to Jian Shangqing. Yet, what of her kin? Aaron looked around, only to find her people already mingling and laughing with the magical creatures led by Jian Shangqing. Hatred is indeed a wondrous thing, capable of igniting conflict while simultaneously uniting individuals. Aaron smiled and shook her head. Beneath the setting sun, she knelt, drawing her saber from her waist, and offered it to Jian Shangqing with both hands. When a centaur performs such an act, it signifies a profound inner acknowledgement that the recipient of the offering is to be their lifelong master. She would devote her life to following in her master's footsteps. Aaron's kin and Jian Shangqing's magical beings embraced one another, witnessing their leader pledge loyalty to their future master. Sealing the pact, the contract concluded. Jian Shangqing felt a surge of joy within. The last fragment of the modern army of Blue Star was now in his grasp. He held the contract tightly in his hand. Facing the setting sun, "Sister, are you well? Your dear brother will soon come to find you." Chapter 31. The Tragedy of Nord. The The great battle had concluded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now came the most exhilarating moment of collecting the spoils of war. Jian Shangqing kicked Henry's lifeless body, retrieving the wand and insignia from him. Jian Shangqing recognized him. He had seen this old man in Lorraine City, back when Henry was merely an ordinary church mage. Little did he expect that he had turned into a member of the royal family. Jian Shangqing rummaged through the robe and pulled out a piece of parchment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a hunting commission for magical beasts penned by Martina herself. It seemed Henry, now by his beloved sister's side, had become a valuable asset. Jian Shangqing sneered. "Consider this your interest, Martina. The best is yet to come." The armor and weapons dropped by the magical infantry were swiftly claimed by Jian Shangqing's subordinates. Their carried belongings were thoroughly plundered. Jian Shangqing was immensely satisfied. These items were not cheap. Losing such a significant amount of magical equipment would surely cause Martina considerable distress. The magical longswords were prioritized for the dragon cavalry. Jian Shangqing instructed his magical beings to transport the spoils back to the camp. The magical armor would be melted down by the black dwarves in a magical metal, transforming it into metal plates. The greatest gains from this endeavor were the magical equipment and the confirmed reports of magical creatures lurking in the heart of the misty shadow forest. Jian Shangqing had considered this when instructing the gray dwarves to forge the magical armor into metal plates. The hardness of magical metal stemmed from the infusion of trace amounts of magic within it. This would provide some slight resistance to magic. Jian Shangqing decided to string these magical metal plates together to create a simple set of armor for the magical creature. Based on his deductions, that creature was likely a forest mammoth. Jian Shangqing placed his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. The air in the forest was remarkably fresh. The image of a forest mammoth rampaging through the duchy's cities clad in armor was exhilarating. A gray dwarf ventured into the woods to search for any missing armored HM. It picked up a chest plate lying beside a tree root. "Why are there no holes?" the gray dwarf pondered carefully. Could there be a deserter? The gray dwarf cautiously raised its flintlock, scanning the surroundings. Its sixth sense warned it that a human soldier was hiding behind the large tree before it. It moved forward slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, then it suddenly lunged forward. "Hands up!" The gray dwarf's booming voice startled several crows into flight. The anticipated scream did not follow. The space behind the tree was utterly empty. The silence of the woods sent a chill down the gray dwarf's spine. Gathering its courage, the gray dwarf circled back around the tree, but the area remained devoid of any presence. It shrugged and lowered its weapon. Perhaps it was struck in the leg by a wargest shot. It was best to leave promptly. The gray dwarf thought little of it, slinging the chest plate over its back and hastily returning to the camp. Phew! Behind the tree, a human exhaled deeply. That damned gray dwarf. If it had delayed just a few more seconds, he would have suffocated. Thankfully, Nord was clever, and the thickness of the tree had saved him. He had just played a game of cat and mouse with that gray dwarf. As it turned out, his skills were superior. That foolish magical creature had not detected his presence. He had avoided the warg's hunt by feigning death and escaped the gray dwarf's search by circling around. The relief of surviving filled his heart with exhilaration. Nord took a moment to compose himself, glancing around. Good. No other magical creatures in sight. He dashed off in the direction of Garo City, reflecting on the recent moment of terror. Nord felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Different magical creatures had united, all wearing the same attire. Moreover, they all wielded wands and possessed magical abilities. The power of their spells was so formidable that even the scrolls bestowed by the Archmage could not withstand them. Most astonishing was that all these magical beings heeded the command of a single human. It appeared the centaurs had also been subjugated by that mysterious figure. This enigmatic individual was incredibly powerful. A shiver ran through Nord's heart. What if this mysterious person posed a threat to the duchy? Recently enlisted, Nord dared not ponder further. He quickened his pace. He must report this information. The mysterious figure must not succeed. The trees gradually thinned out, sunlight illuminating the ground ahead. Nord's heart swelled with joy. He had escaped. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he stumbled through the city gates, with Ulrich at the entrance not having the time to stop him. Ulrich's hand froze in midair, then awkwardly withdrew. He no longer dared to recklessly impede anyone. If he encountered another madman like Jian Shangqing, his life would be forfeit. Letting one in should not pose a problem, right? Yes. Ulrich nodded. Certain it would be fine. Nord ran wildly, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the military camp. Bang! The door swung open. And the renowned leader of the camp, the illustrious Copper Knight Hayden, was so startled that his bowl of food fell to the ground. Staring at the scattered food, Hayden blinked in surprise before angrily kicking Nord in the backside. Stumbling about, what a disgrace! Nord gasped for breath. Lord Hayden, I have urgent news to report. Hayden furrowed his brows, commanding someone to fetch a bowl of water for Nord. He was curious to see what this rookie had to say that was so significant. Nord gulped down some water and recounted the events that had transpired in the misty shadow forest in detail to Hayden. Hayden sat in silence, listening intently until Nord had finished speaking. Are you done? Hayden raised his head. Yes, my lord. I have finished. Nord nodded in acknowledgement. Hayden rose from his seat and began to pace slowly before Nord. What you mean to say is that the monsters have acquired magical abilities. They have united and are now capable of following human commands, he continued. The Mage Henry and my entire contingent of magical infantry have been annihilated. Hayden fixed his gaze upon Nord. And you're the only one who managed to flee? Nord nodded fervently. My lord, we must report this situation immediately. Hayden, filled with ire, kicked Nord to the ground. The impact of his boot against Nord's tailbone caused him to writhe in agony on the floor. Hayden looked down at the rolling Nord with disappointment. He felt utterly disheartened. How could such a rogue emerge from the ranks of soldiers he had personally selected? If this new recruit had spoken the truth, he might have understood. Yet, what absurdity spewed forth from his lips? As a knight, Hayden could not abide by the dishonesty of his subordinates. He relentlessly kicked at Nord, exclaiming, if the hunt for the beast has failed, then admit it. If you have fled, then confess it. Do you truly believe your nonsensical ramblings can deceive me? Nord could only lie on the ground, desperately shielding his vital areas. Eventually, Hayden grew weary of kicking him and took a breath. Someone, take him away. Treat him as a deserter. Nord lifted his head, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Hayden. That moment, the imposing image of the bronze-armed knight shattered in his mind. My lord, what I said was the truth. We must report this. But Hayden paid no heed to Nord's desperate cries. Two former comrades seized Nord by the arms and dragged him into the dungeon. Nord was bewildered. He had spoken nothing but the truth. His patriotism was palpable. He had held Hayden in such high esteem, believing him to be a fair and admirable commander. Why, then, did he find himself facing imprisonment? Thrown into his cell by the magical soldiers, he became the target of their merciless mockery. It was only now that he realized, stripped of this facade, what worthless camaraderie existed. He was nothing but a figure of scorn to those magical soldiers. Curling up in his cell, Nord clasped his hands tightly together. As a prisoner, he was denied even a humble evening meal. Nord felt a burning desire for vengeance. He loathed Hayden and harbored animosity towards those magical soldiers. He yearned to retaliate against them. He awaited his opportunity. And often, fortune favors the prepared. Dawn, the guard, having endured a sleepless night in the dungeon, finally succumbed to fatigue and dozed off in the chair before Nord's cell. The jingling keys at his waist dangled tantalizingly in front of Nord's face. With a creak, the cell door swung open. Nord stepped out and seized the magical long sword leaning against the wall. With his left hand, he gently covered the guard's mouth. You have forced my hand. The long sword swept through the air, and Nord and the guard switched places as a single figure emerged from the filthy cell, stepping over the body in blood, clean and resolute. Chapter 32. The weakened mammoth. Nord's predicament had been resolved, yet Hayden remained furrowed in thought. My lord, what about this matter? Hayden waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to silence. He personally fetched paper and ink, composing a letter to Martina. With the recent change of the throne, Hayden knew he must demonstrate his strength. Otherwise, King Martina might very well strip him of his title as a bronze-armed knight for ineffectiveness. A shiver ran down Hayden's spine. This matter must remain concealed. The quill scratched against the parchment. Soon, the letter was completed. In it, Hayden poured forth his heartfelt sentiments, expressing that though he endured great hardship in the city of Garolo, he remained steadfast in his duties. He mentioned his years of loyalty to the late king and vowed to continue supporting Martina. He concluded with a gentle note, indicating that Henry the Mage faced some difficulties in subduing the beasts, assuring King Martina that he would soon lead troops to provide assistance. The letter was swiftly dispatched by Hayden's subordinate, who rode through the night to ensure it reached Martina within the span of a day and a night. The letter left Martina momentarily stunned, and she couldn't help but regard Hayden, the selfless, with newfound respect. That very moment, Hayden was in the military camp, counting heads, preparing to personally lead the charge against the mammoth. This time, he had nearly drained the city's military resources. Aside from the necessary guards, all available soldiers had been mobilized for this campaign. Hayden even exercised his authority to summon several mages from the church. This operation, Hayden demanded, must be flawless. The mammoth must be slain. The soldiers gathered swiftly, though one soldier stood out, his armor clanging awkwardly, clearly ill-fitting. "You there, halt!" The soldier froze, lowering his head in haste. "Secure your armor properly before the mission." Hayden pulled at the soldier's armor straps, then gestured for him to fall in line with the main force. The wheels turned as the carts departed from Garolo City. The sound of hooves echoed as the Centaur clan galloped through the forest. Jian Shangqing led the way atop Eileen. After 2 days of training, the Centaurs had become proficient in the use of firearms. This time, Jian Shangqing was determined to capture the mammoth after a night of travel. The magical forces arrived at the location indicated by Eileen. Jian Shangqing gasped in horror at the scene before him. Inside a vast cave, deep footprints extended outward. Several towering trees lay cleaved in half upon the ground. Blood splattered on the ochre earth had already dried, leaving behind dark red trails. Green and brown fur lay scattered about, alongside the bodies of several magical soldiers, now reeking of decay. Chieftain Cato, mustering his courage, removed a dented piece of magical armor and pressed his claw against one of the corpses. Ugh! Cato leapt aside, for the body was disturbingly soft. It was evident that the mammoth's immense strength had utterly obliterated the soldier's insides. Now, these corpses were little more than sacks of flesh. Clearly, Henry's party had suffered grievously at the hands of the mammoth and gained little in return. Jian Shangqing pondered for a moment. Centaurs spread out and remained vigilant. "Eileen, you and the other magical beings accompany me as we advance. Report back promptly if anything arises." The centaurs dispersed into the woods, vanishing from sight. The group proceeded along the blood trail, and it wasn't long before Jian Shangqing heard a faint, weakened trumpet of an elephant. As they turned a corner, Jian Shangqing beheld a colossal form lying upon the ground. Its green back and brown fur, immense physique, and the signature white tusks alongside its red eyes were unmistakable. Jian Shangqing's heart soared. It was indeed the mammoth, and it was an adult. The mammoth, sensing their presence, slowly opened its eyes. Its red gaze scanned the crowd, landing on Jian Shangqing, an incongruous figure among the magical beings. With a trumpeting call, the mammoth raised its trunk. It had been severely injured by humans and had long harbored resentment against these bipedal creatures. The mammoth struggled to rise, its tusks preventing anyone from approaching. Blood flowed freely, soaking its fur. The wounds from its fierce battle with Henry's party had reopened due to its struggle. This could not continue. Jian Shangqing watched his initial battle vehicle with a heavy heart. The mammoth was already gravely weakened, and now its wounds were all reopening. At this rate, the mammoth would surely bleed out and perish. Jian Shangqing rushed forward, only to be pulled back into Eileen's embrace. A fierce gust of wind swept past his face as the white tusk narrowly missed the spot where he had just stood. Jian Shangqing felt a surge of panic. Had it not been for Eileen, he would have been sent flying. Anxiety gripped his heart as the mammoth refused to allow anyone near. "Master, allow me to handle this." Eileen released Jian Shangqing and stepped forward with a measured pace. A language Jian Shangqing had never heard flowed from Eileen's lips. The mammoth paused, its demeanor softening as it engaged in a low conversation with Eileen. With each step Eileen took, the mammoth's hostility ebbed away. Finally, to Jian Shangqing's astonishment, Eileen gently placed her hand upon the mammoth's body. The mammoth closed its eyes one last time and lay back down. Eileen returned to Jian Shangqing's side, her head held high with pride. Even without the use of magic, the blessings bestowed by the forest goddess do not fade. Am I not impressive, master? Jian Shangqing was taken aback by the centaur who could converse with animals. Incredible! Princess of the Hall, what did the mammoth say to you? Eileen hesitated slightly. It said, it can be healed, but you must not come near it. It harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Jian Shangqing exhaled in relief, realizing that it was not solely up to him. He had initially thought that the Sun Mingma would require Zisha clay. However, a second dilemma soon arose. According to Jian Shangqing's observations, the Sun Mingma bore nearly 10 wounds upon its body. Some were deep enough to accommodate half a finger, and the surrounding areas had begun to fester and inflame. Even if the bleeding could be staunched, the Sun Mingma would inevitably succumb to infection shortly thereafter. What to do? Jian Shangqing's mind raced. He possessed no items for antisepsis, not even sugar or salt. The monsters under his command were also ignorant of herbal remedies. What should he do? Eileen shifted her hooves, the gunpowder pouch at her waist clinking against her sword. The sound seemed to awaken Jian Shangqing, and an idea struck him. Black powder! In the absence of other medicinal supplies, the black powder carried by his troops would serve as the best emergency measure. Jian Shangqing conveyed the method of using black powder for disinfection and hemostasis to Eileen. Such a meticulous task was best left to Eileen, as he felt more at ease with her handling it. Eileen's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression questioning whether this could truly work. Jian Shangqing furrowed his brow and patted the horse's rear. Hurry, trust your master. Reluctantly, Eileen approached the Sun Mingma. She leaned close to its large ear and whispered softly. Chapter 33. It seems something has been lost. I will help you heal. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it. Eileen's words were like a cool spring, soothing the Sun Mingma's restless heart. The creature hesitated, its large ears flapping. Finally, it nodded gently, consenting to allow Eileen to tend to its wounds. After all, it was a fully grown Sun Mingma. What battles had it not endured against humans, monsters, and magical beasts? It had withstood countless blades, arrows, and spells. How much worse could treating a wound be? The Sun Mingma also possessed its own pride. Eileen shrugged, removed the gunpowder pouch from her waist, opened the lid, and sprinkled the black powder onto the smallest of the wounds on the Sun Mingma. Due to its massive size, a single pouch of black powder barely covered a fraction of the wound. The monsters removed their own gunpowder pouches and handed them to Eileen. After consuming 3 pouches, the wound was finally successfully covered. The Sun Mingma's body involuntarily quivered. It felt a bit anxious, but gritted its teeth and endured. Eileen reassured the Sun Mingma. It will hurt even more next, so brace yourself. The Sun Mingma was taken aback. There was more pain to come. The friction of the fire striker sparked, igniting the black powder covering the wound. Flames erupted, and under the scorching heat, the necrotic infected wound was seared. The gaping lacerations fused together. In this manner, infection was averted, and the bleeding was halted. Although it was rather crude, it was akin to the electric scalpel used in modern surgery. Eileen covered her mouth in astonishment, not expecting her master's method to truly be effective. The Sun Mingma's eyes widened, its 4 legs thrashing uncontrollably. Pain, it was excruciating. What nonsense was this half-human saying? This was merely a bit of pain. The searing agony shattered the Sun Mingma's pride, and it let out a wail that echoed across the skies. Ayo! As Eileen dodged the Sun Mingma's flailing legs, she deftly poured black powder onto the second wound. Her fingers pointed at the Sun Mingma. There are still 10 more wounds. Hang in there. The Sun Mingma struggled even more fiercely. Another 10 times? How could this half-human's lips, so cold at 36°C, utter such heartless words? A devil. This half-human must be the embodiment of a demon. The Sun Mingma felt as if it could cry, but had exhausted its last ounce of strength in the earlier struggles. Now, it could merely lie there obediently, allowing this half-human to operate on it. During the subsequent moments, every time Eileen ignited the black powder, the Sun Mingma would cry out in agony, but by the end. The Sun Mingma could no longer even scream, merely raising its nose slightly that a few tears silently slipped from the corners of its eyes. Something felt as if It had been lost in the misty shadow forest. A convoy traveled along, with Hayden seated in the cart, a look of confusion on his face. Could it be that Nord spoke the truth? Otherwise, how could the Sun Mingma be so spirited in its cries? Jian Shangqing and the other monsters shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight that appeared to be torment, yet was in fact a healing process. It was too tragic. However, without those humans, how could the Sun Mingma's injuries have become so severe as to necessitate such extreme measures for emergency treatment? The monsters gritted their teeth. This debt would ultimately fall upon the humans of the principality. Eileen slowly stepped back. The wounds on the Sun Mingma had been treated. The Sun Mingma lay on the ground, its belly heaving violently. Jian Shangqing glanced at the sun. Rest here for an hour. Once the Sun Mingma recovers, we'll take it back to camp. The half-human beside the Sun Mingma stirred slightly. What was that? It seemed to see something shiny flickering in the grass ahead. Squinting its eyes, it attempted to move closer for a better look. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth. The half-human reacted, twisting its body at an incredible angle. Narrowly avoiding the arrow, aimed directly at its face. Without looking back, it sprinted away, pulling the horn from its waist. They could not act independently. Any developments must be reported to their superior and follow their commands. This was Jian Shangqing's most important admonition to them as scouts and sentinels. Who? The horn sounded loudly, and the sentinels quickly retreated. After the horn was blown, a large contingent of fully armed humans appeared before them. Jian Shangqing rose beside the Sun Mingma. The very scenario he had dreaded was unfolding. The Sun Mingma had likely only regained a fraction of its strength and was unable to return to camp. However, if they retreated now, this Sun Mingma would surely be slain by the humans. Those two ivory tusks would inevitably find their way into Martina's hands for her amusement. Jian Shangqing would not allow his efforts to be in vain. The centaurs returned to Jian Shangqing's side, and he gestured for the jackals to mount the centaurs and quickly take cover on the hillside of the cave. All units, move out. Line formation. The gray dwarves in bright red uniforms and the dog-headed men swiftly formed a standard line infantry formation. All of this was witnessed clearly by Hayden. Concealed within the woods, he could hardly believe that Nord's words were indeed true. There were truly monsters united, following the commands of a mysterious figure. But what of it? With a grand gesture, Hayden signaled the infantry to advance into battle. He was in the shadows, the enemy in the light. Hayden did not wish to reveal himself so soon. Rows of infantry emerged from the woods, the chainmail beneath their brown cloaks glinting ominously, instilling fear. The infantry raised their pot shields in unison, advancing slowly. The two leaders swallowed hard. They were facing an overwhelming numerical advantage for the first time. Ah! The infantry let out a low growl in unison. Within the line, a small dog-headed man took half a step back. Steady yourselves. Great Lord Jian Shangqing is with you. Third row, fire. Barked Chief Cato. He too raised his flintlock and joined the line infantry. Bang! The first two rows of monsters crouched down, and the third row unleashed a volley of fire from their flintlocks. The bullets flew forth, and a significant number of the advancing infantry fell in an instant. The pot shields in their hands seemed as fragile as paper against the monster's projectiles, splintering and creating gaping holes. The infantry of Hayden stood momentarily dumbfounded, bewildered. They had never experienced such a devastating blow. What kind of power was this? Magic. How could monsters wield magic? Hayden was taken aback, realizing that Nord had told no lies. The monsters under the mysterious figure had indeed regained their capacity to use magic. Second row, fire, bang! Another row of Hayden's infantry fell like harvested wheat. Unable to sustain further losses, Hayden quietly commanded, "Magic users, shield enhancement." The few first and second-tier mages brought in from the church bowed slightly, and then waved their wands. In no time, a thin magical shield appeared between the two sides, advancing forward as the infantry pressed on. First row, fire. The flintlocks erupted in a cloud of smoke, and the bullets struck the magical shield. The shield quivered slightly, then settled once more. Hayden nodded slightly. As he had surmised, even with magic, these monsters were still low-tier mages. The magical shield conjured by the 5 or 6 mages was insurmountable for the monsters. Jian Shangqing furrowed his brow tightly. The magical shield this time was remarkably resilient, likely only slightly weaker than the one contained within Henry's scroll. He hadn't even deployed his heavy artillery, for that device was excessively cumbersome, and dragging along would mean the human army would arrive first. Yet, Jian Shangqing's concerns lay elsewhere. Such magical shields could invariably be breached after several rounds from flintlock. However, the pressing issue was that Chief Cato had ignited the powder box atop the medicinal pool, only to discover that there was insufficient black powder. His voice trembled. "My lord, it seems we are running low on black powder. A new book has been launched. The crawler here humbly requests all esteemed readers for updates and must-read votes. A favorable review would be even more appreciated. If you, dear readers, find joy in reading, please do not hold back. All of this will serve as motivation for the crawler to strive for updates." The crawler assures all esteemed readers that he will maintain the frequency and quality of updates in the future. The crawler extends his heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers. Chapter 34. Outstanding Command. Jian Shangqing slapped his forehead. While healing the forest mammoth earlier, he had nearly exhausted over half of the black powder carried by the magical creatures. After 3 rounds of firing, the black powder that served as the projectile's kinetic energy was almost depleted. Without powder, firearms were little more than broken sticks. Jian Shangqing discharged his flintlock, and under the enhancement of the Munitions Engineer System, the lead bullet accurately blew apart a soldier's head. Yet, as the corpse fell, another soldier immediately filled the vacancy. Such lethality was merely a drop in the bucket. "My lord, what should we do?" The footsteps drew nearer, and Chief Cato could see the cruel smile beneath the infantryman's helmet. Low-level mages dreaded close combat. These ordinary soldiers finally stood to gain the honor of slaying a mage. The magical creature's line of infantry fell silent, their lives hanging by a thread. Gritting his teeth, Jian Shangqing commanded, "All units, fix bayonets." Jian Shangqing fired another lead bullet and affixed a bayonet to his firearm. The 2 chiefs urged Jian Shangqing to flee, insisting that he must care for the elders, women, and children of their clan. Jian Shangqing had given them so much. Having come this far was already worthwhile. The 2 chiefs exchanged glances. For these low-level magical beings, living such a life was akin to a dream. Now was the moment to sacrifice themselves for their lord, as if awakening from a beautiful dream. Chief Cato and Chief Iron Furnace clasped hands tightly, sharing a hearty laugh. They owed their lord a debt of gratitude. "Aileen," Chief Iron Furnace pushed Jian Shangqing forcefully, and he felt himself collide with something soft behind him. Looking up, he saw Aileen clinging tightly to him. Aileen hoisted Jian Shangqing on her horse's back, and then galloped away into the woods. "You fools, I have—" Aileen ran too swiftly, and the infantryman only heard this half-dash sentence. "It mattered not." Clad in rags against iron armor, the magical creatures faced certain death. Yet, they willingly charged forth for Jian Shangqing. The chiefs raised their bayonets high. "For our lord, charge!" The magical beings surged forward, launching an assault against an enemy deemed unbeatable. It was truly moving. Hayden feigned wiping non-existent tears in the forest. "Let all of this become my military merit. Infantry, charge!" Both side soldiers sprang into motion, and a bloody melee was imminent. Bang! At that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted from the hillside like thunder on a clear day. The soldiers still in the charge looked up in astonishment as a horde of centaurs, under Jian Shangqing's command, cascaded down the mountain like a red mudslide. Wee Eyes, seated on horseback, wrinkled his nose and bared his fangs. "If you want to kill my friend, you'd better ask my handgun first." The dragon cavalry descended like tigers from the mountain, causing Hayden's infantry to freeze in place. The knightly elders were already a nightmare for these soldiers, and now they were accompanied by magic-wielding knightly elders. What could that possibly look like? The infantrymen panicked, turning to face the dragon cavalry and exposing their backs to the gray dwarves and goblins. The magical creatures seized this opportunity, their gleaming bayonets plunging directly into the necks of the human infantrymen. At that moment, Hayden's infantry was caught in a pincer attack, on the verge of encirclement. The dragon cavalry surged down, the sounds of gunfire echoing relentlessly. The wolfmen wielded handguns, while the centaurs held magical longswords in one hand and handguns in the other. By this calculation, each unit of dragon cavalry boasted the firepower of 3 handguns firing simultaneously. The infantry captain struggled to maintain command. Do not panic. Remember, they will run out of magic after casting a few spells. Thus, the infantrymen barely held their ground, with the rear 2 ranks engaged in combat with the gray dwarves and goblins. The rest braced their shields against the dragon cavalry. Jian Shangqing rode past the infantry, exchanging glances with the infantry captain as he squeezed the trigger. Only a series of clicks echoed. The bullets had run dry. Jian Shangqing stowed his handgun in the cloth pouch beside his horse. The gunfire from the other dragon cavalrymen also dwindled. The infantry captain's heart soared. Having sacrificed so many lives, he finally awaited his chance. Brothers, counterattack! Bang! Before he could finish, the infantry captain was shot in the head by Aileen. The infantryman's feet, once poised a step forward, retreated. This was not what they had witnessed moments ago. How could these magical creatures still cast spells? Source of magic. What about your spell cooldown? I'm asking you, speak. The source of magic could only indicate, I cannot. The true culprit behind all of this, of course, was Jian Shangqing. Through his ingenious ideas, he had equipped each dragon cavalryman with 10 handguns. Each centaur had a pouch at their side, with the left side containing preloaded handguns. Jian Shangqing instructed them to keep the barrels facing upwards and tightly fasten the pouches to prevent bullets and powder from spilling out. The right side held the now empty handguns. This way, the dragon cavalry enjoyed a continuous stream of firepower. The wolfmen reveled in shooting, their tongues lolling out in excitement. Their long-repressed, brutal nature was unleashed at this moment. How thoughtful of the Lord! Wee Eyes fired another lead bullet, taking down a soldier. 10 handguns, what a delight! So exhilarating! Awoo! The piercing howls of wolves echoed, sending shivers down the infantry's spines. The number of infantrymen dwindled rapidly as the distance between the dragon cavalry and the line of infantry closed. Ah! With the last human scream, Hayden's entire infantry unit was annihilated. Jian Shangqing dismounted from Eileen's back and, with a bloodied face, delivered a slap to the 2 chiefs. Why did you not heed my orders? Do you not realize? Before Jian Shangqing could finish, the 2 chiefs enveloped him in a bear hug. My lord, Jian Shangqing sighed, his tone softening. Indeed, how could he blame them? Observing the 2 magical creature chiefs before him, who were as innocent as children, Jian Shangqing ultimately chose to gently pat their backs. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood off their faces, bemused. After all, they were merely eager to protect their master. Jian Shangqing released the 2 chiefs and assessed the condition of the forest mammoth. IT still required further recuperation. All units remained vigilant. Jian Shangqing distinctly remembered that at least 1 mage remained in the woods. There might be even more enemies lurking. The wolfmen distributed the powder boxes and handguns to the gray dwarves and goblins, then retrieved the shields they had previously discarded. Jian Shangqing nodded, appreciating the supplementary firepower. Though limited, it was certainly better than nothing. Jian Shangqing's specially designed line of infantry reformed once more that a large group of human soldiers emerged from the woods, that a figure clad in full knightly plate armor stood at the rear, the copper cross on his chest gleaming brightly. The copper cross knight, Hayden. Jian Shangqing lowered his firearm. His suspicions had proven correct. More ambushes awaited. Hayden clapped his hands. What an excellent command! You have utterly decimated my infantry. He removed his helmet, revealing a smile. But I presume this is all the force you can muster. Chapter 35. A leaf in a small boat. Jian Shangqing's heart tightened. He surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the copper cross knight Hayden, there were countless magical soldiers. They were surrounded. What to do? Jian Shangqing lifted his brown-bellied flintlock, aiming at Hayden, intending to capture the thief by first taking down the king. 1 shot to fell the opposing commander. Yet, Hayden quickly retreated behind the throng of soldiers. Having witnessed those peculiar magics, Hayden would not allow Jian Shangqing the opportunity to cast spells at him. Jian Shangqing let out a deep sigh. Turning to glance at the tea that moment, the Sinmingma had awakened, its crimson eyes fixated upon him, seemingly lost in contemplation. The Sinmingma was not yet ready. Jian Shangqing felt a twinge of regret. The magical infantry had already encircled his forces, and escape was no longer an option. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, causing a hushed whisper among the leaves. Every individual present tightened their grip on their weapons. Hayden raised his magical longsword, its keen edge glinting in the sunlight. Forward! The magical infantry lifted their shields to their chests, marching in perfect unison towards Jian Shangqing's monstrous troops. Fire! Fire! The monsters unleashed a volley of fire from their line formation once more. The bullets soared midway, striking the magical barrier, shattering into fragments. Jian Shangqing was drenched in sweat, his monstrous forces faltering in retreat. He reached for the pouch at his waist, only to find it empty. Jian Shangqing was taken aback. His ammunition was depleted. During the barrage, the magical shield had been breached twice, inflicting significant casualties among the magical soldiers. But soon, the magical shield would reappear, advancing alongside the magical soldiers, constricting the very space in which the monsters could survive. The gunfire transitioned from a deafening volley to sporadic shots, and now silence reigned. The entire line of infantry had exhausted their ammunition. The monsters felt a sense of despair. They truly possessed no means of resistance. Soon, they would be forced into a brutal melee with the heavily armed magical soldiers. Hayden grinned widely, for those vexing and peculiar magical barriers had finally vanished. With the magical shield withdrawn, the magical soldiers charged forth with all their might. The clanking of armor echoed as it trampled upon the grass, a sound that resonated ominously in the ears of the monsters. It was over. Jian Shangqing painfully shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness. He had narrowly escaped death, activated the system, and finally gained a chance for revenge. With so many loyal companions at his side, why was he still unable to evade the grim fate of a tragic demise? Was this the will of fate? Jian Shangqing let his arms fall, bracing himself to face his destiny. Suddenly, a thunderous trumpet-like call erupted. Jian Shangqing opened his eyes to discover that the Senmengma had risen to its feet, supporting itself. The Senmengma lifted its trunk, emitting a series of short, sharp trumpets. Eileen, momentarily stunned, excitedly shook Jian Shangqing's shoulder. "My lord, we are saved. We are saved." Jian Shangqing was somewhat dazed. "What did it say?" Eileen drew her magical longsword. "It says to follow it." The Senmengma, grateful for its life saved, could not allow its benefactor to perish. With powerful strides, the Senmengma charged directly into the ranks of the magical soldiers. Both sides were caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of the fallen Senmengma. The earth trembled beneath the pounding of its feet. In an instant, the human army was thrown into disarray. The Senmengma rampaged through the crowd, tossing and goring left and right. Many magical soldiers were sent flying from the chaos, while others were crushed underfoot, reduced to mere pulp. Jian Shangqing's heart soared with joy. "Quickly, form an arrowhead formation. Follow the Senmengma." The monsters arranged themselves into a pointed formation, while the centaurs, led by Eileen, gathered at the tip to assist the Senmengma in clearing a path. The wolfmen raised their shields, guarding the perimeter between sword and arrow, as the gnomes and goblins advanced within. The panicked magical soldiers could not maintain their defense. As the Senmengma and the monsters carved a path of crimson through their tightly knit ranks, the air was filled with screams. Hayden snapped back to reality, furiously bellowing at the few still dazed mages. "What are you waiting for?" "Magic! Where is the magic?" The mages, roused from their stupor, shook their wands and unleashed offensive spells at the Senmengma. Fireballs, torrents of water, rocks, and whirlwinds. Various spells erupted around the Senmengma. Roar! Blood sprayed onto the ground as the Senmengma stumbled from the onslaught. Old wounds remained unhealed, and new injuries were inflicted. The magical soldiers surged forward, striking the Senmengma with their magical longswords, carving deep gashes into its flesh. The ruler of the forest was being mercilessly ravaged by humans. Yet within the Senmengma's crimson gaze, a fierce determination ignited. "Roar!" It gasped for breath, straining to move forward. One step, two steps. The Senmengma was headed towards the cave where it had taken refuge. However, that seemingly short distance of just over 100 meters felt interminable at that moment. Jian Shangqing gritted his teeth, wiping his eyes. "Centaurs, heed my command. Assist the Senmengma." The centaurs spread out from the arrowhead formation, surrounding the Sinmengma to intercept some of the incoming attacks. Jian Shangqing's actions were not solely for the Sinmengma, but also for himself and the monsters. Hayden's forces surged like a tidal wave, suffocating them. The Sinmengma resembled a fragile vessel amidst a tempest. If the vessel capsized, none would survive, finally, under the relentless onslaught of the humans. The Sinmengma reached the mouth of the cave. It turned its head to shield Jian Shangqing's forces as they entered. The monstrous army filed in, while Jian Shangqing remained at the entrance. He needed to ensure that all his companions made it inside. He had long regarded them as true allies. Everyone must survive. Hayden was furious. He could not allow the prize to slip away. Gathering his fighting spirit, a thick red mist, denser than that of Hog, surged forth. The waters quickened. To Jian Shangqing's astonishment, Hayden closed in on him with astonishing speed. The unyielding bastion. The prowess of this bronze-honored knight was unparalleled. The unyielding bastion deflected the monster's magical longswords. Hayden lunged forward. Boy, meet your end. The fighting spirit coalesced upon the blade. The technique, death strike. The sword blade loomed larger in Jian Shangqing's vision. My lord, watch out. A red goblin swiftly rushed forward, colliding into Jian Shangqing. Crack. The red goblin was cleaved in two, blood splattering across Jian Shangqing's face. Hayden faltered momentarily, already preparing his second strike. Before Jian Shangqing, 5 or 6 goblins and gnomes were unable to retreat into the cave. The lead gnome glanced at Jian Shangqing, a knowing smile crossing its face. Comrades, line up, protect our lord as he enters the cave. The monsters no longer retreated, forming a short line in front of Jian Shangqing. With red-rimmed eyes, Jian Shangqing nearly roared. I will not allow it. Are you disregarding my orders? Get inside now. Before Jian Shangqing could react, 3 hands reached from behind and pulled him into the cave. The Sinmengma cast a glance at the monsters holding the rear before following into the cave. The monsters holding the rear fought valiantly, shouting in unison, My lord, avenge us. The Sinmengma extended its trunk, exerting all its strength to pull a massive stone from the cave's mouth, sealing the entrance and isolating everything outside. Jian Shangqing's vision was engulfed in darkness. All he could hear were the boisterous laughter of the monsters and Hayden's furious shouts. With a thunderous cry, Hayden unleashed. Technique, 6-fold slash. Everything fell silent. Chapter 36. I am not hungry. The group found temporary safety. The Sinmengma exhaled deeply, then collapsed with a thud onto the ground. Jian Shangqing approached to inspect, discovering that the Sinmengma had sustained several new wounds, even more severe than before. Placing his fingers against the Sinmengma's trunk, Jian Shangqing sighed in relief, sinking down onto the damp earth. The Sinmengma had merely fallen back into unconsciousness, its vital signs still present. However, if this continued, the Sinmengma would undoubtedly perish. Jian Shangqing's eyes widened as he searched the darkness, locating a pool of water, likely formed by an underground spring. This must be the very pool the Sinmengma frequented for hydration. Jian Shangqing dashed to the water's edge, scooping mud from the bottom and applying it to the Sinmengma's wounds. The other monsters, witnessing this, sprang into action as well. Fortunately, the Sinmengma's more grievously injured side faced upward, and the mud quickly stemmed the flow of blood. The cave once again fell into a hushed calm. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat. An atmosphere of sorrow and fear slowly permeated the darkness. Jian Shangqing shook his head. This could not continue, if they pressed on like this. Even if a glimmer of hope for escape appeared, the monsters would lose their will to fight. Everyone, rise. Rest if you must, heal if you need to. Jian Shangqing coughed, asserting, We will escape. Trust in me. Jian Shangqing was acutely aware that his words bordered on self-deception. Even now, he could faintly hear the sounds of soldiers outside the cave attempting to shift the enormous boulder. Yet, within those mere 3 sentences, a flicker of hope reignited in the hearts of the creatures. Lord Jian had conjured countless miracles for them in the past. This time, they chose once more to place their faith in him. They continued to believe that miracles would yet unfold. The sound of scattered footsteps emerged as the creatures tended to one another's wounds. Gradually, conversations began to surface. Jian Shangqing exhaled in relief. The creatures still had the spirit to converse, which was a promising sign. It indicated they had not entirely relinquished their hopes of escape. The cave gradually became lively. Chief Cato, Chief Tielu, and Weiss formed a circle and began to engage in boisterous chatter. Humph. If only there had been more time, I could have taken a few more down. Did you see? The Lord specially commissioned these handguns for us. I bet you're envious. ISNT, it's splendid. After all, it's our craftsmanship as the Grey Dwarfs. The trio erupted into hearty laughter. Other creatures followed suit, engaging in lively discussions. Some boasted, some confided, while a few simply lay on the ground and drifted into slumber. Observing Jian Shangqing's furrowed brow, Eileen felt a pang of sympathy. She approached and embraced him from behind, delivering a gentle nudge to his head. Master, there will be a way. We can surely prevail. Perhaps influenced by the inherently optimistic creatures, Jian Shangqing's tightly knitted brows slowly began to ease. He grasped Eileen's hand and nodded. Rest assured. Jian Shangqing glanced toward the cave entrance. They cannot kill us. They will only make us stronger. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Jian Shangqing jolted awake. He shifted his head away from Eileen. The mage had made a move. The massive boulder at the entrance was incredibly heavy. It was likely that Hayden had been laboring tirelessly, only to discover that a group of magically exhausted soldiers, along with himself, a copper metal knight, could not budge the stone. Jian Shangqing scoffed. Such a colossal object could only be shifted by a formidable creature like a mammoth, not by a handful of grown men and a Tier 3 warrior. He calculated the time. It should be evening now. There were no other exits in the cave, but fortunately, a few crevices allowed for ventilation, and a small pool of water was available to quench their thirst. Humans could survive on water alone for a maximum of 7 days. The same applied to the creatures. Now, they could do nothing but hope for a miracle. Jian Shangqing drifted back into a deep slumber. Upon waking again, Jian Shangqing found himself roused by Chief Cato. Hungry. So hungry. After enduring 2 fierce battles without any food to replenish their energy, Jian Shangqing was utterly famished. Before him, Chief Cato grinned widely, presenting a cloth bag to Jian Shangqing. "My lord, this is for you." Jian Shangqing opened the bag to find it filled with half a sack of vibrant red berries. The wild berries, which everyone typically dismissed as unworthy, had transformed into a priceless source of sustenance. Jian Shangqing needed to ascertain the origin of these berries. Where did they come from? Chief Cato beamed with pride. Pointing to a corner of the cave, several dark green plants stubbornly thrived in the lightless cavern. "My lord, please eat. There are only these few." His stomach growled in protest, hunger compelling Jian Shangqing to seize the berries from the bag. Just as the berries neared his mouth, Jian Shangqing suddenly froze. He placed the berries back into the bag and fixed his gaze on Chief Cato. "Have you all eaten?" Chief Cato scratched his bald head, his eyes darting nervously. "My lord, we have eaten." The other creatures, hearing Jian Shangqing's inquiry, quickly pretended to pat their bellies in satisfaction. "You say you've all eaten those few plants?" Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. "Salion Cato, speak the truth to me." Seeing his lie exposed, Chief Cato sagged like a deflated balloon. "My lord, please just eat. We are all counting on you." Jian Shangqing surveyed the surroundings. Nearly all the creatures bore wounds that he then looked into the hopeful eyes of the 4 chiefs before him. With a bitter smile, it seemed he had no choice but to consume the berries today. He loosened his grip, returning a large handful of berries to the bag, then took a smaller handful and, under the watchful gaze of the chiefs, placed it into his mouth. The sweet taste of the berries revitalized his long-neglected throat and stomach. Jian Shangqing felt a surge of energy. His body, akin to a dying fire, was now rekindled with new fuel. Though not much, it was sufficient to sustain the bare minimum for battle. Jian Shangqing cast a grateful glance at the chiefs. Chief Cato sighed in relief. He had feared the Lord might refuse to eat. He handed the bag back to Jian Shangqing, eager for him to consume all the berries. Jian Shangqing accepted the bag and rose to move about the cave. Under the astonished gazes of the 4 chiefs, he slowly untied the bag, squatting beside a gravely injured creature, and softly said, "Open your mouth." The injured creature, somewhat dazed, complied with Jian Shangqing's instruction. Jian Shangqing gently fed a small handful of berries to the Grey Dwarf. The sweet flavor invigorated the wounded being. Jian Shangqing continued to roam, enduring his own hunger as he fed the berries to the more severely injured creatures. The four chiefs watched Jian Shangqing, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. My Lord can truly do this for us. The chiefs collectively sniffled. Besides admiration, they could think of no other words to express their feelings for Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing clapped his hands and returned the bag to the four chiefs. Chief Cato shook the bag, discovering only a few berries remained. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Shangqing interrupted him. "You all eat. I am not hungry. I'm a bit tired and will sleep now. Anyone who wakes me will face my wrath." Jian Shangqing closed his eyes, leaning against the stone, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. "My lord." The four chiefs felt tears welling in their eyes. Unaware that Jian Shangqing was merely pretending to sleep, they deeply bowed to him, then, with tears in their eyes, consumed the remaining berries in their lifetime. They had never tasted such delectable berries. Listening to the sounds of ravenous chewing, a subtle smile crept onto Jian Shangqing's lips. A night passed in silence. Sunlight streamed through the crevices, and Jian Shangqing opened his eyes. It was a new day. The berries consumed yesterday had restored some of his strength. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Everyone turned to look, and to their horror, they discovered that the massive boulder at the entrance had cracked after 2 days of relentless assault. Chapter 37. The Fiery Feast Crack. Boom! The life-saving boulder, moved with all the strength of the mammoth, shattered into 2 pieces with a resounding crack. Blinding sunlight streamed into the cave, casting a dark shadow on the ground. Jian Shangqing's breath hitched. He slowly raised his head to see the figure standing at the entrance. The Copper Metal Knight. "Hayden, you've certainly made it difficult for me to find you." "You bastards!" Hayden gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. When had such an esteemed Copper Metal Knight ever faced such indignity? For 2 days he had been evading a group of magically drained mages while he himself had been hacking and slashing at a mere stone, nearly dulling his beloved magical longsword in the process. What had he eaten these past few days? Wild vegetables and fruits, with only the occasional wild beast passing by to provide some unseasoned roasted meat. When had Hayden ever suffered such humiliation? As he stepped into the cave clad in armor, the sound of metal clashing against stone sent chills down their spines. "Fear not, I will torment you slowly." Piece by piece, the creatures rose, shielding Jian Shangqing behind them, their blades poised against the countless humans outside. Hayden licked his lips, raising his magical longsword before him as his fighting spirit surged once more. Battle technique. Whirlwind slash. Hayden swung his magical longsword fiercely, unleashing a streak of red sword energy from the blade. The frontline creatures instinctively shut their eyes. "My lord, this is the last thing we can do before we perish. We shall use our flesh and blood to protect you one final time." Thud. A dull thud resounded. The anticipated pain never came. The creatures opened their eyes to find an immense earthen wall had mysteriously appeared before them. From afar, a voice called out, "My lord, Ruista has come to assist." Jian Shangqing clenched his fists in excitement. Heaven does not forsake those in despair. Ruista has detected anomalies and has come to assist. "My lord, we have also arrived." Jian Shangqing listened to those voices, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. Among those voices, some were youthful, some gentle, and others aged. They belonged to the men, women, and children of the camp, whom Jian Shangqing had resolutely refused to allow on the battlefield. They had come for their own safety as well. "Bah! Fire the cannons! Boom! Boom!" Jian Shangqing recognized that sound. It was the furious roar of the red cloak cannon. They had even brought the red cloak cannon with them. Drawn by the great horned sheep, the screams of humans intertwined with the cannon fire, creating a marvelous symphony. Hayden was furious. A red aura of rage enveloped him. He was on the verge of madness. Why? Why were these wretched creatures so difficult to kill? Why had he merely set out to hunt a magical beast, only to encounter such a troublesome situation, realizing that he could not breach the earthen wall before him in a short time? Hayden decided to lead his team to confront the reinforcements outside first. Charge! Charge forward! The continuous use of his aura had left Hayden utterly exhausted, pushing his spirit to the limit. He knew nothing at this moment. He only wanted to break through the camp of those wizards wielding wands as large as cauldrons. Once he reached them, those damned low-tier wizards would have no choice but to flee. The red cloak cannon continued to roar, its searing solid projectiles whistling forth, reaping the lives of the magical soldiers like the scythe of death. Some magical soldiers began to retreat, having never encountered such bizarre magic before. What on earth was this? Clearly, the magical armor possessed some resistance against magic. Why were their companions still being knocked down by those whistling orbs? Some magical soldiers, gripped by fear, slowly took 2 steps back. Hayden frowned. Who dares to retreat? Military law will deal with you. But who would heed his words at such a life-and-death moment? They were all mercenaries. It was better to be a deserter than to die. The thought of the invincibility of the monsters before them spread like a virus in the hearts of every magical soldier present. Finally, someone discarded their weapon and shield, striding backward. Hayden's veins bulged with rage. Combat skill. Death strike. The same technique now fell upon his own men, blood splattered. The retreating magical soldiers perished in hatred. Listen carefully. No retreating. No falling back to the fortress. Hayden had completely lost his mind. The strength of the Copper Honor Knight was fully revealed at that moment. Aura surged violently from within him, transforming into a massive, solid red fortress that descended behind him. The retreating magical soldiers found their backs colliding with something hard. They could hardly believe it. The great knight Hayden, whom they revered, was now using the fortress to force them into a death trap. Some, defiant, attempted to pass through the unyielding fortress. But the crimson aura acted like a vampire. As soon as one person's arm was thrust in, it was torn into a mass of flesh. Under Hayden's oppression, the magical soldiers had no choice but to charge toward the artillery positions once more. The red cloak cannon fired in unison again. At this moment, the number of magical soldiers had already been reduced by 3/5. Reista calculated the timing and subtly waved his wand. Hearing the shouts of battle outside, Jian Shangqing and the magical creatures were in a state of anxious urgency. Boom! The earthen wall before them suddenly crumbled. Along with the falling soil were countless white objects. Jian Shangqing bent down and uncovered the dirt, revealing innumerable bags that Reista had stuffed into the wall along with the earth elements. Aline picked up one bag and opened it. Master, it's gunpowder and bullets. We can go out to help now. The morale of the magical creatures soared. Just moments ago, they had suffered because they had run out of ammunition. Now, with supplies, they would show these humans the power of science. Jian Shangqing waved his hand. Everyone, prepare. Load the ammunition. Reinforce Reista's troops. The magical creatures eagerly opened the bags, pouring gunpowder into the powder boxes. The magical army regained its fighting capability. Reista looked at the magical soldiers rushing toward him, and with a flick of his wand, it was too late to reload the red cloak cannon. And they had no firearms. It was time for his design to make its debut. Grenadiers. Rows of magical creatures sprinted forward from behind the artillery positions, each holding a dark, clumpy object. The magical soldiers gasped in shock. What new tactic did these creatures have? The white robes billowed in the wind. Light the fuse. Throw. The fuses ignited with a hissing sound. The grenadiers gripped their bombs tightly, placing their right arms behind them. Then sprinted a couple of steps before hurling the bombs with great force. The black iron shells, encasing massive amounts of black powder, rolled through the air. The bombs fell heavily to the ground in the horrified gaze of the magical soldiers. Boom! In an instant, the sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. At that moment, Jian Shangqing stepped out of the cave, his pupils reflecting the battlefield scene. Reista had gifted him a stunning feast of fiery red. Chapter 38. The dead rise again. Reista watches research achievements shine brilliantly among the magical soldiers, a fervent light gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, as a scholar, this was precisely what he desired. This was the magic that transcended the origins of the arcane. The old man erupted with a passion that belied his age. He stroked his beard and added another fireball to the mix. With the enhancement of the fireball, the explosions became even more ferocious. The fuse ignited the black powder, causing it to combust violently within the sealed iron balls. converting chemical energy into pure kinetic energy. The iron shells shattered into countless fragments, striking the bodies of the magical soldiers. Some shrapnel was deflected by the sturdy magical armor. But there were always areas that the armor could not cover. The feet in riding boots, the forearms and palms protected by leather gauntlets, the heads and necks beneath the helmets. These areas all became targets for the shrapnel. The remaining magical soldiers collapsed, howling in agony. Reista nodded, silently noting the effectiveness of the bombs. Their direct lethality might not match that of cannonballs and bullets, but their stopping power was unparalleled. The more Reista thought, the more exhilarated he became. If this type of weapon could be produced steadily and its power upgraded, he could hardly imagine the burden such bombs would place on an army if thrown into a mass of soldiers. Reista, seeing all his magical soldiers fall, Hayden gritted his teeth in rage. He recognized the old man before him. He was clearly from the Mage Association. Yet here, he was mingling with that mysterious figure and the magical creatures. Reista sneered. He had long harbored disdain for the kingdom and the church. The decline of the Mage Association was inextricably linked to them. Surprised? Are you, Hayden? I have already signed a contract with the Master. Is it not only natural for me to assist him? Hayden's heart sank. Even someone of Reista's status referred to that mysterious figure as Master. What could the identity of this mysterious individual be? Hayden's pupils constricted slightly as he contemplated a certain possibility. Could it be that this mysterious figure intended to overthrow King Martina's regime? No, he had to escape. This matter must be reported to King Martina. Now, Hayden was at the end of his rope, fighting like a cornered beast. Rapid flow. Hayden gathered his aura once more, hoping to leverage his speed to break through. Hayden, long time no see. Jian Shangqing and a magical creature army had already arrived behind Hayden. Hayden paused in surprise. When did this happen? Hadn't that mysterious figure and those damned magical creatures been sealed in the cave by the earthen wall? Jian Shangqing smiled slightly. Everyone opened fire freely in an instant. Countless cannonballs, bullets, and bombs poured down upon Hayden like a torrential rain. Hayden had nowhere to flee and could only desperately inject his aura into the fortress he had already erected. The red fortress clashed continuously with the onslaught of gunfire. With each wave of attack, the unyielding fortress would shake violently and then suddenly shrink. That moment, Hayden would let out a great roar, replenishing his aura to maintain the fortress's stability. But how could one person's aura withstand the assault of nearly an entire battalion? Even if Hayden strained himself, the fortress would continue to shrink. It was only a matter of time before it dissipated. Cold sweat trickled down Hayden's brow. Was he truly to die here in such a humiliating manner? No, impossible. He was a copper-honored knight of the Duchy of Suzy. He could not die at the hands of these lowly magical creatures. Timing his actions, Hayden calculated the rhythm of the magical creatures loading their ammunition. Then, at the moment when the number of shooters was at its lowest, he abruptly dispelled the unyielding fortress. The wobbling red fortress transformed into a wisp of red smoke, drifting between heaven and earth. Gritting his teeth, Hayden concentrated the remaining aura within him into his feet. Rapid flow. The surroundings blurred as the scenery flew backward. Fast, too fast. Hayden had never felt himself run this fast in his life. The magical creatures were taken aback. Clearly, they had underestimated the combat skills and experience of the copper-honored knight. Now, it was too late to pursue. Even the swiftest centaur in their ranks could not catch up to Hayden. Jian Shangqing was lost in rapid contemplation. If Hayden were to escape this time, all would be for naught. The words of the bronze metal knight held considerable weight within the kingdom. Upon hearing that a mysterious figure was leading magical beasts, Martina would undoubtedly heighten her vigilance. She might even seek assistance from the church and the kingdom. This was the outcome he dreaded the most. What to do? What to do? Hayden laughed maniacally. Indeed, he wished to flee. And this group of inept fools could not possibly hinder him. Hayden chose to charge towards the side of the artillery position. In his recollection, those bizarre wands had a long cooldown for casting spells. Moreover, the projectiles thrown by those magical creatures moved slowly, and with his water flow acceleration, he could easily evade them. Hayden surged forward at breakneck speed, even catching a clear glimpse of Reista's gray beard. Just a little farther, and he could escape to safety. Thud! Hayden felt something trip him underfoot. His perspective spun wildly, and he tumbled across the ground, rolling several times from the immense inertia. Cough. One burst of energy leads to another decline, and then to exhaustion. The last remnants of his fighting spirit dissipated. He had no reserve of energy left. What was happening? He, a dignified third-tier warrior, had mastered water flow acceleration over countless years. How could he possibly fall? Hayden's eyes widened in horror as he turned back to witness a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. A magical soldier, clutching his chest, staggered to his feet from the ground. A dead man revived? The magical beasts were taken aback by the sight before them and collectively dropped their weapons. Hayden was thoroughly frightened. Aside from the necromancer's magic, he had never seen a corpse rise on its own. Terrified, he crawled backward. What is happening? The magical creatures also began to retreat. That we meet again, Lord Hayden. The magical soldier picked up a magical long sword from the ground and staggered toward Hayden. The armor clinked. Seemingly ill-fitting. As Hayden listened to that familiar voice and beheld the awkwardly worn armor, he pointed a trembling finger at the magical soldier. Could it be? Could it be you? The magical soldier lifted his head, revealing a blood-stained grin. Congratulations on your correct guess, Lord Hayden. I am Nord, the one you previously imprisoned in the dungeon. Hayden's mind reeled. Had he not locked Nord in the dungeon? How had he ended up here? Nord clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hayden's speed had been too overwhelming. Even his magical armor had suffered a dent. Nord managed a grim smile. You hit me hard that day. Chapter 39. Nord's Revenge. Jian Shangqing pressed his hands down, signaling the magical beasts to cease their attack. He wished to observe this farce closely. Suddenly, Nord knelt before Jian Shangqing. My lord, please grant me this. Jian Shangqing pondered briefly and nodded slightly. With Hayden's fighting spirit entirely dissipated, Nord was merely a magical soldier once again. He was unafraid of what these two could conjure. Elation surged in Nord's heart as he approached Hayden with a magical longsword in hand. The time for revenge had finally arrived. Upon witnessing this, Hayden no longer cared about the grandeur of the bronze metal knight. He scrambled backward in terror. He was utterly afraid. Nord's ghastly visage resembled a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. Dante, come near. I command you in the name of the bronze metal knight. Don't approach. Hayden's voice trembled, nearly breaking. Without his fighting spirit, he was nothing but a shell. Smack. Hayden felt his elbow collide with something, and turning his head, he was confronted by the enormous maw of a wolfman. Ugh. Hayden hastily crawled sideways, but the wolfman would not allow him to escape so easily. The wolfman seized Hayden, while a nearby magical creature ruthlessly stripped him of his armor. A gray dwarf raised its boot and delivered a brutal kick to Hayden's ribs. Hayden rolled away like a kicked ball. Ah! Yip yip, yip yip! Hayden's vision blurred, and his breath quickened as the mocking laughter of the magical creatures pierced his ears, stabbing at his very soul. This once revered knight in the kingdom was now akin to a caged mouse, thoroughly tormented by the creatures he despised the most. My lord Hayden, why didn't you believe me that day? Jian Shangqing silently observed as Nord stealthily approached Hayden from behind. Why didn't you believe me? Nord's howl was chilling and piercing. Listen to me, Nord, you must... Thud! Before Hayden could finish, Nord delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The hard boot struck his chin, causing tears of pain to well in Hayden's eyes. No, no. Nord's frail form cast a shadow over Hayden, obscuring the light. Lord Hayden, everything happening now is the consequence of your disbelief in me. Nord was hysterical, saliva dribbling from his lips. He had once admired Hayden so deeply. He had been so patriotically fervent, yet had endured such unfair treatment. Raising the magical longsword high, he brought it down with a fierce swing in Hayden's terrified gaze. Crack! Blood splattered. Hayden's left arm was severed by Nord's blade. Hayden screamed in agony. Crawling forward with one hand, he did not want to die. He did not want to perish. He sought help. Hayden's eyes turned towards Jian Shangqing. Yes, this man was the leader of these magical creatures. If he could earn his forgiveness, he might be saved. My lord, drawing on strength he did not know he possessed, Hayden kicked Nord away, sending the staggering Nord tumbling to the ground. He desperately crawled towards Jian Shangqing. Save me! Save me! Elation surged within Hayden as he finally reached Jian Shangqing's side. Jian Shangqing regarded Hayden with cold indifference. In a moment of desperation for survival, Hayden was willing to abandon his dignity as a man. He raised his remaining hand to Jian Shangqing's shoes, then pressed his face against them, yearning to kiss them in a plea for sympathy and forgiveness. Jian Shangqing scoffed. Now you seek mercy. What were you thinking when you slaughtered my magical kin? With a swift motion, he withdrew his foot, leaving Hayden momentarily stunned before he was kicked over onto the ground. Hayden lay on his back, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Tears and mucus streamed down his face. It was over. This time he was truly finished. In despair, Hayden writhed, reduced to a loathsome worm. Jian Shangqing stepped forward, forcefully pressing down on Hayden's chest. At that moment, Nord regained his footing, again brandishing his sword before Hayden. Thus, before Jian Shangqing, Nord, panting heavily, struck down upon the wailing Hayden again and again. Why? Why? Will you not believe me? With every few words, the blade fell heavily alongside Hayden's anguished cries. The scent of blood invigorated Nord, and his pent-up emotions erupted in full force. You struck me so painfully. It pained me to kill my comrades to escape the dungeon. All of this is your just desserts. You bastard! Crimson blood seeped into the earth as Nord swung his longsword relentlessly. Hayden's hand, raised in a plea for mercy, gradually fell limply to the ground. The magical creatures stood in stunned silence. Never having witnessed a human more brutal than themselves, they could hardly fathom the depths of Nord's injustice. Jian Shangqing pressed down on Nord's longsword. He glanced at Hayden's upper body, nearly reduced to a pulp. Lifeless beyond recovery, Nord paused for a moment, then tossed aside his sword and wept bitterly, recounting his experiences to Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing regarded him with a deep sigh. He understood this sensation all too well. The battle had concluded. The battlefield was left with nothing but blood, corpses, and the piercing cries of anguish. After a long while, Nord ceased his weeping. Jian Shangqing wiped down his weapon. Have you finished crying? Nord nodded. Is there anything else you wish to say? Though Nord's story was heart-wrenching, Jian Shangqing could not allow him to leave. His intelligence could not be compromised. Nord sat on the ground in silence for a long time before producing a small pouch from his pocket. This is my pay for 2 months of service. Please deliver it to Madame Nord in Ganjurlo City. Jian Shangqing accepted the pouch. Is that all? Nord rose, taking a deep breath. Having slain Hayden, he felt an unexpected lightness. That is all that I comprehend the struggles of adults. Once again, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness in fulfilling my wishes. Nord deeply bows to Jian Shangqing. Please allow me to embark on my journey. Jian Shangqing raises his rifle. Bang. The gunshot echoes, and a life is extinguished. Jian Shangqing rubs his nose. It is all over. Gather the troops. Nord lies buried by the monsters at the very spot, while Jian Shangqing retrieves the copper cross, a symbol of identity, from Hayden's armor, and then severs Hayden's head. San Mingma awakens from his stupor in the afternoon. Though it is somewhat strained, he manages to keep pace with the troops. The monsters discover the remains of the 6 who fell behind at the cave entrance. And under Jian Shangqing's command, they place the bodies upon the back of the bighorn sheep. Jian Shangqing raises his voice. Let us send our warriors home. The monster troops commence their movement. Returning to camp, Jian Shangqing designates a quiet patch of grass outside the camp to lay the 6 monster corpses to rest. I have avenged you. Jian Shangqing personally positions Hayden's head before the grave. Fire the guns! Bang! The flintlock rifles discharge, releasing smoke to honor their passage. The monsters observe this simple yet solemn funeral, feeling a stirring within their hearts. This is an emotion they, as monsters, have never experienced before. In the past, when their kin perished, most were left to rot in the wild. It is Lord Jian Shangqing who has taught them to honor every fallen comrade. The monsters bow their heads, absorbing this novel sentiment. Thank you, my lord. These once savage creatures, under Jian Shangqing's guidance, are now quietly evolving. The passage of time inevitably dulls the sting of sorrow that a few days later, the entire camp has returned to its previous vibrant atmosphere. Jian Shangqing sits in a chair, fiddling with the bomb that Riista has crafted for him. Did you create this? Riista nods vigorously. Jian Shangqing is amused by this old child, insatiably eager for knowledge. Well done. It effectively compensates for our short-range firepower deficiency. Upon hearing Jian Shangqing's praise, Riista's beard nearly reaches for the heavens. Rest assured, there'll be even more new inventions for you to explore in the future. Jian Shangqing strokes his chin, pondering whether he should establish a research institute after conquering the Duchy of Suzy. Otherwise, relying on himself alone to sketch blueprints for planes and tanks would surely be exhausting. Host request detected. The sudden mechanical voice startles Jian Shangqing. He raises an eyebrow. It is the system's voice. He had thought that once the system provided him with rifles and knowledge, it would vanish into silence. Loading. Host request is reasonable. Permission granted to bestow knowledge wristbands upon items, conditions. Occupy the Duchy of Suzy. Today, I present the third chapter. I hope all esteemed readers will generously offer tickets to encourage updates. Chapter 40. The Sunmama War Fortress. Jian Shangqing is taken aback, then bursts into hearty laughter within the room. Martina, it seems I am not the only one seeking repayment from you. Even this system has indicated it seeks your demise. One cannot blame your dear brother for being ruthless. Riista, observing Jian Shangqing's sudden fit of laughter, discreetly takes a step back. Could it be that I am too clever, causing my lord to become overly excited? That won't do. I still need him to teach me new things. Riista waves his hand in front of Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing glances at him and swats his hand away. Go away. Watching Jian Shangqing regain his composure, Riista breathes a sigh of relief. You may go about your business. Once I reclaim the throne, I will have more important tasks for you. Riista's eyes light up. Does this mean my lord intends to impart all his lifelong knowledge to me? Yes, I shall strive to repay my lord's kindness. With that, Riista, unable to suppress his smile, exits the room. Did I end this regard? Riista is not mistaken. Jian Shangqing not only wishes to impart all the knowledge within his mind to Riista, but also desires for Riista to teach others. The position Jian Shangqing envisions for Riista is that of a teacher. Jian Shangqing steps outside to assess the condition of Sun Mengma. It must be said, the monsters of this other world are far more resilient than the wildlife of Blue Star. Had an elephant for Blue Star endured such attacks, it would likely have collapsed instantly. Jian Shangqing gently caresses the recently healed wounds on Sun Mengma's body that a few days ago, Birdie's Black Pearl Trading Company happened to arrive to deliver supplies. Jian Shangqing handed Nord's pouch to the person in charge and requested immediate assistance in procuring herbs. Jian Shangqing must admit that cultivating a good relationship with Birdie was indeed a wise decision. Upon making his request, Birdie promptly dispatched someone to hasten the delivery, bringing a full cart of herbs that very night. Under Eileen's attentive care, Sun Mengma is now nearly fully recovered. Sun Mengma, sensing Jian Shangqing's touch, opens his eyes and wraps his trunk around Jian Shangqing's arm. Eileen beams as she hugs Jian Shangqing from behind. Master, he is expressing his gratitude to you. He has also declared that he will follow you from now on. Jian Shangqing's heart swells with joy as he attempts to command Sun Mengma. Stand up. Sun Mengma blinks, and indeed, he stands as instructed. Excellent. Quite spirited. Jian Shangqing waves his hand, summoning the leader of the Iron Furnace clan. How goes the task I assigned to you? The leader of the Iron Furnace clan puffs out his chest. It is completed, my lord. You can rest assured. With a loud shout, a group of gray dwarves emerges. Dragging a cart filled with magical metal plates, Sun Mengma gazes at the cart of metal plates, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Under the bright sunlight, he feels an unsettling chill along his back. Jian Shangqing inspects the quality of the metal plates, nodding in satisfaction. Install them. Amid Sun Mengma's terrified gaze, a group of burly wolfmen hoist the metal plates onto his body. I've only just recovered. You cannot treat me this way, master. Jian Shangqing smirks. To follow me, one must pay a price. Under Jian Shangqing's direction and amidst Sun Mengma's lamentations, the armor crafted from magical metal plates is finally affixed to Sun Mengma. The armor on his back connects to a small iron house with windows on all sides. Sun Mengma breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it is not too heavy, and he can still bear it. Before he has time to ponder further, San Mama notices Jian Shangqing directing something else. Now, attach it to the sides of the body. A large group of monsters struggles to carry 2 red cannons up the makeshift steps. 3, 2, 1, fire. The monsters release their grip, securing the red cannons to Sun Mengma's sides. Sun Mengma's legs buckle, nearly collapsing under the weight. Completed, Jian Shangqing stands with his hands on his hips, surveying the Sun Mengma war fortress with immense satisfaction. The leader of the Iron Furnace clan approaches, rubbing his hands together. My lord, what is this? Jian Shangqing circles around Sun Mengma. The Sun Mengma war fortress. You all take your rifles and try it out in the small house. The clan leaders, accompanied by several monsters, ascend into the metal house. They are astonished to discover that the small house has windows on all sides. Moreover, due to Sun Mengma's towering stature, the view is remarkably clear. Clan leader Kato slaps his forehead. If they engage in combat from within this small house, they would hold an overwhelming advantage, elevated with clear visibility and protected by magical metal plates that can slightly resist magic. Coupled with the cannons mounted on Sun Mengma's sides, they could ignite fuses from the windows. Furthermore, Sun Mengma himself possesses formidable combat capabilities. The monsters gasp in astonishment, finally grasping the meaning behind Jian Shangqing's words. A fusion of offense and defense, coupled with mobility. This Sun Mengma, just as my lord described, truly embodies a war fortress. Admiration sparkles in the eyes of the monsters. How does my lord always come up with such brilliant and ingenious ideas? They feel that without their lord, even if they had all these resources laid before them, they could never conceive such a genius idea in their lifetimes. Jian Shangqing, observing the monster's shining eyes, feels a sense of pride. The concept of the war fortress was indeed a stroke of brilliance. It was not included in the Arms Engineer System at all. In Jian Shangqing's vision, the Sun Mengma war fortress can attack from distance while also engaging in close combat. Its defensive and offensive capabilities are top-notch in critical moments. It can even serve as a stronghold. Most importantly, Sun Mengma is alive and mobile. Roughly speaking, the Sun Mengma war fortress has evolved into a formidable biological tank or infantry fighting vehicle. Jian Shangqing clenched his fists. With it, he felt an unwavering confidence even in the face of a fierce assault. Musketeers, dragoons, grenadiers, and the war fortress. Jian Shangqing meticulously assessed the strength of his forces. He had successfully assembled the army structure of modern warfare. Yet the only drawback remained. Their numbers were woefully insufficient. Jian Shangqing shrugged. The misty shadow forest lacked many things, but not wood and magical creatures. The firepower at his disposal was more than adequate to sweep across the entire misty shadow forest. The magical beast within the forest would soon fall under his dominion. Jian Shangqing produced the notice he had taken from the city of Gangerlu, where Martina's visage leapt out from the paper. His conditions for revenge were now fulfilled. Martina, wait just a few more days. Jian Shangqing extended his right hand towards the direction of the Duchy of Suzy. A dear brother shall return soon. Chapter 41. Wee Eye's prank with birdie supplies arriving in truckloads. The production efficiency of the magical beast camp had reached its zenith. The surplus resources were piling up in the storeroom, to the point where the door could scarcely close. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, realizing that the productivity of the workshop model had reached its limits. After conquering the Duchy of Suzy, it would be time to embark on the first industrial revolution. Jian Shangqing held a blueprint in his hand and closed his eyes. Pitch-black coal was shoveled into a roaring boiler, while white steam billowed from the tall chimney. Simple machines operated slowly under the power of steam. A long steam locomotive whistled as it sped along the tracks. Jian Shangqing inhaled deeply. This was what he sought. Though he had lost his magic, he would demonstrate to all that the power of science could surpass that of sorcery. Clap! Bang! Jian Shangqing stepped outside and observed the magical beast training with great intensity. The personnel within the Sun Mengma war fortress were practicing diligently, for it was a completely novel endeavor. Firstly, they needed to learn how to maneuver the Sun Mengma. Secondly, they had to adapt to managing firearms and artillery atop the jostling magical beasts. This was no easy task. Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction. Thus far, he had only one issue unresolved. The matter of troop numbers. Relying solely on his scant 100 magical beasts, the army of the Duchy of Suzy could easily trample them into oblivion. He had no desire to find himself in a perilous predicament, surrounded on all sides. With that thought, Jian Shangqing waved his hand. "Kato, Tielui Eileen, come see me." The four clan leaders responded promptly, after Jian Shangqing shared his plans. Their eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. Is the master planning to unify the Misty Shadow Forest? The clan leaders swiftly took their leave, setting out to subdue the magical beast tribes scattered throughout the forest. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. His confidence in conquering the entire Misty Shadow Forest in a short time stemmed from the fierce battle with Hayden. The uproar it caused could be said to have shaken half of the Misty Shadow Forest. The incessant sounds of gunfire, the howls of magic, and Hayden's corporeal stronghold had left the magical beasts in a state of trepidation. After the fierce battle, some magical beasts mustered the courage to venture to the battlefield. The sight that met their eyes made them shudder. Countless corpses of humans, no longer resembling human form, littered the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and the immense craters and charred marks left by explosions and magic. More importantly, the reigning king of the forest, the Senmengma, had vanished without a trace. In no time, rumors spread among the various magical beast tribes throughout the forest. Some claimed that the Senmengma had single-handedly annihilated the entire human army. Yet, these magical beasts could not explain where the Senmengma had gone. Others speculated that the humans, after a fierce battle, had killed the Senmengma and taken its body. However, they could not elucidate the origin of the craters and charred marks on the ground. Nevertheless, one undeniable truth lingered. Whether it was the strength of the humans or the Senmengma reaching such heights, it was not a favorable development for them. While the magical beasts debated fervently, one proposed a new theory that I believe there's a third party involved, possessing overwhelming strength, who simultaneously eradicated both the human army and the Senmengma. A goblin argued passionately with its companion, insisting it must be so. That would explain the simultaneous disappearance of both the humans and the Senmengma. To counter the objections of its companion, the goblin raised its voice. Its companion quickly covered its mouth. "Why are you shouting? What if the wargs hear us?" Clearly, this group of goblins was unaware that the wargs in the area had already submitted to Jian Shangqing. They also did not realize that Wee Eyes had been eavesdropping at the entrance of the cave for quite some time. Wee Eyes grinned, revealing his crimson gums. This goblin clan was impressive. They had actually deduced that the master played an exceedingly important role in the fierce battle. Wee Eyes nodded. He was quite pleased with these little goblins for recognizing the master's significance. Perhaps he should escort them back in a more amicable manner. Covering his mouth to stifle a chuckle, Wee Eyes' mischievous nature surged to the forefront. "Knock, knock, knock." Wee Eyes stood by the cave entrance, mimicking the sound of knocking. The two goblins stationed inside the cave jumped in fright. They widened their eyes to peer outside. "Wait a minute, there's no door at the cave entrance. Where's that knocking coming from?" The loud-mouthed goblin shrank its neck in trepidation. It exchanged glances with its companion, and both simultaneously thought of one word: ghost. Otherwise, what could possibly mimic the sound of knocking in the dead of night? Encountering a ghost at such an hour would spell disaster. The two huddled together, trembling in fear. Wee Eyes wrinkled his nose in annoyance. "Why are they taking so long to come out? Did I frighten them? Quite possibly. After all, not all goblins were as bold as Kato's clan." "Who served the master?" Wee Eyes' eyes darted around, and then he pinched his nose, imitating clan leader Kato's voice. "I am Sarion Kato. Why are you not coming out?" The two goblins exchanged wide-eyed glances. They knew Sarion Kato, yet why would he come to their clan in the dead of night? They hesitated for a long moment, ultimately deciding to investigate. After all, if it truly were Sarion Kato, neglecting him could lead to punishment from the clan leader. The two goblins cautiously poked their heads out, only to find the space before them completely empty. Just as they were pondering this, a large warg's face suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Wee Eyes opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Hello there." One must admit, the reason wargs could thrive as bandits was clear. Just the sight of that large face was enough to instill fear in the weaker magical creatures. The two goblins stared at the suddenly appearing warg, their claws trembling uncontrollably. "Wow. What about me? Wee Eye's ears twitched with excitement at a successful prank. The two pitiful goblins could no longer maintain their composure. The loud-mouthed one had been shouting for so long that ultimately, due to overwhelming fright, it gasped and collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back. The other, witnessing its companion's fall, screamed and dashed back into the cave. Help. A warg. Wee Eyes shrugged in exasperation. After all, they were merely first-tier magical creatures, the most vulnerable beings in the food chain, but was of no concern. Wee Eyes gently propped up the fallen goblin, leaning it against the wall. The master would teach them the power of science. The master would cultivate them into the bravest warriors. Chapter 42. The captured magical beast, the goblin shouted as it sprinted around countless corners. Then skidded to a halt before the clan leader's door. It flung the door open, startling the leader, who had been resting in bed. What are you doing, Meyer Yimming? The clan leader, wrapped in a blanket, questioned the sentry who had disturbed its peaceful slumber. Leader, there's a warg outside. Clan leader Yimming's body stiffened. It was hard to believe that after leading the clan for so many years, they had finally been discovered by the wargs. It leaped from the bed, shaking Meyer's shoulders. How many wargs? Yimming recalled. Just one, leader. Only one. The chieftain of the Yimming tribe exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, there was only one. It appeared to be a lone warg. How dare a solitary warg come to his clan and act so brazenly? Did it really think they were a bunch of pushovers? The chieftain raised his chin defiantly. Their clan was the largest kobold tribe in the entire Misty Shadow Forest. With over 60 kobolds in total, a united front from the tribe would easily overpower a single warg. As this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable surge of confidence swelled within him. He waved his hand decisively. Awaken all the kobolds in the clan. A mere warg dares to defy me? Upon hearing the chieftain's command, Meyer found his legs steadying and his voice firm. It made sense. The chieftain was right. With so many members in their clan, how could they fear a single warg? Meyer sounded the horn. The entire Yimming tribe awoke with a start. The chieftain donned his crown and led the way. All the tribe members felt as if the chieftain had transformed into a different being. None had ever witnessed such confidence in him before. The chieftain guided his people to the cave entrance, where they encountered V's. You, a mere warg, dare to shout at us? I advise you to leave at once. V's scratched his head, puzzled by how confidently this kobold assumed he was alone. He clapped his hands. Then, the chieftain beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. In the pitch darkness of night, a multitude of green glows suddenly materialized behind V's. The chieftain took a step back. To his astonishment, there appeared to be over 20 pairs of glowing eyes. He understood in his heart that each pair of glowing points belonged to a pair of warg eyes. A howling cry echoed through the cavern. All of Jian Shangqing's wargs emerged from the underbrush. V's flashed a mocking smile at the chieftain. So, what will you do now, chieftain? The chieftain's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. He had never seen so many wargs in his life. He was so frightened that he could not utter a word. V's frowned. Take them all away. Thus, the largest kobold tribe in the Misty Shadow Forest. The Yimming tribe, with over 60 kobolds, was taken captive by V's back to Jian Shangqing's encampment. After a night of arduous travel, dawn broke. The chieftain was bewildered to find himself standing before a colossal stone fortress. This is V's tapped the chieftain's bald head. Welcome to our encampment, the esteemed residence of our great lord Jian Shangqing. Listening to V's, the chieftain muttered repeatedly, Jian Shangqing? How peculiar! But why does it sound so much like a human name? The Yimming tribe was ushered into the fortress. The chieftain was astonished to witness countless scenes that shattered his understanding. Kobolds, gnomes, wargs, and centaurs coexisting together. Moreover, the atmosphere in the encampment was one of harmony. Every creature was engaged in their own tasks, and they greeted each other amicably, as if there were no master and servant dynamics at play. He also noticed that almost all the creatures were dressed in brilliant red uniforms. The chieftain felt as though his mind was being stretched. Was the world of monsters not a realm of the survival of the fittest? Could it be that what he was seeing was merely an illusion? What astonished the chieftain even more was the appearance of the once-thought vanished king of the Misty Shadow Forest, Sun Mingma. Clad in armor, with several creatures seated within its iron confines. What on earth was happening? The chieftain rubbed his eyes vigorously. Had eaten mushrooms yesterday? How could he be witnessing such an array of unreal occurrences? V's took a bite of an apple handed to him by a centaur and chuckled at the kobolds of the Yiming tribe. He recalled how he had first encountered the Red Cannon in a similar fashion to, how the tides of fortune turn. When Lord Jian Shangqing arrives, would not the eyes of these little pups pop out in astonishment? Boom! The gates of the fortress swung open once more. Chieftains K2 and Tilu, along with Aaron, returned with a host of creatures. The four chieftains gathered to discuss their conquests. According to their accounts, each of their armies had brought back a new tribe. It was time to inform Lord Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing emerged from his quarters, stretching his right hand, which had grown stiff from prolonged drawing. That you've all returned. The chieftains nodded. Then I shall meet them. Jian Shangqing strode forward, and the bustling creatures within the encampment halted their discussions upon seeing a human step out. Since you are all here, I present you with a choice. The creatures exchanged glances, awaiting Jian Shangqing's next words. Your only choice is to submit to me. In return, I will grant you corresponding rewards. Jian Shangqing clapped his hands. He had no time to slowly persuade these newcomers. He aimed to win them over as swiftly as possible, knowing that once they adopted a scientific way of life, they would naturally submit wholeheartedly. Aaron produced a large sack and tossed it at the feet of the kobolds and wargs. The creatures opened the sack to find it filled with gleaming gold. The shimmering gold reflected in their eyes, nearly ensnaring their souls. Aaron then scattered a stack of blueprints before the gnomes. The gnomes picked up the blueprints, their eyes sparkling with desire. Such marvelous forging designs. They had never seen the likes in their lives, and their long dormant hands itched to create again. As for the centaurs, Jian Shangqing regarded them thoughtfully. Most importantly, I can also teach you to wield new magic. New magic. The creatures erupted into an uproar. Who did not know that the source of magic among creatures had been shattered over 2 centuries ago? This human dared to make such audacious claims. The creatures became restless, dissatisfied with Jian Shangqing's words. Jian Shangqing nodded, realizing his predictions were accurate. Material satisfaction alone could not fully conquer this group of creatures. He needed to demonstrate the might of advanced weaponry to earn their respect. Jian Shangqing unslung his brown-bellied flintlock rifle, gazing down at the captured creatures with disdain. Whoever dares to challenge me, step forward, but heed this. Should you perish, I bear no responsibility. Chapter 43. Obey or die. The creatures surged like bubbles in friction. Jian Shangqing held his rifle, observing them intently. Ultimately, 4 creatures were pushed forward. 1 gnome, 1 centaur, and 2 wargs. Jian Shangqing shrugged. As expected, whether in a riot or a fray, wargs were always the first to charge. The tallest of the 4 wargs stepped forward. 1-on-1? Jian Shangqing nodded. If you lose, you let us go? Jian Shangqing nodded again. The warg's eyes brightened, and he pressed further. Are you a magician? Jian Shangqing shook his head. The warg's expression grew even more amused. Then what weapon do you wield? Jian Shangqing lifted his flintlock rifle. The 4 creatures exchanged glances, and joy sparkled in their eyes. The warg licked its teeth. Although it was unclear why these creatures obeyed this human, one undeniable fact remained. Here stood a human without magical fluctuations, foolishly attempting to challenge creatures of the 2nd and 3rd tiers with nothing but a wooden stick. As this realization dawned upon them, a fire of indignation ignited in the hearts of the 4 creatures. This human was far too dismissive of them. The war sharpened its claws against the ground. Clearly, 2 centuries of peace and forbearance had led these humans to live in luxury. They had forgotten that even without magic, the formidable physical prowess of monsters surpassed that of ordinary humans. Such an ordinary human could easily have his throat slit by a single swipe of a warg's claw. The 4 claws glimmered in the sunlight as the warg let out a low growl. The other creatures cast hostile glances in their direction, that a slight smile curled at the corners of Jian Shangqing's mouth. These creatures had taken the bait. Jian Shangqing had feared they would not dare to fight. So, you 4 have decided to challenge me. The 4 creatures arrogantly raised their heads. Otherwise, what? Foolish human. The wild monsters encircled Jian Shangqing, trapping him and the challenger within their midst. Jian Shangqing took a cautious step back, and the nearby monsters parted to make way. The circle expanded. With a wave of his hand, the creatures of the monster army surged forward, swiftly forming a line formation. Each monster brandished a flintlock, assuming a poised stance, ready to unleash their fury. The leading Chato chieftain nodded at Jian Shangqing, signaling that the line infantry was prepared to fire at any moment. The four monsters across from them retreated a few steps, and the foremost werewolf broke into a cold sweat. T pointed a trembling finger. You said it would be a one-on-one duel, didn't you? Jian Shangqing flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly teeth. Indeed. We are a group challenging the four of you. The werewolf wiped its brow, cursing under its breath. It had been deceived. It blinked, took a deep breath, and regained its composure. The neatly arranged monsters before it were merely a horde of goblinoids, the weakest creatures in the misty shadow forest. Nearby, a centaur shifted its hooves, wearing a disdainful sneer. This human was far too arrogant, thinking that a mere gaggle of goblinoids and a collection of wooden sticks could thwart them. Utterly delusional. As cries erupted, the wild monsters, witnessing Jian Shangqing's retreat, raised their voices in support of the challenger. Yet a mere ordinary human and a bunch of goblinoids could be crushed underfoot with ease. Some resorted to sowing discord. Monsters over there, do you not feel ashamed to serve this feeble human? Jian Shangqing's monsters remained silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They recalled how, upon first encountering Jian Shangqing, they had behaved similarly. Seeing these monsters was like looking into a mirror of their past selves. They now referred to this state as having never seen the world. However, unlike before, they now pledged their loyalty to the great Lord Jian Shangqing. Meanwhile, the four monsters across from them were on the brink of their demise. The Iron Furnace chieftain produced 3 apples from somewhere and distributed them among the other leaders as the monsters entered a hushed, popcorn-eating mode. They harbored no concerns that Lord Jian Shangqing and the monster army would be defeated. The likelihood of such an outcome, in the hearts of the steadfast monsters, was a definitive 0. Kill! 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 The wild monsters continued to chant with fervor. Many of them, stirred by the atmosphere, had reddened eyes. The werewolf arched its back, a clear sign of impending attack. Allow me to show you the fury suppressed for 200 years. Jian Shangqing shrugged. 200 years of rage. Could it possibly rival the scientific prowess amassed over millennia in Blue Star? The four monsters raised their weapons and charged toward the goblinoid line infantry. To them, these diminutive goblinoids could be crushed effortlessly. Jian Shangqing raised his arm and then swung it down forcefully. Line infantry, fire at will. The goblinoids pulled the triggers, and a dense cloud of white smoke erupted alongside the deafening gunfire. 38 20mm lead bullets flew in unison, directly striking the four monsters. The captured monsters covered their ears in terror. What was that? Magic. They stared wide-eyed at the four monsters before them. The four monsters swayed like sandbags suspended in the air, their bodies jolted by the impact of the bullets. As the smoke cleared, the line infantry regrouped, barely casting a glance at the four monsters. The four monsters resembled waterlogged sieves, blood gushing from the multitude of wounds adorning their bodies. Thud! 3 of the monsters staggered, emitting incoherent cries, collapsing into their own pools of blood. The sole remaining leader, the werewolf, foamed at the mouth, its knees buckling as it fell to the ground. It gasped for breath. Akin to a worn-out bellows, the werewolf strained to raise its arm, its lips trembling as if to utter something. Jian Shangqing leaned in to hear. Thief! You are a sorcerer. Jian Shangqing smiled faintly, a smile that appeared demonic to the wild monsters. A sorcerer, he drew the flintlock from his back and pressed it against the werewolf's head. That I am not a sorcerer. The werewolf's consciousness wavered as it gazed at the intricate patterns on the brown bassy flintlock. The golden dragon head and silver barrel dazzled its eyes. Jian Shangqing ignited the black powder in the flintlock and pulled the trigger. Bang! The werewolf's head exploded, and its body slowly toppled over. Jian Shangqing raised the flintlock, stepping upon the werewolf's corpse. Blood pooled on the ground, splattering upwards. The wild monsters watched in terror, retreating in unison. But how could they escape? The monster army had already formed ranks behind them. Waiting, the cold bayonets pressed against their backs, causing the wild monsters to tremble. It was over. All was lost. They cursed their own impulsiveness for inciting their companions to challenge this human. Now, that man was furious. They were all doomed. They had just witnessed flames and thunder erupt from that wooden stick. How could they resist such a bizarre weapon? Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction. This was the reaction he sought. He yearned for vengeance. Thus, he required soldiers who would obey unconditionally, not monsters who contradicted him. Snap. Jian Shangqing fired another shot in the sky with a loaded flintlock. He surveyed the trembling wild monsters. Quaking like chaff in the wind, I present you with two choices. Obey or perish. The monsters were momentarily stunned by Jian Shangqing's words. The Yiming chieftain, mixed among the monsters, felt its mind racing. What to do? What to do? Although terrified, it had no intention of submitting to any wretched human. It wanted to return and be its own chieftain. It refused to experience the feeling of inferiority. The werewolf's dying words echoed in its ears, causing the Yiming chieftain to shudder. Something felt amiss. It seemed to have grasped a loophole in the contract. The Yiming chieftain sprang to its feet, recalling the earlier scene. Flames and thunder had appeared. You deceived us. You must be a sorcerer. The other monsters awakened from their stupor, collectively affirming this assertion. Thief, the contract is null and void. Let us go free. Jian Shangqing regarded the group of monsters with cold eyes. Have you all forgotten what I said? Did I not just mention teaching you new magic? Chapter 44. The Chaodo chieftain's relativity. The Yiming chieftain shrank back under Jian Shangqing's glare. Such terrifying murderous intent. Yet it still clung to its belief. You are merely deceiving us. What proof do you have that monsters can wield magic? The remaining monsters clamored in agreement. Jian Shangqing snorted. Aaron stepped forward, raising her flintlock and firing a shot into the sky. Wee Eyes also wagged his tail and fired a shot. The Yiming chieftain stuttered. This must be a trick mastered by high-tier monsters. Some sort of illusion. How could such good fortune fall upon us low-tier monsters? Overwhelming fear had caused it to forget that it was the goblinoid line infantry that had slain the four monsters. Jian Shangqing scoffed and clapped his hands. Iron Furnace? Chaodo. The Iron Furnace and Chaodo chieftains swaggered out of the circle. Don't believe it. The Chaodo chieftain directly snatched a pile of flintlocks from his companions and fired them one by one. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly as the Chaodo chieftain fired over 10 shots in succession. The Iron Furnace chieftain also procured 2 bombs, hurling them onto the empty ground behind him. The earth erupted with violent explosions, sending dirt flying. The wild monsters stared, dumbfounded, rendered speechless. The Yiming chieftain finally found itself unable to argue any further, its legs buckling as it sat back down in the circle. All the wild monsters were now consumed by a singular thought. Good heavens! What Jian Shangqing said was indeed true. The wild monster horde erupted once more, realizing that there were indeed magics accessible to them. The new magic spoken of by this great lord was real. A glimmer of desire shone in the eyes of the monsters, a yearning for power. Since the shattering of the source of magic 200 years ago, not a single monster wished to reclaim that power. They gazed at the flintlock in Jian Shangqing's hand. Their eyes reddened, breathing heavily. They wanted it. They craved it. Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was the effect he desired. He aimed to utilize the monsters longing to lay the foundation for his grand revenge. The monsters under Jian Shangqing's command also displayed inexplicable smiles. Familiar. Too familiar. Initially, they were subdued by Lord Jian Shangqing in this very manner. It appears that the increase in personnel within the camp has become a natural progression. The 4 chieftains exchanged glances. However, their unwavering loyalty is not solely attributable to the scientific advancements brought forth by the Lord. To put it plainly, the power of science is merely an introduction to it is Lord Jian Shangqing's charismatic personality that is the true foundation of their allegiance. The most senior chieftain, Kato, surveyed the newly arrived magical beings. It is likely that this group of outsiders will soon be captivated by the will of Jian Shangqing. Is there a problem? With a grand gesture, Jian Shangqing pointed directly at the wild magical creatures before him. Those creatures shook their heads vigorously. No, my lord, the title they used for him had, unbeknownst to them, transformed in my lord. Now, as long as they could acquire this power, they would be willing to do anything. Very well, let us proceed with the contract. Following Jian Shangqing's instructions, each tribe presented a representative magical being to step forward and sign the contract. Upon witnessing the commencement of the contract signing process, Chieftain Iron Furnace suddenly turned away, unwilling to watch any longer. The infamous temper of the Grey Dwarves was well known, yet the other three chieftains could empathize. After all, with such an influx of fresh blood, there would inevitably be magical beings superior to themselves, that a sense of emptiness permeated the hearts of the four chieftains. Perhaps, upon the completion of this contract, their clans would be merged with others. Alas, Weiss let out a deep sigh. The usually boisterous werewolf unexpectedly displayed a delicate and sensitive side at this moment. A sharp slap landed on Weiss's nape. Turning around, he discovered that it was Jian Shangqing approaching. "What is troubling you?" Weiss's gaze met Jian Shangqing's emerald-like eyes, and "Oh, my lord, it's nothing." Jian Shangqing smiled. He was well aware of the chieftain's feelings. "Nothing, and yet I shall amend the contract's terms." Jian Shangqing opened the contract and placed it before Weiss's eyes. A shock coursed through Weiss, disregarding any thoughts of personal gain, as he snatched the freshly signed contract from Jian Shangqing's hands. The other three chieftains leaned in to scrutinize it closely. Clause 3. The clan must be integrated into an existing clan and may no longer refer to themselves as chieftains. The chieftains widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The Lord is allowing them to continue their clans and status. Though for Jian Shangqing, this was but a trivial matter for them. It was of monumental significance. Weiss sniffled, unsure of why, but it felt as if tears were welling in his eyes. My lord. The four magical beings rushed forward and embraced Jian Shangqing. He resembled a family patriarch, connecting and comforting each member's heart. "Enough. Let go. You are quite a large creature. Do not fear the laughter of others." The four chieftains wiped their tears and released Jian Shangqing. They could hardly fathom it. Ever since they encountered the Lord, their tear ducts seemed to have been opened. Jian Shangqing tucked the contract into his embrace. Just moments ago, one had nearly been used by Chieftain Kato to blow his nose. "You have been with me from the very beginning. Without you, there would be no Jian Shangqing today." The chieftain's eyes glimmered with hope for the future. "However, should anyone falter in their duties, I shall still make judgments based on the circumstances." "Understood." Upon hearing this, the chieftains straightened their backs. "Yes, we shall not disappoint the Lord's expectations." Jian Shangqing nodded slightly, stepping away from the circle of magical beings to allow them to handle the subsequent matters. The combination of benevolence and authority is indeed the finest method of leadership. IT is not only effective with humans, but also with magical beings. After 3 days of acclimatization, the newly arrived magical creatures had seamlessly integrated into Jian Shangqing's magical army. Their initial trepidation had gradually transformed into a sense of ease. They realized that Lord Jian Shangqing was not as fearsome as they had imagined. He did not make things difficult for them based on seniority. On the contrary, he was clear in his rewards and punishments. They had witnessed the Iron Furnace chieftain receive a reprimand from the Lord for a blunder just yesterday. Moreover, despite the rigorous training, the Lord truly kept his word. He genuinely imparted the so-called new magic to them. Thus, the number of Jian Shangqing's magical army had doubled. For the following period, Jian Shangqing continued this monotonous yet joyous process. However, as the number of magical beings under his command grew, this phase gradually slowed down. After all, the faster they captured magical beings, the fewer remained within the misty shadow forest. With fewer magical beings in the forest, the pace of capturing them would inevitably slow. Kato shook his head vigorously as he discussed his theory with Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing delivered a swift slap to Kato's forehead. "Speak plainly." "Ah, that familiar feeling." Kato covered his face, feeling wronged. "My lord, what I mean to say is that the misty shadow forest has been entirely depleted of magical beings. The entire forest has been emptied." Jian Shangqing's heart soared with joy. "Let us go. Let us see our troops." Soon after, the magical army assembled. As Jian Shangqing inspected the troops, he was met with a vast sea of crimson before him. Flintlock rifles were slung over shoulders, and the sharp bayonets glimmered under the sunlight. "Hail, my lord!" The magical beings shouted in unison, their voices resonating with strength. Jian Shangqing knew that, under his training, this magical army, though comprising only over 500 members, was equivalent to half the military strength of the Duchy of Suzy. After all, the Misty Shadow Forest was not particularly vast, and having so many combat-ready magical beings was already commendable. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a force with unparalleled morale and discipline. Jian Shangqing believed that once they engaged with the Duchy of Suzy, his magical army would surely gain the upper hand. His dear sister would be left in disarray. Jian Shangqing clenched his fists. "We shall rest for a week. Intensify training and production. Our target is the Duchy of Suzy." One by one, the magical beings raised their flintlock rifles. Cheers drowned the entirety of the Misty Shadow Forest. Chapter 45. The empty port of Garloro time has passed since the battle against the forest mammoth. The military camp in Garloro City lay desolate. The once crowded barracks were now devoid of the haughty, magical soldiers. The mages sent by the church, including Mage Henry and others, were also absent. More importantly, the army's most crucial figure, the renowned copper metal knight Hayden, was nowhere to be found. These individuals had not returned since embarking on the expedition against the forest mammoth. Only the most ordinary infantry and cavalry remained to uphold the most basic defense and security tasks. Countless possibilities swirled in the minds of the soldiers, and a sense of unease gripped them as tension permeated Garloro City. In an effort to reassure the troops, the sergeant chose to convene this meeting. The meeting included not only the city defense forces, but also invited the church's station mage, Ped, and the president of the Birdie Association, who happened to be inspecting Garloro City. As the head of the Black Pearl Merchant Association, Birdie was one of the most astute individuals in the entire duchy, holding a significant position. He was, of course, qualified to be invited to this meeting. As everyone took their seats, the sergeant sighed deeply. "What do you all think? Why hasn't Lord Hayden returned?" The other soldiers shook their heads, expressing their ignorance. Ever since Hayden sent a handwritten letter regarding the expedition against the forest mammoth, he and his troops had vanished without a trace. The image of the Misty Shadow Forest suddenly flashed in the sergeant's mind. Sending a shiver down his spine, he felt as though that dark forest had transformed into a gaping maw of a monstrous creature. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. He set down his cup. "Do you think Lord Hayden might have been killed by the forest mammoth?" Ped slammed the table. "What nonsense are you spouting? I know the strength of the Copper Metal Knight. He took so many soldiers and mages with him. How could a dignified Copper Metal Knight be unable to slay even a single forest mammoth?" Ped stood up. "Sergeant, if you continue to speculate recklessly, I shall disregard our friendship." The captain of the soldiers recoiled in fear. Birdie, sipping water nearby, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I wonder if Lord Ped can conceive of any alternative possibilities?" Upon hearing Birdie's words, Ped was momentarily taken aback, then fidgeted with his robe, at a loss for any other explanations. Birdie's piercing gaze swept over Ped. "Since you cannot think of anything, you might as well take a seat. That we are not here to listen to your outbursts." Faced with this, Ped reluctantly plopped back into his chair. The captain of the soldiers struggled to think, still unwilling to accept the notion that the esteemed knight of the copper metal, Lord Hayden, had been slain by the fearsome mammoth. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Despite the city guard's reluctance to believe it, the current situation suggested that Hayden had indeed been bested and murdered by the mammoth. This was the only plausible explanation. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. Beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. In a desperate bid to cling to hope, he cast a glance at the silent Birdie, hoping to hear a different perspective. Birdie, sensing the captain's gaze, narrowed his eyes behind his monocle, revealing a hint of amusement. He set down his cup. "Regrettably, Captain, aside from dismissing the possibility of Lord Hayden's treachery against his own country, the only rational explanation I can fathom is this one." This statement struck the captain like an arrow from a centaur's bow, piercing through his crumbling psychological defenses. Even the astute Bertie had validated the very idea he had just proposed. No, you are right. Immediately prepare my horse. I must inform the royal city. The soldiers hastily rushed out to ready the steeds. Captain, Bertie interjected, pressing a hand on the captain's outstretched arm, that if I may suggest, it would be prudent to wait until nightfall. The captain paused, bewildered. Why? Bertie opened the door, stepping outside. You wouldn't want to exacerbate the situation in Port Gallo, would you? The captain's mind buzzed. Bertie was right. If he rushed to prepare his horse in broad daylight to head to Lorraine City, it would undoubtedly convey to the townsfolk that something terrible had befallen the knight of the copper medal, Hayden. Once he departed, chaos would surely erupt in the city. The captain exhaled deeply, grateful for Bertie's timely reminder. Seizing the moment before Bertie exited, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Chairman Bertie. Bertie waved dismissively over his shoulder as he left the room. Remember to take the southwestern route. It borders the misty forest, where there are fewer people. The captain was deeply moved within the confines of the room, overwhelmed by Bertie's willingness to guide him to such an extent after Bertie departed the military camp. He meandered through the streets of Port Gallo, cautiously glancing around to ensure he was not being followed. Bertie hastened into a stable affiliated with the Black Pearl Trading Company. Prepare a horse for me, and make it swift. Upon seeing the chairman in person, the staff wasted no time in springing into action. Bertie changed into attire that concealed his identity and mounted a horse, galloping towards the city gates. He clenched his fist. This was a matter of utmost urgency, that if word of Hayden's suspected demise were to leak, the currently vulnerable Port Gallo would inevitably fall under the control of the newly dispatched knights and troops. Such a development would have dire repercussions for Lord Jian Shangqing's plans. Astute as he was, Bertie had already surmised Lord Jian's strategy. The Knight of the Copper Medal, Hayden, and the Sorcerer Henry had undoubtedly been secretly dealt with by Lord Jian in the misty forest. To date, not a whisper of this had escaped into the open, and Lord Jian intended to topple King Martina's reign. Therefore, the answer was singular. Bertie's keen intellect quickly grasped the truth. The defenseless Port Gallo was but a cog in Lord Jian's grand design. If he were to personally inform Lord Jian of this critical intelligence at the earliest opportunity, it would surely elevate his standing in Lord Jian's eyes. A triumphant smile crept onto Bertie's lips. A merchant never engages in a losing venture. Resolute in his decision, he urged his steed to gallop even faster. The horse raced wildly through the streets until they reached the city gate. Halt! A wand abruptly halted the horse's advance. Startled by the sudden appearance of the wand, Bertie was about to reprimand the individual who obstructed him when he recognized the face of the city's sorcerer. Ped approached slowly, standing before Bertie. The captain has just issued a citywide lockdown, he stated. So, Chairman Bertie, pray tell, were you in such a hurry to go? Chapter 46. Descent. Bertie was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had frightened the captain too severely. In a precautionary measure, he had enacted a lockdown. Bertie felt a pang of frustration. He was anxious, not merely because he would be unable to deliver this intelligence in a timely manner, but because he calculated that the time for Lord Jian's counterattack against the Suzy Principality was imminent. Thus, he was even more concerned that Lord Jian's plans might unravel due to this seemingly trivial piece of information. If that were to happen, not only would Lord Jian suffer, but the Black Pearl Trading Company could potentially face extinction, leaving no room for survival. Bertie maneuvered his horse backward a few steps. Today, he would breach the city gate. He must. If not, he would find a way. With a slight buildup of strength in the horse's legs, Bertie resolved to charge the gate. Once he managed to reunite with Lord Jian during the counteroffensive, it would suffice. Although some assets of the Black Pearl Trading Company would be sacrificed, it was preferable to losing everything. As a sorcerer, Ped easily discerned Bertie's intentions. With a disdainful snort, he waved his wand, summoning a thick wall of ice to rise before Bertie. Watching the captain's face turn an alarming shade of purple, Ped felt a surge of satisfaction. Am I to be thwarted by the peculiar sorcery of Lord Jian Shangqing? Surely, I can handle you, an ordinary mortal. The frustration from his previous encounters with Jian was now fully unleashed upon Bertie. Ped shrugged. Oh dear, why is there suddenly an ice wall here? He chuckled, gazing at Bertie. It appears Chairman Bertie will have to wait. Perhaps it will melt by tomorrow. Birdie's forehead was lined with veins from his fury, which only delighted Ped further to think he could provoke the notorious chairman of the Black Pearl Trading Company to such a state. How exhilarating! Birdie pressed his palms down. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. A merchant's greatest folly is succumbing to panic and overlooking critical information. Suddenly, he recalled that Ped had indeed been chastised by Lord Jian and had signed contract. The only way to convey this intelligence was through a singular method, and might as well give it a try. After all, how much worse could it possibly be? Birdie restored his demeanor to one of calm and collectedness. Ped, noticing this change, was struck by an ominous premonition. Could it be that he had found a way to counter him? Ped shook his head. The city's sorcerer. He was well aware that Birdie, despite being the chairman of the Black Pearl Trading Company, was merely an ordinary man. Even if 10 birdies were bound together, they would not be his match. What could he possibly do to contend with him? Birdie, peering through his monocle, scrutinized Ped, then slowly dismounted. He approached Ped, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. For the sake of Lord Jian Shangqing, Ped's entire body trembled. The mere utterance of those 7 words struck him like a thunderbolt. How could this be? Taking 2 steps back, he recalled the shadowy figure cloaked in black, a nightmare that had tormented him for so long that it was the first time he had been so thoroughly defeated in front of so many. And no, Ped's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Why is Birdie entangled with that demonic man? Why must he dredge up such painful memories? Ped felt as though he were suffering from PTSD, nearly losing his reason at the mere mention of Lord Jian's name. He brandished his wand, preparing to chant a spell. He would teach this man, unable to recognize his own identity and status, a lesson he would not forget. Ice Spike. Birdie swiftly pressed down on Ped's wand. Lord Ped, this is the city gate. Startled, Ped lowered his wand. The ice energy retreated into the swirling vortex of magic, and Ped, forced to halt his incantation, spewed forth a mouthful of blood laced with ice shards. He had narrowly avoided a calamity of his own making. Attacking the president of the Black Pearl Merchant Association in broad daylight is no trivial matter that can be easily subdued. With a shift in the balance of power, Birdie, leveraging the influence of Jian Shangqing, successfully turned the tide of the situation. Pedro, with a fierce wipe of his mouth corner, exclaimed, "Objection!" He pointed an accusing finger at Birdie. What does knowing Jian Shangqing matter? How does that relate to my allowing you to pass? Birdie slammed his hand on the table. Objection! I have something to deliver to Lord Jian Shangqing. If you delay me, you can expect Lord Jian Shangqing to pay another visit to the city of Gangerlo. Pedro tugged at the sparse hair on his head, seething with rage. Damn it! How infuriating! Is there anything else you wish to contest? Pedro, after catching his breath, Pedro felt utterly defeated. He truly did not wish to let Birdie pass, whether out of a sense of superiority or as per the orders of the sergeant. Yet, the peculiar magic of Jian Shangqing was far too terrifying. He could no longer endure such torment. With a heavy sigh, Pedro conceded, I admit defeat. You may pass. With a flick of his wand, the ice wall shattered, melting away into clear water. Birdie's heart soared. He had not anticipated that he could truly intimidate Pedro through the reputation of Lord Jian Shangqing. This was the first time he had triumphed over a magician in a manner beyond financial means. As the horses traversed the city gates, Birdie turned back with pride. Next time, refrain from pointing fingers. When you point at others, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. Pedro stomped his feet in frustration. Laughing heartily, Birdie rode towards the misty shadow forest, unperturbed by the thought of Pedro revealing Lord Jian Shangqing's whereabouts. He was aware that the contract drafted by Lord Jian Shangqing included this very stipulation. Calculating the time, based on his subordinates' reports, he knew that Lord Jian Shangqing's camp lay on the outskirts of the misty shadow forest. He would surely arrive before dusk. Go. The horses galloped, the sunlight fading into a dusky hue. Phew. I'm utterly exhausted. Birdie wiped the sweat from his brow, loosening the reins. The horse beneath him was panting heavily from the relentless run. Birdie sighed. It seemed he would not be able to return today. If he continued, he might very well run the horse to death. Dismounting, he looked up to see a massive stone fortress materializing before him. This was his first time witnessing the dwelling of Lord Jian Shangqing. Suddenly, He realized a problem. There was no way to knock on the door. There were no bells or anything that could create a sound. As Bertie pondered how to announce his presence, a gray dwarf poked its head out from the fortress. "Who are you?" Bertie was startled. He had never expected to encounter a gray dwarf, although he had seen numerous magical creatures while managing trade. He had always been accompanied by magicians and guards. What was he to do now, all alone? Panic began to set in. While gray dwarves were usually willing to communicate with humans, being captured by them would surely not bode well. Cursing the subordinate who had led him here, Bertie prepared to flee on horseback. Damn it, how had he ended up in the fortress of the gray dwarves? No wonder it had seemed so familiar earlier. Suddenly, a blaring horn echoed. Seeing Bertie bolt, the gray dwarf assumed he was up to no good and immediately sounded the alarm. Chapter 47. Misunderstanding resolved. The horn sound sent Bertie into a frenzy. He had no idea what the horn signified, but he knew it certainly did not herald anything good. In a flash, he leaped onto his horse, moving faster than he ever had in his life. Go! Success! Hope for escape lay just ahead. However, with a loud thud, the overburdened horse collapsed to the ground. Bertie tumbled off its back. Boom! The enormous stone doors of the fortress swung open behind him, and Bertie felt a chill of despair. There was no escape. A horde of gray dwarves surged forth, apprehending Bertie without mercy. With his eyes closed, he resigned himself, thinking, "My lord, the information will not reach your hands, and I shall perish here if he succeeded." He hoped he could aid the Black Pearl Merchant Association. After silently uttering his last words, his head drooped in defeat. Who would have thought that the esteemed president of the Black Pearl Merchant Association would meet his end in such a desolate wilderness today? The gray dwarves escorted Bertie into the fortress. Howling and chattering, Bertie opened his eyes, nearly fainting at the sight before him. Dog-headed creatures, gray dwarves, werewolves, centaurs, a diverse assembly of magical beings had gathered here, all clad in identical attire. Had the magical creatures become so united, despite their different classes and races, could they coexist peacefully? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Bertie could only lament, "My life is over." The magical beings were somewhat bewildered by this unexpected visitor. After all, they felt no magical energy emanating from him, nor did they find any weapons. How should they deal with him? The four clan leaders chattered amongst themselves. Finally, Eileen, seeing the deliberation yield no results, decisively proclaimed, "Let the Lord handle it." Lord? What Lord? Bertie was taken aback. Perhaps it referred to the strongest magical being in this place. It was not uncommon for some magical beings to refer to themselves as lords. "My lord, look, we have captured a sneaky human near the fortress." Bertie was pushed forward, his head held down. As footsteps approached, he fearfully closed his eyes. After all, he was merely a merchant. He was ill-suited for such bloody confrontations. The anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, a gentle voice resonated. "Long time no see. Bertie, don't you find our attire somewhat familiar?" Bertie thought for a moment. The clothing did seem familiar, as if it were tailored by Lord Jian Shangqing. He was momentarily stunned. How could this magical being know his name? No, wait. Bertie's eyes widened in realization. This was unmistakably the voice of Lord Jian Shangqing. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he broke free from the grip of the gray dwarves and knelt on one knee. "Bertie, your service, my lord." Jian Shangqing waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Now, tell me how you came to be here." Bertie quickly rose and glanced to the sky. It was not too late. He had enough time to intercept the sergeant before nightfall. He recounted the information and his thoughts to Jian Shangqing in detail. The green eyes of Jian Shangqing flickered as he processed the news Bertie had brought. Once Bertie finished speaking, Jian Shangqing nodded. "You've worked hard." Bertie continued to gaze at Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing smiled gently, fully aware of Bertie's intentions that a merchant, above all, values profit. "Rest assured, greater tasks will be assigned to you in the future." Upon hearing this, Bertie realized his trip had not been in vain. "Thank you, my lord." Jian Shangqing slung the flintlock rifle over his shoulder. "If that is the case, let us depart." The magical army formed ranks. He mounted Eileen and waved his hand. "Prepare to set off." Jian Shangqing divided the magical army into two units. The first unit, comprising 200 members, would be led by Jian Shangqing himself as the vanguard mobile force, swiftly intercepting the sergeant. The second unit, with over 300 members, would follow closely behind, equipped with cannons, formidable beasts, and ample supplies. The magical army quickly assembled. Due to the urgency of the situation, they all mounted centaurs or large horned goats. Jian Shangqing had trained these infantrymen in horsemanship. They did not need to be exceptionally skilled, just capable of riding. After all, mounted infantry moved significantly faster than foot soldiers. Bertie gaped at the swiftly assembling magical army. Their uniforms were uniform, their discipline strict, and their numbers impressive. He rubbed his eyes. Was this truly a gathering of magical beings? Under Jian Shangqing's command, Bertie also mounted a centaur. It was his first experience riding such a creature, and he felt somewhat awkward for these magical beings. Despite their animosity towards humans, as long as they were recognized by Lord Jian Shangqing, they raised no objections. As the army departed, Bertie, having escaped the clutches of danger, felt his mind start to race with questions. Countless inquiries swirled in his mind. Jian Shangqing, sensing his thoughts, remarked, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Bertie stroked his mustache thoughtfully. "How did you manage to subdue these magical beings?" Jian Shangqing's response was remarkably concise. "Flintlock, cannon, and a contract." Bertie looked somewhat perplexed. "Flintlock?" Jian Shangqing removed the flintlock from his back, crafted from brown shells, and handed it to Bertie. "This is the flintlock." Bertie examined the flintlock in his hands, recalling that Jian Shangqing had utilized this very wand to unleash those peculiar spells. "Flintlock, your wand, it certainly possesses a rather, uncommon name." Bertie surveyed the surrounding horde of monsters that Lord, were the hundreds of wizards you mentioned? Bertie posed this question because he saw only monsters, not a single human in sight. That it is common knowledge that monsters cannot wield magic. If Jian Shangqing's support consisted solely of these creatures, then Bertie had indeed boarded the wrong vessel. Jian Shangqing smiled at the anxious Bertie, knowing he would inevitably ask this question. "Allow our esteemed Mr. Bertie to see where the hundreds of wizards are." Suddenly, the marching monsters shouted in unison, raising their flintlocks high. Bertie glanced around, and an incredulous thought emerged in his mind. Could it be? Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. "Indeed, these monsters are the wizards I spoke of. With flintlocks and cannons, even monsters can wield new forms of magic." At that moment, Bertie's heart skipped a beat. That, as so many monsters could wield flintlocks. Lacking knowledge of magic, Bertie could only speculate based on his experience. If a flintlock could pierce through Ped's icy barrier, then the magic of the flintlock must surpass that of Ped the wizard. Bertie gasped. If that were the case, did Jian Shangqing's forces not number several hundred Ped wizards? As he pondered further, another realization struck him. By this logic, was Jian Shangqing not an ordinary person as well? Yet he distinctly remembered that the crown prince was a second-tier wizard. Confused, Bertie's gaze turned towards Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing slung the flintlock back onto his back. My vortex of magical power has dissipated due to the poison inflicted by Martina. Once this flintlock is in your hands, within minutes, you too should be able to pierce through Ped's icy barrier. This series of statements shattered Bertie's understanding, leaving him feeling dizzy. Could he truly become a wizard? Aaron exchanged a glance with Jian Shangqing, seeking his approval, before handing her pistol to Bertie. "Give it a try." Though its appearance differs, the principle of use remains the same. Under Aaron's guidance, Bertie quickly grasped the workings of the flintlock. And oh wonder, Jian Shangqing tasked me with transporting such vast amounts of nitrate and sulfur. All of Bertie's lingering doubts evaporated. Holding the pistol in his right hand, he pointed it skyward at an angle. Gathering his courage, he nervously squeezed the trigger. Bang! Smoke erupted alongside the gunfire. Bertie stuttered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He had witnessed such magic before. It was indistinguishable from the spells wielded by Jian Shangqing. Bertie was now a wizard too. Chapter 48. The soldier captured Bertie grinned foolishly, gazing at the flintlock in his hands. He continuously caressed the gun's body with his trembling palms, akin to a husband tenderly stroking his wife. It resembled the joy of a child receiving a toy, or an adventurer discovering treasure. The surrounding monsters observed Bertie's reaction, wearing understanding smiles. Had they not once felt the same? At this moment, Birdie had waited far too long. If only he had encountered Jian Shangqing sooner. How many times had he endured the bullying of wizards during his rise from nothing? The grievances of years spent in commerce surged within him, and this man, who remained unyielding in the face of business rivalries, now felt tears streaming down his face. When he first entered the trade, even the most junior of magic apprentices dared to use their wands to haggle when no one was watching. Even after becoming the president of the Black Pearl Commerce, he still faced difficulties from the resident wizards. But now, with a gun, everything was different. Birdie lifted his tear-stained face, gazing at Jian Shangqing. He had never imagined that Jian Shangqing would impart such scientific magic onto him. Yet, Jian Shangqing had indeed done so. Birdie bowed his head resolutely on horseback, choking back his emotions. "My lord, thank you." Jian Shangqing smiled gently. "Keep this gun. The merchant's bottom line is absolute profit. However, at times there are things that hold greater importance than profit." In that moment, Jian Shangqing breached Birdie's psychological defenses. Jian Shangqing understood that, at this juncture, Birdie was no longer just a merchant to him, but rather an utterly loyal subordinate. Jian Shangqing patted Birdie's shoulder. "All right, let us set forth. The four chieftains come to me for a moment." Birdie cradled the flintlock, watching as Jian Shangqing engaged in animated discussion with the four chieftains. You all understand. The four chieftains nodded vigorously, with Wee Eyes and Kato proudly thumping their chests. Such matters, as commanded by their lord, were the forte of the cunning wolfmen and kobolds. Birdie and Reista were left in confusion, unsure of Jian Shangqing's intentions. The monster army continued its advance as the sun set and the moon rose. Soon, the army arrived at the small path bordering the misty shadow forest. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, pondering, "Is this the place?" Birdie nodded. "My lord, the captain of the soldiers will surely heed my advice to pass through here. We should still have time." Jian Shangqing waved his hand, signaling the monsters to conceal themselves within the trees. After 2 or 3 minutes, a chaotic yet rapid sound of hooves approached from the west. Jian Shangqing slowly raised his left hand. "They are coming! Prepare!" The frontline monsters readied themselves, poised for action, just as the horses were about to reach them. Wee Eyes leaped out from the woods. "Howl!" Under the pale moonlight, a chilling wolf howl suddenly erupted. 2 points of eerie light appeared before the horses. "Halt!" The reins were pulled tight, and the horses reared up with a scream. Birdie's heart leaped with joy. He gently patted Jian Shangqing. "My lord, that's right. That sound belongs to the captain of the soldiers." Target confirmed. The monsters surged forward. The captain was taken aback. He initially thought there was only one wolfman and had prepared to change direction and flee. Yet now, so many monsters had suddenly surrounded him. The captain gulped. Even with 10 soldiers at his side, how could he possibly contend with this multitude of monsters? The encirclement slowly closed in, and the captain and his 10 soldiers on horseback began to retreat. Wee Eyes bared his teeth and roared loudly. Realizing escape was futile, the captain unfastened a bag from his waist and threw it to the ground. I have money." The captain's voice trembled. "I am the captain of the Duchy soldiers. If I perish, King Martino will surely send people to hunt you down." Wee Eyes picked up the bag and gave a shake. It was quite heavy. Seeing Wee Eyes collect the bag, the captain thought these monsters were merely interested in loot and did not dare to kill him. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, Wee Eyes glanced at the captain and chuckled. "Originally, we needed to kill you to obtain the money." Wee Eyes extended a claw and shook a teeth. "So now, it seems we have no choice but to kill you." The captain's face paled. He had not anticipated that this cunning wolfman would be so treacherous. I warn you, I speak the truth. Are you not afraid of the Duchy's army?" Wee Eyes scratched his ear. "We have already killed Hayden. What need do we have to fear your threats?" The captain's body trembled. He could not bear to believe that the thing he dreaded most had come to pass. Lord Hayden had truly met with misfortune. If that were the case, then Master Henry had also been slain by these monsters. The captain maneuvered his horse closer, gripped by fear. These 2 shocking revelations struck his mind like a hammer. Leaving him dizzy, Wee Eyes spread his arms wide, baring his fangs. "All the monsters of the misty shadow forest have united." With each word, Wee Eyes stepped forward decisively. The monsters of the misty shadow forest have endured the oppression of your duchy of Sushi for far too long. From this day forth, we shall conquer the entire duchy of Sushi, and now you shall be the first sacrifice." The captain, still on horseback, retreated further. Did he just hear correctly? The monsters of the misty shadow forest were preparing to counterattack the duchy of Sushi? The captain gripped his sword tightly, his teeth chattering. How dare these lowly creatures, devoid of armor and incapable of magic, challenge him? What audacity do they possess to counterattack the duchy of Sushi they are sworn to protect? An extreme fear has morphed into a frenzied rage. The trembling captain of the soldiers stood tall, flames of fervor igniting in his eyes. He must relay this message. He absolutely cannot perish here. He will make these ignorant fiends pay dearly. Jian Shangqing, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded in the woods. Now, this is more like it. The first step of his plan had succeeded. He feared that the captain and the fiends would not engage in battle. Only through conflict could his scheme be executed seamlessly. Unbeknownst to the unfolding drama, Birdie looked on with pride at the captain. This was the intelligence he had provided, soon to transform into tangible victory. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of witnessing hundreds of fiery bursts illuminating the night as they turned the captain into a mere sieve. With resolute determination in his gaze, the captain raised his long sword, pointing it towards the hunched beast. "We eyes. Soldiers, break through." The 10 accompanying soldiers, inspired by their captain's bravery, nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord." The steeds charged forth. And Wee Eyes brandished its claws, leaping high under the moonlight to pounce on the captain. With a mighty shout, the captain swung his long sword down with ferocity. Though he lacked magical energy, he remained an exceptional warrior. The blade descended, and Wee Eyes let out a pained howl, collapsing to the side. The captain's heart soared with joy. Indeed, a fiend is still a fiend, and even an ordinary man can triumph. This can work. Fiends surged like a tide, and the 11 worked in concert, fighting valiantly to break free amid the sea of monsters. Under the captain's fierce onslaught, the fiends fell as if reaped like wheat. The captain rejoiced inwardly. This is feasible. At this rate, he would escape. Among the fiendish ranks, Chieftain Cato calculated the time, grinning widely to it was time to add a touch of authenticity to this farce, as per the Lord's orders. Seizing the moment, he yanked down the soldier lagging behind. The enchanted longsword pierced through the soldier's neck, causing a spurt of hot blood. The battle intensified, and the captain's group remained oblivious to the loss of their comrade. Chieftain Cato dragged the stripped corpse forward, positioning himself before the captain. In the pitch black of night, the captain could only see a vague shadow approach. Instinctively, he swung his longsword. With a squelch, the blade pierced a soft body. And as moonlight illuminated the scene, he saw his sword stained with blood. He smiled in satisfaction. He had slain another fiend. As the captain advanced, one by one, all soldiers were slain by the fiends. And he struck them down with a single blow. The fiends before him dwindled, and he knew he was about to break free. With a shout, he maneuvered his steed, dodging left and right. Suddenly, the world opened up before him. He had succeeded. He had truly escaped the relentless onslaught. Comments, votes, and encouragement. Dear readers, if you're satisfied, please show your support. This is my motivation to keep updating. Chapter 49. Delays bring changes. The captain spurred his horse onward, leaving the fiends far behind. He glanced back at the countless fiendish corpses left in his wake, a testament to his and his men's efforts. Upon reaching the royal palace, he would surely take credit for relaying the news of Lord Hayden and Lord Henry's deaths, and the fiend's impending siege. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over him, as all 10 soldiers he had brought had perished. Clenching his fists, he vowed to deliver the message and ensure the army of the Duchy of Sushi crushed these vile creatures in vengeance for his brothers. The captain's silhouette vanished into the night. Birdie stood dumbfounded. The captain had simply fled, all the painstakingly gathered intelligence rendered useless. He felt a twinge of grievance, perplexed by how a horde of monsters, comparable to 200 mages, could be so easily vanquished by 11 ordinary soldiers. Wee Eyes, lying on the ground, opened one eye and then rose to his feet. The other fallen fiends also began to stand. Bertie gasped in shock. How could these fiends return from the dead? Was Lord Jian Shangqing truly a necromancer? He stumbled back, colliding with Jian Shangqing. Letting out a scream, Bertie attempted to flee, only to be firmly held back by Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing nearly burst into laughter at Bertie's bewildered expression. It was no wonder he was confused, as Jian Shangqing had not clarified his plan. He gestured for Bertie to calm down and explained that the fiends had merely been feigning death. He strolled slowly in front of Bertie. "Oh, you believe I have squandered your intelligence." Bertie inhaled deeply and nodded slowly. "Oh, you think I should not have let that foolish captain escape?" Jian Shangqing posed another question, to which Bertie again nodded in agreement, stopping in his tracks. Jian Shangqing appreciated Bertie's skepticism, finding it admirable. "Then what do you believe my ultimate goal is?" Without hesitation, Bertie replied, "To conquer the Duchy of Suzy." Jian Shangqing clapped his hands. "Then how do you think I shall conquer the Duchy of Suzy?" Bertie hesitated, realizing as a merchant he was ill-versed in tactical matters. Jian Shangqing smiled mysteriously, plucking a branch from a nearby tree. The branch was adorned with lush green leaves. "Now, I shall liken this branch to the Duchy of Suzy, and the leaves to its army." As he spoke, he plucked a leaf. "If I were to do this, I would need to remove the leaves one by one." Bertie stood bewildered, struggling to grasp Jian Shangqing's meaning. Jian Shangqing snapped off another branch. This one was bare at both ends, with only the tip flourishing with several leaves. "What if it were like this?" Jian Shangqing grasped the front end of the branch, and, with a single forceful pull, stripped all the leaves away. "Do you understand now? Simple, efficient, without surprises." Bertie pondered, then gaped in realization. He finally understood why Jian Shangqing had allowed the captain to escape. Lord Jian Shangqing aimed to annihilate the majority of the Duchy of Suzy's army in one fell swoop. Not only would this enhance efficiency, but it would also prevent other complications. Bertie looked up. "You mean delays bring changes?" Seeing Bertie finally grasp his intent, Jian Shangqing smiled with satisfaction. "Precisely, delays bring changes. I intend for this foolish captain to disseminate the news of the fiends attacking the city. My elaborate charade is designed to instill a sense of authenticity in him, compelling Martina to take notice." Jian Shangqing extended his hand, clenching it in the air. Then he would ensnare the entire army of the Duchy of Suzy. Devoid of living forces, Martina would be like a toothless tiger, imposing yet utterly powerless to resist. Jian Shangqing's words struck at the heart of the matter like a steel fork. Bertie, lacking military knowledge, listened with wide eyes, astonished by Jian Shangqing's unexpected insights. And the term living forces, a concept he had never encountered before, left him even more bewildered. Nearby, Riesta laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "So that's how it is." "Brilliant, Lord Jian Shangqing, truly brilliant." The fiends erupted in cheers, celebrating their lord's keen intellect. Jian Shangqing raised his hands, signaling for silence among the crowd. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Onward, to Garloro City." The fiendish army surged forward once more, marching resolutely toward Garloro City. Jian Shangqing savored his earlier words, acknowledging the gamble within his strategy. Yet he was willing to take that risk, for he possessed the memories of Prince Jefferson. He was certain that the one leading the forces would be none other than the arrogant and overconfident Copper Knight from Blacksteel City. Brino Bed. The misty shadow forest was not far from Garloro City, and the fiendish army arrived near the city at dawn. Facing the rising sun, Jian Shangqing squinted. The walls of Garloro City loomed before him, imposing and heavily fortified. Yet, he recognized them as nothing more than a hollow shell of grandeur. From the moment Hayden had led his troops, he had known that Hayden must have concealed unfavorable reports from Martina. Thus, the entirety of Garloro City harbored not a single enchanted soldier, merely a commonplace city defense force. The thought brought a smile to Jian Shangqing's lips. His dear sister was truly to be pitied. Kept in the dark by her subordinates, completely unaware, taking a deep breath of the fresh dawn air, he revealed a cruel smile. "Martina, I have arrived. Are you ready?" Jian Shangqing rode ahead on errand, leading the monstrous army towards the grand gates. Dawn, the most wearisome hour for humankind, enveloped the city of Garluo in a shroud of silence, devoid of any sound. The soldiers atop the walls drooped their eyelids. Battling drowsiness, upon reaching the gates, Jian Shangqing rapped lightly on the inspection station's door. Alec opened the door, his impatience palpable. Who goes there? The city gates are not yet open. Begone. Jian Shangqing offered a faint smile. Are you certain? Alec opened his mouth to retort, but the voice struck a familiar chord. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he was suddenly jolted awake. Standing before him was none other than Jian Shangqing. Those green eyes and that familiar black robe. He remembered all too well. What business had he here? A shiver ran down Alec's spine. He had no desire to be reprimanded again. The impact of Jian Shangqing left him so awestruck that he momentarily overlooked the throng of monstrous soldiers behind him. Alec quickly donned a sycophantic grin. Why, Lord? What do you mean? Allow me to inform my superiors, and I shall open the gates for you. Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. Alec dashed back into the city walls without a moment's hesitation. He could not face Jian Shangqing alone, and the captain had ordered that the gates remain shut until his return. The matter was beyond his control. He must swiftly seek Lord Ped to make a decision. Alec roused the slumbering Ped with fervent shakes. Ped, still groggy with sleep, struck Alec across the face in his irritation. What is it at this early hour? Alec, clutching his face in indignation, pointed toward the door. My lord, Jian Shangqing has arrived. Ped took a moment to process this, then leapt from his bed, delivering another slap to Alec. Why didn't you inform me sooner of such a significant matter? Alec, still nursing his cheek, wished he could weep. Ped hastily donned his robe and grasped his wand, trembling as he approached the door. Why, Lord Jian Shangqing, how is it that you arrive without prior notice? Ped shouted as he stepped outside. Determined to awaken the city guard and ensure Jian Shangqing did not act with such audacity again. However, his shouts startled the guards. They did not recognize Jian Shangqing. All they saw upon opening their eyes were hundreds of neatly clad monsters standing beneath the walls. The soldiers atop the walls were paralyzed with fear, immediately ringing the alarm bell. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell echoed far and wide, rousing other soldiers still in slumber. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards donned their armor, armed themselves, and ascended the walls. The sight before them left them slack-jawed. They had never encountered such a multitude of monsters. Exchanging glances, a singular thought resonated in their minds. The monsters from Misty Shadow Forest are besieging us. Chapter 50. Open the gates, archers. Infantry, step back. Rows of archers scrambled atop the walls, drawing their bows in preparation to fire. Only then did Alec comprehend the sheer number of monsters trailing Jian Shangqing. He covered his mouth in disbelief. So many monsters. Alec staggered a few steps back, clutching his forehead. Gazing at the crimson horde, he surmised Jian Shangqing must have summoned the entirety of the Misty Shadow Forest monsters. He glanced at Jian Shangqing, pondering the man's true power to command such a throng. A fourth-level mage? Or perhaps a fifth? Alec's anxiety mounted as he rubbed his hands together. Could he possibly be a sixth-level sorcerer? He dared not entertain such thoughts any longer. With his meager experience and imagination, he could not begin to fathom what a high-level mage might be like. A terrifying notion surfaced in Alec's mind. If Jian Shangqing were indeed such a being, then Gerlo would stand utterly defenseless. Alec collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. No, I do not wish to die. I've only just begun to earn my keep. I do not want to perish. The young Alec was consumed by fear, his gaze vacant as he sat in silence in the corner of the wall. The captain leading the guards was oblivious to Alec's mutterings. His focus remained fixed on the monstrous army outside. Clenching his sword, he swung it forward with determination. Ready. Fire! Such insignificant creatures, he believed their arrows could easily disperse this rabble. Arrows rained down like a deluge from above. Jian Shangqing called out softly. Ruisida, yes, my lord. Ruisida chuckled as he waved his wand, summoning a tall and thin earthen wall that rose to intercept the arrows. The captain atop the wall was rendered speechless. How could there be a human mage supporting the monstrous horde? The arrows were ineffective, and with no siege ladders or boulders to deploy, he could not venture out to confront them. With no sign of Knight Hayden, Mage Henry, or the captain's return, how could he face this monstrous army and their mage? The captain paced anxiously atop the walls. Ruisida stroked his beard with satisfaction. This is the chasm between mages and mortals. With ample preparation, a mere spell can render well-equipped mortals utterly helpless. The captain smacked his forehead, recalling that there was indeed a station mage, Ped, within the city. He quickly leaned out and shouted, "Lord Ped, get to work." Ped, awakening from his stupor, swiftly waved his wand and began to chant a spell. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Jian Shangqing. If these monsters breached the city, he would face dire consequences. As Ped chanted, Jian Shangqing was swift and decisive, striking Ped's wand from his grasp with a resounding slap. Jian Shangqing was incredulous. Surely, Ped could not be so foolish as to chant spells in his presence. The cold barrel pressed against Ped's temple, and Jian Shangqing had stealthily positioned himself behind Ped. Ped shuddered, paralyzed with fear. He recalled Jian Shangqing's peculiar spell, which could penetrate his ice barrier with a single strike. Ped trembled. He did not believe his head could withstand the force of that spell. "Open the gates, Mage Ped." The breath escaping Jian Shangqing's lips sent shivers down Ped's spine. Trembling, Ped stammered, My lord, I assure you, the gates cannot be opened." Jian Shangqing sighed, pressing the barrel even harder against Ped's temple. "Ped, there's an old saying in the Pran continent. Breathe in the material. Wait, Junja." Ped, terrified, felt tears welling his eyes. As a mage, he had a bright future ahead. He truly did not wish to die. He turned to the captain atop the wall and shouted, "Open the gates. Do you want to watch me die here?" The pent-up fear within Ped erupted into a torrent of fury directed at the captain of the city guard. The captain was momentarily taken aback by Ped's ire. Ped's fear escalated, his insults growing more intense. "You worthless fool! Open the gates now." The captain surveyed the snarling monsters below and then glanced at the compromised Ped. Shaking his head slowly, he too held his own pride as a soldier of the principality. The safety of the citizens within Gerlo depended on him. "The gates must not be opened. I am sorry. Lord Ped, archers prepare to fire." The captain of the city guard chose to sacrifice Ped for the sake of preserving Gerluo. Jian Shangqing, overhearing their exchange, realized the moment had come. The conflict between them had reached a fever pitch. He released Ped, who seethed with indignation, snatching up his wand and beginning to chant a spell. Ice Spike. A brilliant blue ice spike coalesced into existence. To go. The ice spike soared through the air, but its target was not Jian Shangqing behind him. It was the captain of the city guard atop the wall. Thud! Scalding blood splattered onto the cold ice spike. The spike struck true, piercing the captain's forehead and penetrating his skull. Frozen blood splattered onto the ground. The captain managed but a single word before collapsing slowly. He could hardly fathom that the mage dispatched by the church would turn against him. Jian Shangqing shook his head. How absurd! He knew the captain had devoted his life to the principality of Suzy. Yet now he had fallen to such a pitiful fate. The city guard were thrown into chaos. The station mage had just killed their captain. What kind of madness was this? The monsters outside remained unscathed. Yet the defenders had lost their leader. The guards, regaining their composure, wailed and rushed toward their captain's corpse. "Captain!" The captain had always treated them well, yet now he had met such a humiliating demise. While dying on a battlefield was one thing, to be slain by one of their own was utterly unforgivable. The conflict erupted in full force as the city defense forces glared at Pied with bloodshot eyes. In that moment, they cared not for who Pied was. All they knew was that this sorcerer beneath the city walls had killed their beloved captain. Pied took 2 steps back. "What do you intend to do?" One soldier stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he picked up the captain's bow, aiming it at Pied. "Avenge the captain! Fire!" The city defense forces roared in unison. "Avenge the captain!" Arrows and magic clashed together. Every few seconds, a member of the city defense was struck down by ice shards. Pied too was hit by several arrows, crimson blood staining his white robe. Jian Shangqing chuckled softly, never expecting his scheme of sowing discord to succeed so smoothly. This old man Pied had become so enraged that he had outright killed the captain of the city defense forces. The monster army stared wide-eyed. They had prepared themselves to sacrifice for Lord Jian Shangqing, believing a fierce battle with the city defense forces was inevitable. Yet, unexpectedly, Lord Jian Shangqing's minor stratagem had incited the humans to turn against one another. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The monsters gleefully pulled apples from their pockets, and began to munch. One by one, the city defense forces fell. Will you open the gate or not? Pied was furious and unleashed an ice storm. A fierce tempest swept across the city wall, causing the city defense forces to perish en masse. A thick layer of frost coated the battlements. The grievously wounded soldiers of the city defense were stirred to valor. They would rather die than yield. For their fallen captain and comrades, for the citizens of the city. This gate must not be opened. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom! The gates of Garloro City slowly creaked open. Both the monster army and the city defense were stunned. Pied was also taken aback. The gate opened on its own, without anyone at the helm. Jian Shangqing crossed his arms, watching as a figure emerged from beyond the gate. That figure knelt, bowing repeatedly towards Jian Shangqing. "My lord, I have opened the gate for you. Spare me my life." Sunlight illuminated the kneeling figure. The one who had opened the gate was none other than the hapless Alec, who had been paralyzed with fear from the very beginning. Chapter 51. Into the city. "Alec, what are you doing?" "Close the gate." Shouts and reprimands erupted from the city walls. These bloodshot-eyed soldiers were on the verge of collapse. Why? Despite the loss of so many lives. Were they still fighting Pied? Was it not to prevent the gate from being opened? Now, Alec had simply twisted it open, rendering their previous resolve meaningless. Traitor! Coward! Countless curses rained down upon Alec. Alec shouted back, "What do you understand? I did this so that you could live." Internally, Alec was cursing his comrades who failed to grasp the situation. He had personally experienced Jian Shangqing's power. He could vividly recall the wand that unleashed fire and thunder. Not to mention, he had just witnessed a fact that left him in a daze. He saw that the monsters all bore wands identical to Jian Shangqing's, although the monsters lacked the essence of magic. Considering Jian Shangqing's abilities, what if? Alec swallowed hard that if his thoughts were true, what kind of might did the monster army possess? 200 Jian Shangqings. Damn it, could 200 Jian Shangqings be thwarted by these pathetic city defense forces? He had only recently taken on this position. He hadn't even earned enough to sustain himself. He intended to profit from this role, buy a house, and marry a girl. Ridiculous. Alec could not die here. He refused to gamble with his life. He chose to submit to Jian Shangqing, opening the gates of Garloro City before Jian Shangqing could enter. Good. Jian Shangqing clapped his hands in delight. Alec beamed with praise, wearing a sycophantic smile. How splendid. He might live after all. Perhaps those foolish comrades on the walls could survive too. The turn of events truly exceeded Jian Shangqing's expectations. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. He never anticipated that Alec would actually open the gate. Jian Shangqing clicked his tongue in astonishment. If all of Martina's subordinates were like this, why bother fighting? He could simply intimidate them into submission and reclaim the throne without such arduous effort. Yet, where there are weaklings, there are also those with pride. Pied, seeing the gate wide open, realized that the scales of victory had tipped entirely in Jian Shangqing's favor. He used ice magic to freeze his wounds and staunch the bleeding. His voice was hoarse. "Surrender, and Lord Jian Shangqing will spare your lives." The city defense forces glared with wide eyes. At this juncture, they could not allow Jian Shangqing and his monsters to enter the city. "Defend the gate." The remaining soldiers rushed to the gate, forming a shield wall. They would use their bodies to replace the now open gate. Jian Shangqing sighed. He had not anticipated that, having reached this point, the city defense forces would still choose to hold their ground and refuse to surrender. These were loyal and righteous individuals, merely standing on opposing sides. Chief Cato, sensing Jian Shangqing's thoughts, quietly approached. "My lord, what if we let them go?" Jian Shangqing laughed softly. "How could that be? If these people block the gate, how am I to enter? Am I to spare him for his loyalty to his master?" "What nonsense!" Jian Shangqing waved his hand. Line infantry formation. The monsters raised their flintlock rifles, preparing to assemble. The city guards were bewildered. Shouldn't they be expecting a bloody melee? Why were these monsters so orderly? All fiddling with their wooden firearms, they glanced at their steel swords and then at the wooden flintlocks in the monsters' hands that a strange sense of confidence surged within the soldiers of the city defense. If it was only to this extent, they could hold their ground. The black powder was loaded. Jian Shangqing stood aside, directing effortlessly. First, second, third ranks, prepare, fire in succession. The monster's fingers squeezed the triggers, flint striking metal, sending sparks flying to ignite the powder. In an instant, the first, second, and third ranks of monsters fired in unison. Dense smoke filled the entire gate area. The 20mm lead balls flew and rose, piercing through the shields and armor of the city defense forces. Just moments ago, the city defense forces stood in formation, but now many fell in disarray. Cries of anguish echoed throughout the gate. Alec and Pied turned pale. They were terrified, having witnessed this magic once again. And this time, it was not just a single casting. It was over 30 castings. What shocked the most was that those monsters could wield such magic too. Was there no justice left? The monsters could use magic. The man named Jian Shangqing must be a demon. He must have exacted some price to grant those monsters their strange magic. The two scrambled backward, Pied even throwing away his wand in fear. The pursuing monster army had long been waiting for them and swiftly captured the pair. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin. Many still lived at the gate, merely hanging on by a thread due to blood loss. Jian Shangqing decided to grant them a swift end. As a form of respect, he retrieved a bomb from the bag on Eileen's person, ignited it, and tossed it into the crowd. Boom! Crimson flames mixed with black shrapnel soared and scattered. Pied was so startled he nearly bit his tongue. He could hardly comprehend. He had initially thought Jian Shangqing was merely a dual-element sorcerer of lightning and fire. Yet now he had casually thrown a special explosive spell of second or third-tier potency. Just how many elements could the vortex of magical energy within Jian Shangqing communicate with? Was he truly a once-in-a-century sorcerous genius? Pied gazed at Jian Shangqing with a mix of fear and admiration. Jian Shangqing, unaware of Pied's thoughts, would have proudly held his head high if he had known. Magic? I don't even possess a vortex of magical energy. I wield the power of science. As the flames subsided, the entire city defense of Garloro fell. Half were slain by the monster army, the other half by Pied himself. With no one left to resist, Jian Shangqing waved his hand. Enter the city. Jian Shangqing breathed deeply, savoring the aroma of gunpowder and blood in the air. He felt something within him leap with joy. That is an emotion known as joy. My lord, what about the two of us? Jian Shangqing turned to gaze back, where Pied and Ao-like were being escorted by the monstrous army, their faces still adorned with that nauseating smile that I almost forgot about you too. Jian Shangqing shrugged. Ao-like exclaimed in delight. Are we free? Pied, however, sought to take it a step further. Having already slain half of the city's defensive forces, he found himself on the same side as Jian Shangqing. Now he had no other option but to join the monstrous army. My lord, I wish to join you. Pied mustered his courage to voice this declaration. Jian Shangqing chuckled, taking a pistol from Weizi and pressing it against Pied's forehead. You are a sorcerer, and I rather desire your talents. Pied gazed at the firearm, his neck trembling uncontrollably. Pied then heard the two words he dreaded most in his life, Pied was taken aback. My lord, what do you mean? Jian Shangqing shook his head. He could not tolerate someone like Pied, who would betray his comrades and was willing to slaughter his own. Allowing him to join the monstrous army would tarnish its banner. Loyalty that is not absolute is, in fact, a form of treachery. In the midst of Pied's horrified gaze, Jian Shangqing pulled the trigger. Pied's head was predictably blown apart by the bullet. Blood, both red and white, splattered across the ground. Jian Shangqing blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle. Remember, in your next life, to choose your master wisely and be loyal. Ao-like trembled in fear, desperately struggling to escape the clutches of the werewolf. He heard Jian Shangqing's words and feared that he too would be killed. Jian Shangqing picked up Ao-like's pouch of money from the table in front of the city gate and tossed it to him. Ao-like sighed in relief, understanding that this gesture meant he would live. You alive. Jian Shangqing pointed to the fallen city defenders. You are better off dead than they are. Jian Shangqing turned away, too indifferent to look at Ao-like again. A mere gatekeeper, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Be gone. Jian Shangqing's words pierced Ao-like's heart like a sharp needle, clutching the pouch soaked in the blood of his comrades. He fled from Jian Shangqing's sight in a daze. Having dealt with these two, Jian Shangqing felt a sense of satisfaction. 1/3 of the Duchy of Suzy had already fallen into his hands. He removed Pide's badge and strode forward confidently. Into the city, the monstrous army crossed over the cold corpses on the ground and entered the city of Gang-Erlu. Chapter 52. Unusual monsters. Jian Shangqing surveyed his surroundings, noting that the trade city of Gang-Erlu appeared even more desolate than during his last visit. Perhaps it was due to the news of the monstrous siege, for not a single resident could be seen on the streets. Every household had tightly shut its doors and windows, as if they had encountered a plague. The patriarch of the Iron Furnace clan scoffed disdainfully. These humans, even with the Lord's arrival, do not know to come out and greet. Jian Shangqing shook his head, signaling the monstrous beings to settle down. The common folk of Ganglo bore no grudge against him. There was no need for him to act against them. Slowly, Jian Shangqing crouched down, caressing the earth beneath his feet. This feeling was entirely different from his last visit. Duchy of Suzy, I have returned. Jian Shangqing made his way into the city, preparing to familiarize himself with the specific layout of Gang-Erlu to better prepare for the upcoming defense. According to the plan, the main force of the monstrous army would not arrive in Gang-Erlu for another 2 days. After all, they needed to transport cannons, supplies, and the cumbersome war fortress, the Sinmengma. Jian Shangqing understood that if his deductions were correct, he would soon face the entire army of the Duchy of Suzy. Thus, he must prepare while he could. If the Duchy's forces arrived first, he needed to lead the vanguard in ambushing them in Gang-Erlu. Jian Shangqing immediately issued his orders. Patriarch of the Iron Furnace, Patriarch K2, and Iron, go inspect the city's defenses. Weizi, come with me to procure supplies. The 4 patriarchs bowed and quickly dispersed to carry out Jian Shangqing's tasks. The vanguard had only brought enough provisions for a day to reach Gang-Erlu as swiftly as possible. Now, their food had run out. With this thought in mind, he promptly led Weizi and 10 monsters to purchase food. After walking for a while, the streets remained eerily quiet. That he frowned. It seemed that the future interactions between monsters and humans would require some thought on his part. Drawing upon his previous memories, he located a tavern that appeared promising. Creak, the door of the tavern swung open. Jian Shangqing called out, "Owner, we have guests." The monsters streamed in, their loud footsteps met only with silence. The entire tavern was desolate, save for the sizzling sound of roasted meat from the kitchen and the scattered wine cups on the tables, which indicated that it was not entirely empty. The owner, Brooke, was trembling as he hid beneath the bar. Upon witnessing the monstrous siege, he had hurried back to his tavern, urging the patrons to hide upstairs. He began to tidy up the tables, creating the illusion that the tavern had long since closed. Yet, just as he was halfway through, he heard the voices of monsters outside the door. There was no time. In a panic, Brooke dived behind the bar and curled up. Jian Shangqing chuckled at the disarray of the tavern. How could anyone eat without patrons? This simply wouldn't do. Unhurried, Jian Shangqing pulled out a chair and sat down. Weizi. Yes, my lord. Weizi instantly grasped Jian Shangqing's intention. Sniffing the air, Weizi quickly located Brooke hiding behind the bar and the patrons upstairs. A devious idea flickered in Weizi's mind. With a mischievous grin, he directed his fellow monsters. The owner must be over there in that cabinet. Upon hearing this, the monsters clattered about, overturning the cabinet. Of course, there was no one inside. Weizi feigned confusion, scratching his head. Then he must be behind that wooden barrel. The monsters surged forward again, creaking as they moved the old barrel, only to find it empty as well. Jian Shangqing sat back in his chair, amused by the spectacle. The continuous marching and battle had left the monstrous army a bit tense. It was good for them to unwind. Smiling, Jian Shangqing tapped his fingers on the table. Be gentle. Don't break their things. Under Weizi's command, the monsters searched high and low, yet they never ventured to check the conspicuous bar area. The monsters, tongues lolling, were thoroughly entertained. In the end, everything in the tavern had been rummaged through, and Weizi dusted off his hands. It seems the owner truly isn't here. Let us try someone else's place. Scattered footsteps exited the tavern, and peace returned once more. Brooke beneath the bar let out a long breath. Straightening his clothes, it seemed monsters were indeed monsters, utterly foolish creatures. Brooke's heart swelled with glee. He had hidden in such an obvious spot, and they hadn't found him. How laughable. listening to the clumsy monsters rummaging about. Brooke nearly burst into laughter several times. Finally relaxing, Brooke stood upright, cheering loudly. "Come down, patrons! Those foolish monsters have left, thinking they could eat for free here. Not a chance." Brooke opened his eyes, only to behold a scene he would never forget. A fuzzy werewolf face was suddenly inches away from his own. In the silent tavern, Jian Shangqing and the monsters were all seated, quietly observing Brooke. Wazy broke the silence. "You said what?" "The monsters have all left." Brooke broke into a sweat, his eyes bulging wide as he stared at Wazy, hardly daring to breathe. Wazy snorted loudly. Brooke's entire body shivered, and his demeanor quickly softened. "Please, esteemed monster, what do you mean by that?" Wazy huffed in dissatisfaction. "Then why aren't you quickly preparing food?" Brooke had no choice but to trudge to the kitchen, a mournful expression on his face. The patrons who had been called down by Brooke were instantly petrified upon seeing the table full of monsters. Each one cursed Brooke's ancestors in their hearts. "Damn liar. Didn't he say the monsters had left? Why did we come down?" The guests found themselves awkwardly stranded on the staircase, unable to ascend or descend. Jian Shangqing watched the scene, bemused and amused. It had been quite a while since he had felt such relaxation. He gestured for them to come down and join him for a meal. The guests, begrudgingly, nodded stiffly and mechanically descended the stairs to return to their seats. The tavern was once again enveloped in an enigmatic silence. Jian Shangqing shrugged. The chasm between the magical beings and humans, forged over countless years, was not easily bridged. Even after 2 centuries of the magical creature's near disappearance, humans still harbored resentment and fear towards them. He, Jian Shangqing, was determined to ease the tensions between the two parties in the short span of just a few days. As time passed, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and the clinking of beer mugs filled the air, brought forth by Brooke, who wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had prepared some dishes in advance. Otherwise, he would have found himself overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth at the thought of his precious meals. Business had already been slow since Princess Martina assumed the throne, and just when it was starting to pick up, those accursed magical soldiers had come to mooch off his food and drink, insisting on keeping a tab each time they ordered "Happy Why Now?" The ledger was filled with 2 pages of debts, and not a single coin had been received. Desperate, he pleaded with those soldiers, only to be met with threats of their swords. Now, with this new influx of magical beings, he was bound to incur losses again. At this rate, his modest tavern, painstakingly built through frugality, would go under. Brooke slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. What was the difference between magical beings and thieves? Why would they ever pay for their meals? He sighed deeply. Perhaps this was simply fate. Jian Shangqing called out to Brooke, inquiring about a particular dish on the menu. Brooke retorted with annoyance. Roasted potatoes with beef and beer. 10 copper coins per meal. Jian Shangqing nodded in acknowledgement. The magical beings, having not eaten all morning, eagerly began to feast. The seated guests, who had only eaten half of their meals, were also still hungry. The tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafted through the tavern, causing their stomachs to betray them with audible growls. One daring patron decided to indulge, thinking to himself, why shouldn't he eat the food he had paid for? What kind of sense was it to be denied food? He picked up his fork and knife and began to eat the now cold potatoes. To everyone's surprise, the magical beings hardly paid him any mind. Other patrons, seeing this, followed suit, and soon the sounds of chewing, drinking, and conversation filled the tavern once more. Glass after glass of beer was consumed, and the magical beings drank heartily. Chapter 53. The Return of the Crown Prince Wee-Eyes wiped the foam from his mouth, realizing why the gremlins enjoyed drinking. It was such a delightful beverage. As the inebriated magical beings and patrons began to converse, the majority praised Jian Shangqing's remarkable achievements. Meanwhile, the patrons incessantly voiced their grievances against Martina. In that moment, the 2 disparate groups found themselves engaged in a lively exchange. Both sides discovered that the other was not as despicable as portrayed in books or by elders. Instead, they found a surprising rapport. Jian Shangqing watched as a bald man affectionately embraced Wee-Eyes, the 2 acting as if they were brothers. Brooke looked around his bustling tavern, bewildered. His heart ached. This was his tavern, before Princess Martina ascended to the throne. It had always been this lively. Patrons would drink beer, converse loudly, and sing. Why? Why had it changed so drastically? Tears welled in the middle-aged man's eyes as he buried his face in his hands. Weeping at the bar, Jian Shangqing took Brooke by the shoulder, guiding him to sit across from him, and pushed a mug of beer toward him. "This one S on me." Wee Eyes approached, placing 5 silver coins and a copper coin on the table. The money, of course, was provided by Bertie. Brooke stared incredulously at the werewolf before him. Wee Eyes burped and chuckled. "This is for the meal. Whoever eats without paying." Brooke, still in disbelief, accepted the coins, then broke down in tears. He thought he was finished. Yet these magical beings had come to save his tavern. He wiped his eyes. Though they were magical beings, they were far superior to those damned magical soldiers. The king and his soldiers claimed to protect him. Yet their protection seemed to only benefit their ledgers. At least the magical beings would pay according to the menu prices. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, realizing that those arrogant soldiers and Martina didn't care about him or the other common folk. Brooke felt a pang of regret. He had intended to pretend his tavern was closed. Yet here they were, willing to pay full price. He was truly a wretched man. He sipped his beer while sharing his woes with Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing patted Brooke's shoulder in consolation, then stood with his drink raised. "Everyone, feel free to drink. Today's meal is on me, Jian Shangqing." A resounding cheer erupted from the tavern. Brooke wiped his tears away. He wanted to see the face of this benefactor. At that moment, Jian Shangqing had removed his hood and scarf in order to eat. The more Brooke looked, the more familiar the face became. He slapped his forehead. Was this not Crown Prince Jefferson? Brooke gasped in shock, trying to stand, but his knee collided with the table, nearly spilling his full mug of beer. Jian Shangqing was quick to steady it. He smiled, recognized me. "Have you?" Brooke nodded vigorously before kneeling on the ground. "I pay my respects to Crown Prince Jefferson." His voice echoed throughout the tavern, prompting other patrons to lower their mugs in astonishment. In an instant, the tavern fell silent. The guests stared at Brooke, bewildered. What madness was this? Anyone from the Duchy of Suzy knew that Crown Prince Jefferson had been laid to rest months ago. Jian Shangqing stood, turning away. The patrons gasped in unison, then dropped to their knees. By the heavens, it truly is Crown Prince Jefferson. Brooke, now sweating profusely, panicked. He had just spoken so ill of the royal family. And now, in front of the Crown Prince himself, he dared not imagine the repercussions. Jian Shangqing gently helped Brooke to his feet. "Rise." The humans in the tavern exhaled in relief, standing once more. Jian Shangqing waved his hand. "Jefferson is dead. From the moment I was placed in that coffin, I became Jian Shangqing." Brooke and the patrons exchanged glances, puzzled. The Crown Prince had adopted a peculiar name. Moreover, how could he lead so many magical beings to assault his own kingdom's castle? Countless questions swirled in their minds. Jian Shangqing took a sip of his drink. "Why, dear sister's ascension has brought you much suffering, hasn't it?" The patrons nodded in unison. This was a certainty. Ever since Martina became king, their quality of life had plummeted. They all understood the dire state of Garloro City. Brooke and the patrons furrowed their brows, emboldened by drink, some even cursing Martina. Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. "Indeed, I too was a victim of Martina's treachery." Upon hearing this, the tavern erupted in astonished gasps. What had they just heard? The Crown Prince had been betrayed by Martina. Jian Shangqing raised his glass. Standing atop the bar, "Fate has granted me a second chance at life. This time, I return to overthrow Martina and reclaim my father's legacy. I will restore the Duchy of Suzy to its former glory." He raised his glass high, the orange-yellow beer shimmering in the candlelight. "What Martina has taken from us, I shall reclaim. I will ensure that everyone's lives return to better days. For us all." "Cheers!" Jian Shangqing tilted his head back, downing the beer in one go. The tavern fell momentarily silent. Then, as if on cue, both magical beings and humans raised their glasses in unison, cheering loudly. "Cheers! Long live Lord Jian Shangqing." The common folk cared little for legitimacy. Whoever could improve their lives would earn their support. The deeply rooted hereditary system cracked open a small fissure at that moment. Jian Shangqing smiled, knowing that his speech that night had won the hearts of the people. Thus, he believed he could win the hearts of all the Duchy of Suzy in the future. The inebriated reveler staggered home in the dead of night, animatedly recounting the news of the return of the great prince to his wife and children. Initially, the family dismissed his ramblings as mere drunken folly. However, under the deliberate machinations of Jian Shangqing, an increasing number of townsfolk began to recognize the familiar visage of the great prince in the light of day. Meanwhile, the monstrous army busied themselves in accordance with Jian Shangqing's directives, striving to improve the human populace's perception of their kind. Furthermore, upon his entry into the city, Jian Shangqing abolished the exorbitant tolls, thereby genuinely enhancing the quality of life for the citizens. Consequently, the news spread like wildfire, and soon the entire populace of Garloro City was aware of the momentous tidings. The great prince has returned. He has assumed the name Jian Shangqing and leads a just and benevolent army of monsters to overthrow the tyrannical reign of Queen Martina. Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance. Now, wherever Jian Shangqing traversed, he was met with rapturous acclaim. In stark contrast, Martina's reputation plummeted. Statues were toppled, proclamations were torn down, and some, in their fury, even stomped upon the remnants before spitting in disdain. On the third morning, a centaur appeared at the city gates, sent as a scout by the main force of the monstrous army. The IT was bewildered to find that the citizens within the city not only did not fear it, but rather greeted it with smiles. Astonished, it thought to itself, truly, Jian Shangqing is remarkable. In just 3 short days, he has not only captured Garloro City, but has also integrated himself with the local populace. Guided by the citizens' enthusiasm, it quickly located Jian Shangqing's current residence. The centaur knocked on the door and entered. Jian Shangqing sat in a chair, listening to its report, and why, Lord, the monstrous army is fully assembled. With the exception of the Mammoth War Fortress, according to earlier scouts, the army of the Duchy of Suzy should arrive within half a day. A glimmer of light sparkled in Jian Shangqing's eyes. He seized a brown-bellied flintlock and the Lee-Enfield rifle slung at his side, striding purposefully from the room. Everyone heed my command. The true war is only just beginning. Chapter 54. The army of the Duchy of Suzy and the ambushed Jian Shangqing ascended the walls of Garloro City's main gate. The very entrance through which he had led the monstrous army, he found himself in a quandary. There were 3 grand gates to Garloro City, and Sir Bedell, the Bronze Knight, could enter through any one of them. What if he chose not to use the main gate? With only 200 vanguard troops at his command, dispersing them across the gates was evidently an unwise strategy. The main force of the monstrous army had already been strategically positioned elsewhere. Moreover, it was impractical to entice Sir Bedell to enter through the main gate, as that would prematurely reveal the fact that monsters had infiltrated the city. His 2 human subordinates, Bertie and Riesta, were notable figures who would certainly be recognized by Bedell at first glance. Just as Jian Shangqing was at his wit's end, a voice called out from afar, "Why, Lord Jian Shangqing, we have brought you sustenance." Turning to look, Jian Shangqing saw Brooke and a group of citizens approaching with meals in hand. Stroking his chin, he glanced at the city defense armor taken from the armory, observing Brooke scaling the walls. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Brooke wiped the sweat from his brow and set the food containers on the ground. Before he could speak, Jian Shangqing placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Brooke, I have a task for you." Brooke shuddered with excitement at the prospect of a mission from his lord. He was eager to repay Jian Shangqing's kindness. After some discussion, Brooke thumped his chest and assured, "There is no problem at all. I will certainly accomplish the task." The citizens who had come to deliver food donned the city defense armor and raced towards the other 2 gates. By afternoon, Brooke stood atop the city walls, gazing out as a vast mass of dark figures emerged on the distant plain. His heart raced. Just as Jian Shangqing had predicted, Sir Bedell's army indeed arrived at Garloro City that very afternoon. Adjusting his armor, he instructed a nearby comrade to quickly inform Jian Shangqing. As the shadows drew near, Brooke gasped in astonishment. Countless soldiers marched in perfect formation across the plain. Infantry, archers, cavalry, and a small contingent of mages. The armor and weapons glinted ominously in the sunlight. Brooke swallowed hard, wondering if King Martina had truly dispatched the entirety of the Duchy of Suzy's forces. While he pondered, the army halted at the side gate. A tall man emerged from their ranks, with soldiers parting to make way for him. His robust physique resembled a small mountain, clad in black armor, adorned with a gleaming bronze cross insignia upon his chest. Brooke blinked rapidly. This was undoubtedly the famed Sir Bedell, the Bronze Knight, as described by Jian Shangqing. Bedell stepped forward, uttering two simple words. "Open the gate." Those seemingly mundane words instilled within Brooke an unparalleled sense of dread. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Sir Bedell truly intended to enter through the side gate. Brooke cleared his throat and summoned his courage to call down, "I beseech you, Sir Bedell, please proceed to the main gate." Bedell paused for a moment. Then a surge of crimson aura enveloped him. Brooke quickly ducked his head. How unreasonable this knight was, ready to unleash his fury at a mere suggestion. A soldier rushed forth from the army to placate Bedell. Brooke focused intently. The figure was none other than the captain of Garloro City's soldiers. The captain bowed and offered profuse compliments before Bedell, speaking of the lockdown order he had issued and that the station mage awaited at the main gate to welcome him. An idea struck Brooke like lightning. Indeed, the station mage was prepared to greet him at the main gate. Gradually, Bedell's fury subsided. He glanced at the captain, declaring, "I shall grant you one chance. We will proceed to the main gate." The army shifted direction, making its way to the main entrance. Upon halting, the captain gazed at the tightly shut main gate and the empty battlements, bewildered. Where were the city defense troops? Where was Ulrich? Where was Ped? Surely, this was not a time for a midday respite. Where had everyone gone? Jian Shangqing discreetly peered from atop the walls. Brooke had succeeded. The army of the Duchy of Suzy had indeed been lured to the main gate. He lowered his voice. "All units, prepare the explosives." The captain knocked vigorously on the main gate. Yet it remained eerily silent. "Attack!" Jian Shangqing bellowed, and before the astonished eyes of the soldiers of the Duchy of Suzy, countless monsters emerged from the walls. Gnolls, centaurs, gremlins, werewolves, every creature from the misty shadow forest had assembled. The soldiers gaped in disbelief at the throng of monsters crowding the battlements. The intelligence was erroneous. The monsters had indeed seized Garloro City. Before they could react, the monsters lit the bombs they had prepared and hurled them down. With the army standing so closely together, there was no need for precision targeting. Wherever the bombs landed, devastation would ensue. As the bombs fell, Jian Shangqing kindly tossed one towards the captain as well. The captain instinctively caught the fiery iron sphere that had plummeted from above. Bewildered, he stared at the sparking orb in his hands. "What is this?" No sooner had he spoken than, boom, the explosion's flames and shrapnel engulfed him. A series of explosions erupted within the ranks of the Duchy of Suzy's army, engulfing the area in orange flames and deafening blasts. The billowing smoke obscured the soldiers' vision. In that moment, the resounding roars of explosions, the anguished cries of humans, and the whinnies of horses reverberated throughout the main gate of Garloro City. This sudden barrage of bombs sent the forces of the Duchy of Suzy into chaos. Jian Shangqing gazed upon the fiery spectacle below, a smile gracing his lips. The ambush plan had succeeded. This was the very outcome he had desired. The army of the Duchy of Suzy outnumbered the monstrous forces. Thus, he needed to diminish their ranks before the battle commenced. Only then could he achieve victory against overwhelming odds. As the initial wave of bombs was expended, the acrid smoke of battle began to dissipate. The leading infantry commander survived the cataclysm, his ears ringing from the cacophony. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld a scene reminiscent of hell. Frightened horses discarded their riders, fleeing in all directions. The ground was littered with craters of varying depths. And countless soldiers lay lifeless upon the earth. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies cluttered the area, blood splattered everywhere. Many more soldiers remained clinging to life, clutching their bleeding wounds as they crawled along the ground. Howling in agony, they reached out with trembling hands, desperately seeking aid from their equally terrified comrades nearby. The infantry captain breathed heavily, his vision blurring before him. This was the consequence of hyperventilation brought on by panic. Having fought battles throughout his life and encountered numerous sorcerers, he had never before witnessed such a harrowing scene. What were those iron spheres? They were neither weapons nor magic, He had initially believed this to be a straightforward extermination mission against monsters. Yet it had devolved into chaos. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. With this, the army of the Duchy of Suzy had lost 1/6 of its combat capability. How could they continue to fight? Jian Shangqing looked downward, and from the dissipating smoke emerged a red glow that it was the impenetrable fortress of Bade. Bade's figure materialized, emerging unscathed beneath the fortress's protection. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. If the Bronze Knight could be easily slain, he wouldn't be called a Bronze Knight at all. The grenadiers withdrew from the walls, and the musketeers stepped forward, readying their flintlock rifles. Jian Shangqing waved his hand. Fire! Chapter 55. An unexpected abandonment of the city under the protection of the magical barrier. The army of the Duchy of Suzy gradually steadied their formation. Under Bade's command, these soldiers, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, began to regain their ranks. Jian Shangqing squinted. Truly, they were the regular army of the duchy. Levels above the city defense forces of Gang'erluo, Jian Shangqing waved his hand. Cease firing. The cacophony of flintlock shots gradually subsided. Bade lifted his visor and gazed at Jian Shangqing in that moment. The leaders of both armies locked eyes. Bade, surrounded by a swirling aura of crimson energy, revealed a mocking smile. He cared not how many of his soldiers had perished, as long as he remained at the helm. That was sufficient. Why had the fighting stopped? He stretched his body, the mountainous form cracking ominously. Let me guess. Out of magic. In Bade's view, the monsters were incapable of wielding magic. The clubs in their hands and the cast iron spheres were merely the illusions conjured by that mysterious figure on the walls. That enigmatic individual, channeling such a massive output of magical energy, surely aimed to frighten them into retreating while simultaneously fortifying the defenses of Gang'erluo. And now, the mysterious figure's magic had run dry. The grand army of the Duchy of Suzy surrounded the main gate. Even after being caught off guard initially, their forces still far surpassed those of the monster army. Bade planted his sword into the earth, standing there like a guardian deity, he intended to wait patiently for the right moment. He was eager to see how long these monsters could endure without water or food from the citizens within the city. Chief Kato on the city walls was also in a state of anxiety. My lord, what shall we do? The bombs have all been expended. The bullets cannot penetrate the magical barrier in Chief Kato's eyes. The entire vanguard of the monster army had fallen into a desperate situation. The resources within the city were ultimately finite. No matter how supportively the citizens rallied, the supplies would inevitably be exhausted. Regardless of which of the three gates they chose, they would ultimately be blocked by the army of the Duchy of Suzy. What to do now? Jian Shangqing took a deep breath, suppressing the restless monsters. They had now reached the most challenging part of his plan, that if he could succeed here, he would have the confidence to annihilate the army of the Duchy of Suzy. But first, he needed to provoke this arrogant fool below. Jian Shangqing leaned forward, squinting. Who told you I had run out of magic? Do you truly believe a worthless creature like you could stop me? The brevity of his words incensed Bade to the point of fury. In the Duchy of Suzy, aside from Martina and Addison, who dared speak to him in such a manner? Even Hayden would not. As Bade fumed, Jian Shangqing led the monsters down from the city walls. The monsters mounted their centaurs and great horned sheep. Jian Shangqing drew a pistol from his bosom, loading it with ammunition. He patted the centaur beneath him, and it reared up. Jian Shangqing raised his pistol high, prepared to break through. Let them witness the might of the Dragon Knights. With a thunderous boom, the gates swung open. Jian Shangqing and Wee Eyes led the charge, the Dragon Knights surging ahead from the city gates. Wee Eyes howled at the top of his lungs, a whoa. The piercing wolf howl echoed across the sky. Attack! Wee Eyes lifted his weapon and fired. His pistol erupted with thick smoke. The soldier standing before Wee Eyes clutched his chest and collapsed instantly. The gunfire rang out incessantly. Those wielding melee weapons, whether common soldiers or magic soldiers, were no match for the Dragon Knights. This was the absolute dominance of firearms over cold steel. Even if a few managed to close in, they would be repelled by the centaurs with a swift strike. The Dragon Knights sliced through the ranks of the Duchy's army like a sharp blade, creating a gaping wound. The soldiers surrounding the city gate were utterly bewildered. Why had the gates opened? Why were these monsters, despite their overwhelming numerical disadvantage, choosing to abandon the city and flee? They were at a loss. As for Bade at the city gate, he too was taken aback by the reckless charge of the monsters. The monsters bursting forth from the city fired their weapons at him intermittently, forcing him to maintain his position at the impenetrable fortress. Led by the Dragon Knights, the monster army charged forward, breaking through to the very rear of the Duchy's forces. The last remaining mages and archers stood in shock. They were still struggling to maintain the magical barrier, yet in the blink of an eye, the monsters had reached their very faces. The archers knocked their arrows but hesitated to release. The distance too close. They dared not fire. What if they accidentally harmed their own? The mages widened their eyes, frantically waving their wands in an attempt to dispel the barrier. But how could two hands move as swiftly as four legs? The monsters aimed their pistols at them. Bang! Smoke billowed, and this round of fire felled a multitude of mages. Without the protection of defensive magic, they were no different from the archers beside them. Seeing the monster army break free from the encirclement, Jian Shangqing guided Eileen to turn and gallop leftward. There lay a steep slope. The monster army surged down the slope, disappearing without a trace. Bade dispelled the impenetrable fortress, trembling all over. He had been completely outmaneuvered by a group of monsters despite holding the advantageous position. The surviving infantry captain cautiously approached Bade. "My lord, let us enter the city." The monster army had fled in haste, and the gates of Genglo stood wide open. Now was the perfect opportunity to reclaim the city. Bade gasped, casting a scornful glance at him. "You worthless fool." He hurled the iron sphere in his hand at the captain's face. How dare this insignificant captain issue orders to him? Truly a death wish. The captain crumpled to the ground, his face caved in from the blow. The soldiers nearby trembled, fully aware of Bade's notorious temper, yet they had not anticipated it to be this volatile. After killing the captain, Bade's inner fury gradually subsided. He let out a few cold laughs. He was convinced that the mysterious figure's magical power had been entirely depleted. Such a high frequency of potent magic usage. Bade shook his head. Even the Church of the Royal City could not accomplish such a feat. A cruel smile crept across Bade's face as he drew his sword and stepped forward. Pursue them. That sorcerer's magic had run dry. The monsters were nothing more than a spent force now. The surviving mages nodded in agreement, having noticed no magical fluctuations when Jian Shangqing passed by them. It seemed Bade the Knight's analysis was indeed correct. The soldiers rejoiced within. Damn it, they had just endured a one-sided beating while their comrades fell around them without retaliation. It had been infuriating. Now they were determined to repay every slight they had suffered. The army of the duchy turned their direction, charging toward the slope down which the monster army had retreated. They thundered over the incline with a roar. Yet what unfolded before them was beyond their expectations. Monsters, countless monsters, all donned in vibrant red uniforms. Chapter 56. The Grenadiers' March. Why were there still monsters here? The approaching soldiers swallowed hard. The scene they had envisioned, of slaughtering the monsters as they fled in disarray, had not materialized. Instead, they were met with an even larger formation of neatly aligned monsters. Moreover, each of them brandished those wooden sticks that spewed flames and thunder. Jian Shangqing gazed at the ever-increasing number of soldiers on the slope with a benevolent smile. The success of his plan hinged on Bade, the supremely arrogant Bronze Knight. His confidence in charging out of Genglo without fear of losing the city was rooted in this. Bade's hubris and autocracy had cost the lives of those soldiers rushing down the slope. The vanguard of the monster army flanked to the sides, revealing 6 neatly arranged cannons clad in red. The soldiers on the slope gaped at the ominous black muzzle before them. They envisioned the flames and thunder that would erupt from the flintlock musket. Yet, the musket's bore seemed so minuscule. With wide eyes, the soldiers stared at the imposing red cannon. They mentally calculated the magnitude of power that such a cannon could unleash. Was it not conceivable that the peculiar magic it could fire would obliterate them without leaving a trace? Fear spread through them like a contagion. It was unclear who screamed first, but soon every soldier on the slope began to retreat in panic. Descending the steep incline was easy, but ascending it was an altogether different challenge. Soldiers directed downwards by Bade collided with those spurred upwards by Jian Shangqing's terror. Right in the middle of the slope, the soldiers lost their balance and tumbled down the slope like dumplings, returning to the very front of the monstrous army. Their faces were etched with despair. They had returned to the starting point. Hissing, under the horrified gaze of the soldiers, the dog-headed creature ignited the cannon's fuse. Fire the cannon. The gunners focused intently on the muzzle. This time, they were not using solid shot, but rather the newly devised shells created by Lord Jian Shangqing. As they loaded the shells, they discovered that these projectiles were encased in nets, multiple nets. In fact, they eagerly anticipated the spectacle that this innovative ammunition would produce. Boom! The cannon roared, and a brilliant flash erupted from the dark bore, propelled by a tremendous amount of gunpowder. Dozens of small iron balls burst forth. Breaking free from their netted confines, a vast number of soldiers, both in front of the cannon and on the slope, fell to the ground in a disarray. The gunners' breaths quickened. Was this new shell truly so powerful? They watched in disbelief as soldiers collapsed like wheat being harvested. The former solid shot could never achieve such an effect. The solid shot could only take out a column of enemies. But this new projectile struck within a wide area. One shot from this cannon was tantamount to several cannons firing solid rounds simultaneously. Although the smaller cannonballs had diminished penetrating power, the vast area of destruction they caused was undeniable. The monsters directed adoring gazes towards Jian Shangqing. Indeed, whatever new inventions he brought forth were bound to astonish everyone. Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction. This was the grape shot he had developed prior to their departure. In their haste, the gray dwarves had only managed to craft a few rounds. Yet in light of the results, bringing these grape shots was undoubtedly the right decision. It had proven to everyone that it was a formidable weapon against swathes of infantry. As the cannon fire subsided, the dog-headed creature began to clean the cannon S-bore. Soldiers who had yet to descend the slope craned their necks to peer down. Ugh! Those with weaker constitutions immediately covered their mouths. Retching, the entire slope was awash with blood, and the corpses of the soldiers from the Duchy of Suzy formed small hills. Some of the bodies were relatively intact, only exhibiting depressions in certain areas. However, others were gruesomely mangled, with severed limbs and irregular blood holes left by the grape shot. The battlefield, now stained by the baptism of gunfire, sent shivers down the spines of those still entrenched in the age of cold weapons. The firepower surpassed martial skills. The range exceeded that of ordinary arrows. The area of effect was broader than magic. What were those wooden sticks and cauldrons that spewed fire in the hands of the monsters? This surely transcended the realm of magic. The soldiers trembled as they retreated in a typical army. A casualty rate exceeding 20% would incite a retreat. Elite forces could withstand only 10% at most. Yet, it was evident that the Duchy of Suzy's army was no elite force, for the casualties inflicted by Jian Shangqing surpassed 20. The soldiers of the Duchy of Suzy abandoned their weapons, howling in despair as they fled. They no longer wished to fight. They did not want to perish at the hands of these incomprehensible assaults. Jian Shangqing, observing the fleeing soldiers, raised his flintlock. Monsters' army. Counterattack, line formation, march. The joyful sound of bagpipes suddenly echoed. The bagpipes commissioned by Jian Shangqing finally resonated with the military band. It was the marching tune for the grenadiers that Jian Shangqing had taught the monsters. The monster army's musketeers affixed bayonets to their flintlocks. They marched in unison across the slope littered with corpses and onto the plain, launching their counterattack against the enemy. 12 formations stood in precise alignment, their crimson uniforms blending into a sea of red. Each step of the monsters was perfectly synchronized with the beat. The retreating soldiers were reduced to tears at the sight of this vast red army. Thud, thud, thud. The drummers struck their drums, and the resonant beats joined the fray. With the accompaniment of the drums, the momentum of the grenadier's march surged even higher. Bade rubbed his eyes, for he no longer saw mere lowly monsters before him. He felt as though he were gazing upon a fearsome red dragon that breathed fire. The 4 chieftains led the charge, brandishing their sabers, while the glinting bayonets of the monster army shimmered in the sunlight. Forward! The monster army's flag fluttered. Emblazoned upon the red banner were golden flintlocks and cannons. With their sabers thrust forward, the monster army quickened their pace in time with the music, loudly singing the lyrics. Some sing of the immortal name of Heracles. Others revere Hector, who values loyalty and love. But I believe there are some who are worthy of standing above all. These are the valiant grenadiers of the misty shadow forest. The powerful lyrics sent the soldiers of the Duchy of Suzy into a state of sheer terror. The monster army advanced in rhythm, their steps resolute and powerful. The soldiers of the duchy felt as though each step taken by the monster army crushed down upon their fragile hearts. Sir Bade exerted every ounce of his strength to steady a small group of soldiers, while the rest scattered in disarray. The monster army marched forward yet did not fire a single shot. They aimed to close the distance before delivering a fatal blow to their foes. The once indomitable Bade began to panic, shouting loudly, "Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" Yet his voice was drowned out by the singing of the monsters. Arrows rained down from the sky, aimed at the heads of the monster army. The monsters, however, stood resolute, as if the arrows had never existed. Ruista, at the rear, stroked his beard, and with a gentle wave of his wand, a magical barrier formed overhead, intercepting all arrows. The monster army, muskets at the ready, continued their advance, halting just 30 paces from the duchy's forces. Bade hastily donned his invulnerable fortress, then quickly instructed the nearby mages to erect a magical barrier. Boom! The cannon fired, and 6 solid shots hurtled through the air, striking the barrier. The magical shield, hastily constructed by the first and second-tier mages, shattered with a resounding pop. The soldiers of the duchy trembled, some even dropping to their knees, begging for mercy from Jian Shangqing. Ignoring their pleas, Jian Shangqing raised his flintlock. First rank, fire. 144 flintlocks erupted with flames. Second rank, fire. Another 100 flintlocks discharged their bullets. Third rank, target Bade, fire. The final 100 flintlocks unleashed a thunderous roar. This was the collective roar of Jian Shangqing and all the monsters aimed at the Duchy of Suzy. Nearly 520mm lead projectiles indiscriminately claimed the lives of the Duchy's soldiers. At a distance of 30 paces, even the old shaman of the Kato clan could ensure a perfect hit. As the smoke cleared, a river of blood flowed where the bullets had struck. Countless soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Now, apart from Bade, not a single soldier of the Duchy of Suzy remained standing. Bade opened his eyes. His invulnerable fortress crumbled under the onslaught of over 100 bullets. Chapter 57. The path of revenge. The citizens atop the city walls poked their heads out one by one. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. When had they ever witnessed those haughty, magical soldiers wailing for their mothers? When had they seen the proud copper metal knight cornered into a desperate situation? The incessant cannon fire, bullets, and explosions left an indelible mark upon their hearts. They never imagined that the legendary evil monsters would one day fight for humanity. They also never expected that the magicless monsters could unleash such formidable combat power. The citizens of the city of Garloro were united by a singular thought. Lord Jian Shangqing's strength was unparalleled. To overthrow the foolish reign of King Martina, following Lord Jian Shangqing was undoubtedly the right choice. The monster army advanced steadily, their bayonets glinting, instilling fear into Bade's heart, rendering him distraught. "Don't come closer. If you draw nearer, I shall unleash my martial skills." Bade feigned bravado, but his trembling hands betrayed his true feelings. With a wave of his hand, Jian Shangqing commanded the monster army to halt. Bade revealed a smile of relief. He hadn't expected to deceive this foolish bunch of monsters. Bang! A lead bullet grazed Bade's cheek, striking the wall behind him, sending debris flying. Bade trembled in fright. What are you doing?" Jian Shangqing urged Island forward a couple of steps. "That aren't you going to unleash your combat skill? Come on, I stand right here. Invoke your technique." Those brief words crashed upon Bade's heart like a tidal wave. He was determined. Bade clenched his teeth, hefted his long sword, and charged forward. Combat skill. Fatal strike. Jian Shangqing couldn't help but laugh at Bade's bravado. He had no trace of red energy about him, yet he dared to speak of a fatal strike. "Island," Jian Shangqing called sharply. Upon receiving the command, Island pivoted and delivered a swift kick, sending Bed flying. Jian Shangqing nodded, confirming his earlier suspicion. Bed had long expended his energy in withstanding over 100 bullets. Now, he was merely a slightly sturdier mage, soldier. Realizing his last desperate struggle had been exposed, Bed discarded his sword and scrambled towards the city of Garler, without the aid of rapid currents. He moved slower than a feeble old dog in his heavy armor. The entire monstrous army watched this farcical mute play unfold with quiet amusement. Bed gasped for breath, his eyes fixated solely on the wide-open city gate. If only he could reach that place, if only he could step inside Garler, close the gate behind him, the advantage would still be his. Bed unleashed a tenacious will to survive. Sweat drenched his back as he strained towards the approaching gate. Almost there! Almost there! He could already discern the blurred figures of the common folk within Garler. You wretched commoners, come out and assist me. The townsfolk exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain as they regarded Bed. Even when death loomed, he still referred to them as wretches. Figures flickered as the citizens of Garler rushed towards the gate. Bed chuckled. Indeed, these wretches would always heed his command. Boom! Yet the citizens did not heed Bed's imagined scenario of rushing forth to support him, using their bodies to shield him from the monstrous threat outside. Instead, they dashed to either side of the gate. Leading the charge, Brooke waved at Bed. Farewell, noble knight of the copper metal. Close the gate. With their collective effort, the massive stone gates of Garler swiftly began to close. Bed stared dumbfounded at the gates that no. He had yet to enter the city. The sunlight streaming through the gap narrowed until it became a mere slit. Bed flailed his hands in the air, as if trying to grasp that last glimmer of light. Thud! Dust billowed. The final ray of light vanished with the gate's closure. Why? Bed collapsed to the ground, his hope for survival shattered. The motivation that had propelled him forward dissipated. He stared blankly at the townsfolk on the city walls, their cold gazes fixed upon him. He could not comprehend why these wretches would close the gate. Was it not their inherent duty to obey his command? When did these wretches ally themselves with the monsters? How could this happen? Overburdened, he found himself unable to move in his earlier struggle to survive the hail of bullets. He had chosen to burn his vitality, exhausting his energy. Bed lay on his back, staring vacantly at the sky. Breathing became a challenge. With his mask removed, Bed perceived the blue sky devoid of metallic obstructions, and it appeared far more beautiful. Click! A chilling, hollow object pressed between his eyes. Bed recognized it as one of those wooden sticks wielded by the monsters that could spew fire and thunder. Summoning the last of his strength, Bed shouted, "Come on, grant me a swift end." To an outsider, this might evoke a tinge of tragic heroism. Yet to Jian Shangqing, Bed was merely facing the consequences of his bloody debts. The incident of being confined within a coffin and delivered to the realm of the dog-headed man. Every knight had a hand in it. They all betrayed the oaths sworn to the old king. Hayden did, Bed did, and so did Addison. Thus, their deaths were not to be regretted. Jian Shangqing tore off his scarf, his emerald eyes seemingly ablaze. "Behold, who has brought your end?" Bed strained to focus his dilated gaze. "The Crown Prince?" Bed's eyes widened in shock. Had he ventured into the underworld to confront the Crown Prince he had betrayed? However, before he could utter another word, bang! Jian Shangqing pulled the trigger. A 20mm lead bullet was driven into Bed's skull with point-blank precision. Thud! The bullet pierced through his head and struck the helmet at the back. Blood oozed from the crevices of the helmet. Even if Bed were granted 20-fold his energy now, he could not rise again. Jian Shangqing removed the copper cross from Bed's chest and tucked it away in his pocket. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Garler now wholly belonged to him. The Black Steel City under Bed's control had been reduced to an empty shell. The Duchy of Suzy was now 2/3 under his dominion. 2 of the 3 great knights had been eliminated. He had also slain a host of the church's mages. The path of vengeance was halfway complete. Jian Shangqing lifted his head. The great gates had once more swung open. The townsfolk gazed in astonishment at the lifeless body of Bed sprawled on the ground. They could scarcely believe that such a prominent figure, a paragon among lowly soldiers, the true ruler of the Black Steel City, had been so effortlessly vanquished by Lord Jian Shangqing. Tears streamed down Brooke's face. His earlier action of closing the gate had been a gamble with his life. Had Lord Jian Shangqing been defeated by Nightbed, he would have surely met a dire fate. Now, gazing at the lifeless body that could not be more dead, Brooks sighed in relief. The Lord has triumphed. He had not made the wrong choice. Jian Shangqing, witnessing the jubilant faces of the townsfolk, smiled and returned. He waved his hand. Monstrous army, return to the city and rest. A fervent cheer erupted from both the monstrous army and the citizens of Garler. Jian Shangqing, mounted on island, strode through the city gates, continuously waving at the jubilant townsfolk lining the streets, much like the true Jefferson of old. The monstrous army, well-fed and cleansed of blood, no longer appeared as monsters in the eyes of the citizens, but as genuine heroes. The crimson banners fluttered high above, the flag of the monstrous army raised once more. After 3 days of recuperation, the monstrous army, invigorated, stood at the city gates, and the mammoth war fortress had finally arrived. The townsfolk eagerly rushed forth, clamoring to deliver supplies to Jian Shangqing and the monstrous soldiers. A smile radiated from Jian Shangqing's face as he waved farewell to the citizens. Onward, to Black Steel City, Chapter 58. The 1st Infantry Division of the Monsters. The monstrous army marched forth from the city gates in grand procession. The townsfolk bid them farewell from behind. Bruno, the big man, had somehow procured a handkerchief, which he held in his hand. My lord. Bruno wiped his nose with the handkerchief. Wishing you a swift return in triumph. Jian Shangqing did not turn back. He raised his right arm in a gesture of acknowledgement to the citizens. Surely, he, Jian Shangqing, would succeed. The next time Bruno saw him, he would be the king. The monstrous army advanced rapidly and in formation along the road. Once again, Jian Shangqing led the vanguard, with the main force trailing behind, laden with supplies and the mammoth war fortress. Jian Shangqing rode Island at the forefront, flanked by Kato and Wee Eyes, chief of the Iron Furnace clan. Reista and Bertie accompanied the main force this time, stating they would find a way to expedite the mammoth war fortress's progress. After all, it had yet to arrive by the time the battle with Bed concluded. Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Wee Eyes wagged his tail, astutely discerning that Jian Shangqing bore some concern. He trotted up eagerly. My lord, is there an issue? Jian Shangqing furrowed his brow slightly and hissed. Do you think our army should adopt a more formal designation? Jian Shangqing's inquiry into this matter undoubtedly carries its own rationale. Firstly, he is destined to infiltrate Loren City and ascend as the new king. Referring to the army as merely the monster army seems rather superficial. Secondly, it is certain that his future forces will only increase, and having a designation would facilitate differentiation. Upon hearing Jian Shangqing's words, Wee Eye's eyes flickered thoughtfully. His clever little mind began to churn. Did the master wish to change the name, or did he not? Wee Eyes fell into contemplation. Since the master posed a question, it must indicate a desire for change. After all, if the master had no intention of altering it, such a question would not have been uttered. Indeed, Wee Eyes resolved firmly, clearing his throat. Master, I believe it is indeed necessary to adopt a new name. Simply calling the monster army does not adequately showcase your true prowess. Jian Shangqing's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, this little fellow understands the nuances, since you also believe a change is in order. Then let us proceed. What suggestions do you have? Wee Eyes momentarily felt dazed. As a creature of magic, what did he know of designations? He chuckled awkwardly. Master, such significant matters are best decided by you. Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. Then let us call it the 1st Monster Infantry Division. Although the current number of the monster army stands at merely 1 battalion, it is a common practice to bestow a designation to honor a particular combat unit. Jian Shangqing decisively declared, Very well, it shall be named the 1st Monster Infantry Division. The new designation spread, and the monsters erupted in joyous exclamations. Although they did not comprehend the significance of the designation, they now possessed a unique title bestowed by their master. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the entire 1st Monster Infantry Division was filled with exuberance. The monsters eagerly discussed the meaning of the term division. Jian Shangqing smiled, taking the opportunity to explain its significance. Squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, division, army. From smallest to largest, This constitutes the military hierarchy on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, the monsters became invigorated. Their designation is the 1st Monster Infantry Division. The term division signifies the largest and most populous formation. Moreover, the first implies they are the finest, with no one preceding them. The monster's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chief K2 leaned in closer. Master, how many individuals does this division encompass? Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. 12,000. The monster's eyes widened in astonishment. Presently, they number only 500, yet the master has granted them a formation of 12,000. Does this not imply that over 11,000 comrades will join them in the future? Chief K2 scratched his bald head. Attempting to envision what 12,000 might look like, he inhaled sharply, realizing he could not fathom it. He could only imagine a vast sea of shadows, densely packed, charging towards the enemy with weapons drawn. Chief K2 was nearly leaping with joy. Most importantly, according to the Master's previous covenant, even with 12,000, the 4 clan leaders would still retain their positions at the forefront. With this thought, even the usually composed Eileen became animated, and Jian Shangqing could distinctly feel Eileen's mount jostling beneath him. Indeed, the Master has treated them exceptionally well. The pace quickened again, and every monster harbored hopes and dreams for the future. As the army advanced, time slipped away. Jian Shangqing sensed an unsettling disquiet. The sense of discord lingered in his heart. What could possibly be amiss? He glanced up at the sun. The sun was now directly overhead, slightly to the west, indicating it was afternoon. A jolt of alarm surged through him, prompting him to pat Eileen's flank. Eileen, how long has it been since your clan scouts returned with reports? Eileen mentally calculated and soon realized something was amiss. Master, it has been 2 hours. She thought to herself how something felt amiss. The consecutive victories had led the 1st Monster Infantry Division to become somewhat complacent. Everyone, including Jian Shangqing, failed to notice that the Centaur scouts, who were supposed to report every 40 minutes, had not returned for 2 hours. A foreboding sense of unease washed over Jian Shangqing. Turn, let's circumvent this area. But, Master, Eileen hesitated, touching the back of her hand. Wouldn't that take a significant amount of time? Jian Shangqing shook his head. Hurry, there is no time to waste. With all the dispatch scouts missing, this could only indicate one thing. An unknown force was systematically hunting them down. Given the Centaur's exceptional mobility, surely 1 or 2 could have returned. Thud, thud, the earth trembled. A rhythmic, thunderous sound drew near with alarming speed. Dust billowed from the western plains as the 1st Monster Infantry Division readied themselves. Jian Shangqing's eyes widened in realization. There was no time left. All soldiers dismount. Form a hollow square. Jian Shangqing immediately recognized the approaching force. In his memory, he had only marched alongside this unit once before. This was the magical cavalry unit personally trained and commanded by the illustrious Knight Addison. Even as the Crown Prince Jefferson, he had only borrowed this unit once during his coming-of-age ceremony. This unit could be deemed the elite of the Suzy Principality. How could this be? Why had the magical cavalry come this way? Jian Shangqing gripped his flintlock tightly. He had intended to confront this elite unit only after breaching Loren City. In the urban warfare of the city, even the most formidable cavalry would be forced to dismount and fight on foot, but the plains provided a perfect arena for cavalry to unleash their might. The sound of heavy hooves grew ever closer as the monsters hastily raised their flintlocks and formed a hollow square. Under the sun's glare, the magical cavalry revealed their true form. Their lances and armor glimmered brilliantly. Blinding onlookers, the raised lances shimmered with a chilling light, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld them. Were any ordinary folk to encounter this unit, they might lose all will to fight at just a glance. Jian Shangqing observed the approaching cavalry. Increasingly sensing something was amiss, he slowly lowered his flintlock. Previously, the magical cavalry had been fully armored only while mounted. How had it come to pass that in just a few short months, the horses themselves were now clad in heavy armor? Before Jian Shangqing could further ponder, the leading Knight Addison raised his lance. Magical armored cavalry, charge! Chapter 59. Old Shaman. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated soul deep. The monsters, clutching their flintlocks, trembled in this moment. They realized that the foes they now faced were unlike any adversaries encountered before. Jian Shangqing gritted his teeth. Previously, when a magical cavalry clashed with neighboring nations, 200 had routed an opposing force of 500 without any casualties. Now, the magical cavalry had transformed into magical armored cavalry and grown even stronger. This sudden change caught Jian Shangqing off guard. He began to doubt whether forming the monsters into a hollow square was indeed the right choice. Perhaps dispersing would have been the better strategy against these fully armed foes. Yet, disrupting their formation now would only exacerbate the situation. Knight Addison, charging forward, scrutinized the first monster infantry division, that he scoffed. King Martina truly overthought this. Did such a fragile monster army warrant the intervention of his magical armored cavalry? How laughable! The cavalrymen chuckled derisively. They watched as the monsters formed their square and raised spears that barely matched half the length of their own lances. What did they intend to do with those flimsy wooden sticks? Poke at armor that their regular lances could not penetrate. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the charging cavalry. The armored soldiers leaned forward, wearing mocking grins. They would crush these weak monsters. To them, the monsters of the 1st Infantry Division were no longer living beings. They had become mere trophies of war. Wee Eyes roared in defiance. These cavalrymen were far too arrogant. Master, Wee Eyes shouted. Jian Shangqing nodded. Faced with the fully armed cavalry, the bayonets were now useless. They could only grit their teeth and fire, eliminating as many foes as possible before engaging in close combat. Second rank, fire. The gray dwarf adeptly crouched down, pulling the trigger of his flintlock. Bang! The lead bullet, accompanied by thick smoke, shot forth. Aside from Addison, who was perched atop his unyielding fortress, the foremost cavalrymen fell in a row. The monsters' spirits lifted. The usefulness of their weapons became evident as they weighed the flintlock pistols in their hands, confirming that their lead bullets could indeed penetrate the formidable armor. Addison squinted, pondering the source of such power. Was it magic? It hardly seemed so. Yet he could conjure no other explanation in that moment. With a cold snort, Addison declared, "There are sorcerers. Hold steady." The armored cavalry, despite suffering casualties, did not succumb to panic. Instead, they formed ranks to fill the void left by their fallen comrades. The battle aura of the mid-tier warriors surged forth, as Addison expanded the protective range of the unyielding bastion to encompass the entire cavalry unit. Goblins and gray dwarves surged forward, firing their flintlock pistols once more. The gunfire echoed, bullets violently crashing against the crimson bastion, shattering into fragments. Addison shook his head in disbelief. What folly was this? He was a silver knight, a mid-tier warrior. Such a depletion of battle aura was of little consequence to him. Jian Shangqing gestured with urgency, realizing there was no time left for the centaurs to fire. Cease reloading. Ready your bayonets. Brace for the charge. The creatures aligned themselves, raising their flintlock pistols in unison at 3 distinct heights, then lowered their heads. Jian Shangqing's heart raced. He had done all he could, and now fate would guide their path. The foremost werewolves let out a terrifying howl. Oh, whoa! They hefted their heavy kite-shaped shields high with their right hands, bracing their left arms firmly against them to meet the charge of the armored cavalry. The impact of the magical cavalry was imminent. The fully armed horsemen charged with all their might, shaking the very earth beneath Jian Shangqing's feet. Addison retracted the bastion, concentrating his battle aura in front of his lance. Crack! The cavalry and infantry collided, Addison's lance piercing through the kite-shaped shield as effortlessly as puncturing parchment. Wood splintered, and one werewolf was impaled on the lance, skewered like a candied fruit. A silver torrent crashed against the brown shield wall. The anguished cries of the creatures echoed. Within mere seconds, the armored cavalry breached the hollow square formation. Blood spattered everywhere. Some creatures were impaled by the lance, bouncing violently with the cavalry's advance. Others were struck by the powerful war horses, their bones shattered upon impact. Jian Shangqing raised his head, momentarily dazed. Blood from the fallen creatures splattered across his face as he wiped it away, feeling the warmth. Around him, the creatures fell one by one, quickening Jian Shangqing's breath. Time seemed to slow. The gray dwarf before him was knocked aside as a magical cavalryman charged forth. The tip of his lance, stained red, approached Jian Shangqing once more. Jian Shangqing stared blankly at the cavalryman, seemingly perceiving the twisted grin of the knight through the silver helmet. His heart skipped a beat. Was this the end? My lord, be cautious! An aged cry rang out as Jian Shangqing was tackled to the ground. Thud! A goblin's body was brutally pierced by the lance, left hanging from the tip as the cavalry sped away. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. The first wave of the armored cavalry's charge had concluded. Due to inertia and the weight of their armor, they needed to turn their horses around to regroup for a second assault. Jian Shangqing picked up his flintlock from the ground, its surface smeared with the blood of the creatures that he surveyed the area, finding the ground strewn with the lifeless bodies of the creatures. Many lying in grotesque positions. They had been trampled by the horses, their bodies devoid of unbroken bones. The vanguard unit was now reduced to approximately 100 creatures in a single charge. Half of the 1st Infantry Division had been annihilated. Blood surged to Jian Shangqing's head. His eyes blazed with fury. Damn Addison, who had taken so many lives of his kin, taken the lives of so many of his comrades. Jian Shangqing roared in anger. I will kill Addison. I will avenge them. The creatures reformed their ranks around Jian Shangqing. Kato, Wee Eyes, and Eileen survived against the odds, sheltered by their kin. They watched Jian Shangqing in silence, loading their bullets with determination. Then securing them with ramrods, Jian Shangqing, with trembling hands fueled by rage, ignited the powder on the drug pool. The creatures exchanged glances, having never witnessed their lord in such a state of distress. The sound of hooves approached. Jian Shangqing raised his weapon and fired. The grayish-white bullet shattered against the crimson bastion. Addison removed his visor, revealing his face, and no need to be so angry, he mocked, waving the lance before Jian Shangqing's eyes. Then lifting it high, the body on the lance obscured the sun. Blood dripped down onto Jian Shangqing's face. Slowly, he raised his head. He recognized that body that belonged to the goblin who had just shielded him from the lance's thrust. Jian Shangqing clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly piercing his soft palm. The body upon the lance was that of the elder shaman of the Kato clan. The creatures were stunned into silence. The chief of the Kato clan shed tears of bitter regret. The elder shaman had not succumbed to the race against time. Yet now, he lay dead upon the lance. Addison flicked the lance. Discarding the elder shaman's body onto the ground like a lifeless dog, he gently used the lance, stained with the shaman's blood, to prod at the scarf on Jian Shangqing's face, akin to a cat toying with a mouse destined for its meal. Addison smiled with satisfaction. That I told you. Such coincidences do not exist. He had suspected that the so-called mysterious figure was none other than Prince Jefferson. Seeing it now, he was indeed correct. Addison drew back the lance, mockingly gazing at Jian Shangqing. Your Highness, I can personally place you in a coffin once, and I can do so again. Jian Shangqing's ears buzzed, his mind unable to grasp Addison's words. He stared at the elder shaman's body, his body trembling uncontrollably. All he desired now was to kill Addison. Seeing Jian Shangqing's lack of response, Addison turned his horse around. Your Highness, this is the last time I shall address you as such. The next charge of the armored cavalry will be your demise. Chapter 60. The most primitive of camouflage, Jian Shangqing paid no heed to Addison. Stumbling forward, he approached the elder shaman. The shaman was still clinging to life. Gasping for breath, he looked at Jian Shangqing, offering a reassuring smile. My lord. The elder shaman coughed up blood. He was the eldest of the clan, having witnessed the slow growth of the Kato clan from its inception. It was he who recalled the ancestors' prophecy, guiding Jian Shangqing to lead them. Whenever he thought of this, the elder shaman would smile with pride that it was indeed the wisest decision of his life. Jian Shangqing futilely pressed against the gaping wound on the elder shaman's shoulder, but no blood flowed from it. The old goblin's blood had long since spilled upon the lance. Not speak. Jian Shangqing vehemently shook his head, memories of his early days with the Kato clan flooding back, that he recalled the elder shaman explaining the principles of firearms, teaching the young pups the formula for black powder. He remembered the shock on the elder shaman's face when igniting the fuse during the battle against the werewolves. What nonsense! You cannot die. I still need you to teach at the Research Institute. The elder shaman's breathing quickened. Faintly, he heard his lord's desire for him to teach in the future, and he found solace in that. Knowing that his lord still thought of him brought him contentment. My lord, my time is running short. With all his strength, the elder shaman raised his right hand, grasping Jian Shangqing's left hand. The loss of blood left the elder shaman's scales feeling cold, yet Jian Shangqing's warmth remained. You are the prophesied one. I believe you can lead the creatures. I believe you can overcome them. The elder shaman's head drooped, and he fell silent. The creatures nearby let out mournful whimpers. The chief of the Kato clan wiped his eyes. Old friend. The goblins of the Kato clan wept uncontrollably. The elder shaman was, after all, the most revered figure in the clan aside from the chief, a benevolent elder in their eyes. And now, he lay dead at Addison's hands. Jian Shangqing's chest heaved violently. His eyes burned with rage. He did not shed tears. His tears had long since been scorched dry by the flames of vengeance. He steadied his breath. The elder shaman's death did not shatter his reason. Rather, it sharpened his clarity. Everyone, gather! With a resounding shout, Jian Shangqing awakened the creatures still engulfed in sorrow. The surrounding woods dispersed and concealed them. In vengeance for their fallen comrades, the monsters shuddered. The battle was far from over. They cast a reluctant glance at the corpse of the old shaman lying on the ground, gripping their flintlock rifles tightly. Even for the sake of the old shaman, they would fight alongside Lord Jian Shangqing until the very last moment. The fighting spirit of the 1st Infantry Division of the monsters was reignited. They responded loudly to Jian Shangqing's furious roar. Vengeance for our fallen comrades. In the distance, Addison was taken aback. He had assumed these despicable creatures would lose their will to fight and disband under his provocation. Yet, to his astonishment, the death of over 100 comrades had instead stirred the bloodlust within these monsters. He squinted. What kind of will is this? Even a magical armored cavalry he had personally trained would not dare to claim such tenacity after a 50% casualty rate. 50% casualties. What a joke! Simply managing to avoid a rout would be a miracle. Addison ground his teeth in frustration. He could not comprehend what sort of magic the Crown Prince possessed that could so thoroughly bind these creatures to him. What could it possibly be? An unnameable fury surged from the depths of Addison's heart. Today, the Crown Prince must die. The surviving monsters swiftly concealed themselves in the woods. Erin shook the blood from her hair. Master, what shall we do now? Jian Shangqing made a gesture for silence, then lowered Erin's head. Wait. We wait quietly that Erin's mind was in a whirl. Wait. Wait for what? For the main force. But the main force would also meet their doom against the magical armored cavalry. Moreover, while the woods were dense, they were not expansive. Those cavalry would discover the monsters sooner or later. Erin was baffled. Jian Shangqing tapped her head. Have you forgotten our secret weapon? Erin's eyes darted. Then her breath caught. She recalled that massive figure. The Sinmengma War Fortress? Jian Shangqing nodded. Indeed, he was waiting for the Sinmengma War Fortress, with the line infantry and dragon cavalry having missed their opportunity. They could no longer contend with these magical armored cavalry. Now, a more powerful force was needed to break the stalemate. That was the biological tank he had crafted, the Sinmengma War Fortress. Pass it on. Strip off your clothes and throw them into the depths of the woods. Then cover yourselves with grass and leaves. Jian Shangqing commanded in a hushed tone, quickly stripping down to his undergarments. The other monsters had no issues with this, being all men. However, Erin felt somewhat awkward, being the only female in the group. Jian Shangqing scratched his head. Erin, you stay at the back and cover yourself. No need to strip. The monsters swiftly acted, shedding their garments and covering themselves with foliage. Jian Shangqing nodded in satisfaction. The simplest and most primitive camouflage gear had emerged. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was sufficient to conceal them in this dense forest. Erin moved to the rear and noticed all her companions had their backs turned to her. She felt her bright red uniform was exceedingly conspicuous in the woods, even with the plants covering her. It was not obscured. Gritting her teeth, she hastily removed her outer garment. In an emergency, she could not let a moment of embarrassment hinder the group. Thus, the entire vanguard concealed themselves. Some hid in the bushes. Others lay flat on the ground. Some even nimbly climbed into the trees. The monsters, naturally camouflaged, blended seamlessly with nature once covered in vegetation. The magical armored cavalry, led by Addison, entered the woods. Here, they could only maneuver their steeds at a slow pace. The cumbersome armored cavalry could not charge through the trees, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The entire forest fell into silence. Addison and his cavalry widened their eyes. How could they not find this group of monsters? Could it be that these creatures could vanish right under their noses? In their minds, warriors would never remove their armor. Without the protection of armor on the battlefield, their lives would truly be in peril. Thus, they never considered the monsters had discarded their uniforms. Jian Shangqing was cleverly exploiting this very notion. The magical armored cavalry circled the woods incessantly. Hidden beneath the camouflage, the monsters stifled their laughter. Some cavalry were merely 3 to 4 meters away, yet they remained oblivious to their presence. What a brilliant tactic, my lord! Absolutely ingenious. Jian Shangqing perched on a branch, observing the cavalry floundering like headless flies. He glanced at the sun's position. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The main force should be arriving soon. Jian Shangqing snorted softly. My demise. Addison, I believe it is your demise that is imminent. Chapter 61. The flesh tank Addison led the magical armored cavalry in chaotic circles through the woods. Even though they had passed by every single monster of the vanguard, they had yet to catch a glimpse of a single hare. The steeds gradually grew weary, the heavy armor causing them to wheeze for breath. Lord Addison, a cavalryman, rode up swiftly. He waved a red uniform as he approached. Addison focused his gaze. That wasn't the attire worn by those despicable monsters. A jolt of realization coursed through Addison's mind. In that instant, everything became clear. These wretched creatures had discarded their garments and concealed themselves among the vegetation. Addison bellowed. He had been outmaneuvered by this disheartened rabble of monsters. Infuriated, he thrust his spear forward, piercing a nearby tree. Crack! The tree crashed to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! The magical armored cavalry recoiled in fear. Jian Shangqing scoffed. Only now do you realize? It is far too late. Addison discarded his spear and drew his saber. Search for them. Leave no plant unexamined. No sooner had Addison's voice faded than a barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions in the woods. Bang! Bang! In disbelief, the magical armored cavalry discovered a shocking reality. The grass, leaves, and shrubs were moving. They even realized that the trees around them were speaking. Not only were they speaking, but they were also unleashing strange attacks. Jian Shangqing grinned. If the American troops from Blue Star were here, they would surely exclaim their expertise. Bullets flew, piercing the armor of the magical armored cavalry. This round of fire downed at least a dozen cavalrymen, clutching their bodies as they fell. Furious, Addison shouted, "Pursue them!" Enraged, he had evidently forgotten they were in a forest and that his steed was already overburdened. Technique. 6-fold slash. He swung his saber, unleashing 6 crimson waves of energy that felled the trees, blocking the cavalry's path. Jian Shangqing smirked coldly. He had no intention of clashing directly with Addison. Retreat. The monsters withdrew like receding tidewaters, vanishing into the verdant abyss. Addison stood dumbfounded. At this rate, when would he ever be able to eliminate this group of monsters? He was on the verge of collapse. A distinguished silver knight. What battles had he not fought? How could he now be unable to find a mere group of monsters? Addison shook his head. Fine. You prefer hiding in the woods, do you? A thick red mist began to rise from Addison's body, and the surrounding armored cavalry retreated far away. They knew their lord was about to unleash his famed technique. Technique. Blade Storm. The solidified energy swirled like a tornado as Addison charged forward. All plants, whether trees or grass, were obliterated in his wake. At that moment, Addison resembled a red whirlwind, unstoppable. Jian Shangqing, hidden deep in the forest, marveled silently. He had not anticipated Addison to unleash such formidable prowess. The monsters collectively exhaled in relief, grateful they had not chosen to confront Addison directly. Thanks to Jian Shangqing's timely command, they had avoided a disastrous fate. Otherwise, the entire vanguard would have been annihilated. The monsters were drenched in cold sweat. All thanks to the Lord. Jian Shangqing waved his hand, signaling the monsters to be silent. He pressed his ear to the ground. Boom! Boom! A tremendous rumbling reverberated from the earth. Jian Shangqing smiled. The main force has arrived. Put on your clothes and relocate. Addison unleashed his fighting spirit with full force, charging straight through the entire forest in one breath. The armored cavalry equipped with magical devices followed closely behind. Addison frowned as he noticed that even in the depths of the forest, there was no sign of those magical creatures before he could voice his complaints. The warhorse beneath him suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground and frothing at the mouth. One by one, the horses of the cavalry began to exhibit the same distressing symptoms. Boom! Boom! Addison pushed aside the fallen warhorse that had pinned him down and struggled to rise from the ground. What was that sound? The cavalryman could only see an iron box moving through the jungle, and as it moved, the towering trees along its path fell one after another. Addison's pupils dilated. Could it be? Retreat! A resounding trumpet echoed before Addison. The deafening noise forced the humans to cover their ears. An elephant's trunk emerged from the thick foliage, effortlessly lifting a fallen tree and tossing it aside like a mere twig. The cavalryman beneath it struggled briefly before falling silent, clearly crushed by the overwhelming force. Addison broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at the extended trunk that he recognized it. How could it be? The forest mammoth from Misty Shadow Forest was here. He turned to glance at the trembling cavalryman behind him, a thought he was reluctant to admit creeping into his mind. Could it be that the crown prince has tamed even the forest mammoth? As the trees were pushed aside, the mammoth's distinctive red eyes emerged. Its two gleaming tusks shone with a cold light that rivaled any weapon. Addison covered his head, unable to believe the reality before him. It truly was the forest mammoth. He gazed up in awe at the colossal beast clad in iron. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Crown Prince, you are indeed formidable. My lord, we have arrived," from the iron structure on the back of the mammoth. The swaying leader of the Iron Furnace clan, Riista, and Birdie shouted loudly. They had heard the gunfire from afar. Fortunately, there was a downhill slope on their route that T-Birdie and the Iron Furnace leaderess suggestion. Riista cleverly used earth magic to create a surfboard-like contraption. The mammoth stepped onto it and glided swiftly. This allowed them to arrive just in time. The few people atop the mammoth stood high, allowing them to see the scattered corpses of magical creatures on the ground. Their eyes turned red in an instant. Forward, the mammoth charged directly into the stunned mass of cavalry. Several massive feet came crashing down, turning the armored cavalry into canned meat. The mammoth rampaged through the cavalry ranks, swinging its trunk, goring with its tusks, and trampling with its feet. The armored cavalry either found themselves buried into the ground or sent hurtling into the air. At that moment, it truly embodied the vision of Jian Shangqing, transforming into a flesh and blood tank, ruthlessly crushing the enemy. The armored cavalry finally came to their senses. They cried out in despair, scrambling to flee. They desperately searched for their horses, only to discover that many had already succumbed to exhaustion. The remaining steeds, too, were unable to move due to the prolonged exertion and clad in heavy cavalry armor. They could hardly manage a few steps, prepare the explosives. The Iron Furnace leader and Birdie picked up 2 bombs from beneath them, igniting them and throwing them into the mass of cavalry below. Boom! Brilliant sparks erupted among the throngs of men. The slow-moving armored cavalrymen were thrown into disarray by the explosions. Fire! The main force of magical creatures quickly formed a line, firing their flintlock guns in succession. The artillery unit was fully prepared, and the dog-headed men began to load shells and ignite the fuses. Boom! 6 scalding solid rounds flew out simultaneously, carving 2 crimson paths through the silver sea. Addison, barely crawling out from beneath the fallen trees, was at a loss as he beheld the unfolding chaos. What was happening? How could this be? The reversal of fortune came too swiftly for Addison to comprehend. All he knew was that he had been struck by a tree toppled by the mammoth, followed by the sounds of explosions and the screams of his subordinates. Addison gaped, speechless, at that moment. His own cultivated unit of armored cavalry, renowned for their invincibility and hailed as never defeated, was being slaughtered mercilessly by the mammoth. A war fortress. Chapter 62. Black and red, iron and blood the sounds of trumpeting. Screams, explosions, and the whistling of bullets and cannonballs left Addison somewhat disoriented. The war fortress, the forest mammoth, unleashed its full firepower. The magical creatures were in awe. Jian Shangqing's ingenious ideas had proven their worth, yielding remarkable results. Such a massive combat unit was a devastating blow to the cumbersome dismounted infantry. The frontline cavalry was decimated, their crimson blood staining the ground as it seeped from their tattered silver armor. The remaining cavalrymen were wide-eyed with fear. They struggled to move, only to find that the armor meant to protect them had become their greatest hindrance in their desperate bid for survival. No, this can't continue. A cavalryman hurled his helmet to the ground, then began to strip off his armor with unprecedented speed. The other cavalrymen, inspired, began to follow suit. Thus, a ridiculous scene unfolded on a battlefield shrouded in smoke and blood. The elite soldiers of the Duchy of Suzy were all disrobing their armor. A group of them, barefoot, sprinted toward the rear. We made it. The cavalrymen's hearts resounded with triumph. They could finally escape this dreadful hell. Bang! A cavalryman fell slowly to the ground, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The fleeing cavalrymen froze in shock. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Jian Shangqing and the surviving magical creatures had appeared before them, fully equipped. When had this happened? Jian Shangqing let out a cold laugh. When, after hearing the heavy footsteps of the mammoth, he had commanded the magical creatures to don their gear and reposition, with the centaurs and horned sheep racing at breakneck speed. They had formed a semicircle, preemptively blocking the path the cavalrymen would take to escape. The three atop the mammoth were overjoyed to see Jian Shangqing and the other magical creatures. Initially, they had not seen Jian Shangqing when they arrived, which had made them anxious, fearing their master lay hidden in a place they could not see. Moreover, the fact that their master dared to lead the remaining magical creatures to intercept the cavalry behind them demonstrated his unwavering belief that they could command the mammoth to crush the enemy. The Iron Furnace leader sniffled, "Why, Lord, we did it. We have not let you down." Jian Shangqing gave a thumbs up to the three on the mammoth from a distance. His judgment had proven correct. The magical creatures had indeed led the mammoth to rout the armored cavalry. The next step was to clean up the remnants that a surge of red fighting spirit flew toward the mammoth's side. The mammoth stumbled, nearly toppling over. "Have you forgotten about me?" Addison, having removed his helmet, emerged slowly from behind a fallen tree, brandishing his saber, its fighting spirit coalescing, ready to unleash a second strike. Jian Shangqing snapped his fingers. "Indeed, I had forgotten about you. Riista? Riista?" Addison paused. The name ringing familiar in his ears, he pondered the identity of its owner. "Yes, my lord," Riista chuckled, stroking his beard. He had long wished to test the mettle of this renowned silver knight. Riista poked his head out from the window of the iron structure. "Long time no see, Addison." Bertie followed suit, removing his hat in a gesture of respect to Addison. Addison pointed angrily at the two atop the mammoth, his fingers trembling in fury. He had not anticipated that the illustrious academic director of the Duchy's Mage Guild, as well as the president of the Duchy's largest commercial entity, the Black Pearl Merchant Guild, were now in league with the Crown Prince. "You two traitors of the Duchy." Upon hearing the word traitor, Riista and Bertie's expressions turned icy. Traitor? Who truly is the traitor here? Addison seemed to be accusing others while being guilty himself. The decline of the Mage Guild was not a result of the royal family and the church's collusion. The Black Pearl Merchant Guild facing insolvency and shop closures was not the fault of his royal family. And who was the strongest force behind supporting Princess Martina's rise to power, if not the Duchy's mightiest knight, Addison himself? Anger surged within them, and Bertie immediately began hurling bombs at Addison. The violent explosions and thick smoke rendered even Addison, who had taken refuge in an unassailable fortress, immobile. Riista snorted coldly. With a flourish of his wand, 5 walls of earth sprang up, transforming into a sturdy earthen cage that ensnared Addison. The cage shook violently as Addison unleashed his fighting spirit within. Riista gripped his wand tightly, continuously channeling magic into the cage. His internal magic rapidly depleted. He calculated in his mind, "My lord, we must conclude this swiftly. I cannot contain Addison for long. Jian Shangqing nodded slightly, acknowledging that this brief moment was sufficient. The vanguard forces of the surviving monsters swiftly converged. The flintlock rifles were raised in unison. The disheartened cavalry, having discarded their armor, were utterly terrified. They had already witnessed the might of those wooden sticks while clad in their protective gear. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited them, unarmored and exposed to the onslaught of those wooden implements. "Spare me, Your Highness! Please, don't kill me!" The cries echoed as these cavalrymen fell to their knees, pleading for mercy from Jian Shangqing. His cold gaze swept over them, sending shivers down their spines. They felt the weight of his icy stare and instinctively began to crawl backward. Yes, oh now, they seek mercy? Jian Shangqing ignited the powder in the cauldron. "I have spared you, but what of them?" The cavalrymen followed Jian Shangqing's gaze and beheld the lifeless bodies of over 100 cold monsters sprawled on the ground. Dog-headed men, gray dwarfs, wolfmen, centaurs. Every conceivable type of monster lay there. The fully loaded monsters, their eyes ablaze with rage, were panting heavily. Among those corpses lay their brothers, their friends, their kin. Today, they would exact vengeance upon these armored cavalrymen, paying blood debts with blood. Amidst the sorrowful and furious roars, Jian Shangqing raised his hand, issuing a succinct command. "Fire!" The monsters, summoning every ounce of strength, pulled the triggers. Boom! The muzzles of the flintlock rifles erupted in a dazzling display of orange flames and milky white smoke. The monsters' hatred for the cavalry manifested as a barrage of small projectiles, soaring through the air and piercing the bodies of the cavalrymen. Countless blossoms of blood erupted. The cavalrymen all cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Thus, the most elite force of the Duchy of Suzy, the mechanized cavalry, was entirely annihilated. The monsters exhaled a sigh of relief, some even wiping away a few tears. "Companions, under our leader's guidance, we have avenged you." Jian Shangqing directed the monsters to regroup. The mechanized cavalry had been vanquished, but the battle was far from over. The most formidable opponent, Sir Addison, was still trapped in the cage of Riista. At that moment, beads of sweat had begun to form on Riista's forehead. Having once been a magician, Jian Shangqing understood all too well what this signified. As Addison struggled desperately, Riista's magical energy was nearing depletion. Jian Shangqing jogged over, inquiring, "How much longer can you hold out?" Riista fixed his gaze on the cage, astonished by the incredible reserves of fighting spirit in this intermediate warrior. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he replied, "My lord, one more minute." Jian Shangqing nodded. "Follow my commands. Set the bombs. Adjust the cannon's aim. Target the cage." Chapter 63. Is there a second cannon? The monsters set aside their elation from victory and swiftly got to work. Riista's magical energy was about to run out. The massive form of the forest mammoth struggled to keep pace with Addison's rapid acceleration. Should the cage break and they fail to eliminate Addison, at least half of their roughly 400 members would perish here. The monsters brought forth bomb after bomb, meticulously arranging them around the cage like provisions. The great horned sheep bleated incessantly, maneuvering the red-clad cannon to aim at the cage. Jian Shangqing exchanged a glance with Riista. "Are you ready?" Riista nodded. "Detonate!" Jian Shangqing bellowed. Under Jian Shangqing's command, Riista cut off the magical supply to the earthen cage. With a resounding crash, the sturdy cage disintegrated into soft soil, scattering into the air under Addison's assault. A flash of light caught Addison's attention. Just as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, the sun's glare momentarily blinded him. Disoriented by the loss of sight, Addison began to swing his saber wildly. His crimson fighting spirit surged forth, shattering every tree in its path. Fortunately, the monsters ducked low, evading the onslaught of energy. The forest mammoth, clad in its robust magical armor, could endure a few blows that Riista's face paled as he wielded his wand, exhausting every ounce of magical energy to unleash his most potent fire spell, the fire explosion. A colossal and searing fireball formed in midair, hurtling toward Addison. The fire explosion detonated first. The enormous orange fireball burst forth like an overinflated balloon, erupting with a thunderous roar. The intense heat ignited the fuses of the surrounding bombs. One after another, the bombs detonated almost simultaneously, Fireballs of varying sizes erupted like stars, accompanied by their orbiting planets. The shockwave swept across the faces of the onlookers, rustling the grass beneath their feet. Dense black smoke billowed from the spot where Addison stood, obscuring visibility. Aside from the crackling flames, Jian Shangqing could hear nothing. For a moment, no one could discern the situation within the smoke, exhausted from expending his magical energy. Riista collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Could it be a success? Jian Shangqing gazed intently at the black smoke that a faint red hue gradually dispersed the darkness. Jian Shangqing squinted. It appeared he had underestimated Addison. Although Addison was fundamentally a warrior, the combat prowess of an intermediate warrior was not something a low-level magician could rival. Moreover, Riista was merely a magician who had yet to reach the third tier. Addison's figure emerged from the thick smoke, resembling a demon returning from the underworld. His hair had been singed away, transforming him from a handsome silver knight into a bald figure. The deafening explosions had injured his ears, and shrapnel had blinded his left eye. His armor lay in tatters, with half of his chest plate unaccounted for. Yet, Addison was still alive, still able to move. The entire 1st Infantry Division of the monsters gasped in disbelief. Was this truly human? Riista's mouth hung agape. Had it been him, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Addison's steps were steady and resolute. In that moment, he harbored only one thought: to kill the collection of beasts before him. He had been toyed with like a monkey in the woods, imprisoned like a criminal in the cage, and severely injured by the fire explosion and those peculiar iron balls. Most importantly, his years of hard work. Addison's left hand clenched tightly around the silver cross upon his chest. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. All the mechanized cavalry he had painstakingly trained had been slaughtered by these accursed monsters. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. Addison sprinted toward the 1st Infantry Division of the monsters. His fighting spirit had been nearly depleted by the previous explosion, so he opted to allocate his energy to the more crucial fort Unyielding. Refraining from activating acceleration. Gunners, fire! Jian Shangqing remained calm under pressure, issuing the first round of commands. The flintlock rifles discharged simultaneously. Addison braced himself against Fort Unyielding, his speed slightly diminished. Yet he pressed on. Artillery, fire! Addison scoffed. Combat technique. Whirlwind slash. 6 solid projectiles flying toward him were effortlessly sliced into 12 semicircles by Addison's blade, whizzing past above his head and beside his feet. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Addison mocked the prince and these monsters. Did they think they could harm him with mere iron? Dream on. Huh. Addison looked up and noticed a small iron ball trailing behind the 6 larger iron balls, sparking with energy. What is this? Before Addison could ponder the origin of this object, the airborne bomb detonated. The blinding flash forced Addison to reflexively shut his eyes. Jian Shangqing clenched his fist. This was the effect he desired. Lifting his voice, he called out, Sen Mengma. As he climbed onto the back of the forest mammoth, it thundered forward toward Addison. Just as Addison dispersed the smoke before him, he was greeted by the sight of a creature resembling a hill charging toward him. His soul nearly fled in terror. Gritting his teeth, Addison realized it was too late to activate acceleration. He channeled all his fighting spirit into his saber, positioning it horizontally to shield his chest. The ivory tusks of the forest mammoth collided with Fort Unyielding, which had already endured the fire explosion, the bombs and bullets, shattering upon impact. Addison thrust his saber forward, and to the disbelief of the onlookers, that seemingly fragile blade managed to block the full force of the forest mammoth's tusks. The forest mammoth's eyes widened in astonishment. This little human had actually withstood the might of its full assault. Roaring, the forest mammoth exerted itself once more. Addison and the forest mammoth engaged in a fierce struggle of strength. Between the ivory and the mammoth tusks, sparks erupted, to the astonishment of the monstrous creatures. The mighty mammoth actually took a step back. The monsters watched in anxious anticipation, for the colossal form of the mammoth completely obscured Addison. They were utterly powerless to strike. Addison burst into uproarious laughter. Not even the mammoth could shield him. Today, both these creatures and the humans must perish. Hey, Addison. Upon glancing up, Addison found Jian Shangqing peering out with a torch. Before he could express his confusion, the tightly packed cloth in the cannon on either side of the mammoth was yanked out by the chieftain of the Iron Furnace clan and Birdie. Jian Shangqing, with a cold smile, ignited the fuse of the cannon. No, no. Addison had just witnessed the formidable power of the cannon. He certainly did not wish to endure another shot in his current state. Straining with all his might, he twisted his body. Not a trace of fighting spirit enveloped him. With a steely resolve, he retracted a portion of his energy. The mammoth advanced a step, but it changed nothing. Rather, a thin veil of the invulnerable fortress enveloped Addison once more. Boom! The cannonball soared forth, shattering the invulnerable fortress. Yet the projectile itself lost momentum and fell to the ground. Addison erupted into maniacal laughter. Even if Jefferson brought forth all his might, the ultimate victor would still be Addison. He was the one destined to survive. Go to hell, you damned creature. Hiss. Addison paused momentarily. What was that sound? He only caught sight of an iron cannon. The mammoth. Jian Shangqing tugged at the mammoth's ear, and it obediently retreated a small step. Then, with a swift flick of its trunk, caught off guard, Addison stumbled as he was struck by the trunk. The mammoth took a step to the right. The ignited fuse of the cannon became visible to Addison. But it was then that he despairingly realized that a cannon was mounted on either side of the mammoth. Damn it, there was a second cannon. He finally understood the source of that hissing sound. But alas, it was too late. The cannonball was unleashed, striking Addison with tremendous force. Without any protective energy, Addison's chest caved in, sending him flying backward with the solid projectile. Chapter 64. Nothing can hinder the march of vengeance. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All the creatures of the 1st Infantry Division held their breath. Fixated on the fallen Addison, he was simply too powerful, surpassing the monster's expectations. They had witnessed Addison emerge alive, even after enduring the fiery wrath of explosive spells and dozens of bombs. They feared that he might rise once more. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the scent of gunpowder and blood. Jian Shangqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this time he had emerged victorious. Addison could no longer rise. Cough, cough. A coughing sound broke the silence. Jian Shangqing squinted. Addison was not yet fully dead. One must admit that the physical resilience of a mid-level warrior was indeed formidable. If it had been a mage, they would have perished long ago. Yet this suited his purpose perfectly. He had yet to avenge the old shaman. Aaron returned from the distance, presenting Jian Shangqing with the lance that Addison had discarded. The tip of the lance was still stained with the old shaman's dried blood. Jian Shangqing gripped the lance firmly and strode towards Addison. Addison lay on his back, his chest crushed by the cannonball. His lungs were utterly mangled. Jian Shangqing gazed coldly at Addison, raising the lance high. Addison's somewhat dazed eyes gradually focused. The tip of the lance loomed larger in Addison's vision. In the face of imminent death, he suddenly unleashed a powerful will to survive. Addison's hands shot up, desperately gripping the lance. No, you can't kill me. Blood mixed with his words, spilling from the corners of Addison's mouth. Jian Shangqing remained silent. He fixed his piercing gaze on Addison, his eyes ablaze with searing fury. The punch he had taken to the head, being trapped in a coffin, the lives of over 100 of his comrades lost, the old shaman's tragic demise upon the lance. Countless images flashed through Jian Shangqing's mind like scenes from a film. His burning gaze scorched Addison's vision. Jian Shangqing roared, exerting his strength. Although Addison fought with all his might, how could a dying man match Jian Shangqing's strength? With eyes wide open, he could only watch in despair as the bloody tip of the lance inched closer to his heart. Addison let out a howl. He was a silver knight. He was the strongest force of the Duchy of Suzy. How could he die in such a humiliating manner? Impossible! Impossible! Addison desperately pushed his trembling hands upward. Uffed! Addison's hands suddenly froze mid-air, then loosened their grip on the lance, letting it fall to the ground. His chest could no longer withstand such strain. With the force of Addison's arms, his entire chest caved in like rotten tofu. The lance, having lost its resistance, plunged directly into Addison's feeble heart. No! Addison uttered his final words. Then he ceased to breathe. Jian Shangqing inhaled deeply. The strongest force of the Duchy of Suzy, the greatest obstacle on his path of vengeance. The enemy responsible for countless massacres of monsters, Addison, had finally been vanquished. Now, nothing could impede his quest for revenge. Jian Shangqing struggled to raise the lance adorned with Addison's corpse, but stumbled for reasons unknown. Whites rushed forward to support him, understanding what his master intended to do, as well as the tumult of emotions swirling within him. With Whites' assistance, Jian Shangqing painstakingly planted the lance, bearing Addison's lifeless body. Into the earth, the lance stood like a flag waving in a breeze. Just moments ago, it had carried the old shaman. Now, it bore Addison. Jian Shangqing, in his own way, had honored the spirit of the old shaman. Silently, he placed the old shaman's body into the crater created by the previous explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the monsters, Jian Shangqing righted the old shaman's body, then retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to clean the blood from the old shaman's form. Subsequently, he removed the flag of the 1st Infantry Division from the lance and draped it over the body of the departed elder. The remaining monsters sniffled quietly. They were survivors, acutely aware of the brutality of this battle. Without their master's artillery, without their master's command, without the transformed mammoth, they would have perished here today, all 500 of them. Jian Shangqing began to cover the old shaman's body with loose soil. The brown earth gradually obscured the elder's weathered visage. Some monsters shed tears. The contract stated that in exchange for the power of science, they would unconditionally obey their master, Jian Shangqing. Clearly, he could have laughed heartily at this moment. Yet he did not. They could feel it. Jian Shangqing did not regard them as mere pawns to be discarded at will. Instead, he truly saw them as cherished subordinates, as reliable partners, as independent and complete lives. More and more monsters wiped their tears to end these 200 years of shattered origins. When had they ever received such treatment? One by one, the monsters dried their tears, standing tall to gaze at Jian Shangqing. At this moment, Jian Shangqing had filled half the grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. They decided that, no matter what transpired in the future, they would remain loyal to their master, Jian Shangqing. Not for any reason, but to repay this kindness. The monsters began to move, gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades. As the last Wolfman's corpse was covered with earth, the sun was nearing the horizon. Jian Shangqing exhaled deeply. Form ranks. The remaining 400 members of the 1st Infantry Division quickly formed a square. Bow! Jian Shangqing led all the monsters in 3 deep bows towards the fallen warriors. Fire! The monsters aimed their guns skyward, pulling the triggers in unison. Bang! The flintlock guns erupted with thick smoke, the ensuing gunfire echoing long into the distance. Jian Shangqing closed his eyes, gazing at the small grave. I, Jian Shangqing, shall never forget your sacrifices. When he opened his eyes again, Jian Shangqing resolutely turned away, returned to formation. The monstrous beings cast one last glance at the graveyard before mounting their centaurs or great horned goats. Jian Shangqing gazed into the distance, his fists clenched tightly. With each passing moment, his hatred for Martina intensified. Were it not for her, such tragedies would not have unfolded. Gritting his teeth, Jian Shangqing held her responsible for the loss of over 100 lives. Aaron began to move. Jian Shangqing, directing his gaze toward the direction of Loren City, closed his fingers into a fist. Loren City, I am coming. Martina, I am coming. Chapter 65. The Royal Palace having bid farewell to his fallen companions. The 1st Infantry Division of the monstrous army marched forward in a grand procession. Jian Shangqing, astride Aaron, recalled the topography of the Duchy of Suzide. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, did a right turn, directly to Loren City. Aaron hesitated for a moment. Master, let us stick to the original plan. She believed it wiser to capture Black Steel City before proceeding to Loren City. Jian Shangqing shook his head, pushing against Aaron's left shoulder to alter the course of their march. The appearance of Addison and the magically equipped cavalry disrupted his plans that in the chaos of battle. Plans are ever subject to change. Hence, they too must adapt accordingly. Martina regarded this incident with great seriousness. The commander of the soldiers from Garloro City had already divulged the deaths of Hayden and Henry. The strength of the 1st Infantry Division had now been exposed. Jian Shangqing pondered for a moment. Increasingly resolute in his thoughts, just days prior, She had dispatched Bede and Addison. If they did not hasten, Martina would surely grow suspicious. Determined, Jian Shangqing gently urged Aaron to quicken their pace, strive to reach Loren City within 2 days. If he did not act swiftly, Martina might seek assistance from the kingdom's ecclesiastical authority. The monstrous army surged forward at full speed. The sun rose and set. Within the royal palace, Martina paced anxiously. Adorned in her crown, a group of ministers knelt beneath the throne, not daring to utter a sound. Martina was unable to remain still, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her. It had now been 4 days since she dispatched Bede and the magical army. 2 days since sending Addison and the magically equipped cavalry. Just yesterday, she had awoken in a panic from a dream in which her useless brother, whom she had sent to feed the gnolls, had returned. Her chest heaved as she surveyed the room, venting her fear and fury upon a nearby goblet. Crash! The goblet shattered. She glared at the ministers below. Is this your report? 1 knight is dead, and 2 others remain unaccounted for. Who can explain to me why a routine mission to exterminate monsters has devolved into this? Martina's gaze swept over the courtiers, eventually landing on an elderly man in a white robe. "O King of Joy," she addressed him, "you were sent by the kingdom's ecclesiastical authority. This was your idea. Now, tell me, what is the situation?" Joy trembled, bowing his head lower. How could he know the current state of affairs? The suggestion had indeed been his. After all, a single dire mammoth, a sorcerer, and a horde of lowly monsters. What could possibly go awry? He too was baffled as to why that cursed Addison and Bede had yet to provide any word. Seeing Joy's silence, Martina's unease deepened. She vociferously interrogated him. Were citizens to witness Martina in such a state, they would surely shake their heads and cluck their tongues. The dignified, pure-hearted blonde maiden they knew outside was revealed to be this way within the palace. Josen listened to Martina's tirade, his expression darkening. He could no longer endure it. Though merely a second-tier mage, a lowly figure within the kingdom's ecclesiastical authority, he was not one to be berated by such a petty duchess. He snorted through his nose. Moreover, a woman who had seized power, he could not comprehend why his superiors had assigned him to assist a princess still maturing in her wits. They had specifically instructed him to avoid provoking Queen Martina. Josen clenched his fists and met Martina's gaze. He was a member of the kingdom's ecclesiastical authority. How dare this minuscule queen speak to him in such a manner? He suppressed his rising anger. The magical cavalry of the Duchy of Suzy had been funded by the ecclesiastical authority for their transformation in a magically equipped cavalry. Is it not excessive to place such blame upon me? The authority's imposing presence overwhelmed Martina, who had only just ascended to power. Martina's breath caught, and she sank back in her throne in silence. Josen adjusted his robe, huffed disdainfully, and exited the palace. The ministers who had knelt exchanged glances. Bewildered, Martina sighed. Without Addison by her side, she felt devoid of confidence even in conversing with Josen. She began to question whether accepting aid from the kingdom's ecclesiastical authority was indeed the right choice. Why did accepting help leave her feeling so constrained? Countless doubts swirled in Martina's mind, mingling with visions of her slain brother, disrupting her thoughts. That a headache assailed her as she rubbed her temples. Leave me. She resolved to wait another day for the return of Sir Addison, that he was her last bastion of support. The ministers, relieved, gradually rose and retreated toward the door. One minister reached for the handle. Bang! A gust of wind rushed in. The blinding light from outside made the ministers squint. Guards on either side of the entrance drew their weapons. Boldly, who dares intrude upon the royal palace? A figure clad in a black robe strode into the palace. He produced 2 pistols from beneath his cloak, aiming them at the guards flanking him. Bang! Bang! The preloaded pistols erupted with 2 thunderous sounds. Smoke billowed forth, and 2 guards fell lifeless to the ground. The ministers who had just reached the entrance were seized by terror, scrambling frantically back into the palace while shouting, "A sorcerer is attacking the palace! Guards! Guards!" Jian Shangqing removed his hood and inhaled deeply. The royal palace, the very place where he had first lived upon his arrival. He felt the soft red carpet beneath his feet, his heart racing. Placing his right hand on his chest, he noted how rapidly it beat. Tossing the pistol aside, a smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this endeavor was not solely about revenge. If Jefferson's very soul were present, it would surely endorse his decision to eliminate his dear sister, but a throng of soldiers poured forth from within the palace. All pointing their swords at Jian Shangqing, he clapped his hands. The soldiers widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Monsters, countless monsters! A dreadful thought surfaced in their minds. Could it be that Sir Addison had truly been slain? Otherwise, how could these monsters have appeared here? And what are the city defense forces? What were they doing to allow so many monsters entry? Wee Eyes bared his fangs in a grin. The guards took 2 steps back, gripping their weapons tightly. They gazed upon this horde of monsters, engulfed in uncontrollable panic. At that moment, the armies of monsters and humans were ensnared in a brief silence, until Jian Shangqing raised his right hand. Form lines. The monsters swiftly arranged themselves into formation. Fire. Over 100 flintlock rifles discharged in unison, sending a storm of lead flying, toppling all the guards before them. Jian Shangqing waited a moment, and seeing no more guards emerge, continued forward along the carpet, now drenched in the blood of the fallen guards. Soft and slick beneath his feet, Jian Shangqing spread his arms wide. Thus should the path of vengeance unfold. He scanned the second floor of the palace, where ministers continued to flee in a panic. Before long, they all vanished into their chambers, leaving no trace behind. Jian Shangqing accepted the flintlock rifle handed to him by Wee Eyes. It's time. Here I come. Chapter 66. The collapse of Martina. The ministers trembled in the corners of the room, their bodies quaking as they listened to the deliberate footsteps outside the door. One by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground, fervently praying to the divine. Oh, not see me. Do not see me. Creak. The door was pushed open and a chorus of terrified screams erupted from the ministers as they recoiled, their backs pressing against the frigid wall. No! No! One minister cried out, his voice hoarse and desperate. Jian Shangqing advanced slowly towards the minister, a flintlock pistol in hand. Along the way, he gently lowered the scar from his face. Long time no see. Unai Blaze. Unai Blaze, the man who had silently accepted the poisoned morning tea served by Martina. A chilling smile spread across Jian Shangqing's face as he concluded that Blaze was an accomplice in this sinister plot. He pressed the flintlock pistol against the minister's forehead. Blaze was momentarily stunned. The intruder in the palace was none other than the Crown Prince Jefferson. Was he not dead? Had he lost his mind? Observing Blaze's shocked silence, Jian Shangqing smiled slightly. After a reaction entirely anticipated, he leaned closer to Blaze, his emerald green eyes glinting in the darkness. Remember who killed you? With a finger raised to his lips, he made a shushing gesture. Then, with a swift motion and under Blaze's horrified gaze, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Wiping the blood from his face, Jian Shangqing handed the empty flintlock to Weiss, exchanging it for the loaded one in Weiss's possession. Blood oozed from the gaping wound in Blaze's head, spilling out onto the floor. The deafening gunfire and the abrupt cessation of screams sent the other ministers hiding in the adjacent rooms into a state of sheer terror, nearly wetting their pants. The sounds of footsteps, screams, and gunshots reverberated throughout the entire second floor. The sound of Jian Shangqing opening the door felt like the harbinger of death, tormenting the nerves of everyone present. Draped in a blood-soaked black cloak, Jian Shangqing opened another door. The bespectacled elder came into view, his glasses nearly falling from his face at the sight of the door swinging open. Jian Shangqing paused upon seeing the elder, then picked up the fallen glasses from the ground and handed them back. Lawrence, taken aback, accepted the glasses, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he donned them. He clearly recognized the face of Jian Shangqing. The Crown Prince? Lawrence gasped, his body convulsing as if struck by a seizure. Tears streamed down Lawrence's cheeks. The old man was indeed weeping. Crown Prince, you are still alive. Jian Shangqing nodded with a smile, embracing Lawrence. Yes, I'm still alive. Memories of Jefferson flooded his mind. Lawrence was the steward assigned by the late king to Jefferson and Martina, having watched over them as they grew. Lawrence had cared for them with utmost devotion. And as they matured, so too did Lawrence age. Jian Shangqing vividly recalled that even after the magical vortex had dissipated, Lawrence still treated him with the same warmth as before. Sighing, Jian Shangqing recognized that Lawrence regarded both him and Martina as his own children. They parted ways, and Jian Shangqing slung the flintlock back over his shoulder. He was no ruthless killer. Those who had treated him well, or had been kind to Jefferson, would not fall victim to his wrath. Tears streamed down Lawrence's face in a torrent of emotion. Unable to accept that the Crown Prince could be dead, it appeared his suspicions were correct. The Crown Prince was indeed alive. His charge had survived. Summoning Bertie, Jian Shangqing untied the pouch from Bertie's waist and placed it into old Lawrence's hands. "Thank you for caring for me all these years. You must leave quickly." Jian Shangqing smiled. "There will be greater commotion soon." Old Lawrence wiped his tears, nodding at Jian Shangqing. For him, the Crown Prince's survival held more significance than anything else. "As for Martina," old Lawrence sighed. "She brought this upon herself." He clutched the pouch as he descended the stairs, glancing back at Jian Shangqing with every few steps. "Crown Prince, please take care." Jian Shangqing nodded, watching Lawrence until he had fully exited the palace doors. Steeling himself, Jian Shangqing raised the flintlock once more. Resuming his campaign of opening doors, gunshots rang out incessantly. Ministers falling one by one. Blood saturated the entirety of the second floor, with only one door remaining unopened. Jian Shangqing grimaced. His luck had truly run out. But it was understandable. That door was, after all, his sister's chamber. Jian Shangqing did not accept the flintlock that Weiss had reloaded. He approached Martina's door and knocked. "Martina, open the door. Your brother has returned." Silence greeted him from within. Shrugging, Jian Shangqing kicked the door open with a resounding bang. Stepping inside, he surveyed the room, finding no trace of Martina. Weiss wagged his tail, sniffing the air. Instantly, he honed in on Martina's location. What was this? She was hiding beneath the bed. Weiss stealthily approached, seizing Martina by the ankle. "Ah!" A scream erupted as a startled Martina cried out in terror. Weiss furrowed his brow, pulling Martina out with a single hand. Glaring at her resurrected brother, Martina trembled uncontrollably. "Why you? You are not dead?" Jian Shangqing smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, my dear sister, I indeed died." Martina's eyes widened in disbelief, scrambling backward in panic. "Then how are you here?" Jian Shangqing brandished the Lee-Enfield rifle, long untouched on his back. He pulled back the bolt, revealing the brass bullet he had left resting within. He examined the bullet in his hand. "Why am I here?" "Because I am Jian Shangqing." His light-hearted tone only heightened Martina's anxiety. Surely, the dream she had the previous night was true. She broke down, calling out, "Josen! Josen!" Remembering that Josen had just exited the palace, she believed the royal court sorcerer could surely kill Jian Shangqing. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. Kato, the chief of the Kato clan, entered the room, grinning with yellowed teeth as he hefted a body and tossed it heavily onto the ground. Josen's chest bore a gaping wound, blood seeping through the sorcerer's robes. Jian Shangqing lifted his chin. "Is this the Josen you speak of?" Martina, now utterly terrified, stammered in disbelief. She could not fathom that the sorcerer sent by the royal court had been slain by Jian Shangqing. In that moment, her sanity unraveled. "Addison, Bed, Hayden, Henry." She cried out desperately, hoping her subordinates would miraculously appear to protect her. Jian Shangqing, however, merely smirked as he unfastened the pouch from his waist. With each name Martina shouted. A knight's insignia or sorcerer's badge clattered to the ground. When a twisted silver cross insignia fell, Martina could no longer contain herself. She wailed, lunging for the scattered badges. She refused to believe it. How could her useless brother, accompanied by a band of inept beasts, possibly have killed so many of her subordinates? This was impossible. With trembling hands, she flipped over each badge, inspecting the engraved names on the back. The jagged badges cut into her fingers, yet Martina paid them no heed. All she wanted was to know if this was truly real. One by one, the badges revealed familiar names in her line of sight. Henry, Hayden, Bed, and Addison. Each insignia bore either the royal seal or the church's emblem. Martina completely shattered. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. Jian Shangqing chuckled, revealing the truth to Martina. "Without them, I could not have accomplished this." Following Jian Shangqing's pointed finger, Martina beheld an uncountable number of monsters standing outside the door. Jian Shangqing, monsters, knights, sorcerers. An array of terms swirled in Martina's mind, overwhelming her senses. She felt as if her head might explode. She could not comprehend. Ah! Martina screamed at the top of her lungs. What is happening? Did not the source of the monsters vanish long ago? With the Arms Engineer System activated, Jian Shangqing nodded. Indeed, but I have brought them new magic. Chapter 67. It appears that the divine has much to attend to today. Jian Shangqing gazed at his sister, who was weeping uncontrollably before him. Aware that the moment had arrived, he had tormented her sufficiently. He had fulfilled his promise, the one that mandated that if he survived, Martina would inevitably pay the price in full. What remained was to chamber the round and then pull the trigger. The bullet within the chamber would assist him in shattering Martina's skull. Jian Shangqing crouched down, his fingers incessantly caressing the .303 bullet gifted by the system. He placed the bullet before the trembling Martina. Do you see it? Dear sister, this bullet bears your name. This solitary bullet had Jian Shangqing inscribe Martina's name upon it. Each time he felt weary and contemplated merely surviving in the misty shadow forest with the monsters. He would retrieve this named bullet from the chamber to behold it was this bullet, laden with hatred, that had helped Jian Shangqing endure the hardships of the misty shadow forest. Do you wish to know the means by which I and the monsters operate? Click! Jian Shangqing pressed the bullet into the chamber and then aimed the gun at Martina's forehead. This bullet, inscribed with a name, was about to return to its rightful owner. Pay attention. I shall only demonstrate once. Martina suddenly froze, then began to murmur. The divine will bless me. The divine will bless me. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. It seemed the church had a considerable influence over these people. Even those ministers had been muttering about divine blessings before their demise. But it mattered not. Jian Shangqing grinned. It appears that the divine has much to attend to today. With all his might, Jian Shangqing pulled the trigger. Bang! The primer ignited, and the brass bullet inscribed with Martina's name spun rapidly within the rifling of the chamber. The bullet exited the barrel, piercing directly into Martina's brain. The dum-dum bullet blossomed within her skull, obliterating her brain tissue into a gory mess, ultimately exiting through the back of her head. Red and white splattered across the ground. Martina's eyes rolled back, and she gradually collapsed, a gaping red hole in her head. Jian Shangqing's finger, still on the trigger, trembled incessantly as he gasped for breath, almost roaring from his throat. This is your retribution. Martina, blood drenched the young girl's white dress. Jian Shangqing felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had been drained of all strength. Collapsing onto the ground, he had avenged himself. He could hear the heartbeat within his chest pounding with joy. Yet, the ensuing emptiness washed over Jian Shangqing's soul like a tidal wave. Tears streamed from his eyes. Thus, he knelt on the ground. Weeping, upon witnessing this, Eileen waved her hand to disperse the other monsters and gently closed the door. Jian Shangqing touched his cheek. Warm, what am I? Crying, Jian Shangqing had not even realized that tears had long since spilled forth. Why? Is it because of the success of my vengeance? He sought answers within himself that it seemed not. Gradually, Jian Shangqing discerned the reason. From the moment he had been confined within the coffin, he had lived for hatred. And now, with his vendetta avenged, he had lost the meaning of life. What comes next? Jian Shangqing lay back on the ground. The sunlight outside streamed onto his face. Jian Shangqing exhaled. The sunlight. No, why does the sunlight feel so cold? Jian Shangqing's eyes shot open, and he rolled away. An ice spike had plunged directly into the spot where his head had just been. A mage. Jian Shangqing hurriedly sprang to his feet at that moment. His previously empty heart began to beat powerfully once again. What a pity. A voice echoed from outside the window. Jian Shangqing squinted and beheld the newcomer, a stranger, a mage. The young man descended slowly to the ground. Jian Shangqing's heart raced. Levitation. An intermediate mage. The mage sighed. Our carefully laid plans have been disrupted by a dead man. He glanced at Martina's corpse on the floor. Then, with a wave of his wand, a thick layer of ice enveloped Martina's body that he frowned. However, a corpse is not without its uses that he stepped closer to Jian Shangqing, brandishing his wand. It is time to send you, this variable. On your way, blizzard. The temperature around them plummeted. Jian Shangqing felt a bone-chilling cold rapidly approaching him. What to do? How could an intermediate mage come to assassinate him? The last bullet had already lodged itself in Martina's brain. He had no means of retaliation left. Bang! The door to the room was violently slammed open. "My lord, retreat!" Riesta rushed into the room, wand in hand. Magical barrier, true to his reputation as the academic director of the Sorcerers' Guild of the Duchy of Suzy. Riesta applied his magic with unparalleled skill. Sweat dripped from Riesta's forehead as he exerted every ounce of magical energy within him. The magical barrier, infused with all of Riesta's power, quickly took shape. Yet, Riesta's face remained grim. He had sensed the magical fluctuations outside. This magical energy was at least that of a fourth-tier mage. This meant that he alone could not withstand this oncoming blizzard. Ice began to form within Martina's chamber, the frigid wind laden with countless sharp, tiny ice spikes battering Riesta's magical barrier. The blue-white storm obscured the vision of both men, leaving Jian Shangqing blind to everything. Riesta felt the magical energy within the barrier rapidly depleting, his anxiety mounting. "My lord, I cannot hold on much longer. You must think of something." Jian Shangqing stroked his chin, his mind racing. Ice element. Ice element. A flash of inspiration struck Jian Shangqing as he bellowed. "First Infantry Division of Monsters, throw me bombs." The monsters outside, hindered by the blizzard, were frantic. Now, they had heard their lord's command. One by one, the monsters grasped their bombs and hurled them into the blizzard. Boom! Bright red balloons burst forth amidst the blue storm. The explosive heat countered some of the ice elements that Riesta's eyes brightened, only to shake his head. "It's mitigated, but still insufficient." Jian Shangqing, in a state of urgency, struggled to devise a solution, but nothing came to mind. The monsters outside ceased their actions. The bombs had been exhausted. Yet the blizzard showed no signs of relenting. The magical barrier thinned perilously, leaving Jian Shangqing and Riesta in imminent danger. "Stand back." A man's voice called from the stairs. The monsters turned to see for mages clad in purple robes. K2's heart raced. Reinforcements had arrived. One of the women stepped forward, her brows knitted with urgency. "Who is inside?" K2, momentarily stunned, wondered how the reinforcements from the Duchy of Suzy could be unaware of who was within. "Speak quickly." The woman, seeing K2's dazed expression, was nearly beside herself. K2 turned back, aiming his flintlock at the four mages. "Inside are Lord Jian Shangqing and Mage Riesta. I will not allow you to enter and provide reinforcements." The monsters raised their flintlocks in unison. The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Jian Shangqing? Who is Jian Shangqing?" Birdie, standing at the back, seemed to comprehend. "Jian Shangqing is Prince Jefferson." The four mages' eyes lit up quickly. "Stand aside. We have come to find them." Chapter 68. The blizzard continued to rage, beads of sweat trickling down Riesta's temples. The magical energy within the barrier was dwindling. If this continued, both the lord and his life would be forfeit. Riesta struggled to turn his head. "My lord, I will detonate the magical barrier shortly. When I do, you must seize the opportunity to escape." Jian Shangqing's heart raced. Riesta intended to sacrifice himself to save him. Jian Shangqing clenched his fists tightly. Having just lost over 100 soldiers, was he now to lose a trusted ally as well? He could not allow such a fate to unfold. "Prince, teacher, we have arrived." A diminutive voice pierced through the howling blizzard, reaching the ears of the two men. Jian Shangqing and Riesta felt a surge of hope. Rystar's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the fragile magical barrier, akin to parchment, solidify once more. The recent sound felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not immediately recall its source. He thrust his wand forward, striving to maintain the magical shield. Shaking his head, he deemed such matters insignificant. What truly mattered was that with a new influx of magical energy, the lives of himself and his companion were likely to be preserved. At that moment, the magical barrier resembled a carelessly crafted wooden barrel with gaping holes, one allowing the flow of liquid out while another invited it in. As long as the incoming liquid surpassed the outflow, they could withstand the raging blizzard. The storm howled, countless delicate ice crystals striking the magical barrier and shattering with a resounding crash. Just as Rystar felt the shield faltering once again, the ferocious blizzard abruptly ceased. The blue-white mist dissipated, revealing the figure of the sorcerer once more. He caressed his wand, snorting derisively, seemingly dissatisfied with this attack. Rystar's mouth fell agape. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, attempting to confirm the reality of his sight. His heart raced in alarm. Dil Krosh. Jian Shangqing also unearthed this name from Jefferson's memories. Dil Krosh, the Scarlet Archbishop of the Kingdom's Church. This archbishop had fortuitously passed through the Duchy of Suzy on the day of Jefferson's coming-of-age ceremony, stopping by to celebrate. This was the extent of his connection with Jefferson. Jian Shangqing was bewildered. How could he be here? Why did he wish to kill him? Jian Shangqing recalled Krosh's earlier words. Why did he want to seize Martina's corpse? What did he mean by disrupting the church's plans? A myriad of questions swirled in Jian Shangqing's mind. Leaving him utterly perplexed, Krosh halted his actions, opening his mouth to emit a hoarse voice. Rystar, I am deeply disappointed in you, you traitor of the sorcerers. Hearing the word traitor, Rystar laughed in fury. Traitor? He stared intently at the man clad in red before him. Who, indeed, was the traitor? Memories surged forth. Who had studied at the Sorcerers' Guild? Who had silently joined the church? Who had secretly colluded with the royalty to overtly and covertly oppress the Sorcerers' Guild? Rystar was so enraged that his beard nearly bristled with indignation. It turned out there were 3 Sorcerers' Guilds in the Duchy of Suzy. And now only one remained. Rystar narrowed his eyes, retorting to Krosh. Traitor, I dare say you are the true spawn of wickedness. Krosh paused at Rystar's words, momentarily taken aback before resuming his icy demeanor. Master, this shall be my last time addressing you thus. Let us see how this unfolds. With a flourish of his wand, Krosh levitated Martina's corpse beside him. He turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Jian Shangqing, before soaring out the window. Jian Shangqing seized the flintlock from Wei Ai's hands. Preparing to fire, Rystar intervened, placing a hand on Jian Shangqing. That my lord, it is inadvisable to pursue my magical energy is entirely depleted, and I doubt whether the flintlock could harm him now. Rystar inhaled deeply. After all, he was my student. He is the Scarlet Archbishop of the Kingdom's Church, and a 5th-tier sorcerer. Jian Shangqing, upon hearing Rystar's words, lowered his head and remained silent for a while. Rystar assumed Jian Shangqing was intimidated by Krosh's formidable title and extended his hand. My lord, before his hand could reach Jian Shangqing, the latter suddenly chuckled softly. How intriguing. This is what makes it interesting. Jian Shangqing had come to understand everything. Martina was merely an inconsequential pawn. The true puppet master behind the scenes sought to kill him. He, Jian Shangqing, had yet to fulfill his promise to himself. His heart, once consumed by nihilism, now pulsated with vigor. Jian Shangqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps he was simply a restless soul. Yet one thing was certain. The path of revenge had not reached its conclusion. Martina was merely a minor milestone along that path. Jian Shangqing resolved to unearth the puppet master and eliminate him. This was not merely a quest for vengeance. It was also a reckoning for himself. The Crown Prince, the steward, Jian Shangqing and Rystar turned to the sound, discovering 4 sorcerers standing behind them. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow, noticing the emblems on their chests. Rystar felt a mixture of joy and sorrow as he gazed at the 4 young sorcerers wielding their wands. Tears of excitement streamed down his face. He embraced each of these children, pale from magical exhaustion. One by one, they had grown. They were now capable sorcerers. Rystar could hardly fathom the fate that awaited him and his lord had these beloved students not arrived in time. The young sorcerers sheepishly scratched their heads. Master, we still have a long way to go. Jian Shangqing breathed a sigh of relief. The turmoil stemming from Martina had finally reached a resolution, alleviating some of the burden in his heart. His spirits lifted. As the 6 conversed, they made their way toward the exit. When Rystar inquired why his students had come here instead of the Sorcerers' Guild, the leading female student's eyes brimmed with tears. She recounted the events following Rystar's departure. After his leaving, the church's representatives had repeatedly visited, probing whether Rystar had truly abandoned them. Once they confirmed his disappearance, they brazenly invaded the guild. The female student choked on her words. Rystar tenderly patted her head. Naya, take your time. Naya inhaled deeply. These wretched church officials brazenly abducted the guild master in broad daylight. Then they imprisoned us one by one in the dungeons. We sought help from the duchy soldiers. Yet those soldiers pretended not to see us. Rystar's beard trembled with fury. What are the others? Naya, what are the others? Naya closed her eyes, shaking her head in anguish. Master, I do not know. Now the entire Sorcerer's Guild consists only of us few. Jian Shangqing squinted in concern. He had not anticipated the church's oppression of the guild in collusion with the royalty had escalated to such an extent. It seemed the church had long plotted this scheme. Otherwise, how could they have infiltrated the duchy of Suzy so thoroughly in such a brief span since the old king's passing? Jian Shangqing shrugged. All clues pointed toward the kingdom's church. All information converged into a clear main line. I shall avenge the Sorcerer's Guild on your behalf. A clear target emerged in Jian Shangqing's heart. He led the group out the door, only to be lifted high by Wee Eyes, who awaited them at the entrance. As Jian Shangqing exclaimed in surprise, the magical beings hoisted him aloft, carrying him out of the grand hall, leaving the desolate palace behind. Chapter 69. An unprecedented feat. What are you doing? Jian Shangqing gazed in astonishment at his magical companions. This was the first time they acted without his command. Wee Eyes flashed a mischievous grin, exposing his sharp teeth. My lord is restoring order, toppling the tyrant Martina to save the people from peril. Wee Eyes cleared his throat. Such a monumental achievement deserves a bit of boasting. Brothers, let us march. The magical beings hoisted Jian Shangqing as they paraded down the streets of Loren City. Two orderly rows of magical beings stood at attention outside the palace, waiting for the opportune moment to sound their wind instruments and beat their war drums, heralding the birth of the new king. As the music filled the air, Jian Shangqing was astonished to recognize it as the marching tune he had taught the magical beings. The jubilant melody resounded, and the magical beings sang the lyrics with fervor. Some extolled the immortal name of Heracles. Others revered the loyalty and valor of Hector. Yet, I believe one person stands above them all. It is the wise and valiant Prince Jian Shangqing of the Duchy of Suzy. The procession sang as they walked. Jian Shangqing smiled and shook his head. He had never taught them such lyrics. Within the taverns, the townsfolk rushed outside, filled with enthusiasm. They knew the purpose of these magical beings, for bards from Gerlo City had already recounted this tale. Aaron waved a grand banner, while Wee Eyes bellowed. Our crown prince has returned. He is now known as Jian Shangqing. He overthrew the tyrannical reign of the despot, Martina. Wee Eyes took a deep breath. He would ensure a prosperous life for all. The crowd gathered along the streets erupted in jubilant cheers. They had not anticipated the success of Jian Shangqing. Leading an army of righteous and benevolent creatures, Jian Shangqing had vanquished numerous formidable knights and sorcerers. The tale of a prince wrongfully entombed, who ultimately returned to exact vengeance upon his enemies, seemed to the common folk nothing short of a perfect fairy tale ending. Jian Shangqing, Jian Shangqing, Jian Shangqing. The throngs of citizens swelled, their cheers growing ever louder. They shouted his name until their faces flushed and their voices grew hoarse. They had endured enough of Martina's oppression. Finally, someone had come to bring them hope. Joyous smiles adorned every face, both of the humans and the magical beings alike. Jian Shangqing, hoisted high above, burst into hearty laughter. All of this was rightfully his. It was all reclaimed from the grasp of his sister. Exhilaration, exhilaration, as the celebratory procession came to a halt. Jian Shangqing peered ahead, wondering if an unforeseen event had occurred. Instead, a blushing maiden shyly presented Wee Eyes with a bouquet of flowers. Before Wee Eyes could utter a word, the girl covered her face and dashed away like the wind. Wee Eyes chuckled helplessly. Is this for me? Aileen playfully tapped the back of Wee Eyes' head, pouting as she claimed the flowers for herself, of course. It's for the adults. Aileen passed the bouquet back, exclaiming how she had never given flowers to an adult herself. Jian Shangqing accepted the flowers from Chief Kaz, bringing them close to inhale their fragrant aroma. The scent was intoxicating, as sweet as the fruits of victory. The crowd encircling them grew denser, forcing the procession to a standstill. The citizens offered their humble gifts, perhaps an egg, a copper coin, or a loaf of bread. Yet, regardless of their poverty, they were eager to contribute in celebration of Jian Shangqing's return. This was a testament to their loathing for Martina and their deep affection for Jian Shangqing. Their hopes were entirely placed upon him. Amidst the cheers, the magical beings lifted Jian Shangqing, clutching the bouquet aloft. Suddenly, Jian Shangqing realized that his purpose extended beyond mere revenge. With tearful eyes, he gazed at the joyful faces surrounding him. These delightful creatures, these beloved people, were they not precisely what he yearned to protect in this world? As the magical beings set him down, Chief Iron Furnace presented Jian Shangqing with the crown he had retrieved from the palace steps. Left behind in Martina's hasty flight, at the last, this crown was restored to its rightful owner. The cheers began to subside, and both magical beings and citizens turned their eyes to Jian Shangqing, eager for him to don the crown. Jian Shangqing looked at the glimmering crown in his hands. According to Jefferson's memory, the previous transfer of royal authority had always taken place within the palace. Conducted by the clergy, the king would kneel, allowing the clerical sorcerer to place the crown upon his head. But now, things were different. As Nia had stated, the clerical sorcerers had fled upon hearing of Jian Shangqing's incursion into the royal city. Now, Jian Shangqing was to stand amidst the adoring populace and personally crown himself. This was an unprecedented act. Divine right? Jian Shangqing scoffed at the notion. What was that? With the crown placed upon his head, he declared that from this day forth, power would be bestowed upon oneself, free from divine interference. From this moment on, Jian Shangqing was no longer the wandering prince of the misty shadow forest, but the rightful king of the Duchy of Sushi. He had returned home. As the crown was placed upon his head, the crowd knelt in reverence. Long live! Long live! Long live! The jubilant cries celebrating Jian Shangqing's reclamation of the throne echoed through the streets. Soaring towards the heavens, sunlight streamed into the room, and Jian Shangqing awoke from his dreams. Even after a night's rest, he felt as though he could still hear the sounds of yesterday. Rubbing his ears, Jian Shangqing made his way back to the palace, his future abode. Bertie had been overjoyed yesterday, relieved that he had made the right choice in the conference room at the tailor's shop. The Black Pearl Trading Company had been saved. The company had finally shed its deficit and returned to profitability, and no longer would he worry about the royal leeches draining the Black Pearl Trading Company dry. Only to cast it aside, Bertie had employed dozens of workers to clean the palace thoroughly overnight. Jian Shangqing inhaled deeply. The palace bore no trace of bloodshed. Instead, a delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air, and even the carpets had been replaced with new ones. As for the bodies of the ministers, Bertie had informed him that they were all en route to the misty shadow forest. Jian Shangqing nodded in approval. The misty shadow forest had mostly been rid of magical creatures, but it still housed many wild beasts. Let the carcasses of those complicit in his suffering be devoured by the beasts. It was a fitting retribution for those shameless accomplices. Jian Shangqing ascended to the second floor and entered his room. Ever since Martina's treachery, this room had been sealed. It was only after Bertie's hired hands arrived yesterday that it was reopened. Running his fingers across the surface of the desk, Jian Shangqing savored the familiar sensation. This place had been where he spent the most time since his arrival in this world. He pulled out a chair and sat at the table. Stretching his limbs, gazing out the window, he overlooked the entire city of Lorraine. The Duchy of Sushi had been plunged into chaos by Martina and the church, now in dire need of rejuvenation. The time had come to usher in a new era. Jian Shangqing picked up a pen and paper. The long-absent voice of the system resonated once more. Host detected to have conquered the Duchy of Sushi. Knowledge Bracelet has been issued. Chapter 70. Knowledge Bracelet. As the system's voice faded, a black bracelet materialized on the table before him. Jian Shangqing picked up the Knowledge Bracelet, examining it closely. Its pure black hue resembled a black hole, so profound that it seemed capable of absorbing one's very soul. Jian Shangqing gently stroked the bracelet. Its texture was pleasing, reminiscent of the warmth of jade, although the system did not explicitly state the purpose of a Knowledge Bracelet. Jian Shangqing could surmise its function. Considering the name of the Knowledge Bracelet, along with his previous requests, he was confident that this bracelet served as a medium for disseminating knowledge. Gazing at the bracelet adorning his right wrist, Jian Shangqing felt a surge of joy. Human lifespan is finite, yet the knowledge passed down through the ages is boundless. Relying solely on his own efforts to impart knowledge would mean that by the time he cultivated the first batch of talents, he would likely be old and gray. Moreover, having witnessed the power of a fifth-tier sorcerer just yesterday, Jian Shangqing knew that, with the current technological level, he stood no chance against the church. The knowledge bracelet filled this gap. Through intensive instruction, it could transform someone utterly ignorant of science into a scientist in an instant. Jian Shangqing smiled contentedly. Thus, he would embark on one of the most significant milestones in the history of human civilization on Blue Star, the Industrial Revolution. He would amass strength and lead the Duchy of Sushi into the Age of Steam. He would demonstrate to other nations and the church what true productivity, augmented by science, looks like. Ruista, the dog-headed guard station outside, heard Jian Shangqing's call and promptly summoned Ruista. Ruista hurried to Jian Shangqing's door, straightening his robe, adjusting the emblem on his chest, and nervously smoothing his beard before knocking on the door. This was the second day since Lord Jian Shangqing ascended to the throne. Being summoned so early surely meant something significant. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ruista opened the door. Jian Shangqing turned to face him. Ruista, with his emerald green eyes, found himself at a loss in that moment, feeling quite out of place at nearly 60 years of age. He struggled to find a suitable position for his hands. Observing Ruista's flustered demeanor, Jian Shangqing shook his head and chuckled. Relax. Ruista inhaled deeply, finally steadying his demeanor. And why, Lord? What brings you to seek my presence? Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. Do you recall when I mentioned that there are numerous matters for you to explore? Upon hearing this, Ruista felt as if his heart skipped a beat, although he had pledged his unwavering loyalty to his lord. The pursuit of scientific research remained his original aspiration. He swallowed hard. Could it be that his lord was about to impart new knowledge to him? Jian Shangqing sensed Ruista's fervent gaze. Indeed, bringing Ruista, the academic overseer, under his wing had proven to be a judicious choice. Ruista, an opportunity now presents itself for you to delve deeper into the realm of science. Jian Shangqing gently caressed the knowledge bracelet on his wrist. However, it does carry certain risks. Are you willing to proceed? Jian Shangqing harbored his own reservations. He intended to introduce Ruista to the knowledge of the first industrial revolution. Yet the prospect of overwhelming his mind with such a vast array of information filled him with trepidation. He feared it might render Ruista a fool. Jian Shangqing had anticipated that Ruista would ponder the matter for a moment. To his astonishment, Ruista seized his hand without hesitation. My lord, I am willing. The intensity of Ruista's gaze conveyed his determination. For the sake of his lord, and for himself, what was a little risk? After all, magic also bore its dangers, yet had embraced it without hesitation. Ruista thumped his chest, declaring that today, the knowledge imparted by his lord was non-negotiable. Jian Shangqing nodded with satisfaction that Ruista's obsession with science surpassed his expectations. Ruista, come here. Ruista approached, respectfully kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. Jian Shangqing placed the knowledge bracelet on Ruista's forehead, then summoned his will. The knowledge from the era of the first industrial revolution surged into Ruista's mind like a torrent. Ah! Ruista cried out in agony, clutching his head as he collapsed to the ground. Jian Shangqing sighed, gently lifting Ruista onto the bed. His greatest fear had materialized. The inhabitants of the Pran continent had never systematically studied science, and their minds could not withstand such an influx of knowledge. Jian Shangqing sat quietly by the bedside, awaiting Ruista's awakening. But of course, there was also the possibility that he might never awaken again. After all, injuries to the brain were perilous. Time passed. Suddenly, Ruista bolted upright from the bed. He gasped for breath, as if emerging from a nightmare. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to speak, but then erupted into joyous laughter. I see it. I see it all. Jian Shangqing squinted at Ruista. Startled, what happened? Did I inadvertently overload his mind? The dog-headed guard stationed outside peeked in with curiosity. What transpired? Why is Ruista alternating between cries of despair and exuberant shouts? The two dog-headed guards exchanged glances, wondering if their lord was conducting some terrifying scientific experiment. They shivered in unison, straightening their spines, determined to perform admirably and avoid becoming subjects of experimentation. Raista tumbled off the bed, grasping Jian Shangqing's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, my lord. I have seen it. I have seen it all." Raista felt as though he had just emerged from a lengthy dream. In that dream, he had witnessed phenomena that transcended his understanding. Coal being tossed into a furnace, roaring with flames. White steam billowing from chimneys. He beheld massive machines operating autonomously, soaring into the air. Countless iron and gold pieces were shaped into various components under the relentless pounding of machinery, ultimately assembling into a colossal steel beast. The beast puffed smoke as it whisked away countless suited individuals and cargo along the railway. A brand new world unfolded within Raista's dreams, though all were human. The disparities in their lives were immense. He had never encountered such a scene. No one on the Pran continent lived in this manner. Raista trembled with excitement. This was precisely what he desired, a path distinct from the essence of magic. Gritting his teeth, he reflected on how he had devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of the essence of magic, yet received no response. Conversely, through his recent exposure to science, guided by his lord Jian Shangqing, he had glimpsed vast secrets. Raista grasped Jian Shangqing's hand firmly. "My lord, I shall devote myself to your service. I will exert every effort to propagate the power of science far and wide." He stared earnestly into Jian Shangqing's eyes, articulating each word with conviction. "One day, I will ensure that the power of science surpasses that of magic." Chapter 71. James Watt and the Grey Dwarf's Jian Shangqing was immensely pleased with Raista's response. "Excellent. It is heartening to see such dedication." He instructed Raista to sit at the desk and begin drafting blueprints. After all, while knowledge had been acquired, practice remained the sole criterion for truth. What he wanted Raista to illustrate was the cornerstone of the first industrial revolution, the steam engine. Countless scientific advancements existed, yet none could be realized without energy, from burning wood to coal, and ultimately to harnessing nuclear fission for boiling water. Jian Shangqing could confidently assert that the essence of humanity's technological development lay in boiling water. Raista settled into the chair, inhaling deeply as he commenced sketching the blueprints based on the images in his mind. Jian Shangqing patiently guided him from the sidelines, possessing the military engineering system. Jian Shangqing's blueprints were impeccably accurate. Raista, lacking such a system, had to rely solely on his recollection, allowing Jian Shangqing to identify numerous minor issues. Raista did not feel vexed by Jian Shangqing's meticulousness. On the contrary, he was profoundly grateful. Only through such guidance could he aspire to become a competent scientist. After countless sheets of paper had been discarded through their collaborative efforts, Raista finally produced a blueprint that met Jian Shangqing's approval. He raised the drawing of Watt's steam engine with both hands, holding it before his eyes. The setting sun's rays illuminated the paper, casting a golden hue upon it. Overjoyed, Raista's face flushed with excitement. Trembling with exhilaration, he bounced over to present the blueprint to Jian Shangqing. At that moment, the venerable old man resembled a child. Jian Shangqing accepted the blueprint with satisfaction, pleased with Raista's attitude, even with readily available knowledge. He was eager to engage in hands-on work, humble and unassuming. These were the qualities of a promising researcher. With a smile, he remarked, "Well done, Raista. I believe that in the future, you will undoubtedly become a distinguished scientist." Raista, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply to Jian Shangqing. Yes, bolstered by his lord's praise, Raista began to envision his future. He would navigate the boundless ocean of science, witnessing one scientific milestone after another being established. And all of this owed its inception to Lord Jian Shangqing. That it was he who had introduced these wondrous concepts. Jian Shangqing stretched, finding the sensation of being a teacher quite remarkable, especially as he instructed the academic overseer of the Mages Guild. A smile crept upon his face at the thought. Who was Raista? He was someone whom even the former prince had regarded with utmost respect. Yet, he was a figure who need not kneel even before the king. Now, this individual was a student under his tutelage. Jian Shangqing shook his head, reflecting that such a scenario would have been unimaginable when he first traversed to the Pran continent. With these triumphant thoughts, Jian Shangqing placed the blueprint on the table and succumbed to slumber. Creak, The door swung open, and a freshly washed Jian Shangqing entered the blacksmith shop, clutching the blueprints. This establishment was the largest blacksmith shop in Loren City. Owned by the Black Pearl Merchant Association, Bertie had generously ceded this space to Jian Shangqing. "Greetings, my lord." The gray dwarf stood tall upon seeing Jian Shangqing, with one bustling off to boil water for him. Jian Shangqing chuckled. "Are you adjusting well?" Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Iron Furnace clan nearly glowed with excitement. "Adjusting well? My lord, that is an understatement. I am thoroughly acclimated." The patriarch enthusiastically began to showcase the blacksmith shop to Jian Shangqing. He was immensely satisfied with the facilities, which were all-encompassing, with several sets available. The various tools were well-maintained, and the ventilation was commendable. This was exponentially superior to the antiquated forge back in the clan. Moreover, there are numerous guests here. Just yesterday, several patrons approached, requesting the crafting or repair of their tools. Listening to the introduction from the Iron Forge patriarch, Jian Shangqing nodded slightly. "That rascal Bertie is quite astute." After the Iron Forge patriarch expressed all his delight, Jian Shangqing placed the blueprint of the steam engine upon the table. 2 weeks. Produce this within that time frame. The Iron Forge patriarch glanced over the blueprint with intrigue. Yet another unfamiliar invention. His interest was instantly piqued. The more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone. He felt as though his head might burst from the overwhelming ideas. Turning to Jian Shangqing and then back to the blueprint, he stammered in astonishment. This. The impact of this design left him nearly speechless. How could every design presented by the master be so exquisitely ingenious? Lacking knowledge of the military engineering system, the Iron Forge patriarch could only conclude that Jian Shangqing was a once-in-a-millennium genius, studying the annotations on the blueprint. Boiler, condenser, connecting rod, crank, flywheel. These novel contraptions, which he had never seen or contemplated before, combined to create something entirely new. This revelation opened the eyes of the Iron Forge patriarch, who had previously been immersed in weapon forging. He felt as though a door to a new world was slowly unveiling before him. Driven by curiosity, the Iron Forge patriarch yearned to comprehend the principles behind this creation. Yet, without a systematic education in science, how could a magical being grasp its intricacies? Ultimately, he could only blush and seek help from Jian Shangqing. With a smile, Jian Shangqing picked up the blueprint and began to explain. "Here is the boiler. We will add coal to heat the water, and steam will continuously emerge." The Iron Forge patriarch listened intently, his gaze following Jian Shangqing's finger. "The steam will enter the cylinder through this passage, where a piston resides, pushing it forward." The Iron Forge patriarch nodded, then shook his head that he felt he had disowned a flaw in the master's design. With pride, he raised his head. "Master, if that is the case, the piston can only move in one direction." Jian Shangqing chuckled, appreciating his inquisitiveness as a commendable trait. "Not necessarily. Observe closely. These 2 points are crucial." Jian Shangqing pointed to the connecting rod moved by the piston. The Iron Forge patriarch squinted, leaning closer. After a long examination, his eyes weary from staring, he still could not discern any hidden marvel. He could only shake his head helplessly, awaiting further explanation from Jian Shangqing. You see this protrusion on the connecting rod, and the 2 on the horizontal rod above." The Iron Forge patriarch nodded. Attentively listening, the piston pushes the connecting rod forward. The protrusion on the connecting rod, designed by me, will strike the protrusion on the right side of the upper horizontal rod. Thus, the valve will be pushed backward, sealing the initial intake port and opening the intake port on the opposite side. The Iron Forge patriarch pondered this, then suddenly jolted as if electrified. At that moment, he finally grasped Jian Shangqing's intent. Stammering, he asked, Then, is the purpose of this flywheel?" Jian Shangqing nodded with satisfaction. The Iron Forge patriarch's mind was indeed sharp, able to deduce the function of the flywheel. Precisely, the flywheel is intended to convert the lateral work of the steam engine into work in other directions. This allows for the operation of various machines. Jian Shangqing's explanation flowed like steam, traveling down the Iron Forge patriarch's spine and into his mind. Clarity dawned upon him. The Iron Forge patriarch felt a wave of dizziness and plopped back into his chair. He could hardly believe it. The master's design was simply too exquisite, so intricate that he could never have conceived of it. He was truly in awe. Jian Shangqing looked at the iron-forged patriarch with a gentle smile. Surprise was natural. After all, what he presented was the culmination of the life's work of James Watt, the father of the first industrial revolution. Decades of wisdom and toil were encapsulated within. Not only the iron-forged patriarch, but anyone of even modest intelligence living on the continent of Pran would be astounded. The iron-forged patriarch exhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. Yet one final question lingered in his mind. Master, can steam truly drive such a machine? In the iron-forged patriarch's perception, steam was merely a collection of warm, moist gases. If it possessed such immense power, wouldn't he had been blown away by steam during his encounters with it. Creak! Jian Shangqing, observing the iron-forged patriarch's silence, pointed to the source of the sound. Following Jian Shangqing's gesture, the iron-forged patriarch beheld a gray kettle emitting white steam, the steam persistently lifting the lid. This scene would forever be etched in the eyes of the gray dwarves, just as it had once been in James Watt's vision. Chapter 72. The Steam Engine. Within the entire blacksmith shop, apart from the sound of steam lifting the kettle lid, the room remained eerily silent. The gray dwarves, with wide eyes, fixated on the boiling kettle, digesting their newfound knowledge. Words failed them. At this moment, all present gray dwarves held Jian Shangqing in the highest esteem. Their admiration was not solely for his extraordinary ingenuity, but even more so for his meticulous observation and insatiable curiosity. The sight of steam lifting the kettle lid, a commonplace occurrence, rendered them perplexed. Why had they failed to uncover its mysteries while Master Jian Shangqing could develop this phenomenon into a complete steam engine? The iron-forged patriarch nodded. This must undoubtedly be the difference between them and Master Jian Shangqing. Observing the starry-eyed gray dwarves, Jian Shangqing shook his head with a smile that I merely stand upon the shoulders of giants. What I utilize are the invaluable legacies left behind by countless scientific luminaries and innumerable academic pioneers from the Blue Star. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot in good conscience claim these achievements as my own. Jian Shangqing held a profound respect for these individuals. Upon hearing Jian Shangqing's words, the gray dwarves revered him even more. What giants could there possibly be? All of Master Jian Shangqing's inventions were things they had never encountered before. Did such mentors still exist to guide Jian Shangqing? It was inconceivable. Surely the master was being modest, talented yet so humble, the iron-forged patriarch sighed. Previously, he had reveled in his position as patriarch, but now, in comparison to Master Jian Shangqing, he felt utterly inadequate. Jian Shangqing smiled slightly as he exited the blacksmith shop. Let them think as they wished in any case, he had achieved his objectives for the day. Along with some unexpected gains, he had not only delivered the steam engine blueprints, but also ignited the gray dwarves' yearning for the natural sciences. Curiosity is often the key that unlocks the doors of science. He eagerly anticipated what transformations his magical subordinates would undergo in the future. The iron-forged patriarch clutched the blueprint tightly, examining it repeatedly, reluctant to part with it. After a lengthy moment, he finally set it down. Did everyone hear Master Jian Shangqing's request? 2 weeks. Let us get to work, everyone. The gray dwarves, invigorated, rubbed their hands together, eager to begin, for them, whose passion lay in forging. This was not a burden, but rather a reward. As the door swung open, Jian Shangqing turned back once more. I almost forgot to mention, for crafting the cylinder, a hydraulic boring machine will be required, and I have instructed Bertie to arrange for it. Jian Shangqing tapped his head. The method of use is already in your mind. Focus on crafting the other components and the initial shape of the cylinder. Upon receiving the command, the gray dwarves utilized Bertie's leftover casting sand. Preparing the mold according to Jian Shangqing's blueprint, the cylinder was a hollow component. The gray dwarves ingeniously employed the lost wax method to create the mold. Once the mold was nearly formed, they simply needed to heat it slightly, allowing the melted wax to flow out. In this manner, a hollow mold was successfully created. With the molds prepared, the gray dwarves stoked the furnace until it glowed red. Blocks of processed iron ore were tossed into the furnace, and under the scorching flames, they transformed into streams of dazzling molten iron. The molten iron cascaded into the mold, and after cooling, the chief of the Iron Furnace clan removed the outer layer of casting sand. Thus, a preliminary casting was obtained. Subsequently, the Grey Dwarves made their way to the riverbank, where they meticulously processed the cylinder on the boring machine. The water-powered boring machine turned the tool, cutting and polishing the interior of the cylinder with a precise degree of finesse. This significantly enhanced the cylinder's sealing capability and durability. In just a week, the Grey Dwarves studied the blueprints and measured with precision, successfully fabricating each component, amidst the flames blaze and the flow of sweat. The appointed day arrived, as agreed upon by Jian Shangqing and the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. Jian Shangqing pushed open the blacksmith shop's heavy door and stepped inside. During these 2 weeks, he had not been idle either. After all, without ministers and knights, the Duchy of Sushi could not operate solely on his shoulders. He appointed new ministers and knights to assist him in governing the duchy. Jian Shangqing integrated both humans and monsters into the core of the duchy's upper echelons, ensuring a balanced power dynamic that allowed both factions to check each other, thus alleviating some of his burdens. My lord, upon hearing the commotion, the chief of the Iron Furnace clan hurried over, a joyful smile illuminating its face. My lord, the steam engine is ready. Jian Shangqing nodded. Lead me to see it. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan guided Jian Shangqing to the innermost chamber of the blacksmith shop. There stood an object covered with cloth. Climbing onto a stool, the chief tugged at a corner of the fabric. My lord, this is the steam engine we have crafted. It is guaranteed to be perfect. Please take a look. As the chief's words fell, it forcefully unveiled the cloth. The white fabric fluttered down, revealing the steam engine's form. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow, approaching to scrutinize the world's first steam engine. He examined it closely from various angles. Jian Shangqing could not help but marvel once more at the craftsmanship of the Grey Dwarves. It was a flawless replica of the steam engine depicted in his blueprints. It seemed that in the near future, even without his guidance, the Duchy of Sushi would be capable of independently constructing scientific inventions. Jian Shangqing was exceedingly pleased. Add coal and water. Merely looking at it is insufficient. It must be operational. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan, beaming with excitement, called upon its kin. Shortly thereafter, several Grey Dwarves entered, carrying buckets of water and bags of coal. The coal was ignited, and as the temperature in the boiler rose, the water transformed into steam that everyone's gaze was riveted on the cylinder and piston. This was the most critical juncture. As long as everything functioned smoothly here, the steam engine would be a resounding success. The white steam advanced steadily, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the piston began to move slowly. The motion accelerated, gaining speed until it reached a constant rate. Jian Shangqing understood that the temperature of the burning coal and the speed of steam conversion had achieved a fixed rate. The connecting rod was driven by the piston, which in turn propelled the flywheel and crank. While the circular motion of the flywheel and crank activated the valves, a flawless cycle of motion commenced. The Grey Dwarves erupted in joyous leaps. Jian Shangqing, too, clenched his fists in exhilaration. It worked. He had not anticipated that creating the steam engine would be so effortless. Once this steam engine emerged, countless others would follow in its wake. The jubilant cheers filled the small room. Suddenly, a faint squeaking sound emerged amidst the celebration. Squeak! Squeak! Jian Shangqing keenly detected this peculiar noise. What is that sound? He turned to look at the steam engine, only to discover that the cylinder, which had been perfectly intact moments ago, now bore several cracks. The soft squeaking transformed into a sharp, explosive crack. Jian Shangqing lunged forward, pressing down on the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. Get down, the Grey Dwarves, sensing the anomaly, all dropped to the ground. Boom! White steam erupted from the dark fissures. The fragile cylinder could not withstand the relentless high temperature and pressure of its operational environment, and it burst apart. Metal shards flew. The steam engine gradually ceased its operation as it lost its power. White steam slowly dispersed from the damaged cylinder. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan, bewildered, lifted its head, only for its gray-black face to turn ashen. It was over. The steam engine entrusted to it by the Lord was ruined. Chapter 73. Crushed confidence. Jian Shangqing slowly rose to his feet, still shaken as he gazed at the exploded cylinder. Damn it, he thought. He had narrowly escaped. Otherwise, he would have perished in his own design. Iron Furnace. How are you all? Jian Shangqing helped each gray dwarf who had fallen to the ground back up. Thankfully, no one was injured. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan remained prostrate, its eyes vacant. Its ears buzzed from shock, rendering it oblivious to Jian Shangqing's calls. All that filled its mind was a singular thought. It was finished. The first time the Lord entrusted it with something so significant, and it had failed miserably. The atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan gritted its teeth and pounded its fist on the floor. Just moments ago, it had boasted to the Lord about perfection and shamelessly requested the Lord's approval. How could it have had the audacity to utter such words? The failure of creation and the betrayal of Jian Shangqing's expectations struck it with double the impact. Regret, guilt, and inferiority. An onslaught of negative emotions engulfed the once proud heart of the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. It felt as though the spark ignited by the flames and the god of forging had been extinguished by its own hand. Iron Furnace? Jian Shangqing bellowed. This thunderous call jolted the chief of the Iron Furnace clan awake. Stumbling, it made its way before Jian Shangqing and knelt down with a thud that "My Lord." Jian Shangqing set down the fragments of a cylinder and locked eyes with the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. The light of forging that once sparkled in its black pupils had dimmed, replaced by two streams of murky tears. The steam engine I created is broken. I have tarnished your perfect design. Large tears fell to the ground as the chief's voice broke into sobs that, "I am sorry, my lord. I am unworthy to forge for you." At this point, the chief could no longer contain itself. Tears streamed forth like a dam bursting. This failure had dealt a crushing blow to it. The sacred and wondrous design of the Lord, under its hammer, had become a pile of worthless scrap. It could not forgive itself. It sought atonement. Even if its atonement could not compensate for even a fraction of the Lord's loss, it still yearned for redemption. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan resolved to never again forge anything for the Lord, lest this unqualified craftsman tarnish Jian Shangqing's brilliant ideas once more. Jian Shangqing sighed as he regarded the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. He collected the cylinder fragments into a cloth bag and walked toward the door of the blacksmith shop. The chief of the Iron Furnace clan looked up in despair at Jian Shangqing's retreating figure. Indeed, the Lord must think the same. It was clear that it was no longer suited to work here. Jian Shangqing paused at the entrance. "What are you waiting for? Come with me." The chief of the Iron Furnace clan blinked in surprise. "My lord, where are we going?" Jian Shangqing wrapped a black scarf around his face and strode out of the blacksmith shop. "To Black Steel City." The chief, dazed, followed Jian Shangqing's footsteps. The birdie's subordinates quickly prepared a carriage for Jian Shangqing out on the bumpy ride. Only the coachman and the two of them remained in silence. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words, the only sound being the wheels turning. Jian Shangqing leaned against the carriage window, deep in thought, and he began to grasp the chief of the Iron Furnace clan's current state. This unprecedented failure had shattered its confidence. Jian Shangqing shrugged. He had formed a preliminary understanding of the cause behind the cylinder's explosion. This could not be solely blamed on the chief of the Iron Furnace clan. Anyone in its position would likely struggle to accept such failure. After all, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Jian Shangqing crossed his legs. Adopting a more comfortable posture, he chuckled to himself. There was no way he would allow the chief of the Iron Furnace clan to wallow in despair. After all, it was a capable subordinate. It had been his steadfast companion since the Misty Shadow Forest. That red-clad cannon and flintlock rifle had all been crafted under the chief's leadership. He, Jian Shangqing, could confidently thump his chest and assure anyone that throughout the entire Sushi Principality, there was no other blacksmith, be they human or creature, whose craftsmanship surpassed his own. Thus, he chose to accompany the patriarch of the Iron Furnace clan to Black Steel City. In this city, he was not only to assist the patriarch in regaining his confidence and piecing together the last fragment of the Watt steam engine, but also to fulfill another personal objective, to assess the condition of the two mines in the Sushi Principality. Industrial production is inextricably linked to an abundance of mineral resources that he must ensure that the two mines in Black Steel City are devoid of any errors. As the wheels rolled along. The patriarch of the Iron Furnace sat dazed in the carriage, pondering the purpose behind his lord's journey to Black Steel City. Countless images flooded his mind, leaving him unable to quell his anxious thoughts. Was his lord planning to send him to Black Steel City as a form of punishment? The more he contemplated, the more dread filled his heart. He feared that Jian Shangqing intended to exile him to Black Steel City. Far from the political center, he envisioned himself grasping a pickaxe, weakly lying in the mine, taking his last breath, and the thought consumed him. He was terrified. He did not wish to die. He did not want to leave his lord's side. He yearned to remain close to his master, to transform his lord's fantastical ideas into reality with his grimy hands. His lord had shown him kindness, and this was his way of repaying that debt. Yet, the kindness of his lord was something he could never fully repay in this lifetime. The patriarch of the iron furnace stole a glance at Jian Shangqing's face and sighed, but what use were such musings now? Given his lord's expression, it was evident that he had long since devised a plan for his fate. Closing his eyes, the patriarch awaited the arrival of destiny in silence, after a day and a night of travel. Jian Shangqing led the patriarch of the iron furnace down from the carriage. He stretched his body. The ride had been slow and bumpy, rendering it quite uncomfortable as he gazed upon Black Steel City. A faint smile crept across his lips. If Loren City was the brain of the Sushi Principality, and Gangerla City its hands and feet, then Black Steel City was undoubtedly its heart, a treasure trove for the Principality. Within this small city lay two mines, an iron mine and a coal mine. These resources supported the military and daily lives of the populace throughout the Sushi Principality. Consequently, despite being merely a principality, Sushi boasted a substantial population and formidable military strength. Most of the residents here were composed of miners and their families. Jian Shangqing wrapped his scarf tightly around his neck to prevent the dust in the air from infiltrating his lungs. Perhaps in the eyes of the old king, Black Steel City was a crucial resource hub for the Sushi Principality. In Martina's view, it was a filthy city teeming with wretched commoners. Yet for Jian Shangqing, it was the ideal location to establish an industrial zone. With its abundant mineral resources and suitable population composition, he inhaled deeply through his scarf. He aimed to construct the perfect steam engine in Black Steel City, transforming it into his inaugural industrial area, and subsequently laid down a railway network that would connect the entirety of the Sushi Principality. With a grand gesture, he beckoned the still pensive patriarch of the iron furnace and strode into Black Steel City. Chapter 74. 100,000 times. True to its name, Black Steel City was enveloped in a palette of black. Black buildings, a black sky, black mountains, and even black miners. Birdie, who was handling affairs in Black Steel City, had already heard the news from the creatures and had taken his position at the city gate early that morning. Please come over here to register. The soldiers stationed at either side of the gate crossed their long spears, barring Jian Shangqing's passage. At that moment, clad in a black robe with his hair and face obscured by a hood and scarf, no one recognized the illustrious king, Jian Shangqing, gracing Black Steel City with his presence. Seeing the soldiers' disrespectful behavior, Birdie was immediately incensed. "How dare you?" The soldiers were startled, one nearly dropping his spear in shock. Just as they turned to reprimand him, they caught sight of Birdie's distinctive monocle and mustachio. The president of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce? When did he arrive here? Birdie was infuriated by their negligence. He had been waiting there since the morning, and these two blind fools had failed to notice him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he exclaimed, "You two insolent fools! Does my lord still need to register upon arrival?" The soldiers were momentarily bewildered. What lord? Since King Jian Shangqing ascended the throne, the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce has regained its former glory. Birdie is now a favored confidant of King Jian Shangqing. Who could possibly warrant being addressed as my lord by Birdie upon seeing Birdie? Jian Shangqing smiled and waved his hand. "Birdie, rules are rules. Registration is still necessary to..." "Yes," he spoke. Jian Shangqing took up a pen and inscribed his name in the registration book. The two soldiers were left scratching their heads. Though they had many questions, the mysterious figure accompanied by the diminutive man had already completed the registration, and it was not their place to seek answers from Birdie. Shrinking their necks, the soldiers ceased their inquiries and allowed Jian Shangqing and the patriarch of the iron furnace to enter the city. Birdie warmly hosted Jian Shangqing and the patriarch of the iron furnace at the largest tavern in Black Steel City, where they enjoyed a hearty meal. Setting down his wine glass, Birdie glanced at the sullen patriarch of the iron furnace. He stroked his mustache, puzzled by the usually boisterous dwarf's sudden silence. Turning back to Jian Shangqing, he noted that this time the esteemed lord had arrived without any guards, opting for a discreet visit. Something was amiss. A significant issue loomed. Deciding to sidestep the potential landmine that was the patriarch, Bertie initiated a conversation with Jian Shangqing, that "My lord, what brings you to Black Steel City for an unexpected visit?" Jian Shangqing downed his drink in one gulp. "Take me to the iron mine and coal mine." Bertie was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly and shook his head. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow, discerning Bertie's implication. "You cannot enter?" Bertie removed his monocle and began to polish it with a cloth. "My lord, it is not that I cannot enter. Your intention to visit those two mines is, after all, to acquire their resources. However, those mines do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce. They belong to Mahaloi." Jian Shangqing's eyes widened in surprise. This was news to him. He had assumed that the old king had directly acquired the mines from Bertie. Little did he know that these two mines were not under the control of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce. Jian Shangqing clicked his tongue. "The largest chamber of commerce in the entire principality cannot manage these mines. I must see for myself who the overseer of these mines is." With that, Jian Shangqing donned his scarf, left the meal payment on the bar, and exited the tavern. Under Bertie's guidance, Jian Shangqing and his party arrived at the iron mining site in Black Steel City. The sounds of metal clanging echoed continuously. Jian Shangqing observed the dust-laden mountains, his brows furrowing in discontent. The miners, with grim expressions, hauled barrels of water from the mine. Some emerged from the mine, clutching their throats and coughing incessantly, as if struggling to breathe. Jian Shangqing shook his head. The mine's overseer, in a bid to cut costs, employed pure human labor to transport the water accumulating in the mine. Furthermore, the pervasive dust and the potential release of harmful gases deep within posed significant health risks. For the sake of a few coins, they were sacrificing both work efficiency and safety. Jian Shangqing exhaled sharply, truly short-sighted. Not to mention, the workers appeared utterly exhausted. Some even succumbed to slumber mid-task. Jian Shangqing silently took note of this scene. Clearly, the mines not only harbored safety hazards, but also subjected workers to deplorable conditions. The foreman cracked his whip, spitting out commands. "Hurry! Hurry!" Upon hearing footsteps, the foreman turned to see Jian Shangqing, a new face accompanied by a dwarf. And a sycophantic grin spread across his face. "Good sir, are you interested in purchasing iron ore?" Based on his years of experience, he knew that a mysterious figure accompanied by a dwarf was likely a valuable client. Gripping his whip, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that today was his shift, that he was determined to seize the opportunity to secure this lucrative deal. Bertie stepped out from behind Jian Shangqing. Upon seeing Bertie, the foreman's smile vanished. "Isn't this the president of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce? How many times has he come here without growing tired of it?" Listening to such sarcastic remarks, Bertie's expression instantly fell. He had once personally represented the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce in negotiations with the owners of these two mines. Little did he expect that after several visits, he would be unceremoniously expelled on multiple occasions. The corners of Bertie's mouth twitched incessantly. He reminded himself that Lord Jian Shangqing was still by his side, and he absolutely could not lose his composure. He must not succumb to anger. The foreman, noticing Bertie's silence, arrogantly lifted his head and let out a huff. The president of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce? That meant nothing to him. His boss controlled both mines. And even the great knight Bed had been rendered blind by his wealth. Even the newly ascended king, Jian Shangqing, would have to show deference. After all, the entire duchy of Sushi depended on these mines for its operation. Bertie looked at the pompous foreman, trembling with indignation. Jian Shangqing patted Bertie's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Through their exchanges and reactions, he had grasped the situation at hand. The owners of these two mines had become tyrants, exploiting the workers while refusing to relinquish ownership or even entertain the idea of collaboration. Jian Shangqing let out a cold laugh. What a miserly old curmudgeon. Though the mine owner's actions were detestable, he still wished to first create a steam engine. There was no need to clash with such resource-driven industrial magnates. He could certainly deal with him after the steam engine's successful trial. Clearing his throat, he said, I am indeed here to make a purchase. What do you sell? The foreman shrugged his shoulders. Raw or ingots, finished products, whatever you wish to buy, we have it all. Jian Shangqing nodded and reached into his money pouch. Suddenly, the foreman changed his tone, squinting and revealing his large teeth. However, you and Birdie are together. Our boss has issued a decree. The foreman waggled a finger in front of Jian Shangqing. Anyone associated with Birdie who comes to our mines to purchase anything. The price will be multiplied by 100,000 times. Chapter 75. The local tyrant of Black Steel City, Jian Shangqing's hand froze in his money pouch. He must have misheard, right? 100,000 times? Jian Shangqing glanced at the price list that a piece of ordinary iron ore here costs 4 copper coins. Multiplied by 100,000, that amounts to 40 gold coins. What does 40 gold coins signify? 60 silver coins would be enough for a family of 6 to live comfortably for a year. 1 gold coin would suffice for the extravagant Martina to indulge for a month. 40 gold coins was beyond even Birdie's capacity to produce casually. He would have to draw funds from the shop. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes at the foreman. This fellow expected him to pay 100 gold coins for a piece of iron ore. What a joke! Jian Shangqing felt a surge of anger. He had merely come to buy some ore, yet he was being subjected to such repeated humiliation. He withdrew his hand from the pouch. Wasn't this a bit excessive? The foreman, seeing that Jian Shangqing was not planning to pay, let out a cold snort that a poor wretch who can't afford it should just scram. Don't disturb my work. Birdie was enraged to the point of turning red. How could a mere foreman dare to call the president of the largest chamber of commerce in the duchy a poor wretch? And the audacious foreman had even insulted Lord Jian Shangqing. This was truly intolerable. My lord, Birdie called out anxiously. He wondered why his lord had not yet removed his scarf to reveal his identity. Jian Shangqing patted Birdie, signaling him to control his emotions. Revealing his identity now would be futile. The king's status posed no substantial threat to such a magnate. The foreman had already stated that the entire duchy of Sushi depended on this place for raw materials. Declaring his identity would at most soften the foreman's tone, but might even have the opposite effect. That it seemed that these two mines had become an obstacle on his nation's path to industrialization. He rubbed the knowledge bracelet on his wrist. If that was the case, then he should not hesitate to take action. The foreman turned around and, upon seeing that Jian Shangqing and the others were still lingering by the mine, shouted, "Go, go, go. Either you take out 40 gold coins now or get out of my sight." Jian Shangqing stepped forward decisively and firmly grasped the foreman's shoulder. The foreman jumped in shock. What are you doing?" He thought Jian Shangqing was furious and about to strike him. "Help." The foreman's exaggerated cries instantly attracted the attention of the guards and surrounding residents and workers in Black Steel City. A crowd quickly gathered, discussing what was happening. The guards pushed through the throng. "What is going on? Fighting is prohibited in Black Steel City." One of the guards stepped forward, smiling obsequiously at the foreman. "I'm the captain of the guards. Leave this to us. You can rest assured." The foreman let out a cold laugh. His objective had been achieved, the crowd had arrived, and the guards were on his side. He did not believe that Jian Shangqing would dare to act violently in such circumstances. Jian Shangqing also chuckled. His goal had been reached as well. The more people that came, the more advantageous it was for him. His plan could be executed more smoothly. The guard forcefully pushed Jian Shangqing's hand off the foreman. "You want to harm someone in the city? Take him away." Jian Shangqing turned to glare at the captain of the guards. Memorizing his appearance, he increasingly felt that concealing his identity was a prudent decision. When he led the 1st Infantry Division of Monsters to conquer the Duchy of Sushi, he had bypassed Black Steel City. Little did he expect that today he would discover the city was rotten to the core. It could even be stated that Black Steel City now nominally belonged to the Duchy of Sushi. But in reality, it was under the control of Mahaloy. Mahaloy had secretly devoured the entire Black Steel City through the resources and wealth at his disposal. The captain of the guards felt a shiver as Jian Shangqing's gaze bore down on him. "What are you staring at? Take him away." Birdie stepped in front of Jian Shangqing. "I dare you to lay a finger on my lord today." The captain of the guards sucked in a sharp breath. He had been so caught up in his own bravado that he had completely overlooked that President Birdie was also present. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The guard captain found himself in a predicament. On one side was Mahaloy, the local tyrant of Black Steel City, and on the other was the president of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce, Mick Birdie, not to mention a mysterious individual whom even Birdie addressed as my lord. He could not afford to offend any of the three. The guard captain was in a state of panic that he regretted not being able to control his own mouth. Why did he have to seek the limelight? His mind raced. Ultimately, he chose to lower his head, smiling apologetically to the three individuals. Birdie let out a sigh of relief. If his lord would be thrown into the dungeon before his eyes, it would be better for him to die. Before Birdie could contemplate his next move, a loud voice echoed from afar. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my mine? The crowd surrounding them hurriedly made way. As if they had seen a plague, a path quickly cleared through the throng. Jian Shangqing narrowed his eyes. Mahaloy had arrived. The figure of Mahaloy slowly came into view, adorned in opulent red and gold attire. His belly so large that it obscured his feet, and his hands laden with gold and silver jewelry, resembling a nouveau riche. This stood in stark contrast to Birdie's astute and capable merchant image. Mahaloy approached. Birdie? Imph. He could hardly spare a second on Birdie, the president of the Black Pearl Chamber of Commerce. To him, that was utterly insignificant. Birdie's face turned various shades of blue and purple with rage. Are you the one causing a ruckus in my mind? Mahaloy leaned closer to Jian Shangqing, his rotund belly nearly colliding with him. Jian Shangqing shook his head. How is this causing a ruckus? Mr. Loy, I merely came to remind you. Upon hearing this, Loy's interest piqued. He raised his chin, gesturing for Jian Shangqing to continue. He was eager to see what this mysterious individual had to say, if the advice were genuinely useful. Perhaps I might reward him with 10 copper coins. Just now, the foreman mentioned that everything your family sells is the finest. Upon hearing this, Loy felt quite flattered. Indeed, our products are simply the best. Whether it be raw or finished goods, they are unparalleled in the Duchy of Sushi. Jian Shangqing offered a subtle smile. Is that truly the case? Loy was taken aback and soon furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Jian Shangqing began to pace leisurely before Loy. What I mean is, the quality of your products is utterly subpar. As soon as these words left Jian Shangqing's lips, the crowd erupted in uproar. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, astonished that this mysterious individual dared to speak such bold words before Loy. The guards and the foreman were equally taken aback. Who exactly is this enigmatic figure to audaciously challenge Loy in Black Steel City? Even Birdie gaped in disbelief. To utter such words in Black Steel City, one must indeed possess remarkable courage. Mahaloy was seething with rage. This mysterious person was evidently tarnishing his reputation. He pointed his finger, adorned with a golden ring, at Jian Shangqing. Young man, think carefully before you speak. Making baseless accusations can lead to severe consequences. Jian Shangqing scoffed, pulling fragments of an exploded gas cylinder from his bag and flinging them at Loy's face. Is this what your family produces? It broke within a minute. Is this what you call the best? Chapter 76. The bet. Loy's face turned an ominous shade as he examined the battered iron piece in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Jian Shangqing. I must come up with a rebuttal. Loy clutched the iron fragment tightly. What evidence do you have to prove that this is our product? Jian Shangqing chuckled derisively. The burden of proof lies with the accuser. If you claim this is not your product, Mahaloy. Jian Shangqing slapped the table used by the foreman for resting. Do you have any evidence? Loy trembled at Jian Shangqing's imposing question. He had never encountered such a line of inquiry before. Clutching his chest, he stammered. This unprecedented challenge disrupted Loy's thoughts. He stuttered, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Moreover, he lacked confidence. The number of metal goods sold daily was uncountable. What if this truly was one of their products? The crowd began to murmur restlessly, discussing among themselves how many items purchased from him had malfunctioned. The tide of public opinion had successfully shifted in Jian Shangqing's favor. Beads of sweat began to form on Loy's shiny forehead. He panted, listening to the surrounding voices. Damn it! Who is this mysterious individual? Does he not know who I am? How dare he speak such words in front of so many people? Loy considered resolving the matter privately with this person. He scanned the crowd, which had only grown larger. Frustrated, he stamped his foot, his stomach churning with agitation. The thought of proposing a private settlement in front of so many would essentially be an admission of guilt. What if he summoned someone to deal with this mysterious figure? That would be even worse. Not to mention the onlookers, Birdie was not blind. Could he really resort to killing Birdie? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he slapped the foreman across the face. Why are you involved in so many matters? Isn't it simpler to just sell the goods directly to them? The foreman, holding his face, looked on the verge of tears. Boss, but you mentioned Birdie. Seeing the foreman unable to keep his mouth shut, Loy felt exasperated. Birdie, 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 must you incessantly bring him up? Get lost. You're fired. The foreman let out a wail, dropping the whip and scrambling out of the crowd. Loy wiped the sweat from his brow. This cannot continue. I still rely on these peasants for my income. If this keeps up, my reputation will plummet, and how will I indulge in pleasures thereafter? Clutching the iron piece, he hurled it violently to the ground. The iron clattered as it hit, and silence fell over the scene. Loy extended a trembling finger toward Jian Shangqing. You are slandering me. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Loy. He almost fell into this young man's trap. Thankfully, he recognized a ruse. I certainly do not have evidence. But neither do you. Thus, it cannot be established that this iron piece belongs to us. Jian Shangqing nodded thoughtfully, seemingly at a loss for words. Loy exhaled deeply. You despicable wretch, you think you can tarnish my name? You are far from succeeding. Jian Shangqing regarded Loy with a knowing smile. You are correct. Neither of us can prove whether this iron piece is yours. Jian Shangqing slowly approached Loy. Does this not imply that it is still possible it belongs to you? In the end, what have you truly proven? Loy staggered back a few steps, realizing the truth. Indeed, what have I proven? He merely turned the absolute into a mere possibility. What significance does that hold? The goal from the start was to cast suspicion upon him. In the end, he had said so much and still failed to exonerate himself of suspicion. What use is that? Jian Shangqing leaned closer, whispering in Loy's ear. Regardless, I do not depend on this for my livelihood. Whether it is mine or not is inconsequential. But the possibility that it is yours holds great significance for you. Loy's complexion turned pale as he staggered back a few steps. This mysterious person was correct. Whether or not the iron piece belonged to him was irrelevant. Only the fact that it could belong to Loy had consequences. Before Loy could react, Jian Shangqing turned away, raising his arms high. Friends, have any of you purchased tools from Loy that were damaged? The crowd exchanged glances. Normally, they would not dare to speak up. But now, the situation was different. With so many present, could Loy truly recall who purchased what? A voice rang out from the crowd. Yes, this ignited the crowd's fury. Yes, absolutely. The item I bought from this old gambler the day before yesterday broke today. Jian Shangqing raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the poor quality of Loy's products was indeed true, and he also had a penchant for gambling. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon an additional advantage as the clamor of condemnation surrounded him. Loy's breath quickened. These wretched peasants, they usually use their own goods, laboring at his mine. Yet now, rather than expressing gratitude, they sided with this mysterious individual to bite back at him. Ungrateful wretches, damned ingrates. Though Loy cursed Jian Shangqing and the onlookers in his heart, his mind remained active that if he could not devise a solution today, his income beginning tomorrow would be slashed in half. Jian Shangqing pressed his hands down, signaling for the crowd to quiet. He had completely taken control of the direction of this contest. Yet this alone was not enough. A decrease in income would severely wound Loy, but could not bring him down. Now he must deliver the final, fatal blow.